August the 1st is upon us. Good morning and welcome to Channels Television's coverage of the Endbadgovernance protests. We call it the August protests. I'm Kayode Okikelu, live in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, but I'm not alone.
Indeed, it's the big day for Nigeria and for protesters. Good morning and welcome to this special coverage dedicated to the August protests. I am Bukola Koka.
Welcome to the program. I'm Jeffrey Uzoma. The first question I want to ask you, what is happening where you are? As I was driving down to work, the streets of Lagos are quite calm, calmer than the usual Lagos we know on a Thursday morning. What exactly is happening where you are? We're going to find out right here on this particular program.
So let's introduce you to the wider team. And of course, we have an Abuja team on standby. Good morning, Chamberlain Markwe.
Yeah, very good morning to you all. Welcome to the special coverage of the protest. It's the first day of August, so all of that build-up, the much talked about August 1 protest, so this is that day. Good morning. Welcome. I'm Chamberlain. What's up?
Indeed, I did say sometime last week that it does feel like a countdown clock has been turned on, and it does look like we're counting down until August the 1st. Well, here we are. Good morning and welcome. I'm Maupe Ogun Yusuf.
But there are quite a number of issues now to determine. So yes, we'll keep tabs with our team who are in different parts of the country to bring you up to speed concerning what is playing now wherever they are. And then what becomes of those key decisions that appear to be swinging this narrative another way. I'm talking about the court judgments now, which did say they restricted all protests in the FCT to the stadium. What happened? So there are key technicalities about all of those, which several lawyers have raised. For instance, they say, doesn't this, in trying to enforce their fundamental rights, eventually restrict their fundamental rights to freedom of movement? Who knows? And if the court order did also say it has to be a publication for people to be notified. So could they have published from then until now? How many publications should that have reflected for them to have sufficiently notified everybody else? It didn't say broadcast notification, publication, newspaper publication. So there are interesting dynamics. And the Minister of FCT yesterday, Makwe, also did say, well, we don't have any notice for anybody to use the Eagle Square. So that's why you have security presence there to ensure nobody vandalizes the equipment or facilities or infrastructure. So who knows what happens today? But we will be here to tell you.
Indeed. Well, that's why we're here. That's what our job entails, you know, to bring out all of this interesting perspective. Shimling, I haven't seen in a long time the sort of frenzy that I saw, or will I say ever? I haven't seen the sort of frenzy ever, you know, to try and stop a protest from happening by government authorities. Even yesterday, there were last-ditch efforts. A gathering, a press briefing by ministers, which we saw. We also saw the pleadings from the National Assembly. There were emergency meetings, even though that was two-pronged. One part of it trying to address what was going on with the budget, trying to make extra room for ways and means, increasing it from 5% to 10%, which is ideally an issue, a major issue which the country needs to be abreast of. And at the same time also trying to appeal to will-be protesters to shelve the protest. And we saw that coming from the two arms of parliament yesterday, both the National Assembly and the Senate. But we also did see that there were some, some counsel now from the counsel to the protesters, some pleadings from Mr. Ebu Oluwadegborua, who SAN, asking the protesters to restrict the protest to a day, saying that indeed they have already secured a moral victory, looking at all of the moves from government authorities for the past couple of weeks or so, trying to appeal to them, trying to, you can say they're using underhand, overhand, whatever ways they could find to try and appeal to their good sense, to say, give government a little more time. Now, whether all of that will yield fruit today is what we do not know. What he was saying is, can we restrict this protest to a day, maximum 3 days, because the initial plan is 10 days. Now, whether that is going to yield fruit, I think today is the day we'll know.
Yeah, so guys, just settle back and let us guide you into what will happen today, guys.
calm season.
Chamberlain, we have our correspondents across the country, those designated areas that were expected to see the protests. We have our correspondents who will be giving us live updates as they happen. And this is, of course, in the build-up to the planned protests. But let's take a listen to what government has been saying. This is the same situation, by the way, in Lagos State. A Lagos High Court granting an ex parte order by the Attorney General of the state seeking to restrict the protests to Gani Fawemimi Park in Ojota and the Peace Park in K2. But what has the federal government been saying? You referenced the last-ditch efforts yesterday. Let's listen to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. George Akume, making a passionate appeal and speaking to what the government has been doing. Then we'll bring you some more.
Nothing good comes easy. And our sacrifices of today are for a better tomorrow. The ongoing economic hardships, and they are improving anyway. Would abate very soon, and we shall all enjoy endless prosperity. We therefore appeal to Nigerians of whatever persuasion, belief, demography, gender, and status to shun cause for protests against hunger by prioritizing peace and progress. For avoidance of doubts, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR recognizes the right to peaceful protest, but circumspection and vigilance should be our watchwords. Government is wary of the dangers associated with protests that are vulnerable to being hijacked by bandits, insurgents, and other criminals, as it happened during Operation EndSARS. Rather, we request that dialogue should be advanced and we remain open to such.
Indeed, that was the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, speaking on efforts that government has been making so far in order to, transform our economic fortunes. And he led other ministers who also, took turns to speak on government efforts. Indeed, we heard the Minister of Information saying yesterday that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been leading a protest himself on behalf of Nigerians through the reforms that the administration has initiated to take us out of the economic condition that we currently find ourselves in. Speaking of efforts, in Lagos as well, the state governor has been speaking and telling protesters to shelve the planned protest. Let's take a listen to the governor of Lagos State.
Peaceful protests are fundamental rights protected by the Constitution in a democracy as ours. But vying to sack an elected government in 10 days by means of protest is alien to our Constitution. To the organizers of a protest, I repeat, while your intentions may be noble, do not substitute your intentions with the motives of other forces. Your gathering is all they perhaps require to perpetrate their own acts. After all, there cannot be a fifth columnist if there were no columns. If your protest gathering becomes a column, then there could indeed be a fifth columnist. I therefore want to appeal to all of you that we should reflect on our past experiences, especially 4 years ago, during the EndSARS protests. What then began as a peaceful demonstration, fortunately over days was hijacked by elements with devilish intentions. They unleashed an unprecedented war on our state. We saw the destruction of valuable properties, the disruption of businesses, and sadly the loss of life in several parts of our dear state. These events, we all remember, left deep scars on our state, and it hurts our psyche. The police have confirmed to us that the Gani Fawemimi Park and the Peace Park that we all jointly set up are two locations where the police have assured us that they will provide all the necessary security arrangements to all of our citizens. I therefore will urge you all to consider the potential precautions of joining a protest that may once again expose us to the fiendish acts of those who do not admire our unity and common compassion for their state. Let us not allow our city to be plunged into chaos again.
All right, those are part of the last-minute appeal by the Lagos state government, trying to say you have a right to protest, but let's look back at what happened in 2020 and maybe have a rethink as to the next action. But protest and all of the mass action has quite a history. So let's go through some of them all the way to 1929. That should be the Aba Women's Riot. If you read through history, when the women decided that just enough is enough, we can go to Abeokuta, just neighboring state right here, to Lagos, Women's Revolt. That happened in 1947. One of the key figures of that particular revolt was the mother of the late music legend Fela Nicola Pokuti. We also have the Ali Must Go in April 1979 that has to do with students and all of that. And then the anti-SAP riot protest that happened in May, June 1989. So if you see through that list, we can go down to June 12, where a protest that had to do with the annulment of the victory of MK Abiola. Our president was part of those who decided this cannot hold because he won that election. He's supposed to be the president of Nigeria. Both in diaspora and in Nigeria, they had people protesting and insisting that the mandate must be returned.
And, you know, Jeffrey, what is the common thread, you know, tying all these protests together will be the revolt against tax. Either it's 1929, where the colonial government used warrant chiefs, you know, and the women complained about the high-handedness of the warrant chiefs who, you know, used the occasion to, you know, to marry wives and impose tax on the women. You could go to Abeokuta Women's Revolt, where they also complained against increase in tax against the women and poor representation of the women in the palace. And you know, you could talk about the Ali Must Go protest, which was won against increase in school fees as a common thread tying all these protests together, taking us down to 2024, where we're also seeing increase in price of petroleum products, which has, you know, led to an increase in price of commodities and has a ricochet effect in every other thing that has affected the national life. But how will this protest play out? What will be the aftermath in the next few months? It remains to be seen. There's more, you know, on the protest 2024.
Yeah, we can't forget the one of 2012, which had to do with SARS. No, 2020, which had to do with SARS. But the 2012 that has to do with the removal of fuel subsidy. But these are some of the demands as well of the protesters. They talk about some scrap the 1999 Constitution and replace it with a people-made constitution for the Federal Republic. So those are long-term things. And then the issue of the arm of government, as is stated right there on your screen. So these are some of their demands as posted online. So we are aggregating some of the demands that we've seen online by different groups. Pay Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than 250,000 and invest heavily in education, and give Nigerian students grants, not loans. So those are some of the things we have been following and tracking as far as those demands are concerned. So I'm sure you have been following as well, even our colleagues in Abuja. Mark and Chamberlain, I don't know what you've been seeing online. Maybe you can bring us up to speed as well.
Well, we've got Mr. Adewale Smart here. I guess let's find out from him as well what he's going through. Good morning, and thank you for coming on this morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having us.
Well, first of all, when you went through the street, what did you notice on the roads? How did the roads look this morning?
Well, it's early morning in Abuja, and in the street, the street is calm.
Oh, okay. So this charter of demands has been posted virtually, online. Several people have seen several perspectives of it. But today is the day which they've talked about. Yes, we need to hit the streets, and the build-up is several descriptions about all of this build-up. As a matter of fact, we just finished that. Have we even finished the minimum, taking in one word now with the minimum wage, and then this one? So talk to us about what you think of all of this back and forth, just for this day in the first instance.
For us, first, the presidents of the organized private sector of Nigeria, comprising MAN, NECA, NASIMA, NASMI, and NASI, early in the week released a statement to also affirm that, look, the right for peaceful gathering is enshrined, and that seems to be a consensus. But for us, the issue remains the potential for peaceful protest to turn into something else. And for organized businesses, from our recent experience in 2020 during the EndSARS, when the protest, peaceful, seemingly peaceful and organized gathering was hijacked, the organized businesses lost close to ₦1 trillion. And those businesses, that probably were basically surviving on loans, on credits. And it creates a lot of disconnection for organized businesses. So an adage in my place said, if they've used knife, if you've been injured with a knife before, next time you see somebody dangling a knife, you'll be more hypersensitive within the context of your reaction. So that is the position of organized private sector. Now, concerning what has happened and what is happening today, I think what we have learned, and I think we mentioned this, we stated this at the beginning of this administration, that there is need for us to continue to build consensus. The level of engagement we have seen in the last 1 week is quite unprecedented. The level of engagement with critical stakeholders, with youth organizations, with the business community, with everybody. Government at all levels came out, and they keep engaging, and that is what we feel. Look, reforms are not easy. They come with some level of sacrifices that citizens will have to make. But those citizens have to be carried along. They need to be engaged constructively in those things. So for us, the positive of it is the level of engagement we have seen in the last 1 week has been quite unprecedented, and we hope that will continue.
Does it then tell us, because those who think, wait a minute, is it that government has no way of getting feelers as to the impact of whatever it is that they were doing? Because if this, not a lot of people even knew about this planned protest until government began talking about it, different agencies. So they got the message before several other people. So if they could get the message at the point, what then was it? How come they didn't get the feelers that, looks, whatever policies you may say you're putting in place may not be achieving its desired objective?
Well, without speaking for government, I believe the Minister for Information or Minister for Communication will do better than, much more than I will ever do within the context of responding to that question. But it's quite valid, really, that things are, organized businesses have raised concerns, individuals have raised concerns, and somehow the government's response, even while government is taking action, we must commend that certain steps have been taken, the issue of the CNG buses, some reliefs here and there. But it's one thing for you to do, to intervene. It's one thing for you to communicate those interventions to the citizens. So communication seems to be a gap that we hope the government will fill subsequently, arising from the experience that we have concerning this very wonderful August.
Communication, indeed. I mean, I'm looking at the demands of the protesters as posted online. I mean, this is how we've seen them. It's still not very... We've seen a few names. It's interesting how you even see judgments. When you see court judgments, you see things like unknown persons unknown are added as defendants. That's how, unclear, apart from a few lawyers, very known lawyers, reputable lawyers who have, come out to say they're lawyers to the protesters. It's not very clear who the people that are protesting are, however, or who are leaders of this protest. But taking a look at some of the things that they are asking for, I don't know if you've You've seen the demand so far. Have you seen a look?
I've seen it. We've gleaned a bit of it.
You've gleaned a bit of it?
Yeah, but we don't know where the source is coming. As you said, so many unknown personalities behind it. So.
Yes, but I'm looking at it and I'm wondering how feasible, assuming, because sometimes, if this were like an NLC protest, for instance, when you look at these demands, you will know that we're in for a long haul. I'm taking a look at it and I'm wondering how will government engage to get this level to even say where will be the negotiation point, where will be the middle ground in this, because we know that a lot of people will come from one end, governments will come from another end, and they're supposed to meet at the middle somewhere. I'm looking at this: scrap the 1999 Constitution and replace it with the people-made Constitution. Toss the Senate arm of the Nigerian legislative system. Pay Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than 250,000 naira. Invest, and we just finished minimum wage negotiations. So
absolutely.
there'll be questions as to where is this coming from now. Invest heavily in education and give Nigerian students grants, not loans. Aggressively pursue free and compulsory education for children across Nigeria. Now, some people will say, perhaps number 4, we can begin to take a look at that. But the first 3, how feasible do you think these demands are?
I would rather say they are desirable. There is a wide gap between desirability and whether they are visible within the context of now. But if those demands, if they kickstart or they bring us back to a retrospection point where we start asking ourselves, okay, do we really need this? I can't remember anywhere in the world, as I'm sitting here, where you have free education, beyond probably the nursery, the primary, in some instances the secondary level. Education is not cheap, as it were. The 1999 Constitution, if you want to change it, it takes a bit of time, a bit of process before you do that. But maybe this will just bring us back to a point of introspection. That's okay, do we really need this? Or where we start questioning certain things that we've taken for granted over time. The bicameral legislature, there have been instances in time past where some have canvassed that we need the unicameral kind of legislation. Do we have to talk about it now? So those demands, you mentioned the issue of the minimum wage. The president have signed the new Minimum Wage Act magnanimously, and it seems to be, organized labor seems to be content and happy with it. And organized private sector also seems to be content and happy with it. So where that is coming from, we really
magnanimously, though. I mean, some people will say, what is magnanimous about that? Isn't that what should happen in the face of rising cost of living?
Well, if you look at the rising cost of living, then you have to look at this, the other side of it, the rising cost of doing business. So if 70 is good for the employee, then is 70 good for the employers? So you have to balance that equation.
All right. Well, yes, indeed. We have another guest joining us right now. Samson Itodo, Executive Director, Yaga Africa, is also joining us this morning. Good morning, Mr. Itodo. Welcome to the program. Quite a number of things we have already discussed already. We're just looking at the demands as seen online. I do not know if you want to quickly say a word or two on what you have seen as some of the things that could be achievable with this protest.
Well, thank you very much. Let me start by commending channels for designing a special program on this particular issue. Sorry.
Grammarly will feel confident.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Well, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. I lost you for a bit. I want to just confirm, that you heard the question. I was wondering whether you had seen the demands of the protesters as put online, and whether you think that some of those demands are achievable. They haven't given a time frame for when they would like this to be, done. But looking at some of the demands that have been put out there, what are your thoughts on it?
Can you hear me?
I'm afraid that we're having audio challenges right now, but let's quickly come back to the studio here. I was also going to take him up on the issue of restriction of protesters to certain areas, because we understand that in some places, you know, court injunctions have been sought and have been given, restricting protesters to places where they can protest. Some people have said that is too restrictive. We can see the visuals on our screen right there, and it does appear that all is calm, all is looking calm and normal around the Lekki area in Lagos. Our correspondent, Olu Phillips, is on standby there and will be covering activities around that particular area. We can see him in shots there. It's unclear whether he's ready to speak with us, but we can see vehicles going about their business. That Lekki toll gate was the venue of the EndSARS protest, which happened in 2020 and, you know, was on for a number of days. As you've said before, it went on peacefully until a curfew was declared, and a particular night when it would seem that soldiers, security agents, went there and shot at protesters. And before we knew what was happening, the aftermath in the morning was wild, was something unprecedented. It didn't just stop in Lagos. I mean, the aftermath spread across even areas of the country where there had been no protests. And so that particular area is quite significant right now in our history of protest. That area used to see people pay tolls, vehicles, motorists pay toll. But since that protest has happened, and in the aftermath of that protest, there has been no toll paid at that particular toll gate. But it continues to remain a significant high point whenever it is that we talk about protest. So we're bringing you the visuals. We can see security agents right there, different source from the different security agencies, the police. I'm not able to tell the color of all of the vehicles in Lagos, but we can see certainly police men on standby there, conducting themselves, perhaps waiting for anything that will possibly happen. But right now, I think we can invite our correspondent, Olu Phillips, to give us a brief of what he's noticed so far, and if he's had an engagement of sorts. Good morning, Olu. Can you tell us what is happening at the Lekki toll gate this morning?
Trying to make sure every part of this coverage is kept.
It's almost 4 years since this place was brought down to a level of chaos that remains in the history and in the lineage of this country as far as protesting and protesters are concerned. I'm sure that some of the things you see this morning in terms of security beef up is to forestall, for instance, any incident that may occur should there be a movement or a transition from a peaceful protest into rioting and into looting and breaking and disturbances, which nobody wants to see. Nobody wants to see a repeat of 2020. We're here for 12 days. Channels Television exclusively was here 12 days until that fateful night on October 20, 2020. Nobody wants to really, like I said, see that level of carnage, that level of rioting, and that level of looting that happened, especially around this axis. And we've not seen any of the protesters so far. Maybe they are grouping out somewhere else. But we owe you, the viewers, this information to let you know what, who, and the faces that perhaps are behind those scripts that you've seen, those demands that you have seen. We've seen the other side of things in terms of responses. Government saying, don't do this, we can talk. come to the table. Let's have hands across the table. Let's push the envelopes. Maybe today, from today, we'll also begin to unveil the faces, the people behind the protest, the protest and the demand. We have not seen any of that yet, and hopefully, this is the kind of situation you want to see throughout today for a place like this that has remained a ticking point in the history and in the life of our nation.
At the Lekki toll gate there, keeping us up to speed with what is currently happening at the toll gate. Well, let's come back to the studio for our discussion. And this is where we currently are. Our correspondent is filling us in. It does appear that the gathering is not yet taking place, but if it's going to, it's not sure yet where this is going to happen. We saw last night that there were quite a number of rulings, let's say, yeah, I'm looking for the right term. I'm not a lawyer. I'm looking for the right term too, but orders. Let me use that simple word. Orders from different courts, and I'm just wondering whether for you as a business person, some of these orders are trying to restrict the protest to certain areas. As a business person, you said something about when you see somebody holding a knife after you've seen a knife used to cut somebody's neck before. You'll be a little more circumspect. I'm wondering, do these orders, do they give you any comfort of sorts?
Well, for us, first is I'm not a legal expert, but from the little I know within the context of a business operation and building society also, we believe, my lords, the judges, they will have been presented with certain information. They will have presented with certain realities that will naturally influence whether they give an injunction or they give an order. I want to believe strongly that those information that they were presented with reinforced their decision to say, okay, let this protest be restricted to this area, let it be restricted to this area. And naturally, if the defendants are not satisfied with the order, I think there's always a process where you can go back to the courts and challenge and present your own fact to say, look, my fundamental right has been encroached on. But for us, we believe strongly in the rule of law, because if you take out the rule of law within the context of any engagement, then we'll be getting close to
Well, we're trying to see, because there are different interpretations to this particular one, because there appears to be a seeming theme and strategy and pattern for these judgments, and when they came, the way they came, the manner in which they came. But we'll leave all of that.
I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Several reports about court judgments coming to restrict protests to a particular place, not just in Abuja or Lagos. We've seen it in several other states. So that's a pattern that we're speaking about. But we'll ask lawyers about all of this.
If you permit me to mention, I think, and consistently we have mentioned this, that the issue of self-help, we should, as much as possible, restrict our potential or possibility of going through the process of self-help.
How do you mean self-help?
If the courts have given a pronouncement, then I should, as a citizen, go back to the court expeditiously to ask for that order to be vacated.
I can't ask you for that question because you say you're not a lawyer, so we'll leave that territory and go further. Absolutely. But as a business person, what was your impression about how you were going to approach this protest? By that I mean, there are different narratives. They had said it's going to be for what, from the 1st to the 10th. Yeah. And then late yesterday, one of the lawyers, did say they were suggesting that it was appealing to them, reduce your protest to a day or 3 because you've already achieved a lot of mileage. So as a business person, what were your thoughts in terms of what am I going to do in the next 10 days, a day or 2 or 3? What are you thinking?
The first thought that came to most businesses and which we advise our members, first is to ensure security of lives and property. A peaceful protest, it takes just a spark for it to degenerate into something else. That be clear in your mind how you are going to address the issue of security, of lives and then property. Then once you address that succinctly, then you move to the realm of your business sustainability plans. How do we keep this business sustainable within the context of this issue? If these protests continue for 10 days, the business sustainability plan will help you to decide, look, what are our plan A, plan B, plan C. If we cannot produce for whatever reason, it becomes unrealistic for us to produce, for production to go on, then how do we address the fact that work should go on? Do we migrate to full-time working from home for our staff? What kind of logistics do we bring in to make sure that our goods and services gets to the consumer, should in case those consumers are not able to come to the business to purchase? So activation of that business sustainability plan is one of the things we've engaged with in the last couple of days.
Well, let's get back to Samson Ichodo. He's still there virtually. Samson, Morden, and hope you can hear us now. Apologies for that. So
I can hear you. Please confirm you can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you as well. Okay. So for you, what mindset, how did you approach this? I mean, yes, you organize teams, groups for several purposes, but for this one, is your mindset that of what? The same frame that you have when you engage with several groups or as a citizen? So what impression and mindset do you have for all of this? How are you taking it all in?
Well, first, let me thank Channels for, designing a special program on this particular issue, because this is the most important issue that requires the attention of different stakeholders. And I'm glad that Channels is beaming its satellite on this. As to where, we stand on this, quite frankly, the issues and the demands that the protesters have put forward, and there are about 10 of them, and those demands are demands that, if you speak to majority of Nigerians, they totally align with, and it's a reflection of some of the concerns that have been expressed, by citizens. And if you look at the issue about hunger, Chamberlain and Maupe and the guests in the studio, it is obvious that Nigerians are hungry. If you are not hungry, I am hungry. My family and everyone that at least I know actually hungry. That there's really economic hardship. And this hunger, protest symbolizes a lot of things. It symbolizes, some actions that have been taken by state officials that does not portray that they have a sense of urgency with respect to the challenges that we're grappling with. The body language that, citizens have seen on the part of the political leadership, and not just at the federal level, at the state level, is not one, that really projects our political leaders as appreciating the depth of the challenges that people actually face. You look at issues around palliatives. You look at the interventions of government, and no one is saying government has not, and is not implementing those interventions. It is implementing interventions. But how well have they communicated these interventions to Nigerians? Have they also considered, the impact and the effect of some of these policies on the average Nigerian who is out there on the street? So you look at cost of living, look at the electricity tariff. Even the National Assembly, on several occasions, have resolved that we should revert, the electricity tariff. People were compelled, and transferred and upgraded to Band A, even when there was no commensurate power supply. So you look at those issues around electricity tariffs, you look at, the whole fuel subsidy and the increase in the fuel pump price. These are issues that Nigerians have been speaking and have been commenting on. The issues around insecurity is also one demand that they are making, that there is a great need, to address issues around insecurity. They talk about, government waste. I think that it is public knowledge that the amount of waste in the public space is just unimaginable. And that is also tied to the cost of governance. And some of the demands that they've made is that there's a great need to cut the cost of governance, implement the Orensanye report. The government constituted a committee, gave the committee 12 weeks, and citizens are telling their government that they elected that we have not seen any action following the 12 weeks, that was given to the committee set up, to implement aspects of the Orensanye report. You look at issues around NSAS, and they've also laid this complaint that there are NSAS protesters who are still in incarceration. Senator Shehu Sani, during the Democracy Day event dinner at the Villa, one of the requests he made is that there are NSAS protesters who are still under arrest. What is the government actually doing to do what? To release all these NSAS protesters? What is the government, doing to implement the recent judgment from ECOWAS that indicted the federal government for human rights violations during the NSAS protest? Because you can't talk about development, you can't talk about democracy without justice. And people are experiencing multifaceted injustice. And part of what they are saying from the streets and using this protest is to draw the attention of government to this issue. When you look at issues around agriculture, look at human capital development. One of the demands that the protesters made that we strongly align with is this budgetary appropriation for education and health that is grossly inadequate. I'm not even saying we should meet the UNESCO benchmark, but part of the demand is we need to make more investment in education and in health. You talked about electoral reform, also issues around minimum wage and constitutional reforms. And my sense is all the demands that the protesters have made, they are not just rational, and they are not too much to ask of our political leaders. Because as a country, we have the resources, we have the manpower to meet those demands, if and only if there is political will on both the part of leaders and followers to building consensus that these are key priorities and they can be implemented. So when you say, where do we stand on this? One of the points that we've made is that there's a great need for the government to uphold the rights of citizens to protest. And we've made this call several times. Civil society have also made this call that these citizens have a right to protest. They are using protest as a way of drawing the attention of government to these issues. It behoves on governments to implement and meet some of those demands based on the timelines that they've provided, and not use this clandestine tactics being used by state governors, to limit and restrict, the enforcement of this right of peaceful assembly. And I'm quite disappointed with, some of the developments in the last few days about how government have responded. Whilst, it is commendable that, yes, in the last 1 week, we've seen, some sort of action on the part of government, to communicating to citizens and taking some actions. And the big question is, did we have to wait for citizens to cry out in the way that they've done? Or did we have to wait for protests to be declared before some of these actions are taken?
Interesting scenarios there, Samson. Well, we've since been joined by His Royal Highness Oba Francis Olushola, who is the Olugbon of Orile Igbon, Ogbomoso Zone, and Vice Chairman of Ogun State Council, Oyo State Council of Obas and Chiefs. Good morning, Your Royal Highness. Thank you for coming on.
Good morning.
I hope we didn't wake you up too early.
No,
today.
not at all.
Palace had these tips, I reckon. So,
well, I'm well prepared for it. Anyway.
And besides, this particular day, everyone just watching to see what will happen. But I know traditional chiefs and rulers have been having several meetings at different points, trying to appeal to see what can do. So today is finally upon us. It is here, as a matter of fact. What are your immediate thoughts about today?
Thank you very much, Chamberlain. First of all, I would say on the side of the protesters, it is enshrined in the Constitution their right to protest, peaceful protest. And all I will always urge the citizens, the public, let us do things within the ambit of the law. Yeah, you have the right to protest peacefully, but at the same time, you need to engage the government. It's all about engagement. And funny enough, this protest of a thing this time around, it's like people behind it are faceless. So probably before the end of today, tomorrow, we begin to see those behind the protest. And all we want is to dialogue with the government. In the last few weeks, a lot of things going on social media, which has given apprehension to the public, which we do not need at all. And I think by the end of today, tomorrow, those behind it will be exposed, and they will now know who and who to engage. And well, all these demands have been seen all over in social medias. To me, I do not know who are putting up the demands. The government do not even know who are putting up the demand. But we want peaceful protest. There's no doubt about it. Nobody says you shouldn't protest. But again, you must protest within the ambit of the law. It must be peaceful. Don't come up with, violent tendencies that will lead to anarchy. That is what we are saying.
And thankfully, I mean, the news that came through from Lagos yesterday it did raise some concern about the police deactivating some, IEDs. But our colleagues in Lagos have got questions for you, gentlemen.
People have a right to express themselves. The right to expression is a constitutional right, but it's just that you cannot express that right, or you cannot enjoy that right to the detriment of others. So if people choose protest as their way of ventilating their grievances, about the government or the state of the government, I think it's right. But I will only put the caveat that this must be done in accordance with the law. The right to protest is the right to peaceful protest, not to violent protest. Government should be able to produce or to give a conducive environment for people to engage in other businesses so that, their welfare can be elevated. People want to go back to farming, but the farms are not very safe now. So these are some of the things government can improve on security, and things like that.
People are really tired, especially the youths. You can see what is happening. The youths after school, no work, they are frustrated. And I think I support the protest, but a peaceful protest. If people are to protest, let them protest straight to the government and not to their fellow citizens by looting their shops, taking things that doesn't belong to them. A lot of people during this protest, they use it in stealing, which is not supposed to be, because they are still affecting or getting to their fellow citizens who are still struggling to survive. A module of beans now in the market is 3,000 plus. How many people can afford it? A bag of rice now is 70 or 90 something thousand. How many people can afford it? The poor ones are more. You understand? They can't afford it. So the government should bring things down very, very low so that everybody, the poorest of the poorest, let them reach to the poorest of the poorest by bringing down things so that people can afford it.
Well, yes, and Chamberlain, just before we get back to our guests in the studio, it's important to also feel the pulse of Nigerians across board. And there you heard what Nigerians have to say about the situation of the economy and the planned protest. It is 7:50 here in Nigeria, and we can tell you that looks like the protesters are gathering across board. So our first port of call right now is Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, where we know that, they've started congregating at the popular Port Harcourt Pleasure Park in Rivers State. But we have our correspondents joining us live from Port Harcourt, Charles Operum. Well, good morning, Charles. Speak to us. What is going on there in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital?
Good morning, Kayode. Yes, I am standing in front of Port Harcourt Pleasure Park to my right. And if you look behind me, you will see that the protesters have started coming out in their numbers. A handful of them have actually arrived here, and they are expecting more people. I tried to have a conversation with the person who mobilized here, and he said yes, that their members are still coming out, and they're expecting a lot more people to come here. I did ask questions. Where are you guys processing from, and where are you processing to? They said they're taking up from this point, and they are marching down to the Federal Secretariat. That's where they plan on terminating their protest, and then, of course, reading their charter of demands. Howdy.
Oh, yes, and we could see placards which they are bearing. I could see here, our Constitution is our right. Of course, the big one, End Bad Governance, with the Nigerian flag just behind it. But give us the mood of the city. It looks like a lot of people are being cautious, trying to see how the day plays out. So tell us, what is the mood of Rivers State, particularly you can zoom into Port Harcourt in specific. What is the mood like in terms of businesses, people moving around? How are they receiving this planned protest? Charles.
So on my way to this place, I noticed that many shops were closed, right? Many shops were actually closed. The roads were not filled with vehicles. It seems like a lot of people were actually, very cautious to use your language. Now, this is a popular Aba road, which is ever busy. Now you can see, let me turn the camera around the building so you can see that it's how do I describe this now? There's not a lot of traffic on the road. It's very scanty. People are not really moving around as, this is morning, this is supposed to be the rush hour, the hustle and bustle, but you see a few vehicles passing around, and that's about it. So a lot of people are actually cautious, like you said, with regards to this protest, right? There's a lot of quietness, a lot of people watching with bated breath to see what is happening, to understand what is going on. But clearly, the protesters are coming out and they say, we are going to make sure our voices are heard. And one more thing, let me turn the camera around one more time. You see that there are security agents here. I don't know if you can see that clearly. Some policemen are standing in the distance, watching and observing what's happening. So far, so good. There has been no confrontation yet. Everything is still, they're watching and observing. They're still feeling each other out because nothing has happened as of this moment. But right now, I can just tell you that everywhere is calm, everywhere is quiet, and the protesters are gathering right behind me.
Yes, thank you, Kadi. Charles, the images we see are quite reassuring with the presence of security and the calmness that we feel even from here, and we hope that it stays that way. You said you had a conversation with some of the mobilizers, and I wonder if you were able to ask under what platform they are protesting, because we have a number of groups, Coalition for Civil Society, United Action for Civil Society, and there's the broader Take It Back movement. Or are they just, concerned Nigerians that have come out on their own?
They did not tell me a banner or a group under which they were protesting. It sounded like there were young people who just wanted to come out and protest. None of them said to me, we are operating under this, under the aegis of so-and-so group or so-and-so umbrella. But apparently there's got to be some organization somewhere. I understand there's a WhatsApp group where they discuss and make plans and all of that, but I don't know that has a name as of this moment. So I cannot answer that question with any degree of specificity.
All right, Charles, I'm wondering if at some point you'll be able to pull in one or two persons who are already there. Maybe we can hear their motivation. We've seen all sorts of chatter or demands from different groups as to why they are hitting the streets and want to end bad governance, in their words now. So as much as possible, we'd like to get to hear from these particular people on the street. But of course, we'll touch base with, or maybe let's see whether, let's just try and see whether you can talk to somebody. Maybe you can call in one of the gentlemen we can see behind you to see, to hear from them, because this is all about them at the end of the day.
Okay, let me get one of them. Let me get one of them to talk. Let me get one of them to talk. And let's make sure we have all of that.
All right, so as we're just trying to get Charles. We'll definitely come back to Charles Oporum, because this is basically about the people at the end of the day. Kayode.
Oh, yes. We know that Governor Siminalayi Fubara had raised the alarm of sorts, saying that, he had credible information that some mercenaries and thugs been hired from outside the state in the guise of protest to destroy valuable infrastructure assets in this state. So I imagine that security operatives are acting on such intelligence that he says has been received. And I think that's one of the points that has been made time and again. If security operatives, those in government, if they have intelligence regarding those who might want to cause mayhem, the onus is on them to go after that or those people, those groups, and ensure that they do not foment trouble. So we'll keep our eyes on what's playing out in Rivers State with our correspondent Charles Operum. Not to worry, we have situation report that will come in from here in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, from the nation's capital, Abuja, as well as other parts of the country where these protests are billed to hold.
You know, one of the things one was wondering, because there were a couple of rhetorics ahead of today. I know one rhetoric came from Masari Dokubo, the former leader of the group, of the Niger Delta group, and people were quite uncomfortable with all of that. So we also want to know what is coming from that end, because as you know, there are people that are against the protest, there are people that are for the protest. So we'll get to hear from everyone. It's within their constitutional right to say what they want to say, but as long as it's not causing trouble and not infringing on somebody else's right, it's okay by the law. So we're here to make sure we cover every part of the country that this is happening, to exactly see what plays out at the end of today as far as this protest on August the 1st. It's supposed Adigbarua, the SAN, who had advised 1 to 3 days maximum. The people are saying they're going to go all the way 10 days. So we don't know what the final decision will be, but our job right here is to touch base with every part of the country where the protest is going on. So maybe, what's ready now? Maybe we could go to SC.
Well, yeah, we're getting feeds right now from across the country. As you'll expect, it's a busy day. It's going to be a busy day here in Nigeria. Just 2 minutes to 8 a.m. On a normal day, this will be when businesses are about to open. That's 8 a.m. You expect businesses to open. But from what we've seen and heard, it appears as though Nigerians are being a bit cautious as they approach their businesses, particularly on this day. So let's bring you some more visuals of what is playing out in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, as the protesters begin to converge. At our last check at that venue, the Pleasure Park, we could see a pocket of them building up, some with flags and placards as a rest. So these are the protesters with our correspondent who is covering live, Charles Operum. You could see the placards and what they have with them. So let's just listen in and just get some ambience. Charles, walk us through, have you been able to speak to them? What group is this? Yes. Is there a coordination, and what are their demands? Do they have a charter of demands? Is it different from what we've seen, Charles?
So apparently it's a coalition of different groups. However, one of their leaders is standing right in front of me, and he's going to be going ahead with introducing himself. So go ahead, what's your name? What group are you guys protesting under? Is it one group? Is it a coalition? And what exactly are your demands?
My name is Marisata, president of the Niger Delta Government. As you can see, this is a coalition of 55 is here presenting other protesters and even individuals who are not affiliated to anything. It is unfortunate that the Rivers State, or what is it, Niger Delta in general, we are economic pillars of the economic reality. It's not something that anyone is happy about. That is why we are out here. And we call on all Niger Deltans, wherever they are, listening to this right now. Come out there fast.
So what you're hearing simultaneously is also a group of protesters from another location in the country, as we're seeing all of that. This is a situation room, and you understand that there's lots of things happening right now. But as you can hear from those set of protesters, those are their demands. But let's hold off a bit on what's happening in Port Harcourt and come here to Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, where we have live images from Ojota, the venue of the protests here in Lagos. Take a listen.
Hey!
state right now at the Ojota Ganifayami Park, to be precise. Yes, we can see the iconic statue in the distance, just ahead of the security operatives. But there they are, ready for, their duty ahead of the deployment of protesters, whom we're yet to see right now. It's just a minute past 8 here in Nigeria, and it looks set for the main event. This is reassuring. We can see that vehicles are going about their normal businesses, but it's quite calm in Lagos, not like the usual day, where the streets are busy. This is Ikorodu Road, by the way, and if it was, a normal work day, we would have seen, traffic building up on that road, but it's quite light, perhaps in expectation of what is to come. So there you have it, security operatives on standby for what is to come. Guys.
So the government has said they will do the best they can to provide security, although they were trying to dissuade people from coming out to protest. We've seen quite last-minute appeal and reeling out efforts of government saying there is a gestation period for every policy of government to kick in, but the people who are protesting are saying, whatever it is you're doing, we may see the effort, but the results are not panning out well for us because the cost of living is quite high. And we've seen all of this, which is why they are hitting the street. There's a flurry and loads of demands, all kinds of chatter, but encapsulated in that end bad governance, because in their proposition and in their submission, they are saying that this is the consequence of bad governance and they want to fix it. But let's also stay with Lagos. Let's get to Ikorodu here in Lagos and get to see exactly some of the things we've seen. So this is Ikorodu. The usual hustle and bustle is not what we're seeing today. This usually is a very busy environment. Just a bit of a sketchy traffic activity here and there. Security operatives standing by just to check out exactly what is going on around the area to ensure that if you're coming out to protest, if that is the place allowed to protest, by the way, nobody breaks the law. So you can see from a distance, black and white vehicle of the security operatives and business environment, traffic area, but the traffic is absolutely light. This is not the usual Lagos. So it appears that a lot of people are a bit cautious. They just want to wait it out to see how things will play out eventually as far as this protest is concerned. So we're touching base with as many parts of the country as possible. So we've gone from Port Harcourt, we've done somewhere in Lagos, in Lekki, Ojota, and now Ikorodu. So as much as possible, we'll get all of the reactions. So you can hear from your screen, we're hearing all of those sounds because those are protesters at different locations making their voices heard. Maybe we'll just head back to Abuja for a moment to Malkwe and Chamberlain, who are having guests to speak to, and then we'll get back.
Perhaps...
All right, so, gentlemen, you've seen at least snippets of what's going on in different parts of the city about this protest. So let me, if I continue to Your Majesty. So from what you've heard so far, so you think that, okay, well, at the moment, has your perception or impression changed about who to engage and what to expect today?
Well, from, looking at things around from what we've heard in Rivers State, although most Nigerians are still cautious of coming out, and the shops are still locked, businesses are still closed. Probably before the end of the day, we will know, how things goes. But as my perception, so far so good. I think there will be peace in the nation. All we are saying is the Nigerians have right to peaceful protest, but you don't have right to violence protest. And that is clear in the law. So if they want to, we still need to know who are behind it. What are their demands? Let them come out and engage the government. That is very, very important.
It looks as if there are two things.
Yes.
When you say Nigerians have right to protest, but they don't have right to violent protest.
Yes.
But we're not forgetting, because maybe you should speak if that's what you mean. The last time there was that NSAS protest.
Yes.
You remember, the first few days, it was peaceful. Until certain elements were introduced who then went about it that particular way. So have we been able to distinguish between those people and say, listen, well, for those who came out, because the persons who want to come out peacefully, as they did last time, will say, look, now they're classifying me as those people who went to violate things, because that is not what. Yes.
Well, I think we have history of that. Let's look at what happened during NSAS protest. I think I would suggest wanting the security outfit, they should be professional in handling this issue. I think that's why they are there. I can see in Lagos, look at what we had in Lagos, even the policemen now, they came out, and they themselves, they are even doing their own protest. You understand? In a peaceful manner. So what we are saying is, you have right to protest. But in a situation whereby those who have evil tendencies hijack.
No, but did they hijack? Some say it was government elements that introduced and sponsored those people to go do and disrupt what was a peaceful protest ab initio.
But I think this time around, the security law enforcement agencies have been properly guided. And they've been given proper directive, because they need to identify those who have these evil tendencies of hijacking well, some of them will come in the name of peaceful protest, but at the same time, some of these people, they have their own clandestine moves. So I think the security outfit, they need to be properly guided, and they've been given directive. They should be professional in their discharge of duty. So I think some of these things we will get it at the end. We'll get the result at the end of the day. Yeah. But again, I learned that Onoguru is saying that, the protest should not go between 1 or 2 days or 3 days.
He's appealing to them.
He's appealing to them. So that's why, you see, that's the question. It's easy for you to say you want to start a protest. But again, the people, the followers, at the end of the day, you are their master or they are their leader, they may hijack the thing from you.
Their lawyer.
Their lawyer. So you can see now, I think they have the conflict of interest. Some are saying, no, they will still go for 10 days. Some of them are saying, no, the leader, their lawyer saying that, no, it shouldn't be more than 2 or 3 days.
No, he's not giving them directives. He's appealing.
He's appealing.
If you make it 1 or 3, because I think he said they've already scored
so why must you appeal?
No, but he's not the leader of the protest. The fact that he's their lawyer doesn't mean that he's the leader. It just means that if there are legal issues, he'll be representing them. That's basically what it means. And as a result of that, I mean, it will mean that he has some moral standing, with those people, and can appeal to them.
I quite agree with you. I quite agree with you. But what we are saying is that at the end of the day, believe me, this thing should not go more than 1 or 2, 3 days. Even taking cognizance of the noise in the last few weeks, the apprehension within the social media, the space, and this is that. So the government also, they are well prepared. They have to protect lives and property.
Yeah, but the lives and property which government is set to protect, including the security agencies, are Nigerian lives. Yes. And the people who want to protest too, they're Nigerians. They're not from outside space.
Absolutely.
And the realities which they are protesting are the realities that everyday Nigerians are going through. The hardship that we're currently facing in the land is unprecedented since this Fourth Republic started. I mean, some people, it would be arguable if we've seen this sort of hardship since perhaps the Abacha era. But this is what we currently are. And a lot of people are finding it very difficult. I mean, to have seen fuel prices jump from where they jumped to where it currently is, to see cost of transportation, food, which is a basic necessity. So the demands, the basic things that these protesters are talking about are things that touch on the lives of every Nigerian. Now, whether Nigerians are able to come out in their numbers will be another kettle of fish, whether they're able to rouse, people to say, you know what, let's find common ground and see what it is that we can, and come out and protest. But this is where we currently are. It seems that there is a distinction, as if those protesters are on their own, and Nigerians, another set of Nigerians are facing another set of realities. Is that how we're looking at these issues that the protesters are bringing forward?
As a royal father, nobody should look at it from that angle. We are all going through the reality. The hunger is everywhere. A billionaire who spends 1 million or 2 million monthly for housekeep or whatever, today he's spending about 10 million. So that is the reality. So this thing borders on everybody. But what I'm saying is, this is an open wake-up call to the government for them to come to reality. Also, the government also must find solution to it. Look, I will identify with the pain of the protesters because also we are also feeling it. If you go to my palace today, the number of people I feed daily, in fact, by the time I wake up, if I sleep, I wake up in the morning, you see tests. This one demanding for this. Kabe say I need this. Kabe say I need this. Kabe say I need this. It wasn't like that before. So nobody should disconnect from the reality. We are part of it. We also are going through it. But also what we are saying is that let's sit down, let us engage with the government. I've said it from the beginning of this administration. The administration roll out transformative policies. Some of these transformative policies will come up with its challenges. And those challenges will touch everybody. It is like if we are in a gestation period. It takes a while for whatever thing you are doing to germinate. But at the same time, with the reality on ground, the government should come out with emergency solution to cushion the effect of high cost of living on the part of the government. Well, we are not disconnecting with the protesters.
Okay.
But what we are saying is that things must be done within the ambit of the law. It must be peaceful. You do not use violence to resolve issues like this.
Let's hear from some of the protesters. Yesterday, there was that decision that it should be restricted to the stadium. So we're headed there to just find out what's going on. There anyone gathering in the stadium or beyond or within that vicinity? What do they even think about this protest? Why are they protesting? I mean, has government listened to them? So these are images coming through from the vicinity in the stadium here in the FCT. And thereafter, we should listen to one or two of these protesters and hear from them because there are different charters of demand circulating everywhere. So let's see which one they align with.
Hunger has brought me out. Insecurity has brought me out. Poor housing has brought me out. A lot of things that is going on in this country. We can't just keep quiet as a nation. I'm advising every one of us to come out and exercise our fundamental right as a people.
Okay, well, that is one of those in Abuja. But Kaduna, well, it turns out that they also came out there. So let's head there and also hear from some of the persons who have hit the streets in protest.
And tell a child you should not cry. So we have to cry so that let them know that we are hungry. Because number one, you cannot sleep in your house, close your eyes. You cannot eat 2 times a day. Everything is just anyhow. Okay, look at Gari, where we say we know they eat before. Gari now is 1,000 plus. We are buying fuel, almost 850 naira. We are rice is 3,000 plus. So the sufferness is too much. Most of our wives now, they are running away because the sufferness is too much for them. So at least we cannot take it any longer because we are so much suffering. Most of us, we are farmers. You cannot go to farm. When you go to farm, waiting you don't already farm. If you want to go and harvest your farm, you must pay bandit amount of money before you harvest your own farm, which is very, very wrong. So I believe that they should look into the insecurity, they should look into the hardship, and they should revert the fuel.
Let them open the borders, as when I said that we are pre-open shops, let them open full borders and energize the farmers. Have security. You're a farmer, you are my farmer. I go to the bush, I plant something. The cannibals, who are called what are they called? These criminals will harass you, kill you, destroy your farm with their cattle. So if the government can look into security in the bush, in the farms, then food will surplus. There will be no cause of demonstration and everything. How a mood of rice, 3,000 something. A mood of beans for almost 3,000, so almost 4,000. I was born 1940 something. I'm 35 years old man. I've never experienced anything of such of this time. What mood of Gary today? I'm suffering. Look at me today.
We are suffering. We are really suffering. People cannot use 5 can and just make small food for children now. We are suffering. Transport is not easy. You see me, I'm trek from away from to here because of transport, so that it's easy for me to where I'm going. They say 44 I'm going now. I'm just calculating so that my money will be okay. These are very hard. Let them answer poor people's cry.
Oh, there you go. Some of the protesters in Abuja, even if you're going about your activities as they appeared in some parts of Kaduna, the issues still resonate with them. Well, Samson, some of the issues you highlighted, everyday challenges that people face, yes, in their own way, they're all concerned about it, even if they don't have placards or congregate at a particular location, but their regular businesses, clearly you can tell that they are also concerned about the economy, ensuring that things improve. But yes, notwithstanding the build-up, but the narratives that they've highlighted today, much as the ultimate intention is to ensure that these issues are addressed. Are you optimistic, or what do you think about all of this moving forward?
No, Chamberlain, I'm quite optimistic. And there are 3 things that have happened as a result of this protest. And I think that stakeholders should not demonize or criminalize the protest, because what I have seen in the last few days is just an attempt, to criminalize protest, because protest, is a tool of citizens' engagement with the state. Citizens have a right to amplify, their voice. They must do so, yes, within the ambit of the law. But when the protesters, announced they were going to protest, the first response was quite antagonistic. Until, different stakeholders started, speaking and calling the attention of state officials that this is a right guaranteed in the Constitution, and it is important to uphold that right. So we should celebrate, this particular development, because it tells us that citizens have not gone to sleep after the general elections, that citizens, are determined and committed to engaging with their leaders to solve problems, but also fulfill the promises that they have made. Because previously, after elections, citizens just fold their hands and they no longer engage. And protest is just one out of so many forms of political participation and engagement. And what has happened is the fact that these demands, have been amplified. The fact that there's poor social conditions of Nigerians have been brought, to the fore of public discourse. That yes, in case the president or governors are not aware that people are going through excruciating economic challenges, this protest has actually brought that issue to the fore. So it's amplified this issue, and it's also showcased the depth, of the pain that Nigerians are undergoing. The second is there is some measure of commitment that have been extracted from political leaders. And you see in the last 72 hours or so, whether the SGF, yesterday the speaker met with a group of young people. We've also seen ministers who have been making commitments. We've seen governors who have also been making commitments about implementing some of these actions. Some have even gone ahead, to implement some of the actions, like, for instance, the federal government to remove import taxes and import duties, and also remove taxes from some food items. These are in line with some of the demands that, the protesters have made. So to a large extent, we have seen how government has, responded, to some of these demands. We've also seen a intense engagement with different stakeholders. And we must give it to the protesters, I must say, that they were able to amplify this issue, frame it in such a way that everybody, the religious bodies, traditional institutions, have now become very vocal. And not just vocal, but whilst they were calling on the protesters to withdraw, some of them, they also recognize that the people are going through pain. So these are some of the issues. And I hope that, government learns from this. And there are 3 lessons government must learn. Now, one, that government has not been speaking with citizens in a very effective and consistent manner. That is a break in communication between government and citizens. That some of the actions government have taken, government needs to improve how it communicates with citizens and how it engages. The second is that government can no longer take people for granted. That there is broken trust between the state and citizens. And we must acknowledge that. And therefore, government needs to take actions, that rebuilds public trust. Because when you say these groups are faceless, the big question we should ask ourselves as a country, why is it that the recent protesters have chosen an approach where they project themselves as leaderless or faceless, even though in real sense they are not? The reason why they take on this approach is because of the antagonistic response from state officials. When they announce and project themselves, the response is they're either arrested, they're either intimidated, like we have seen with cases around NSAS. And so they're using, proxies, or their leaders, their lawyers are speaking on their behalf. But they are not particularly faceless, because the Take It Back movement has also come up publicly to say they are part of this protest, and so they are not faceless. But we must, in future engagement, not encourage, this harsh response, this criminalization of protests, because it is a tool that is used for engaging with government. The last point, Chamberlain, is the fact that I have not heard, and I said this a few days ago, I have not heard where these protesters have said that they will take to violence in the event their demands are not met, or one of the tools that they would use to enforce or push their demands is violence. I commend, the police for taking action, for arresting, the individual who was, making a lot of sort of incendiary statements in Plateau State, because everyone subscribes to non-violent protest. That across the world, violent protests have not delivered development in any way. And these protesters actually understand that. And they've not said they're going to instrumentalize or use violence. Instead, they've called on security agencies to provide security, and the police, the IG of police, yes, I think he must also receive, some commendation. Yes, he met with the actors. He's also pledged, that police will protect, the protesters, but they need to go from protecting the protesters, but also ensuring those thugs in some of the states who were bold enough to issue statements that they were going to attack protesters, The police needs to reprimand those individuals.
Just wondering, I mean, I don't know, who knows if there will be a charter of commitment on the part of government or federal or state government about all of these things, so people can be sure that, well, we will do what we have said we will do. But we've also had narratives, different quarters, some saying, well, look, the way for you to protest is at the ballot box. So if you're not happy with that, you have to go again. And perhaps you could add that to your response to this. How do you see protests in terms of its approach? Is there any telling as to the shape, form that it will take moving forward? Can this be taken as a template or what?
See, Chamberlain, protests are contextual. And when protest is a tool of public pressure, is a tool of dialogue, is a tool of amplification, you know. And in the social movements ecosystem or literature, movements come as a result of confrontation, and the scholars have actually referred to protest democracies as confrontation, not violent in any case, but the fact that citizens are making claims or they are opposing certain policies of government. Does this present, you know, a template? I would say that the protest is meant to commence today. And so let's watch, you know, to see how it pans out. But there are, you know, sort of three things that I think we need to learn. The first one is the fact that the way the issues have been framed, there are issues that resonate with citizens. So when you think about framing those issues, things like hunger, things like cutting the cost of governance, electoral reform, constitutional reform, there's just an assortment of issues that citizens have been clamoring for. And none of these demands that the protesters have made, you know, are new. It is just that citizens have been speaking, but there's a need to aggregate this. And this is what the protesters have done, aggregating this particular issue. And you know what, Chamberlain and Maube, I think the opposition parties also, you know, need to be called out, because political parties are vehicles for the aggregation of social interest. And the big question is, how are opposition parties holding the current government, you know, to account at all levels? Because if you had vibrant opposition that holds government to account, they can do what? They can hold and push these issues and get government to take action on this. But they're either facing different leadership internal crisis, and so there's lack of cohesion, you know, to engage the state. But the parties have failed, and what citizens have done is, rather than abdicate their responsibility to some of these institutions that either been captured or they are decimated or polarized, they have chosen to aggregate the interests themselves and engage with the state. So it does provide a template. The other sort of big lesson that we also need to learn is the fact that even though we say these groups are faceless, but they've been engaging. The IG of police had a meeting with the leaders of these groups. There were conversations that were held. There were commitments that were also held. And so when government engages with the people, it builds trust, because engagement is a two-way street. And when you think about, you know, protest at the ballot, why do people have to wait until 4 years before, you know, they amplify some of their needs? Democracy, it's not about elections. The work of democracy begins right after elections. Is that during elections, political parties and candidates come to people and say, hey, we are going to improve your life. We're going to take decisions that will put food on your table, that will secure you. So therefore, give us your votes. But after you give us your votes and we win, you don't go to sleep. You need to ask them questions about budgets. How are they budgeting? You need to ask them questions about the commitments that they've made. And so protest is one opportunity. We shouldn't wait until the next elections before we vote people out. This is why our constitution also provides for recalls, in the event legislators, lose the confidence of their people. The people can actually call them. This is why you also have impeachment.
All right, Samson, we will certainly continue conversation. Yes, we'll certainly continue conversation on this, because some of the things which the protesters have asked for are also political, and there are questions as to how that can be achieved. But just before we go to break now, let me quickly ask the DG of NECA, Mr. Smart Onyeridi, what he makes, because you were talking about how you have some of your members have contingent plans and they're not sure how this is going to affect business, the uncertainty in the air, etc., whether people will go to work or not. Absolutely. He's just spoken about how this is also a part of democracy, citizens' right to protest, especially when things are difficult. You have spoken about how employees and employers are feeling the pinch of this economy. It's interesting that when it comes to elections, etc., we usually give staff, time to go and register. We all sit at home on the day of elections, etc. On days like this, do you think that there ought to be a policy also encouraging people, if they so wish to exercise their own, rights to protest, that those rights be given to them, or yes, that they be allowed to exercise those rights, and that employers also have a duty to recognize them?
I think it raised some very fundamental, very interesting points, which we align with significantly. But you don't create layers and layers of approvals. When the Constitution, I think the consensus now is that citizens have the right to peaceful gathering, to peaceful protest. And that is a constitutionally guaranteed right. So I don't think you need other layers of approvals to do that. But within the context of the constitutional right, there are also other rights that you must also take into cognizance. The right of the business, the right of the individuals, the right of other citizens to either protest or not to protest. I think fundamentally for us, I think what one of the good points, one of the positives of this, is that we all, and in our quest for nationhood, growing into a proper, good nation, we've come to the point where we know that citizens' right to protest is guaranteed, to peaceful protest is guaranteed. And also, this has also raised fundamental issues about government engagement that was mentioned. I think the government might be doing quite a lot. It might be doing a lot, sharing, giving palliatives. But if the citizens are not aware of these interventions,
so they need to review their methods.
The engagement modality for communication to citizens, reaching out to citizens, I think this has shown that there is a huge gap in that. And lastly, just as she asks, for businesses, as employees have to survive, the business also have to survive, and those rights, they are intertwined and they are mutually inclusive. So for us, there are rights that each party should exercise within the context of the law, basically, as was mentioned.
All right, we have to thank you for coming on, Mr. Wale Smart. You're in the DG of NECA. But we will go to break. Our other guests will remain here with us. We will also have you at least bring you up to speed in terms of what is going on around the country on this day, the 1st of August, actually. Don't forget that. So don't go away.
Welcome back to Channels Television's continued coverage of the Endbadgovernance protests, which is billed to take place across the country. We've seen protesters gathering across different parts, from the nation's capital, Abuja, to Port Harcourt, to River State capital, even here in Lagos. Understandably, all eyes are on Lagos, the nation's capital, Abuja. But what is happening in other states? We've given you at least some live reporting from these areas, from the nation's capital to Lagos, Port Harcourt. But let's take you now to Kano, northwest Nigeria, and give you a feel of what Nigerians have been saying about this planned protest. I'll be back to give you more.
I'm not in support of protest because this process may endanger many aspects of our businesses and our economy. We as a civil servant, it can endanger us, because we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. So that is why we are appealing to government to come out and reduce this hardship about what has been happening in our country, maybe by reducing the price of fuel or implementing policies that will ease the tension of the citizens. We are appealing the youths to come and show their anger in a peaceful manner. Don't ever endanger any business of our citizens.
I am 100% supporting this protest. And the government try to look at why the youth are going to do this protest. It's because of the economic situations of the country. Most of the people are suffering from hunger, starvation, insecurity, lack of job opportunity. This is what caused this protest. And if government is really doing democracy, as democracy being the policy or being a system of government for the people and by the people, so the government try to listen to the citizens of the country.
Different shades of opinion there coming from Nigerians in Kano State on the planned protest, which is beginning to play out. From Kano now, let's go to Lagos, Ojota to be precise, where our correspondent, Chris Elems, is standing by to fill us in on what exactly is happening. Good morning, Chris. Report, Ojota.
Oh, thank you so very much. Well, we got in here about an hour ago, and we found that a lot of police detachment actually was already on the ground. And of course, they were trying to, get themselves, posted for the day's activities, because it's going to be a long day. But generally, no protester is in sight. If you look around behind me, you'll find journalists, you'll find the police, standing somewhere there, but just waiting to see if these protesters will show up. And generally, the streets of Lagos is very calm, very few vehicles all around, the town. And I think a lot of people, they're just waiting to see what eventually happens at the end of the day. But for now, people are just watching. They don't know the tone that the protest would eventually take. But I'm sure a lot of people don't want to be caught unawares. But right now, at the Gani Fawemi's Park, nothing is happening, just the police presence, and of course a lot of media persons also here. But the protesters, we cannot find them yet.
Chris, I know you may not be able to go to their houses to find out why they are not out, but the feelers you're getting around that area, is there a reason why people are not out at this time? Maybe you're hearing from one person or two persons or even fellow journalists at that area. Is there a reason why this is Lagos and protesters are not out at this time? And we know that the government has said they are restricting the protests to just two areas, where you are and somewhere around Ketu. Do you have any idea of any reason that you've heard filters through to you why people are not out there?
Right now, we don't have any idea, but we learned that they might be gathering around Alausa this morning, and what we've done is we've actually asked one of our persons to go there to find out if they're actually gathering there. But for now, a lot of people, they're just waiting. They're waiting for when these people would come out. So they are at home. The streets are empty. They're still at home. Or a lot of people, or you just go to some houses, you find people outside actually watching to see how the magic would eventually happen. But for now, nobody knows why the protesters are not out here in Ojota. Maybe they have other plans, but we'll be right here waiting for them.
Well, earlier on, the Take It Back movement had put out the venues that they will be converging on for the planned protests. Lagos, for them, was going to be the Alausa Park by the Secretariat Ikeja, but of course, the order granted by the Lagos High Court essentially limiting the protests to Gani Fawemi Freedom Park in Ojota and Peace Park in Ketu is what we now see to know if it will be obeyed. In the meantime, let's head over to the nation's capital, Abuja. Chris, we'll be back to you in a moment. Well, we've touched base with Lekki, now Ojota area, but let's go to the nation's capital, Abuja, and find out what is playing out there. Of course, you should be aware that the court has said that, well, the protest should be limited to the MKO Abiola Stadium in the nation's capital. Our correspondent, Dele Omoyeni, is live at that venue to bring us updates. Dele, you're live just in front of a stadium. Speak to us. What's going on there?
All right, guys. Well, first of all, happy new month. It's the 1st of August. We are here at the MKO Abiola National Stadium, the nation's capital. And of course, right behind me, you can see some of the protesters have already gathered here. They've been here since about 7:30 a.m. In the morning. Of course, why are we here, guys? It's because yesterday, the governor of the FCT, well, beg your pardon, we call him the governor of the FCT here in the nation's capital, but the minister of the FCT, Mr. Nyesom Wike, had approached a federal high court demanding that protesters should not go beyond the MKO Abiola Stadium for this protest, because earlier the protesters had slated that they will be at the Eagle Square in the center of Abuja. Now, of course, for context, why perhaps did the minister go for that ex parte injunction? It's because the Eagle Square is a center of the three arms zone. On its left and its right are the federal secretariats. In front of it is the National Assembly, and adjacent it is the Supreme Court, and of course the presidential villa. So understandably, if the minister was saying that he's not sure that the protesters gathering there would be safe for the FCT. But one thing that is instructive that I would like to read to you guys is that in that injunction gotten by the FCT minister, the FCT minister claimed that when he contacted security agencies to ensure that the planned protest did not degenerate into criminality and disturbance of public peace, he says the police said that they were not well equipped to manage any crisis that may arise from the planned protest. So it's a situation where we don't understand what the police means by that, because this issue had been on for about almost 2 weeks, where the protesters said they were going on strike. So the police saying they did not perhaps know if they'll be able to protect protesters if anything happens is perhaps something that we don't understand. But of course, the protest is live here at the MKO Abiola Stadium. Briefly, I'm going to bring in my guest. But before I do that, I spoke to some of the protesters this morning, and the list of demands are quite astonishing. Of course, I put them into 3 layers. Layer 1 is electricity tariff hike. It should go down. Fuel subsidy removal should go down. Food inflation, that's hunger in the land, is a big problem. Also, insecurity, and of course, the cost of governance. That's layer 1 for me. Now, layer 2 is they're demanding that any of the NSAS protesters that are still in jail should be released. Also, they're demanding for credible electoral reforms. Specifically, they mentioned that the IREV must work this time around in a situation whereby INEC said that the IREV was shut down for some glitches in their system. They're saying the next elections must go smoothly, and of course the IREV must work. So they want the National Assembly to alter the 2023 Electoral Amendment Act to ensure that the IREV is mandated for elections. Also, they talked about the release of all journalists that have been detained by either this present administration or the previous administration. Also, they're asking the federal government to declare a war on education, a state of emergency on education and the health sector at this time around. Of course, and then we go to layer 3. They are demanding for a constitutional reform at this time and saying that they want the constitution to give room for referendum so that Nigerians can, at any point in time, decide what they want to do with the country, guys.
Hello, Dele. Quite a list there, and we've cited some of them, in fact, prior to this time online. But I wonder if we've been able to interact with leaders of the protesters or the mobilizers at this time. Let's find out, are these the protesters under the Take It Back?
To some of their leaders.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Dele.
We have spoken to some of their leaders. As a matter of fact, one of them is here with me. Her name is Adams Asmao. She's one of the coordinators of Take It Back. Good morning, Adams.
Good morning, channels.
Okay, so we've heard about some of the demands that you have made here, and you've been here as early as 7:30 a.m. Have the security agencies been cooperative with you guys?
So far, they tried to confide us inside the stadium, but of course, we are not going to let them do that. They brought out a valid, an invalid court order telling us to go inside the stadium, and we are here for now. It's peaceful. They've come. We've addressed them. They've addressed us. We've had our conversations. So far, so good. They are still cooperating, and everywhere is peaceful. And of course, the youth are also complying.
Okay, so at this time, since there's a bit of compliance, are you thinking of leaving this particular area and moving into the city center, or you're going to stay right here?
Okay, we are looking at moving into the city center because that is where we are going to end. We are looking at going to the Eagle Island because that is where we are supposed to do our protest. But so far, we are still waiting for other people to join us, and this place is quite conducive for now. But if there's any threat to anybody's life or anything, I think we are going to move. But for now, we are okay here for now. For now, at least for the morning.
Okay, thank you very much, Adams. So, guys, well, they said the police did indeed show them that court injunction that I just read out that the FCT minister went to the Federal High Court to get very late last night. Of course, correspondent at the courts, Emanuela Ekele, did report about that particular court injunction, guys.
All right, Dele, a quick one. I wanted to find out from you, before I head out from Abuja to other locations, did the people, when you spoke to them, did anybody mention how long they intend to stay on the streets? Because, it's supposed to be 10 or 15 days. Adegboruwa, who is a lawyer, has said they should cut it down to one, maximum of 3 days. What have you heard in that direction?
Okay, so yes, indeed. I spoke to one of the leaders of the protest earlier, around 30 minutes ago, and he did say that, well, of course, they are meeting together. The leaders of the protest, they are meeting together. And if you remember, that court injunction joined quite a number of people from Omowale Sowore, Endbadgovernance, Hassan, and about 5 of them. So they are meeting together, and then they will decide whether the protest has had the effect that they want it to have. But of course, I have one of them right here with me, and then I'm going to talk to him just right now. Deji Adeyanju is a lawyer and human rights activist. Deji, good morning. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm very well indeed. Thank you.
Okay, so I did ask one of your colleagues at Take It Back, how cooperative has the police been in this protest?
So far, they've been very cooperative, and we're having this synergy with them of how to conduct the protest peacefully. We are supposed to be at the Eagle Square, but the government has denied us entrance to Eagle Square. As law-abiding citizens, we didn't want to go to the Eagle Square and confront security agencies. So we have elected, and you know that there's a positive interim order of a court that was validly made. And as law-abiding citizens, we have advised the organizers, also as lawyers, that we must respect the order of the court, no matter how uncomfortable the order may be. So, and that is why we have converged here. Definitely, this protest is for 10 days, and the idea is to make it as peaceful as possible, and also to provide guidance, because many of us have been at this for almost 29 years. We have been doing this for a long time. So the idea is to talk to the citizens and also guide them to make sure that the protest is as peaceful as possible, because while the protest does not have leadership, many of us will be providing our guidance to the protesters.
Now, talking about leadership, my colleagues in the studio want to know. There was a statement by Endbadgovernance Hassan yesterday that they should limit the number of days.
He does not represent the leadership of the protest. He's not a member of the protest. He's not an organizer of the protest. He just offered to give the Take It Back movement voluntary legal services, which that is all he did in the matter. So he cannot dictate to the protesters what, when, and how they should conduct themselves.
Okay, finally,
our goal here, our role here, is to make sure that we help the protesters so that they are as peaceful as possible and that the protest does not degenerate.
Okay, so one final question. Okay. Thank you, Deji. Thank you so much. Right, guys, there you have it.
Oh, all right, yes, indeed. Well, thank you so much, Dele. Coyote,
Well,
where are we heading to?
Clearly, a lot more to get from Deonju in terms of the leadership and all of that. But we'll hold off a moment, at least for now, as to what's playing out in the nation's capital, Abuja. There are questions about what exactly is happening in southeast Nigeria. Well, our next port of call is Owerri, the Imo State capital, where our correspondent, Eyitope Kuteyi, is standing by to give us live updates. Well, Eyitope, speak to us about what the protest is looking like, or the planned protests in southeast Nigeria. Is there any semblance of protest there where you are right now? Well, we'll come back to Eyitope any moment. It looks like it's raining there in Owerri, the Imo State capital, where our correspondent is standing by. You could see that the area is a bit quiet, but not to worry. We'll let you know what exactly is playing out in Owerri, the Imo State capital. As we said earlier on, locations had been given earlier on by the Take It Back movement as to where the protests will be holding across the country from Abuja. Originally, it was Eagle Square, but as you can see now, the protesters are converged just at the MKO Abiola Stadium. You could see them right in front. Lagos, the plan was Lausa by the Secretary of the Keta, but the court had restricted them to other locations. But you know what? Let's go to South Nigeria now. We'll still bring you what's playing out in southwest Imo State. But let's head back to River State, but another part of River State where our correspondent Deborah Agbalama is standing by. Well, Deborah, we understand that there's been some sort of convergence in another part of the state in Port Harcourt. Speak to us. Where are you and what is going on where you're at, Deborah?
Good morning to you. And quite unfortunately, I think I'm at the wrong venue. But this is exactly the Rainbow Roundabout behind me. You can see where the Adiborowa Take It Back Nigeria had sent the police a release or a request to use. But getting here, I've been here for 1 hour and nothing is happening here. It's as quiet as normal. Businesses are resuming normally. There are banks all around here. And it's like, it's a normal activity here. Nothing is really happening. So it's either a wrong address was sent to the police or they changed venue at the dying minute, So I don't know, but this is where Take Back Nigeria had said they were going to use for their protest, the Endbadgovernance and protest today. But this is what it is right now. And it's been like this for an hour. Maybe it will change or they will convert later on. But for now, this is what it is here.
Well, Deborah, interesting. But tell us what exactly is happening as far as security is concerned where you are.
There's actually zero presence of the police here. So it doesn't even look like they took the venue serious. So something must have gone wrong, which perhaps the organizers of Take Back Nigeria would be in the right position to explain. Because if this is actually a venue, we would have seen at least security presence. So there's no sign that this place was even supposed to be used for anything. Quite surprising to me as well. So perhaps I'll get a call to the police commissioner and ask if this place was ever mentioned to him as venue, because what we got and published from Take Back Nigeria's legal representative is that this is part of the venue that will be used for the protest today.
All right, Deborah, just before we let you go, exactly, you mentioned that business activities have been resuming, but give us a pulse of the city from when you left home to where you are. Are people anxious to come out, or people are just coming out doing their business, or they're just, trying to hold off to see how things will play out before they come out? What exactly did you see on your way to Rainbow?
I think the best way to describe it is just that Port Harcourt looks like a Sunday morning. I think in just one sentence. Port Harcourt is looking today that is actually a working day. It's looking like it's a Sunday morning. Very quiet. Shops were all locked. I guess Nigerians are a bit uncertain of what is going to turn out to be. So a lot of people did not actually go to work today. A few relatives and friends that I had a conversation with all said their companies had told them not to show up today to work. So not surprising that the roads were actually quite outstanding pillars of the silentness of Port Harcourt streets right after this light.
All right, Deborah, thank you for your reporting, and we'll touch base with you wherever you find yourself as far as the proposed protest is concerned. Let's head now to the southeastern region, like Kayode said. Exactly, we're going to Owerri, the Imo State capital, where our correspondent Tokwe Kute is standing by. Tokwe, I'm sure you can hear and see us. Tell us exactly and give us a filler. I can see you holding an umbrella. Is it raining? What exactly? Is it the sun too early in the morning?
It's a wet and cold morning here in Owerri, the Imo State capital. As you can see, I'm under the umbrella. It's been raining for hours here in Owerri, and I'm here at the Freedom Square. This is where protesters gather every time to protest and ventilate their anger against the government, against anything. So, but we're here, and there's no sight of any protester here. We're still waiting if they will come, if they won't come. We've gone around town. We've gone to many places. We've not seen any protester on the road. The place is quiet. The roads are even deserted. Banks, private premises, private and business premises are closed. Even the markets are closed. Just skeletal business activities in some parts of the state. Security operatives are also stationed at strategic places within Owerri, the Imo State capital. I've also touched base with some states in the southeast, Ebonyi, Anambra, Abia, and the same thing is happening there. Everywhere is quiet, no sign of protesters. Let me just keep this umbrella, so let me just stay under the rain, you know. So Southeast states, the same thing happening. Everywhere is quiet, no sign of protesters in the Southeast states. You can remember major youth groups in the Southeast, like the Ohanese Youth Council. They already pulled out of the protest, saying they will not be part of the protest. And government, the state government has also gone through a lot of stakeholders meeting, town hall meeting, talking about this protest. So I think right now we're still waiting if protesters will come or not. We're just still waiting to keep you updated with what is happening here in Owerri and other parts of the southeast.
Right. Thank you, Tokwe. You've given us the situation of the weather and also the situation of protest there in Imo State, Southeast Nigeria, which incidentally is just next door to Rivers State in South Nigeria. So bring us more when you have updates, Tokwe. But let's go back to Samson Itodo of Yiaga Africa and get his thoughts on what we've seen across the states now, from the nation's capital, Abuja, to Rivers State, and now Imo State. Samson, well, Imo State, for one, the protest doesn't seem to be holding. That's in Southeast Nigeria. In Rivers State also, we've not seen as much activity, right? And then the nation's capital has seen some sort of activity from the Moshood Abiola Stadium to yet another part. So what do you make of this? The Take It Back movement had given a list of venues they wanted to use, but on getting to some of these venues, they're not there. So is this a function of the courts? Is this a function of maybe a change in strategy? They're waiting to watch. What do you deduce from this, Samson?
I think it's a combination of factors, and they may not be far from the ones that you've highlighted. First, it could be the court judgment. It could also be that the protesters have been intimidated to the extent that they withdraw their preparations or plans for the protest. It could just be a lot of factors. In the build up to this protest, there have been several. There's appropriation of a lot of underhand tactics to get to discourage people from either organizing or participating in the protest. We've seen a torrent of fake news and disinformation targeted at the protesters, and all this is just aimed at demobilizing those protesters in those states. So I think it's a combination of factors. But the fact that whether in those states these protests are not holding today does not mean that the people in those states do not support, this advocacy and this demand. And you don't need to have protests across the entire country, for the governments to actually take action. And that is what we saw with the NSAS. That's what we have also seen with, previous protests. If some states are still going ahead with the protest, I think that it's enough and also a powerful message that citizens are sending and communicating to the government. So I don't think that whether it takes place in those states, it makes any significant difference. It doesn't mean that those people are not protesting, the fact that they are not on the streets.
Samson, interesting point there. But let's also speak to what's happening in Abuja and Lagos. We hope that we'll get the actualities from Lagos shortly. But in Abuja, we've seen one of the leaders of the protest, Mr. Deji Adeyanju, say that no matter how uncomfortable the court order is, they would stay at the MKO Abiola Stadium. But in Lagos, we're getting feelers that the protesters are moving from where they had converged to Alausa, despite that court order secured, restricting them to one particular venue. Speak to, these court orders and the impact on the nature of the protests so far. Yeah, there you have the actuality from Lagos. The protesters are, embarking on the procession. This is Ikeja, and you can see that they have moved from Ikeja under bridge, and they're proceeding. From the feelers we're getting, they're moving to Alausa, Ikeja. So, Samson, over to you. Speak to, the court order and the impact on this protest.
So this point about the court order, I think it's one big lesson that we all need to pay close attention to. The fact that states, and these are state-sponsored, litigation, have approached the courts, to secure injunctions, interim or ex parte orders in this case, that seeks to limit the protest to certain places, certain locations, and also in some cases, even though they recognize that this right to protest is constitutionally guaranteed. Again, we're going to be reviewing this judgments, and these are ex parte orders anyways. But these ex parte orders were released 24 hours before the protest. So it is possible that for some of these protesters, they haven't been served this order. Even though I think for one of the states, I saw the enrollment order, but whether it has been communicated or served on the leaders of the protest is one that will be a subject of conversation today and also subsequently. That's one. Two, for the Abuja protesters who have restricted themselves to the stadium, I think they are doing so, in fulfillment or in compliance with the court order. But what does that tell us as a country? It just simply tells us that these protesters, all the way, we're not in any way going to engage or appropriate violence for elections, for the protest. It tells you that they are also law-abiding. The fact that they've restricted themselves is in compliance with what? A court order. So it tells you, and it showcases the disposition of these protesters, that they are committed to upholding the rule of law. Two things can happen. When an ex parte order, is issued, in 14 days, whether the order is vacated or not, the order becomes ineffectual after 14 days. And now the protesters and their lawyers can go to the court and seek, a vacation of that particular order. But if you've seen these protesters restrict themselves, it tells you that they are law-abiding and they also uphold the rule of law, because part of the demands they are also making is that government also upholds the rule of law. And so if the protesters are complying, what we also expect, from state officials and government is that when the court rules that compensation should be paid to victims of human rights, the state should not hesitate, to do what? To comply with the judgments. That when rulings come, they should also do what? Comply, because of the rule of law, because we are a constitutional democracy. So these are some of the issues. But it does appear that this was really a calculated attempt, by the leaders of those states to prevent these protesters, from procession, despite the assurances that the police and the IG of police and also its commissioners of police did assure people that, and the protesters specifically, that they were going to provide them the necessary protection.
All right, Itodo. I want you to speak to how things built up to this point. That there were loads of rhetorics, threats, appeal, insistence, and then we're seeing what's playing out. I want you to speak to it in the context of what you make of our democracy. Contextually, freedom of expression, freedom to assemble. It may be early in the days because we haven't seen how the day one will play out, but I want you to reference this to our ideal of democracy. What do you make of this as far as our democracy is concerned?
There are three basic things, Geoffrey. What do I make of this with respect to our democracy? I think on one hand, I would say that our democracy is advancing. We are making significant progress in our democratic process. The fact that citizens, are speaking and they are ventilating their views, they are engaging with government, it's a good sign, for our democracy. And that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of. The second point is that there is a place for voice in democracy, that the power that citizens have is their voice. But one thing that I've also seen is this democratic backsliding that seems to be manifesting in an attempt to censor, an attempt to limit, and an attempt to undermine the voices of citizens. Because if you see the torrents, of not just fake news, but fake organizations and individuals who have been sponsored, by actors to counter this protest, it's just a shame, especially given that all the institutions, both religious and traditional institutions, including the president and also his officials, recognize that there is hardship in the land. But you still see some individuals, appropriate the media to do what? To cast aspersions on citizens who are making legitimate claims. And these are signs and manifestation of democratic backsliding that we must actually avoid. And the third point, it's the role that institutions do play. And you can't have a vibrant democracy if you don't have strong and viral institutions. Some of the demands that the protesters have made wouldn't have been made if our institutions were functioning optimally, and if decisions of thoughts of committees, have been implemented. And so when you think about the political will, is there political will on the part of actors to addressing some of the problems that citizens have said? One is the fact that people are hungry, people are impoverished, people are suffocating with poverty, and there is need to declare an emergency to address this problem. Democracy loses its vitality if it doesn't address and improve the social conditions of people. And so when people are complaining and are crying that some policies of government are so harsh that government needs to listen to them and engage with them. And I think that one big lesson, again, I must reiterate this, is that government must stop talking to people and stop talking at people. government needs to speak with people, and it needs to do so on a consistent basis. That is how you build trust. That is how you cultivate patriotism on the parts of people, and not gaslight or blackmail, people, or consider protest, as an act that is sponsored by opposition. Because democracy thrives on dissent. Democracy thrives on competitive ideas. Democracy thrives on debate. And I want to see a situation where, flowing from this, if government is going to introduce any policy, it needs to engage with citizens and hear perspectives from citizens. And when citizens make their point, don't blackmail them or tag them as opposition. They are doing so because they love this country, they want the government to succeed, and they want to experience prosperity, because as a country, we have all it takes to address some of our problems, if and only if we take the right decisions in those boardrooms, in our state houses, and those institutions that have a responsibility for advancing the public good.
So we do have Major General Henry Ayola, former commander of Operation Safe Haven in Jos. Good morning. Thank you for coming on today.
Good morning, Chamberlain. Good morning, Maukwe.
Indeed. Good morning, General. It's good to see you.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you.
So, on your way here, what did you see? How's the roads for you?
Yeah, it was obvious that people didn't come out. And there were just a few cars, that I saw on the road. Public transport were virtually absent. I didn't see any. Yeah.
When you say people didn't come out, are you talking about the protest, or people didn't go out generally?
Obviously, many people are not going out to work today. From what, how the road looks.
But it's a bit tricky. Some thought, well, in major city centers, people are a bit cautious. They don't know what's going on. Yeah. But within the vicinity of their neighborhoods, you have persons and little businesses that appear open, just trying to feel their way through the day to see what happens and how they approach it.
Yeah, sure. That's what I see, Of course, being the first day, people will want to see how it plays out first, and then they'll be able to decide maybe by midday if it's safe to go out or not.
But what is your impression of how, first, the demands have come through and how government has responded to it?
Yeah, I think I'll give kudos to both sides, really, to government side and to the protesters. For me, if you ask me, I think the battle is won already. And there's no victor, there's no vanquish, because we could see the preemptive responses of government to some of the demands. And the protesters so far have also demonstrated that it's an issues-based protest, and that they are willing to keep it peaceful. But if you ask me as a general, I've seen that before. I've seen situations where you have seemingly innocent crowd, and it's so interesting how it snowballs and transforms from crowd to mob. And when you know the psychology of mob mentality and actions, I don't feel settled yet, even with what we are seeing now. Yeah, I'd rather not have this temptation at all.
But we've seen protests in this country. Can we actually say that we have seen deliberate efforts of security agencies moving into anyone who is there to disrupt the protest? Because what many will tell you they've seen is security agencies disrupting the peaceful protesters themselves or across board.
Yes, it's difficult to deny that, because that was seen in the last NSAS protests. But it also will not be fair to generalize it for all the time and for all governments. But again, it's the body language of government that determines what the security agencies will do. There are people under authority anyway. But in fairness to this government, we've seen that it's a listening government, it's a sensitive government, and it's been receptive and responsive sufficiently to give us some comfort and confidence that they will not go that route, you know.
It's interesting you said that, you know, for someone like you, you'd still be very cautious about what we're saying right now. You would have preferred to resist the temptation. I think that those are the words that you, that particular word you use, temptation. And someone will say, well, it's understandable. You are from the background of a military general, but how the reality is that this is a democracy, and these are rights enshrined in our constitution. I want to move away from that. I mean, we're saying increasingly that the crowds are coming out. This is Sokoto. These are visuals coming in from Sokoto right now. We can see what is happening. It would seem that there are sporadic protests here and there. People have spoken about the organizers of the protests being faceless. But we know that the people who are coming out are not faceless. They are Nigerians, and these are their faces. And sometimes some people will say, perhaps that's why, you know, this protest is very interesting, because it would seem that for years, the common Nigerian has had no way to express himself or herself. There's been no avenue for the voice of the ordinary, the most basic person to be heard, you know, through official government quarters. And that it would seem that this is like one of the, like I said, one of the few times that we have even seen, you know, that people have said, look, we want to protest, and, you know, government is willing to engage. There have been different levels of engagement. For you, what does this say about, you know, our engagement processes with ordinary, everyday Nigerians? Yeah, we know that government is used to doing it through bodies, the NLC, TUC, you know, NAN, student body, etc. But we know increasingly also that there are so many people who are disenchanted or are not captured by these bodies and whose voices need to be heard. How do you think that government can continue to further engage with these levels of people to explain its policies and perhaps the consequences of some of its decisions?
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, if you give me the opportunity, my advice to the government is this, very, very simple. For a while, even before this particular government, you know, even from the last government had been so reactive rather than being preemptive, even in engaging the citizens. And that has created this kind of atmosphere where there is kind of mistrust or distrust between the citizens and the government. Now, I would advise President Bola Tinubu particularly to reconfigure his media team. It should be a media stroke public relation team. Look, leaders in this country have not been using the professional body. We have the National Institute of Public Relations, you know, in this country, with very sound technocrats who can frame a whole media strategy for the government. This one we have been seeing so far is a matter of reacting to one thing or the other. There should be, when the government has a program, there should also be an accompaniment of a media PR strategy to match and sell that program. That we engage, you know, the public, not after something has happened, no, on a regular basis, with well-packaged programs. The National Orientation Agency has been sleeping for years. And that's the problem when you had government that had, you know, more or less put in abeyance the processes in the system. So people have gone to sleep. A lot, I mean, if you take a bird and put it in a cage after a long time, the day you release it to fly, it won't fly. That's where we are as a nation. A lot of the engine of government are in a prostrate state because of the overbearing nature of previous government not allowing processes and systems to work. And so the people are just sitting, you know, they've even forgotten what they used to do in the past. So we have processes failing all over the places. It's not only about media, it's everywhere else, everything else. Some of the problems we're talking about coming out of policy fallouts, you know, spin-off of policy decision, they're also a result of failure to go through policy process. There's no such thing as a verbal policy. Not even at the home level does a father wake up one morning and say, from today, no more this and that, and that's it. There is a policy process. When the president speaks, it's an expression of intention that should now kickstart the policy process from setting the agenda to formulation of policy, to adoption of policy, to implementation, to evaluation. We have people who are experts in this field. It's when you have run through that. There are even proprietary, software applications for playing out and simulating these policies up front, so you know what the effects and consequences will be, and you prepare how to engage that and how to deal with it up front before you turn out the policy. That's how nations run. It's very shameful that we are running like this in this age, 21st century. So it's everywhere you can think about. I mean, you had something as saying there were duplicated subheads in our budget. How do you, in this age and time, that means our budgets have been done manuscript. That means we don't have proprietary software applications that will have run through you have a template for each ministry, and then that will be called the peculiar subheads of each ministry be catered for. If we have that, then we can't be talking like this. We can't be talking like this as if we have learned nothing all this while. So it's everywhere. So we need to go back to fundamentals. We need to go back to get the engine of government to run. If an engine has not been running for years, you don't just kickstart it and expect it to start running immediately. It doesn't work that way. So we need to go back to so many things. The National Orientation Agency should have a leader who will be giving some matching orders of what the president wants to see over a time. We need to mobilize the whole nation afresh. We have all gone comatose. It's a nation that has been so browbeaten by leaders who have, boxed us to a corner, to a state of stupor. So we need to all wake up together.
And some people will say perhaps this is citizens' attempt at waking up. They say, look, you're leading people. You're not leading the sand or inanimate objects. You're leading human beings. And they certainly expect better from their leaders. Kabiesi, it's very interesting. I was just looking at the irony of that. The fact that your leadership title is about asking questions. The fact that we cannot ask a king questions. But here we are. Asking and demanding answers of a king. I just want to, ask about this issue of, because what has really brought this up is the cost of living. The cost of living crisis has, made people very uncomfortable, and they have a need. And now of course, there'll be lots of other demands that will be added to this, some of them political in nature, and depending on who you ask or what group you ask, because it does appear that there are different coalitions of groups coming up with their own demands. And some people will say this is perhaps good because it's also showing some engagement with the democratic process. However, looking at the fact that for years now, the kinds of protests that we have been seeing have bordered on the welfare of people. Subsidy and its removal or staying has been at the heart of what it is that we're discussing. For instance, in 2012, when the Occupy Nigeria protest happened, it was around issues of removal of petrol subsidy. Well, the NSAS protest was a little different. The demands was around police brutality and, later on other demands around governance entered it. Now we're talking about, well, there's a general overview or general demand of end bad governance. But at the heart of it is what is happening around the cost of living. People unable to. Do you think that government has been able to, communicate effectively and educate the people, the connections between some of the things that have happened over the years? Because during the Occupy Nigeria protest, even though we have been told that at that time there were political elements in it, and the people who are currently at the helm of affairs right now cannot be extricated from those protests. They knew then, just what removal of subsidy would mean for the economy of Nigeria. And now, inevitably, now that they are there, they have had no choice than to take away this same subsidy which they once refuted. So do you think that there has been sufficient education of the populace as to what exactly, and transparency? Because some people will even argue that this subsidy that government said was gone is actually back, but is back in a way that they cannot be transparent about. Has there been sufficient honesty and education with the people to say, look, this is what is currently going on, this is where we are, this is where we are hoping to go?
Thank you very much. I think I'll borrow some few, points from what General Yola said. The people are, there is this connection between the government and the people. What the problem, look, it is this thing, what we are seeing today does not start today. And some of these issues are fundamental. The people are not connected. There's a big gap. The PR is not well done. It's not well processed. If the government, I've sat down with the president. When they came in, I went to visit him. The president meant well. But at the same time, his components, things are not done properly.
Is he aware?
Well, I think with the reality now, this is a wake-up call. Is he aware? This situation is a wake-up call. The people who are supposed to do the job, they are not doing it right.
What do you expect to see from him after this?
What I expect to see from him after this, I think the president needs to reshuffle the whole cabinet.
The whole?
Yes.
All or some?
No, the whole cabinet.
None is working?
The president is my man. But I'll tell you the truth. He needs to look, things are not, I look at all these, his transformative policies. These are policies that will bring prosperity to Nigerians at the end of the day.
So will you be disappointed if he doesn't reshuffle?
Well, I will be disappointed. That's the truth.
Will you find a way to let him know as well?
I will. But I'm telling you today, as we speak now, the president is going through a lot of things in his mind now. You will see the result of this. That's why on the side of the protesters, like you said, there's no, for me, I don't have any problem with them. On the side of the government too. So nobody wins, it's win-win. It's just a wake-up call. Government come up with, reality. The people have been disconnected. I wonder what is the Minister of Information doing?
Well,
I wonder what is the people in the media space, what are they doing? So some of these issues, if the president, like he said, like General Yola said, if you plan policies, there will be in the process, there are processes towards implementations. And again, if you have good policies, if you don't implement it well, you will find out that there will be a backlash. So these are issues that are fundamental. And I think the government is a wake-up call for the government to come to reality. Thank you.
We understand that we have some visuals showing some of the key places here. This is where we're seeing Bauchi State College of Agriculture in Bauchi State. This is where protesters were perhaps supposed to gather, but what we see there are just security vehicles and security agents as well. And we also see that commuters seem to be going about their business, even though the road does seem a bit scanty. It's unclear whether this is usually what traffic is like on this road, but this is what we have. Visuals coming in from Bauchi in front of the tertiary institution there.
Let's check Eagle Square and see. I know Eagle Square is famous for several gatherings. They say if grounds could speak, that square.
So certainly have a lot to say.
Look at the drone footage of the Eagle Square, ladies and gentlemen, because this is one of the areas that the protesters had said that they were going to go to, that they had requested permission to use the venue. But the minister of the FCT did tell everyone yesterday that he had not gotten any clearance for anyone, or granted any clearance for anyone to use the venue. And so he had deployed security to ensure no one goes there to vandalize the place. But these is how it does look at the moment. So just so people will see all of that one.
Yeah, Chimling, I think it's also important to note that, the Federal Secretariat is just right beside, bordering both sides of the Eagle Square. And you can see that traffic along the roads around the Centenary, the Cenotaph, and also the Eagle Square look pretty empty. So it does appear that walkers too are also very cautious, and not just protesters.
But our civil servants not supposed, did they get permission not to come to?
Well, what if they've decided to exercise their rights to protest?
Government workers?
Isn't that within their rights as well? I mean, these are key questions. The protest, if it's about...
The civil servants also, they are cautious. Everybody, it's a discretionary thing. When you see the way these protests have been hyped, in the social media, there is a lot of upheaval, apprehension by the public that, look, this thing may turn to violence. So definitely, some people will take discretion and just feel that, look, let me see what the day will look like before I even go to work.
This is Kaduna
Mind you, it's still early. It's just about 9 o'clock, 9 to 10 now.
Okay.
So even civil servant gets to work at 10, 11 o'clock.
These are the things we're talking about when we talk about ending bad governance.
So let's see. But this is Kaduna at the moment, so some activity also going on there. But I'm just wondering, guys, can we assume that the character of the state will reflect on the elections? If it's a city, for instance, if the city never sleeps, will you see more activity earlier than some other states? So who knows if that is a major consideration. But these are images coming through from Kaduna at the moment about this, because we also remember that the governor had spoken several times cautioning people not to vandalize public infrastructure. So are they heeding to those demands? You can make of that what you will.
Indeed. Well, this is where we are in the conversation. But back again, General, let me come to you. This cost of living crisis, even for the people who want to be optimistic and say, oh, but this is a gestation period, do they really know that for a fact? I mean, what are the statistics that they are relying upon to say, oh, this is a gestation, this policy was necessary to, bring about a better future? For those who are even, at a certain level of education or a certain level of proximity to those in power, can they really say for sure that they understand clearly what it is that government is doing?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I need to expatiate a little more about the issue of process, procedures, having routines and checklists in doing things. That's how governments run all over the world. I think the nations of the world that we're looking at, that we're trying to emulate. Now, that brings to the point that there are already some structures in the system that are supposed to handle the different phases and stages of these processes. Policy process, for example. If you remember in 1985 to 88, there were two major civil service reforms. Don't forget, the bureaucracy is the real engine of government, of the executive. And the handshake between the executive and the legislature comes really clear when you go through policy process. Because the issue of policy, say agenda setting, formulation of policy, all those are within the purview of the legislature. Okay? The adoption and implementation and evaluation are in the purview of the executive. And the bureaucracy is the engine room for that. Now, that's why, if you remember in that reform, there was what we call the departments common to all ministries, like Department of Planning, Research and Statistics. It was supposed to be the hub of every ministry, where you have the core professionals. If you take Minister of Communication, for example, it means the director of Department of Planning, Research and Statistics should be a telecom engineer. You should have other professionals relating, ICT professional relating to that ministry there. They will do the planning.
All right.
They will lay out the plan for the ministry and for the communication sector of the nation. So when ministers come, they only come to follow up implementation from where the last person left. But because we've not put all those in place, each minister come and start doing all kinds of disruptive changes because there's nothing to work with. Everybody just doing his own thing,
All right, Major General Henry Ayola is the former commander of Operation Safe Haven in Jos Plateau State. We've also had the pleasure of speaking with His Royal Highness Oba Francis Odushalala, who is the Olugbon of Orile Igbomoso Zone and Vice Chairman of Oyo State Council of Obas and Chiefs. Samson, I was just saying, look, from some of the images we saw earlier, it appeared as though we saw a late arrival of materials and protesters there this morning. So, I think, who knows? But it says it's not even yet 10 o'clock. Civil servants come to work late. So, let's see what happens, if anything will happen in that regard here. Also, thank you very much, Samson, for your perspective, for talking to us this morning. So, gentlemen, that is it for this period, but we will go to break, but we will be back. There's a lot more coming to you on our continuing coverage of the August protests, where we're beaming our searchlights all over the country. So stay here with us. We will be right back.
We are thrilled to have you on board as we chart the course for our next chapter. We're inviting you to take up your rights in full for 19 naira 75 kobo per share. From the 8th of July to 14th of August, take advantage of the chance to acquire one more ordinary share for every 2 shares in your portfolio. Visit www.theaccesscorporation.com to subscribe. Access Holdings, where financial solutions connect the world.
We are hiring. Have you got what it takes to join a dynamic global energy company of choice? Are you ready to experience a career driven by innovation and excellence? NNPC Limited is looking for young talents and result-oriented experienced professionals to make valuable contributions to NNPC Limited's business objectives. Hurry now and apply at careers.nnpcgroup.com. Application closes on the 20th of August 2024. Recruitment is strictly on merit.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
At Access Holdings, we are heading into the next phase of our evolution. And with our rights issue, you get an increased stake in it. From the 8th of July to the 14th of August, you can get your share of over 17 billion shares at 19 naira 75 kobo per share. That's 1 new ordinary share to every 2 shares held. Visit theaccesscorporation.com to subscribe. Access Holdings, where financial solutions connect the world.
Heartburn and indigestion? Try Just Eat. My recommendation for the past 26 years, Just Eat. Reliable remedy for heartburn, indigestion, flatulence, and acidity.
What we are trying to do is to highlight some of these key activities that the government has embarked upon the last 1 year and some months to let Nigerians know the kind of progression that we are also making. So, Mr. President, in his wisdom, has actually been protesting on behalf of Nigerians by ensuring that these key reforms these key reforms that we need to put the country back on the path of sustained prosperity is being achieved. And we call on you, especially the young people, the youth, we call on all of you to please listen to the voice of reason and allow more time for Mr. President's policies to now bear full fruition. There is so much happening, like we always say. It is imperative that you give more time, join hands with government of the day to ensure that Nigeria returns to the path of prosperity.
The protest will take place in Lagos State like it will in other parts of the country, starting from this week, Thursday, 1st of August, 2024. We call on all youth, students, unemployed workers, traders, and all those who are affected by the condition of hunger and hardship to join us. The peaceful protest we hold according to the following schedule. We are announcing our takeoff point to be Ikeja under bridge in Lagos State. Our cardinal demands are these. 1, we are calling for the reversal of fuel price to pre-May 29, 2023 level. We are demanding a reversal of electricity tariff to pre-May 29, 2023 level. We are demanding end to hardship and hunger. We are demanding recall of all victimized activists. Free all NSAS detainees, many of whom are still in detention 4 years after. We are demanding end to school fee hike for study grants and not loans. We are calling for the placement of all political office holders on the minimum wage. We are calling for the reversal of all anti-poor and neoliberal capitalist policies.
Television's live coverage of the Endbadgovernance protests across the country. There you see live images from Ikeja area of Lagos, where correspondent Darido is there for you live. Earlier on, you listened to Taiwo Soweto, who's one of the organizers of the protest. They had built theirs for Ikeja on the bridge. And it looks like there's a lot of activity right now there in Ikeja. You can see some of the banners reading Endbadgovernance, speaking about the economic situation in the country. So there is a crowd there, as you can see, gathered at the heart of Ikeja here in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Well, you can also see police deployment there, right there on the streets in Lagos, and they seem to be ahead of the protesters, providing cover for them while the protesters are just behind the police line, of course, making their demands known to government. This has been days and weeks in planning, and the protesters have finally come through with the protest. These are live images from the Ikeja area of Lagos State.
Yes, indeed, Kade. You know, Lagos had trailed Port Harcourt in Rivers State on the commencement of this protest, starting after sometime after 8 a.m. But indeed, protesters have begun to converge much later on. And in fact, in Ikorodu Road, or Jota to be precise, where there was no activity, we can report, and we'll get those images a bit later on. Protesters are now, appearing and chanting solidarity songs there. Earlier on, we saw also images from Alausa Ikeja after the protesters had, began their procession. We saw police formation barring protesters from proceeding. We'd like to know, onward what has happened from that point. Hopefully we'll get our correspondent Dari Idowu, but it appears as if they've been able to keep the peace so far. But where exactly the protesters are on Obafemi Awolowo Way is what we do not know now. But the protest is, continuing as we speak.
Yeah, we understand as well that the government, as you know, since 2 days now, had said, limit your protests to places like Ketu and Ojota, but the protesters have decided to converge on another location, and they are taking that procession because that was a point of disagreement between the IGP and the lawyers of the protesters over procession. They said they have to do that procession to a venue where they will converge on to make their demands known. So it appears the protesters stuck to their guns, but so far so good from what we're seeing across the country. It's been peaceful, and we hope it stays the same, stays that way. We spoke to some persons in Abuja earlier, and it had to do with them saying because of the court order that was secured by the FCT authorities, they had to stick to where they've been confined to. But they did not go into the MKO Abiola Stadium. They decided to stay outside and to know exactly what to do. But here in Lagos, there are a couple of places, things happening in Ojota where there's heavy security presence at the Gani Fahimi Park, as well as security presence as well in other parts of the city, including Lekki area. We've touched base with Port Harcourt, the pleasure park, where our correspondent has also reported to us a few people gathered there to make their voices heard. So across the country, so this is Ikeja, Lagos. This is as it is happening now. Live visuals you're seeing from Ikeja. You can see vehicles moving there. I'm sure this looks like the NSCDC guiding or following the protesters to ensure that they are safe and secure and nothing untoward happens to them. And so far so good. It's been going pretty well. And this is what is expected. Peaceful protest is a nationwide protest against bad governance. They call it the Endbadgovernance protest. So across the country, different locations, we're touching base to see. So at some point, I'm sure you'll be able to see the inscription on those banners they are lifting. But you can see young people, some taking pictures, videos. This is not the usual Lagos. So that tells you something is up in the air. And some people are just holding back to know exactly how this proceeds from here.
And I think it's important to, so far, commend security operatives from Abuja. We heard the protesters saying, so far, they've been cooperative. And now we can see in Lagos, in fact, right in the middle of those NSCDC trucks, you'd see the Lagos neighborhood watch just right there in the middle. But let's now touch base with our correspondent, Dari Dowu, who is live on ground at the Ikeja area where that procession is happening. Well, Dari, talk us through what we're seeing now. What exactly is playing out where you're at, and what has been the build-up so far, Dari? Well, we'll, of course, get you more from our correspondent, Dari Do. I think one of the challenges today, and it's been widespread on social media, has also been the connection difficulties which Nigerians have experienced, using their mobile devices. So it's quite curious for a lot that they experience in slow internet, and you're wondering, is this related to the protest or not? But I understand that Dari can now hear me. Well, Dari, walk us through what we're seeing and the build-up to this procession in Ikeja. Well, not to worry, but you can at least tell that there's a lot playing out there and there's heavy security present. But we'll head over to the nation's capital now, Abuja, where we understand that there may be some sort of counter-protest that is playing out there. So let's rejoin our correspondent, Dele Omoyedi, who's been reporting from hours ago when the protest began at the Moshood Abiola Stadium. Well, Dele, what is going on now? Is that really a counter-protest?
Okay, yes, guys. There is indeed a counter-protest. So if you look behind me, my cameraman would zoom into them right now. We just saw them coming with buses and, of course, some security as well some moments ago. So they have been restricted to that area because the police officers are saying they can't go beyond that place. But quite a number of buses, we counted at the last time about 70 buses that brought them. They also have placards, and of course they are waving those placards as well. But of course they've not disturbed the peace. They've not done anything untoward. But of course, before that particular incident happened, of course, as we speak, they're not allowed to go beyond that point. But before that happened, just on my right here, guys, you will see that the protesters are here and they're already in their large numbers. But an issue happened just a moment ago. Now, the Commissioner of Police of the FCT is right here on ground already, and he had spoken to the protesters that they should not go beyond this point. As a matter of fact, they should go into the stadium. They should go into the perimeter of the stadium. But of course, the protesters refused. They said they can't go into the stadium, that they're going to stay here. They're not going to block the roads, but they're going to stay on the main road, and they won't go into the stadium. The city pleaded with them, but they didn't have any of that. And of course, not long after that, then you saw the counter-protesters coming in quite a number of buses, guys.
So on this, the people that are coming with the buses, who are they? Who is, what are their names? Who is it sponsoring them? Because we've always asked questions about who is behind. So who is behind the people that are pro-government? Or is it pro-government now? Is that the way to say it? Guys, or that are against the protest? That's on one hand. Of course. On the other hand, which area are they told to stay? Because there's an area designated for the protesters inside the stadium. Which area have these other guys been told to stay?
Okay, so we're here at the stadium. So if you're familiar with this axis, but for those that are not familiar with this axis, there's an expressway that leads to the National Stadium, coming from the central area of Abuja. Now, they came in a number of buses, about 7 or 8 buses, and they have a security escort, and they are carrying placards saying the FCT is saying no to protesting, that the FCT is for peace, and the FCT is for development, that they are not in support of any protest. We don't know the people that have sponsored them. We don't know the people that are backing them. But of course, they've come in quite a number of buses, and they also have security escorts. But what you can see on your screen right now is that the Commissioner of Police is addressing some protesters again, because the police is insisting that the protesters leave the highway and go into the perimeter of the stadium. But the protesters are saying they won't leave this place because, of course, when I spoke to one of the leaders of the protest, they said, look, you've asked us not to go to the city center. That is to the Eagle Square. And we're here peacefully doing our protest, and you're asking us to go inside the stadium. That we won't have any of that. We'll stay on the main road. So, but of course, this particular area has, if you look to this area, my cameraman will show you some details. There's a detachment of civil defense officers that have come in between the protesters and the anti-protesters. You can see them coming, walking down this way as vehicles are trying to make their way. So there are some sort of buffer between the main protesters who have enough security, I must admit, and of course the guys who have come as counter-protesters. They were making their way to this place before, of course, the CP signaled security agencies to ensure that they don't go beyond that point, guys.
Did you please clarify what you said earlier on, that when they arrived in buses, they arrived with security? Did they arrive with their own security? And from what you're seeing there, does it look like there's enough security presence to forestall any altercation that may arise between the protesters and the counter-protesters?
Yes, of course, Buki. They did arrive with an escort vehicle in front of the buses. The escorts had some police officers, but not quite much of them. The more security is here with the protesters than the counter-protesters. So there was an escort vehicle in front of the buses. What I'm hearing right now is that there are quite a number of buses behind them as well, about 6, 7 more buses. So in total, you're looking at about 10 buses that brought the counter-protesters to this place. And of course, yes, indeed, like I said just a moment ago, the security agencies have split into different segments. So you have the Security and Civil Defense Corps, who have acted as a buffer Of course, you have military officers here as well. And then, of course, the police are staying with the main protesters. They're not going to the way of the counter-protesters. The counter-protesters have been cordoned off from the main protesters by the civil defense and the military.
Now, are they bearing, these counter-protesters, are they bearing banners? What inscriptions are written on their banners? Are they chanting solidarity songs that may give us an idea into, what their demands are, besides saying no to protests?
Yes, you have inscriptions like the FCT says no to protest. The FCT is for peace and development. The FCT supports President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You have inscriptions like that on their banners.
Well, we know that the court in the FCT had actually, in that ex parte order, confined the protesters to the stadium. And I know that there were 5 respondents in that case. People like Omoyele Sowore, that's defendant Damilare Adenola of the Take It Back movement, Adama Okpabi, Tosi Asoba, and persons unknown. So it's curious to know if these are the persons unknown that are being referred to in that particular court proceeding, and if they're also restricted to that area. But it would be good to hear from them and know what it is they're counter-protesting about and what their demands are.
In time is that most of the people that you see on that list.
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, of course, earlier when we spoke in the morning, I did list some of those demands to you guys. Of course, we have a plethora of demands. Some of them are, of course, there's hunger in the land. They don't want the iWave to have any glitches anymore. So.
Right, Eli. Thanks for that update. We're just bringing you live images from the nation's capital, Abuja, where, as you can see, there is a protest and a counter-protest, and the security operatives are acting as a buffer in between them. So you have the Endbadgovernance protesters just right in front of the Moshood Abiola Stadium in the nation's capital, and then you have the counter-protesters, which you can see on the screen, the anti-protesters, call them whatever you want to, who are saying no to protests in the FCT. On the other side, and there's a lot of security presence, we understand that the Commissioner of Police in the FCT is also there. Quite interesting scenes playing out in the nation's capital. Well, Dele, let's come back to you now. You were talking about the people who are counter-protesting. Yes, we know the demands of those who are protesting, but the counter-protesters, you were trying to give us some insight into their arrival and perhaps the makeup of those anti-protesters, that is.
Oh, okay. So the anti-protesters are asking the protesters to go home. They're saying that they should give the president more time to implement his own policy agenda for the country. They are asking the protesters to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order in the FCT, because according to them, the FCT is for peace, is for progress, and that the progress and the developments that the FCT has been experiencing, they don't want anything that will lead to a situation that happened in the NSAS protest, where there was vandalism of public infrastructure. So the counter protesters are saying, look, we don't want any protests in the FCT. Please go home. We are for peace. We are for development.
Let's get now to our correspondent, Benny Ark. Remember, we did talk to you about Eagle Square, but here's Benny Ark's perspective, his reports on how Eagle Square is at the moment.
Morning, Chamberlain Malkwe. I'm right here at the Eagle Square, located in the 3 armed zones in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It's past 9 a.m., and as you can see right behind me, there are no crowds gathered anywhere here, but just the presence of security men who say they are under instructions and on ground to maintain law and order. Though we refuse entrance into the Eagle Square, but we can rightly confirm that there is no protest happening at this moment at the Eagle Square. Over to you guys in the studios.
All right, thank you very much. We've got NLB here with us. She's a former convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, and immediate past country director for Action Aid Nigeria. Sitting beside her, Aliyu Aldu, Special Assistant to the President on Public Affairs. Good morning, both of you. Thank you for coming on today.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning.
Well, Aliyu, the counter-protest. People are suspecting foul play. I mean, some will easily tell you they know that a few things will play out with those counter-protesters. Many don't think that they will be arrested. They also don't think that they will tear gas those counter-protests. They also don't think that they'll be very harsh with those counter-protesters because they suspect that they are from government. Who will have this kind of resources to organize buses, loads of people for this protest? What's going on? What do you know about this?
I know nothing about it. What I do know is the fact that Mr. President is a Democrat, true and true. You know, I mean, he's been part of protests in the past, even when the atmosphere weren't as conducive as this under the military, you know, to fight for democracy. So he has stated again and again, you know, as far as peaceful gathering of Nigerians in protest, peaceful protest is concerned, you know, he's all for it.
But does it make sense to you when you hear people say, but wait a minute, if people are saying, well, there's hunger, economic hardship, and then we just want to let the authorities know, look, we're down the economic ladder and we need to have voices heard. It won't make sense if they were to be the ones chartering buses, organizing themselves in that manner. So does it make sense to you when people say, we don't think these ones are the real protesters?
Oh, yes, it does. But one thing we must understand is this is politics. You know, without deceiving ourselves or anything, we understand the fact that there are people who will always want to please people in government, not necessarily government. You know, there are followers, supporters of people in government who want to please them, who go extra lengths to do things like this, just to show that, you know, they are for the government. Or, I mean, it's the beauty of democracy, it's the beauty of, you know, of politics, and that's what we have, you know.
Mr. Nobi, democracy or what?
You know, it's really sad to see this playing out at this time, because you are talking about the government of President Tinubu, who in many of the protests that we have had in the past, have been part of that protest. You know, in 2012, he's still very, very close in the Occupy, where he was there as an opposition, because in any climb in the world, when there is a protest, the opposition joins. But there was a garment of a cloud, you know, before the color, or even announcing that there's going to be a protest. They started gathering, a lot of things gathering. And I think what is going on here is the government organizing. I can see tear gas in some of the areas already. The government organizing. I think this protest, as far as I'm concerned, has succeeded already. Succeeded immensely, because I've never heard where there's a lot of organizing before protests like that, before the government bringing in all the governors, bringing everybody, just because Nigerians are talking of hunger. Hunger, that the land is hungry, people are hungry. We are talking of, as at the last in 2022, the figures we have is that 84.7 million Nigerians are in extreme poverty, and more than 140 million in multidimensional poverty. That is as of January 2022. And now we came into this, to where we are today, that Nigerians are talking of hunger. If this is the worst time for a Nigerian woman, you know, who have children to feed, or a Nigerian man who has children to feed. Because if you are the one that, okay, you have to go and ask the man for money to give you. In fact, before you go to the man's eye color has changed already. This is the first time that I was in a shop where one man brought the dirtiest
the dirtiest 200 naira to give somebody, give the guy who was selling food items, to please give one, to give, give him a cup of gari. When has Nigeria, gari has been the situation where the poor man can say, I used to quench my hunger or whatever, but you cannot even buy gari again. And when they talk of, 40% inflation, I'm just wondering, do you go to the market?
But what do you make of
Do you go to the market?
What do you think of government's explanation as to what they're doing and why people shouldn't come out to protest?
I mean, it's shocking that the government of the person who knows how to protest is the one that is mobilizing and asking everybody to shut up and sit down. And they are not, cost of governance is so huge. You are comfortable to go and build a house for one man, 21 billion. You are comfortable to have a cloud of, look at the cluster of the cost of governance. Look at the entourage and all of that, of the governors of all of them. Many of the looters of the economy, they are in the parliament. Many of the governors that have been there, they looted the treasury in their own cities, and they are sitting comfortably in the House of Parliament. And nobody, EFCC is not prosecuting them. The government of President Tinubu started by prosecuting. Okay, we had the case of Beta Edu, that something happened. There's so many issues on ground of corruption, and more corruption in the land. How can the price of fuel move from 165 to 650 overnight, just like that? And then you are talking Dangote, that is the Port Harcourt refinery ought to have started. Nigeria is the only country of OPEC that does not refine crude. And then you're hearing the Malta issue, how it is coming up, that, Nigerians are the ones taking the crude out and then bringing it in. And poor Nigerians are the ones that are paying for it. And you are not producing. We have an NNPC.
Even though government people deny that.
Government people are denying it, but let's come down to business and talk about why are we taking our crude out and coming in with the kind of natural resources and human resources we have. What is our plan for the human resources investing in the human capital? When President Muhammad Buhari was leaving, we were told that the Port Harcourt refinery was going to go on. Where is the Port Harcourt refinery? What of the money that has been voted on it? In every, all the corruption cases, billions are there. If you go to EFCC, if you see what is happening, what are we moving? How are we moving forward with it? And so there is hunger in the land. Look at them bringing in counter protesters on the day. I have never even heard where we have been restricted. When there is a popular place where the people want to meet, you say no, you cannot meet in that place. You go. Are we playing football? That you are telling protesters to go to the National Stadium and go and enter. Now they have even tried to say, okay, let's go around the stadium. Not even to Abuja Gate. If I were there, I would go to Abuja Gate. There is nothing like this thing. That's why I said, in coming to the studio this morning, I want to be there. I want to go out there. Because this is our land. You can't take the land from us. You are of us. And so what are we talking about? And by bringing in the anti-protesters, we know that the government will arrange that. They have always arranged it. Look at you dividing Nigerians, young Nigerians, you are causing them to be enemies of others. Where are we going to?
Well, Aliyu, these are images of Nigerians. And if you look at those faces out there, they are faced with the vagaries of the economy. They are Nigerians who just disappear to be, I don't see any buses behind them to see if they came down from those buses. So they don't look like the counter-protesters. But realistically as well, the economic situation, notwithstanding the explanations that government has given, but the reality is still on ground, which is what these people are talking about.
We can be very emotional about this all we want. party versus party, but we have to look at, look at figures, look at party.
Before the APC
As at 2012.
If the price of petrol, you know what it was.
As at 2012.
If it's exchange rate, you know what it was.
As at 2012. Let's get it right.
Go there?
Let's get it right. As at 2012, we had a population of about 180 million. We had about 122 million living under poverty line. How many percentage was that? Right now, we have a population of about 228 million, and we have about 130. When you look at it, we have lesser percentage of people living under poverty line now than we had back 12 years ago, if we are being realistic.
Okay. Mr. Blason,
now,
I agree with you.
I don't need anybody. The figures are there. I don't need her to admit to it. The figures are there. That's why we are educated. That's why we are different from people who want to come and speak emotionally. Let's talk figures. Now, so, Chamberlain, let's get something.
When you talk figures,
let's get something right, Chamberlain.
Let me purchasing power parity of Nigerians now and then.
Let's get something right. Our current challenges, are not something that started right now. And it started on the ground that the way our national economics have been managed have been badly managed. And to fix our situation, to fix this situation, we have to do it differently. And that differently that we are doing, that Mr. President is leading, it is showing results that we are in the right direction. We are on track. And the figures are coming in that we are making the right decision, and we are protesting against that.
Yeah, Mr. Audu, isn't it hypocrisy, though, that, we talk about being on the right track? Because what's the major policy which we are talking about now? Is that the removal of fuel subsidy?
That's the most.
That's the most, sensitive of all of the policies. Yes. And we know that this is not the first time that a removal of fuel subsidy has been mooted.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, in 2012, which you mentioned, how many years ago, which you mentioned, fuel subsidy removal was mooted at that time, and it was for this same very reason.
Okay.
The fact that we could see ahead of time that this had the potential to cripple the economy if we did not do anything about it. When we look at how much money we were actually committing to fuel subsidy versus how much we should be committing to, say, human development, education, health, all of these things, which the president now says he wants to do. But as you have also said, political parties, would find ways to politicize the issues. And at that time, it would seem that the AC or the APC, as the case might be, or ACN, as the party was then, played politics to its own admission,
not
or
totally.
To the admission of some of its members today with such an issue.
Not totally. Let's get something right. The situation by May 29, 2023, when the president removed subsidy, was very different from when it was 12 years ago. And I'll tell you why. There was no PIA, Petroleum Industry Act, as at 12 years ago, when subsidy was to be removed. You cannot deregulate a sector without policies. Without laws, yes.
What's the point you're making there?
The point I'm making is, if you want the private sector, if you want your sector to be globally competitive, there's going to be governing rules, there's going to be policies,
yeah, but there was
there's going to be legal framework.
In the President Buhari's regime, there was PIA.
Exactly.
He didn't remove subsidy.
No,
he suspended that provision.
You see, by the budget that this government inherited in 2023, as of that May, June, the subsidy payment, there was no accommodation for it.
Well, let me get your argument. Your argument now is that, subsidy removal could not have been implemented then because there was no PIA. However, now we have a PIA, yet we're not very clear in what direction we're currently in the oil industry. Do you agree with that statement or not?
I don't.
You don't?
No,
because people have asked, what sort of company is the NNPCL? People don't know whether it's a publicly listed company. They say, some people, shareholders are, government. It's a government entity, but they're not very quiet. They're not really clear on how the government, or let's say the company owned by Nigerians, really operates. They're not clear whether, because as we know today, the NNPC is the sole importer of petrol products into this country. There's been lots of conversation around the fact that subsidy, in fact, has returned as a result of what has happened with the exchange rate. However, there's been silence on that. So even for those who are in government who still say, subsidy is gone, or who still maintain what the president says, are they really being truthful and transparent to what is currently going on in the country?
Let's get something right. As at the time, we all complain about our, debt servicing to revenue ratio in this country. We had about 97% of our revenue being used to service debt. Let's complain about it.
What is it today?
68% in 1 year. It has dropped to 68%. Revenue has increased in the oil and gas industry. Just first quarter of this year, we recorded trade surplus of 6.5 trillion naira. And the non-oil sector contributed majorly to that. There is an improvement in the agricultural export. There is an improvement in technology export. There is an improvement in service export. There is an improvement in the industrialization sector. See, the fact is, we have a GDP that is growing at 3.1%. We have a stock market that is the best in the world. These are all at macroeconomic level. These are all indices to show that we are attracted. Let me submit, Chamberlain. You asked a crucial question. Let me submit.
How much did you buy bread? Even 4 weeks ago. Not last government.
Chamberlain.
How much is it today?
Chamberlain.
Are we going to tell people
as enlightened people? We are not.
And telling them about enlightenment
the difference
and
between,
GDP?
You see the difference between the elite. You see why there is why we ask for the best of our hands to be in government. The reason why people like us went on the street, why people like us went everywhere to campaign for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is because we know we deserve the best of people in government to lead us. If we're going to face our problem in ways that our actions today are going to align with our desire for tomorrow, then we've got to have our people who are going to put on their thinking cap, who are thinkers and doers. And there is no better person currently than the current president, and he has shown that. And these figures I have just read out to you showed you clearly that, I mean, the first half of this year, we have doubled our revenue compared to the last half.
Mr. Lee, figures have never been the issue.
Good.
Figures, just a moment, not when I mean figures.
Now, let me tell you how the figures are the issues, because what are we looking for? We are looking for economic growth, economic stability that will create jobs, that will put money.
Let me tell you why.
That will put money in the pockets and hands of individuals so that they can earn a living. The only way that happens is if you have a globally competitive environment that attracts both local and foreign investment. That is what we are currently experiencing. As we speak, the agricultural sector is experiencing boost. We are having farming. We are having round-the-year farming. There's been an increase in fertilizer supply to the grassroots. There's been an increment in tractor supply made available to the people. There's mechanized farming is on the increase. Improved seedling. See,
people will feel these things when you talk. If there is if there's abundance of food, it's not something that needs to be told. I'm sure it is something that people will feel.
But we all are knowledgeable enough that these things don't happen overnight. It takes time.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to bring you back to the fact that
if we look at what we have achieved in the last 1 year alone,
will you let me ask?
It gives us let me submit what I was trying to say before you cut me. If we look at what we have achieved in the last year alone, then we have reason to support the policies. We have reason not to question the person behind the policies because his track record shows
not to question.
Yes,
it's a democracy. Last we checked.
Let's dialogue on how best. If you have a better option on how we can do the right thing, then let's talk. But nobody has at this point stated clearly what differently should have been done. What I've heard is, he shouldn't have removed subsidy. If he had not removed subsidy when he did.
Many people have said what should have been done differently. Maybe you haven't heard some of them. A lot have.
Please,
well,
enlighten us with one of those.
She hasn't spoken for a while. We need to hear her as well.
He's been speaking, and I want to tell you to mind your language. To say that the elite, somebody who is enlightened, you want to be emotional. Do you have children?
I do.
Do you have family?
I do.
Do you feed your family?
I do.
Do you feed other people's family?
I do.
Are you responsible for many in the land?
I do. I am.
Very good. And so the question now is, even the minimum wage that we're talking about, that is 70,000, cannot buy a bag of rice. When we had a minimum wage that was 30,000, or that was even 18,000, at that time, bag of rice was 8,000. Before the coming of the APC government, let me just say APC now, APC government. Now you are giving them money that cannot even buy a bag of rice. And that is not enough for me to be emotional. And so if you are a mother in the land, they are talking of hunger. raw hunger. Because if you have in your figures that more than 80 million is going to bed hungry every night, that's a nightmare. Out of that, you have women who are having children on a daily basis. Out of that, you have so many people who are in the IDP camps. You have gender-based violence. You have violence everywhere. And then that's not enough for you to be emotional. You know, then I don't see what. Now, you have a space. We have always demonstrated. I was part and parcel of a lot of demonstrations during the military rule. I went to jail, I went to detention, I was kidnapped, and all of that happened during the military government. And now we are here today, we want to go and protest. If you block the line to allow people to protest, what will come at another time? There will be nobody will give you notice. This time they gave notice and say, we want to protest. We are hungry in the land. That is giving you a message that something is happening and you need to do something about it. And so that gave the Tinubu administration time to negotiate, you know, time to even talk to people, but your signs are what make you not to protest. And let me take it back to when we did the lockdown of the National Assembly. A lot of you were there. Channels, you know, all the media, everybody was on ground there. When we went to lockdown of the National Assembly, when they threw the gender bills out through the window, it was a spontaneous decision and we went down. 4 weeks we were at the National Assembly. But you have a new administration now, the House of Representatives, for the first time, celebrated, you know, International Women's Day. This year, that was the first time we're having it in the history of our time. And they said, okay, let's look at the gender bills again. You don't have to go to the street. Come talk to us. That's the way the administration moves. You do something that makes people, they have even on their own introduced bills already. You know, and so what you do, so if I'm buying bread, if I used to buy bread, 500 naira, and then it went to 900, and then it went to 1,500, and then it went to go to 1,800. And not that the bread that used to be the common man, aggregate bread is what we used to, you know, on the streets of Lagos. I used to live in Lagos. President, you know, Tinubu was a governor when I was in Lagos, so he was my governor. But the issue of governance itself, the cost of governance today, the salaries of those who are in the parliament, and all of that does not tell Nigerians that you care about them. You know, and the primitive accumulation of wealth that is going on right now is that at the end of the day, all of us are going to be skeletons. At the end of the day, all of us are going, where we are equal, there is death is a must. Even the threats now. I have the right to be emotional because now, you said people should go to the National Stadium in Abuja. They went and said, okay, we stay around the National Stadium. That is the most humble set of protesters that I can see. It's not possible to have people like that. Right. And so don't tell me that I'm emotional because there is hunger in the land. There are so many students who are dropping from 200 in the public schools, for example. Our education, you know, our public education used to be one of the best across Africa before the structural adjustment program came, and they adopted it and destroyed the structures. We have beautiful doctors and all of that who are now flying out. Nigeria has the capacity. We are blessed with human resources. More than 62% of the population are young people. Right. If you don't allow them to protest today, if you are now bringing buses and saying, and the police made, you gave a court order, said those who want to protest, go to the stadium. You also brought people who are you know, the Tinubu government to the stadium as well. What are you seeing? If we lose any life today, I'm saying the Tinubu administration must take responsibility for any loss of life. Because what they are doing, what they plan to do is what they are doing now.
We'll go to break, but when we return, there'll be more coming up on the program, our continuing coverage of the August protests. So don't go away. We'll talk about the figures, the reality on ground, your expectations, your opinion. All of them will be here in just a moment. Stay on with us.
Admission, admission, admission. Admission is ongoing at Koladaisi University, Ibadan, where we have state-of-the-art laboratories and studios with structured, uninterrupted academic calendar. You can enroll for a variety of courses in the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, and Faculty of Arts Management and Social Sciences. For inquiries, please call 070-3795-3524, 070-3782-1221, 080-6015-8996, or visit our website on www.koladaisiuniversity.edu.ng. Koladaisi University, advancing the frontiers of knowledge. Announcer, Mr. Aruna Olawale Adetu, Registrar and Secretary to the Council, Koladaisi University, Ibadan.
Police Establishment Act of 2020, Section 83, Subsection 4, that during protest, the police shall provide adequate security for the protesters. That is the law. So what should be done, or what is expected if there's going to be a protest and there's an announcement, is to ask the protesters, where do you want to gather, so that the police can surround the place and ensure that hoodlums, so-called, or thugs, normally employed by politicians, deployed by politicians during elections, will not take advantage of genuine protests in the country. And I think that is what the government should do now. Try and identify the organizer and collaborate with them to ensure that violence will not occur. How do you identify those who are issuing statements, those who are planning the protests, and then engage with them productively? And then the questions being raised, there are demands that are being made. The government should address this demand. And between now and the 1st of August, it's still a long way.
Within the Nigerian Constitution, protesting is allowed. All I plead for those who are protesting is to do so within the law and in a civil manner that allows us as a nation to show that we live within the law. Everybody knows the things that are difficult. I always say, when they talk about sponsors of the protest, I say the sponsors are very simple. It's hunger. It's hopelessness among the youths. So we all have to listen to what Nigerians are going through. And I thank our governor for doing so. It is critical and important. Okay. Well, what I said to security agencies is that we will then ensure that they manage the situation, again, within the law. We should not try to be overbearing. It should be something that we do within the law. There's nothing wrong. Protest is allowed everywhere globally. And I also say people protest in my house. And it's for us to listen to those who are protesting. Why are they protesting? Engage them. That's what governance is all about.
Over the last 15 months or so, the economy has been turned around, and I would even say saved from the precipice. On the one hand, we have come from a situation where the nation was living on debt. Every time there was a bill to be paid, it was not paid from revenue. It was not paid from investment funding, but it had to be paid from debt, particularly from the central bank, and of course, that was not sustainable. That is no longer the case. The revenue of Nigeria, as a result of diligent application of technology and new processes to federal government expenditure, revenue, including that of the revenue earning ministries departments and agencies, as well as federal government-owned enterprises, has doubled. Compared to the first half of 2023, the 2024 revenue of the federal government has doubled and is expected to maintain that trajectory. And on the cost side, there has been rejigging, there has been reconfiguration of the procedures and the processes such that costs are now under control, spending more visible and accountable, and the money of Nigerians is being well spent.
Although you see varying opinions across board, from government to members of the civil society, even opposition leaders, regarding this planned end bad governance protest. We can tell you that across the country, we've seen the protesters gathering in the nation's capital, Abuja, here in Lagos, the commercial capital, even in northern states, Borno, Gombe. And we'll be giving you all of the live updates as they come in. But we've been speaking with some of our guests in the studio who've been providing insight into the performance of the government, the yearnings, the pain points of the people, and the reality on ground. We've been speaking with Comrade NLB, former convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, and Aliyu Aldo, Special Assistant to the President of Public Affairs, both of them joining us from our Abuja studio. We've since been joined by the CEO, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Dr. Muda Yusuf, joining us virtually. Thank you, gentlemen and lady, for staying with us. But let's head over to Gombe State now in northern Nigeria, where we understand that a swarm of protesters have converged on the government house premises, trying to gain entry into the government house premises. And there you see a crowd, mostly security agencies, at least that we can see for now. And you can see farther the people who, in fact, some of them right on top of the billboards, and you see some of them waving leaves. So let's take a listen to what's playing out right now in Gombe State. The situation playing out in Gombe, northeast Nigeria. Large deployment of security operatives there, but you can see the people holding placards. Some who can get placards holding leaves. End bad governance is their cry, and of course voicing their plight over the past few months. So there you have it. The pain points of the people there in Gombe State, the security operatives watching on, and we'll keep monitoring the situation there as things unfold. But as we keep our eye on that, let me just bounce this off our guests, Comrade NLB and Aliyu Aldo in our Abuja studio. But let me come to you, Aliyu Aldo. You've talked about some of the economic figures, but you know, they say some of these things you don't even have to say it. When there is enough evidence, you don't have to do a lot of explanation because the people can feel it. In fact, it's the people that will tell you, no, don't worry, we can feel it. We know that the price of this has dropped. This is moving well. So don't you think that enough or is enough to trounce what you think? And look at what's playing out in Gombe State. People coming out. Obviously, these people don't look sponsored by the opposition.
Of course, like Mr. President has always said, if there was any other way to fix our situation and ensure that we don't rob our tomorrow, you know, by trying to, you know, take the shortcuts today. And in any case, if we look at it clearly from where we're coming from, when there was subsidy, it wasn't like we had it good. We didn't have it good. But for once in our national life, you know, we had a plan, you know, led by someone whose track record speaks volume. And he acknowledges the pain, you know, he acknowledges the inconveniences, and he acknowledges that this will only be temporarily if we stay true to these processes. These bold reforms that he has undertaken, it's not to cause harm. The aim is not to cause difficulty to Nigerians. The idea is to solve our decades-long problem. If we are ever going to solve them, then we have to do things differently. And whether we like it or not, even with the best of plans, it takes time. So all Mr. President has always asked for is continue to ask for the understanding and patience of Nigerians. And a lot of palliative are being put in place to cushion some of this effect. It's not like they are enough to cushion the effect, but we have to do what he is doing. And if we look back at where we are coming from and look at where we are today, it might not have been making impact in terms of microeconomic as far as the individual businesses, the individual life is concerned, as much as we like to see. But on the larger scale, on the macroeconomic scale, we see that these policies are working. These policies are the right policies, and they are in line with what the average Nigerian wants. That is a country with a very buoyant economy that creates jobs, creates wealth, and has reason for improved welfare that is sustainable. If we do not ensure that our environment is globally competitive, we will not achieve that. And these policies that he has brought in place are policies that would direct us, that would take us in that direction, and the signs are there that we're in that direction. So at this point, look at the countries that are doing well in the world. They've all had to do this at some time in the past. We go to all those countries now where all of these things happen because at some point in their past, some generation have taken, it hasn't been good for the past 40 years, for the past 50 years in Nigeria, despite all of the subsidy that we're doing. I mean, let's look at the figures alone. In the last 1 year, 50% of imported fuel have been ended. Importation of fuel has been reduced to 50% of what it is. Then you ask yourself, where has the extra $5 billion of the $10 billion that was being spent annually on subsidy, where has it been going to? There are a lot of when the downstream oil sector is played in a way that is competitive, that allows for local and foreign investment, there will be competition in the sector. There will be increase in earning. The jobs will be created. There are other initiatives that Mr. President have brought into place. We have the consumer credit that is coming up, that is, targeted at taking care of at least 2 million Nigerians. I mean, we have the student loan that has just been launched. About 1.1 billion has been paid to 20,000 students. It is designed to cater for about 2 million Nigerian students who are naturally unable to pay for their school fees, not just school fees, stipends that what they need to run through their academics. These are things that developed countries that we look up to today.
All right, Mr. Audu, if you can hear me, for a moment.
A country that works just like that.
All right, Mr. Audu, okay, let me take it to Mr. Muda. Mr. Muda, thank you. Mr. Muda Yusuf, thank you so much for joining us. So, you're the economist, so help us make sense of what we're dealing with. Mr. Audu has started a lot of figures in terms of the macroeconomic numbers, but you and I know that when it comes to macroeconomics, the blood pressure of macroeconomics is in inflation. So no matter what you do, if there's inflation, just like going to the hospital, they check your vital sign. The first vital sign is your blood pressure. Everything has to be, the blood pressure has to be stable for us to begin to make progress in anything we do. So help us make sense of some of the gains it's touted on the program as against the numbers we are still seeing, and how far we're supposed to experience these numbers. Because at the end of the day, what people are feeling is like, life was not perfect, but life was not this bad until you came and removed subsidy and floated the naira, even though it's well-intentioned.
Well, the point to make is that we are still in a corrective phase of managing the economy. And when you are going through a phase of correction, that's correcting some long-standing and deep-seated, distortions that have accumulated over time, it naturally will come with a lot of challenges. Before this administration, and this is not holding brief for the administration, the economy was bleeding profusely. economy was bleeding from the oil sector as a result of all this fuel price, subsidy, and all of that. The economy was bleeding from the way we are managing the foreign exchange environment. The economy was bleeding from the massive theft of crude oil. And of course, the economy was also bleeding from corruption. So these were major issues that needed to be dealt with. And if you are dealing with a patient and you have some bleeding here and there, I think the first thing to do is to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, the whole system will collapse. And that is what I think the administration set out to do thus far. Unfortunately, these corrective processes has come with a lot of social challenges. Now, the corrective processes were first in the area of addressing the issue of energy. That's the fuel subsidy and all that. That has come with a lot of challenge. So we are having challenges arising from high energy costs. We had challenges as a result of the reforms in the foreign serious inflationary situation. So I think the point to make is that the response to the outcomes, especially the social outcomes of these reforms, that response has not been fast enough and possibly has not been deep-seated enough. And again, there are also issues about messaging, about responding to the sensibilities of Nigerians, about also ensuring that we demonstrate that we are all in this sacrifice together. I think those issues are also there. There are also issues around the lag between the efforts of government to correct some of these things and the implementation and the delivery of those policy pronouncements. So in terms of the delivery and the machinery for implementation of even some of the measures that have been put in place, the lag was also too much. So what I will say is that the reforms that have inflicted this
indeed, Mr. Yusuf, we could talk a lot more about the messaging, and we could view it within the context of the last-minute efforts by, the federal government yesterday, led by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, to address the situation, perhaps forestall what has transpired today. But that would be after this soundbite that we're about to take from Ojota. You are seeing right now on your screen live feed of the protests in Ojota area of Lagos. We can see the protesters there, some evidently angry, a lot of talking from the protesters. Let's listen to this, and then we'll view that messaging from the federal government. We switch to Rivers now. You're seeing images from Rivers State. It's getting busier now in Rivers State. The venue is not quite clear, but you're seeing aerial images from Rivers State of protesters who are embarking on a procession right now. Lagos, or Jota to be precise, where protesters have converged. It was initially quiet in Ojota, but now we've seen activity in Ojota area of Lagos. Of course, there's heavy security presence there as well, just opposite the protesters on the other side of the expressway. They're carrying placards and they've begun to chant solidarity songs. And there you have it. The protesters have largely kept to their word following the announcement of this planned protest about a month before now. They've converged in major cities across the country. We've covered Lagos, we've covered Rivers, we've covered Benue, Borno, of course, River State, Port Harcourt to be precise.
Could register our grievances. Yes. As far as Nigeria is concerned, yes. Nigeria is a great nation. Yes. A nation so blessed with rich and natural resources. Yes. A nation that has been the giant of Africa. Oh, yes. But today, I ask a question. Where are we? 29th May 2023. This administration came into existence. The administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. From that day, there has been chaos economically. When subsidy removal has caused major harm than good in this country. Despite the fact that all the three candidates, major candidates, said they were going to remove subsidy. But then I tell you that every policy have a way of implementation. When the president came into assumption, 29 May 2023, he said, without looking at any calculation, without meeting with any economic team, that subsidy is what? In the front.
Still, the things we're taking up from Ojota area in Lagos, Nigeria. You can see the gentleman trying to chronicle how we got here in the first place, which for him is the reason why they are hitting the street. So, as Bukola and Kayode and the rest of my colleagues have said, we're touching base with as many places as possible, and we're trying to get a feel, aggregating what their demands are at the end of the day. Because the convergence is summarized in end bad governance. But when you break it down, there are different things they are demanding for. As this protest continues to unfold we'll begin to see further exactly what will be the end of this. But so far, so good. We've not seen any major skirmishes, at least from the places reported, although we understand that in places like Bauchi, there has been disruption as the young people wanted to see the emir, and the police, in their assessment, thinking that they were being unruly, had to disperse them with tear gas. However, the young people are demanding that they continue with their protest. So from the north to the south to the 6 geopolitical zones, we see incidents.
Yeah, a testy situation that we saw in Bauchi there, with security operatives trying to manage the situation. We hope that it stays that way without any casualty being recorded. We have more live feed from Gombe State, to be precise, of protesters embarking on the action. There you have it. You can see Gombe State there. The images in your face all at once. Quite a turnout, but of course there's also the presence of heavy presence, yeah, from what we say of security operatives. Let's have Gombe. Gombe State there active with a number of people coming out, but apparently from what we have here, peaceful, and we hope that it stays that way. But we understand that the protesters are trying to gain access into Government House. It's not quite clear what the response of security agents are at this point, but as this unfolds, we'll definitely bring you up to speed with clearer understanding of what exactly is playing out. But it's quite busy from what we see here with security, or the protesters rather, bearing leaves, and it's quite a busy scene there in Gombe State. So we've had Bauchi, we've had Gombe, and of course we have more reports coming from other parts of the country. But let's return to the studio now. We still have our guests in the studio. We have Dr. Muda Yusuf, we have Comrade NLB, and we also have Mr. Audu Aliyu. Let me come to you now, Comrade Obi. Looking at messaging from the government, particularly with reference to last-minute efforts by officials of this administration to perhaps prevent, this protest. We saw the secretaries to the government of the Federation, leading ministers, speaking on efforts of what the administration has been doing in terms of reforms. But if we were to put that side by side with the demands, of the protesters, does it appear as if they're going to meet the protesters halfway with at least some of their realistic demands, return fuel subsidy, address hunger, insecurity? Does it look as if that they're going to meet the protesters quarter way or halfway that would perhaps reduce the number of days that we'll see this protest for from the planned 10 days to a fewer number of days?
Thank you very much. I think for now, for what we're looking at, it's, you know, like my fellow Nigerian here pointed out on the fact that the Tinubu administration has that the revenue has increased and all of that. I want to remind us that the revenue has not actually increased, it's shrunk, because you have 400 naira to the dollar before they came in, and now it's 1,600. What that means is that if you do a calculation, you see that you have higher quantum of money, but it doesn't mean that things have changed. Yesterday, the National Assembly also had, you know, reviewed the CBN Act, which says, you know, the Tinubu administration can review, you know, they can review the printing of the revenue to 15% from the 7% of the former administration. We also, during the 8 years of Buhari, which we thought was a bizarre, you know, there were a lot of disappointments and all of that, you know, borrowed 17 trillion, you know, during their time. But what we have today, in 1 year of the Tinubu administration, they have borrowed 16 trillion. What does that tell you? So if we have 4 years of the administration, what are they going to borrow? And when you are looking at, so if you increase the issue of fuel subsidy. So the very president that kicked against fuel subsidy in 2012, because Jonathan administration was the one that was on now, and so he was an opposition leader, but it was okay for him to come out. But they were warning Atiku, warning Obi, all of you, no one can come out and all of that. You are not suffocating people and you say don't talk. And now you are restricting people to different, even the restriction alone is enough for you to want Nigerians to do anything because you have the power. You can use it against them. It belongs to the people. But, you know, it's really, it's nice to see how they have been arranging to make sure that the protest does not hold. It means you don't want it to hold. You want them to listen to you. What have you done? My friend here also pointed out the fact that when there was subsidy, is there no subsidy anymore? Because at the last count, even the vice president pronounced that they were spending, you know, 2 months ago, said they were spending 1 trillion every month for fuel subsidy. And we thought it was out. And when you want to retrace that step, the day the president took oath last year, 29th of May, you know, when he took the oath, it was like, you know, when he went to the stage, he didn't even look at his speech anymore. It was like all along he has been wanting to make sure that there is hardship on Nigerians because he just made a pronouncement. Subsidy is gone. We heard that. It's like, okay, where is the speech? Where is the speech to back up the subsidy? What are you talking about subsidy that you say subsidy is gone? And the reason why Nigerians, many of us Nigerians, I don't believe that there is anything called subsidy, is that some money is being organized to the pocket of the rich. We have 4 refineries working. The incompetence of government itself to put the refineries to work, they are forgetting that we have the volume of the young people we need to put into jobs are so many that you need those refineries. If they are working, you can refine the crude and even export instead of importing. And then you keep your citizens working. It creates a lot of employment, but rather they are taking the money out, and so you are keeping citizens of other nations on ground. And so when you say subsidy is gone, now you come to, you know, that multiplied inflation. There's a, you know, I don't know how you can even say whether it's quadrupled inflation, you know, from 165 to 615 in other climes. I was just coming from Jos, is selling for 700 and something and so on. And the other parts of the country is selling for so much. And that has introduced the inflation across board to all food stuff. I went into I was buying, you know, a basket of tomatoes for about 5,500. I left the country for a few weeks. I came back. A small basket of tomatoes became 25,000. The price has come down a bit, but how can you contain that? And for the first time in our lives, You go to the market in the morning, the price is different. You go to the market in the afternoon, the price is different. You go in the evening, it is different. How do you meet that? We want to see the affordability of things in the market. You say you are going to be giving a bag of rice for 40,000. Where are you going to give it? Where is it holding? Nigerians are hungry. We have a lot of young people. We have so many people, unemployment is at its peak. We have a lot of young people who cannot feed themselves. Of course, they cannot feed themselves because they don't have jobs. Population is a blessing, not a curse. And I think the Tinubu administration should understand it better. I think people need to speak to truth to power. Those who are just putting water in their mouth and they are speaking to the president and the president is saying, okay, it's okay. You mobilize Nigerian students to come to Aso Rock to come and say, Nigerian students will not protest and all of that. Who gave them money to come to Aso Rock? How do you divide Nigerians if you suffocate them and you say they are not going to talk? When is it going to happen? And now we have the courts. We also have the courts now restricting people to say this is where you are going to be.
Comrade Obi, if I may quickly come in there with a very quick follow-up. You made a point about how there's a fair consensus that subsidy is still being paid to the tune of 1 trillion naira per month, even though the administration has not come out to confirm this, but that also speaks to issues of accountability. Now, if subsidy is still being paid, even after that big announcement of the removal of fuel subsidy, and it has not significantly brought down the price of commodities, if the administration now complies with the demands of the protesters and removes subsidy, is it going to have any significant impact on headline inflation and food inflation?
Subsidy that we're talking about. If you are a producing nation, you are a member of OPEC, and you are producing crude, and you cannot refine, what happens? We saw what happened with Dangote refinery. The refinery, they have prepared all the gamut of money had gone into that. Even when you look at the ground, about $100 million was paid for the land alone. A good government will give you the infrastructure because all of those people that you are employing in Dangote refinery are going to pay taxes, to the government of the land. That's the government of Lagos State. So they should have allowed them. What happened, first of all, is Dangote refinery caught fire. After that, we started having government officials going to say Dangote refinery, the fuel is substandard. Instead of saying, welcoming the development of an investor whom they are welcoming in different parts of the world to come and invest so that they can create employment for you. And if you give him crude, what do you think you are going to get down? If the price of fuel is now selling because you are importing for 615, or 617, officially, and then you are now coming down and you give the crude and it's produced and you are selling it in Naira. A few days ago, we had the president has said you can give a Dangote refinery. Where was he going to get it before? Why are you making things so difficult for them that are now going to produce in Nigeria? When you produce in Nigeria, then the fuel will be cheaper. There's nothing called a subsidy. So I am pulling out that if you are doing something and you are showing the nation, until Dangote stood up to them and talked to them and all of that, everybody, they want to become more important now to say we are the one giving you the crude. Where was he going to get it before? He now started importing fuel, crude from Brazil and all, when he has fuel right there with him. And so the demands will be met when we can see actions. Remove the subsidy, that you are removing the subsidy. What subsidy are you removing? I don't believe it in the first place. All right. What you need to do is to crash the program, to crash the price of all you are doing by bringing down, you bring it down to 200 naira, or okay, if you are not putting it at 165, bring it down. Every facet of the inflation will crash. All right. And that's what we need. We need to see the prices down because of the cost of transportation.
Fair point you've made there. Just before I come to Mr. Audu, let me take this to Dr. Muda Yusuf, because this concerns the economy and the feasibility of it. So, Dr. Yusuf, this has been at least a consistent demand from the different groups protesting. Subsidy, return subsidy, let the price of petrol come down. I mean, she says if not 165, maybe 200 may be fair. For you, is this feasible? Is this doable? And should governments be considering this, Dr. Yusuf?
Of course, it's not feasible. It's not something that is sustainable. And we also need to put all these issues in proper context. The president will not set out to deliberately inflict pains on Nigerians. Certainly not. The whole issue is that there was a lot of challenges that were inherited that needed to be fixed. Now, I told you earlier that the economy was bleeding profusely as a result of the way we were managing the oil and gas sector. For over a decade, the refineries were not working. You blame the current administration for that. Now we are trying to see whether we can domesticate the production and all of that. There were mature obligations that the current CBN need to clear. Almost $7 billion that needed to be cleared to bring some sanity to the foreign exchange market. There are these oil thefts that have become so heavily entrenched for over a decade. Look at how difficult it has been to clean up the issues around oil theft and increase our production. Look at what insecurity is doing to our agricultural sector. This security problem did not start with this administration. So I think we need to contextualize these issues properly.
All right, Dr. Yusuf, pardon me.
Yes, as for your specific question, there is no way the economy can sustain it. Because whatever is left with the economy, now if you go back to this issue of putting the fuel at 200,
if you can hear me,
there's no way the economy can sustain it unless you want to use all your resources on fuel subsidy, and that is not sustainable.
All right, Dr. Yusuf, just a moment. I'll let you land on that point, but we understand that there's something playing out right now in Borno State, northeast Nigeria, where the police has since dispersed, or at least they're trying to disperse the protesters with tear gas, and they see most of them young people.
Disperse. Just to maintain the peace. Beginning of the day, they called the Endbadgovernance protest in Nigeria.
It's quite interesting to see that the majority of them are young
Very
Nigerians.
young. Teenagers, literally.
Exactly. And I did see earlier on some military men. I remember the Inspector General of Police saying that, well, the military will not be involved in this except things escalate. So is this a function of the escalation in Borno State? We understand that just recently there were attacks by, bombers. So is this as a result of that? But this is what we can tell you right now from Borno State.
Just to say that, we appeal to all protesters to protest peacefully and not show aggression so that security operatives will have an easier time managing the situation.
So at the end of the day, it's just to maintain the peace. Let's now head to our correspondent here in Lagos. Olu Philip, we understand, is standing by to bring us up to speed with what is happening in Ojota. Olu, apparently this doesn't look like the usual hustle and bustle of Ojota at about this time, 11:16 or 17 a.m. Nigerian time. Tell us what exactly is playing out where you are.
Well, Jeffrey, if you're very consistent and familiar with what we do here on Channels Television as regards covering this, remember that this vicinity became one of the strongest beehives in 2012 when on January 2012, the government of President Goodluck Jonathan removed subsidy and fuel prices moved from 65 naira up to about 165 or thereabout. And this place was completely swarmed with sea of heads. That's the Ganifa Army Park. And you can see, Jeffrey, it's completely empty. What we have seen, and I must tell you and I must tell our viewers locally and internationally, is that there is no proper coordination as far as these stagings are concerned. You can see some people out there just grouping themselves. Some others are behind me. If my cameraman can make a quick sweep behind him, there aren't any set of people. They're just gathered to the right. You have the policemen to the right. You have the police vehicles to the left. People are just milling around. There isn't any spot where pronouncements are being made. We've followed protests, we've followed situations like this all the times when the likes of Femi Falana, SAN, used to lead protests with Bakogba and all of that. When they led protests against the military, it usually will start somewhere in Yaba and they march all the way to Maryland and make pronouncements, make strong statements, put out there the information and the reasons why they are gathering. So far, we've not seen anything like that. We've not heard anyone really say this is what they want. We've not seen a group of people come together and say this is what we are saying, this is who we are, and this is what we want to see. We just see pockets of people milling around, moving around, and trying to see where to join, what formation to join, what to say, what to do. I've received a few pamphlets of some groups and with different names, with different nomenclature. You can see no one is addressing anyone, no one is talking to anyone, no one is even speaking to the government. Some of these demands that you see trending on the social media, we don't have anybody who is coming out to say, you know what, we actually called for these protests. We sent out notices that it's going to start on August the 1st, and today is August the 1st, and we are keeping to our words to bring to bear very strongly and unequivocally so our demands. 5 points, 6 points. Remember also what happened during the NSAS before it deteriorated into chaos and rioting. These guys had 5 points agenda. They wanted police to end brutality. They wanted families of those who have been brutally brutalized to be compensated and all of that. 5 points was very clear. They started out very strongly, started out with their grouping, started out with very strong statements and gatherings and making it heard and making their voices heard. I want to see a place where at least there is a megaphone, one megaphone, saying this is who we are, this is what we want to achieve, and this is what we want to see going forward. If we don't, we will continue to push back. It doesn't look like there's going to be an organized pushback. We've seen the Commissioner of Police going around and making sure that everything is okay, and he's working around with his men. We've seen detachments from some military. In some distance that they usually maintain during the elections, they don't come very close to the polling area. So let's assume that this area is the polling area. The military are just on the shoulders and on the feeders of this axis. At some point, well, the weather is clement. At some point, I think all of this will begin to trickle out if there isn't any direction. And hopefully we'll find a voice, we'll find, rather than this cacophony of voices that we hear or see, we'll find a voice that is strong in unison, a voice that is strong, hearts joined together, faith joined together, and ambition and belief joined together, and address the government on what exactly this call-out is for, because all over this... Yes?
Yes, I wanted to find out from you. I think we can see security agencies behind you. You've talked about there is maybe coordination to the best of your knowledge around the area. But so maybe if you can help us walk around to find out if you can spot any protester. And what is the man beside you saying? Maybe let's listen to him.
Okay, hold on. So did you join any group or you just decided to... Are you doing something?
No, alone. I'm riding from First Tag, from my 2. I'm coming from First Tag. My son at 13 is the program. I can't even buy data for him to learn more. I can't even pay for the institution fee. Millions of naira. At 13, he can program them. Good luck, Benjamin is his name. My name is Ogu Benjamin Chidoke. So I'd rather die on the street than die at home. I can't sit down and watch the future of my son go to waste. I know I may not have safety again in Nigeria, but my son's future will not waste. I'd rather die on the street than stay at home and die.
How do you think all of this should happen, and how do you think government should actually toe on the part of listening and understanding what exactly and how to react to the kind of demands you're making here on the street?
Yes, what we are doing here is to the favor of the government. If they are listening government, if they have conscience, what we are doing is the best thing that citizens can do for their government, just to air their view so that you not know where you are working on. We are not against the government. We are trying to what? Give them the leeway to show them what we need. Not what they think we need, no.
What exactly do you want?
We want good governance.
What do you mean by good governance?
Enable environment. Enable education-wise. At least the futures of Nigeria are lying to waste. We think we are living, but we are dying.
Are you aware of the student loans of government so far?
We are aware of the student loan, but motive is key in everything you are doing in life. All the years, what happened to the student loan? Is it when the protests now started, they are bringing out student loan? What is the durability of the student loan? How long will it stay? What is the durability of the loan? We are not kids.
Have you tried to assess it yet?
I'm a graduate.
No, for your kid, like you talked about your son who is a programmer.
My son is in GS3, entering SS1
so
now.
not in the university.
Yes, but I want him to go into programming full time. Education we run in Nigeria is a waste. We are learning what we cannot, outdated things that we cannot use in the future. I'd rather my son drop out of school and face coding and programming full time. So if the government can give me the scholarship for him to study it, I don't mind giving my son to Nigeria. He will better Nigeria as a programmer.
So this for me, if I hear you very well, this for me would settle on curricula for school and education to make sure that brilliant students like your son, like you said, can have
scholarship to study.
If you can hear me, Olu, just a minute.
Employ them after that, but they will contribute to Nigeria.
If you can hear me, Olu, maybe... okay. I'm trying to... Olu apparently having that... Very passionate gentleman there. Yes, Olu, we can see he's quite passionate, talking about what he wants for his son as against what Nigeria has done to him in his own words. But we can see people behind you. Maybe if you help us walk down and maybe take more reactions to some of the people that are there, maybe pockets of people around, let's hear from them. There are protesters behind you, if you can hear from them.
I'm just going to do that right away. Why are you on the streets?
Sorry, I like to speak in Yoruba because our president is Yoruba. I believe if I speak in Yoruba, he will hear me clear.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
No abusive words.
No.
Go ahead.
I'm very happy for everybody. Inú mi dùn láti rí gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà tá parapọ̀ ń bí lónìí nítorí pé ara ni wá, ebi ń pa wá, inú wa ò dùn. Gbogbo àwa youth àti àríṣẹ́ṣe mọ́. Number one, àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ owó oṣù ẹlòmíì kò ká báàgì ráìsì kan ní owó tó ń gbà lóṣù kò ká báàgì ráìsì kan. Báwo náà ti fẹ́ ká survive? Ara ni aráàlú. Àwọn ìyàwó wa wọ́n ti di olóṣó tán. Tí wọ́n bá jáde síta kán lọ sí àgbèrè. Wọ́n róúnjẹ jẹ ẹjọ́ President Bola Tinubu. Àti àkókò yìí bẹ̀ yín ni. Ẹ bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà. Ara ni wá. Thank you.
Geoffrey, did you understand that even though he was trying to address Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I don't know, do I help you with some level of interpretation so that this conversation can go on smoothly?
Go ahead. Absolutely.
No, so what he's saying is this, that he's, first of all, he's happy that everyone came out today peacefully to protest. That's one. And personally to the president, that they are working, people are working, he is working, but the money, the purchasing power in the pockets of most Nigerians can afford basic food and amenities, and that some of our women or their wives and women are not able to also provide or find sustainable means of livelihood and are taken to other vices that we can't mention here on television. So that's what it is. Purchasing power, not being able to at least buy food, and maybe I should add medicine. So it's an issue of inflation, so we'll talk about inflation, we'll talk about floating of the naira. We've looked at all of those indices, and we are saying this is what it is. Whilst the naira is being floated, whilst we're having this high-level inflation, whilst some experts have told us that the interest rate fixed by the CBN isn't beneficial in terms of job creation and all of that. That is the areas that government needs to begin to respond as far as this is concerned. So, like I said, everyone seems to have what it is they want to talk about and not necessarily under one voice. I don't know if I can take up one person again before we round off the session to ask what exactly. Yes, please.
We understand that there are a couple of them around you, but then we can see the protesters also gathered just a few meters from you. They appear to be protesters. So just if they are protesters, it would be good to also hear from them so we can get, a cross-section of the views of Nigerians who are right there in the Ojota area, Olu.
Okay, so Kayode, whilst I'll allow you continue at the studio work there, in about 5 minutes, I'll take a walk down to where we have another set of people who have gathered or congregated together. I'll pick out one or two persons who are supposedly protesting, and we can get their views, and Nigerians can have it, and the global community. Kayode.
Olu, there you have it, Nigerians speaking their minds in the language they understand. And that is the essence of democracy, ensuring that everyone is able to speak their minds to government. This is democracy. But let's return to our guests. We still have three of them joining us. And Bukola, I know you have something for Dr. Yusuf.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Kayode. Quite a lot for you to react to, Dr. Yusuf, concerning the sound bites that we have heard, from those who are protesting on the streets. But I'd like to take you up on your views about a return to the price of petrol prior to, the inauguration of this administration will make the economy unsustainable. If we refer to 2012, during the Occupy Nigeria protests, the protests eventually led to a return of pump price of petrol to 65 naira per liter. And at that time, there wasn't even a potential for increased refining capacity as we now do. So, some Nigerians would say that your views are debatable.
Are debatable. Well, but maybe perhaps at that time, maybe we are still having some measure of domestic production. But now, 100% of our petroleum products are imported. And there's a global dimension to this. With the Russia-Ukraine war, you see what has happened to energy prices across the world. They are talking about inflation and cost of living crisis and protests. These protests had happened in Europe and in some other parts of Asia, even in the US. Inflation reached in some countries 40-year high as a result of these global issues around cost of living, particularly around the energy prices. So the biggest issue we are facing with respect to this energy is the fact that we are completely 100% dependent on importation. And that is what the current administration is trying to do, to switch us back to domestic production. If we're able to switch fully back to domestic production, we will see a moderation in these prices. But it's not as if it will go back to 200 or go back. I mean, that will be wishful thinking, because we also need to manage expectations. But scaling up domestic production is going to go a long way. And in any case, what happened that over 10 years, our refineries did not work? What happened? So these are negligence of governance over the years. So we are dealing with a problem that has accumulated over so many years. Can you fix all these problems in 1 year? So these are the issues. If you're able to increase the level of domestic production, support all these initiatives, Dangote, other refineries, BUA, NMPs, if they can come up with production, and if they also can sort out the issue of the oil theft, oil outputs in the Niger Delta, we'll be getting somewhere. But these are very fundamental issues that will take time to fix.
All right, Mr. Yusuf, we're
So
definitely
that is the point around this issue.
All right, Mr. Yusuf, we're going to touch base with you yet again, but we need to head out to the nation's capital, Abuja, where we understand that the protesters had actually left the designated venue, which was the MK Abiola Stadium, and they're now moving towards the Eagle Square, where it wasn't open for them to hold their protest. So you can see them moving, some on foot, some with their vehicle, some holding placards with inscription, using their mobile device to capture the moment, some on motorbikes and all of that. So this is exactly what's going on, and we're delighted to also see that the security agencies are accompanying them to the location that they are headed to. So they are heading from the MK Abiola Stadium down to the Eagle Square.
All right, there's so much happening across the country. There you see the protesters in the nation's capital now moving to Eagle Square. And, I mean, their demands are not far-fetched. End bad governance, saying that they are hungry. And if anybody's triggered by those demands, then clearly that person or that organ needs to do some soul-searching and shape up. But let's return now to our correspondent, Olu Phillips, in the Ojota area of Lagos. He's now with the protesters. Well, Olu, I see you've since shifted base closer to the protesters. Tell us, what are they saying there?
Oh, God. Everybody sit down, sir.
Well, Phillips, right there with the protesters, well, a couple of them, one with a megaphone. It's important to understand who they are, what their demands are, such that the message can reach the government, the appropriate government that this is targeted at. So we're still keeping watch what's playing out in the northern part of Nigeria, from Borno to Gombe to Bauchi, not forgetting Lagos. So, Olu, if you can hear me, would like to hear from you and then, of course, the protesters, particularly what their demands are, and, of course, how long they plan to stay on this.
All right.
Yes. Number 7.
Sorry. If you don't mind, please. We are live on channel. You called your group. Remember, 2 days ago you were on Channels Television calling out this. What exactly is the demand, and how would you describe the protest so far?
We have been making those demands from Ikeja under bridge to here at Ojota. We have marched for over 2 hours, and we have also made those demands copiously. And the demands can be summarized in this manner. We are fed up by the condition of hunger and hardship that President Tinubu has established in this country since May 29, 2023. And we are saying enough is enough. Reverse all anti-people policy. Reverse all policies that have turned our people into slaves. We are demanding a better life for Nigerians.
Yeah. When you talk about
what we are doing now is to begin to establish the democratic organ of our struggle. And after we have done that, we are going to have a world press conference at this
highway. So I like to call on the world media to give us some time to establish our security committees, our welfare committees, our entertainment committees, and after that, we are going to tell you what the next step of this struggle will be. But what you should tell people over there who are watching is that Nigerians have woken up. Those who are afraid that there will be violence or will not be able to march, they should start coming to Ojota. The struggle has started.
Let me ask you, sir. Let me ask you, sir. The government has said this protest shouldn't exceed 3 days. Can you tell us how long you intend to stay here?
We are not aware of anything from the government.
The lawyer to the protest,
is what we protesters have decided for ourselves. If anything will change about our plans, it will also be agreed democratically here, not just in Lagos but across the country.
Let me ask you, when you talk about this, let me ask you, does this suggest that you are going to be here today, tomorrow, and up to whenever?
It suggests that this struggle will continue for as long as the issues are not resolved.
At what point do you think you want the government to listen to you other than just being here on the fields, in the marketplace and protesting? At what point do you want to sit on a round table to align those thoughts of yours, those demands of yours for federal government party to listen and come to a compromise? When you talk about anti-government, anti-people policies, for instance.
What do you think is wrong if government officials who went around the villages and rural areas and communities and alleys of this country during election campaigning and talking to people what is wrong, if they have to come to the streets to have a dialogue with Nigerians, if they actually want to negotiate?
You want it on the street. You want it on the street.
Why can't there be a round table on the streets?
You want a round table on the street.
Why can't there be a round table on the streets?
A lunch date on the street.
Why can't there be?
A lunch date on the street. A lunch table on the street.
We demand a lunch table.
Come and dialogue with us.
People, they should fall for them. They should meet them. They should come now.
Please, once we are done, you excuse us. We have to discuss within ourselves. It's the texture and the tone of the conversation is getting some level. What exactly could be wrong, or who says it's wrong to have a round table on the street, to have hands across the desk on the street, and to have to push the envelopes here on the street? Perhaps that's the new chapter the government needs to begin to look at and just be able to leave the streets. Because as it is today, from our drive round town,
right.
Banking, the fuel stations are not working, the market shops are closed, the malls are closed, the streets are deserted. We don't know how long this is going to last. Someone needs to be talking and someone needs to be listening.
Our correspondent Olu Phillips right there in Ojota, where the protesters have gathered, and they're demanding that the government come to the street to have a round table. It seems they've told Olu that they want to have a discussion within themselves. So for now, it looks like Olu will have to excuse them. Olu, thank you for your reporting, and please get back to us as soon as you have more updates. It's not just in Lagos that we're seeing all of that play out. In the nation's capital, Abuja, as well, the protesters moving from Moshood Abiola Stadium heading to the Eagle Square. It looks like the tempo is rising gradually, and the chant is same: end bad governance, from the protesters. Our correspondent Dele Omoyeni is live in the nation's capital, I think Secretariat area now. Dele, quite a lot of movement, lots of twists and turns from protesters to anti-protesters. But tell us, what is the latest now?
Yes, Kyle, the Buki, and Geoffrey, if you can hear me, it's a chaotic scene right now. Of course, you can see the protesters. They've walked all the way from the MKO Abiola Stadium to the National Secretariat. The National Secretariat is just to my left. And of course, behind us here is the Presidential Villa. Of course, they're making their way to my left up towards the Eagle Square.
right, Dele Moeni there, of course, following the protesters minute by minute to ensure that you do not miss anything right where you are, watching us either from Nigeria or from outside the country. But Dele, I'm sure you have more to tell us. So what happened to the, would I say the anti-protesters, or I don't know, the other group protesting against those protesting? What happened to them? Are they dispersed? Are they proceeding to the Eagle Square as well? And what would you describe the security reaction as? Because we understand that there's been some sort of court ruling asking that they do not converge at the Eagle Square. Dele.
All right, Coyote, yes, that is true. Well, for the anti-protesters, we left them at the MQ Abiola Stadium earlier. We didn't follow the protesters all the way from the MQ Abiola Stadium to the National Secretariat. The National Secretariat is just to my left. And of course, the presidential villa is just in front of me. Now, there's a heavy presence of security, a company of security agents from the police to the civil defense, to the Nigerian army. And then, of course, there's a truck of JSS officers just to my right. Now, the protesters are chanting, "We are hungry. We are tired of bad governance." You can see the crowd is surging just behind me, and they're going straight to the Eagle Square. One of the issues that has been at the forefront of this is that the police and other security agencies are not stopping them from making their way to the Eagle Square. Of course, earlier...
Yes, go ahead, Dele.
Okay, so if you can hear me, Coyote, of course, the Eagle Square is just to my left, and they're making their way there. But like I said, security agencies are not stopping them following that court injunction gotten by the Minister of the FCT for the Eagle Square to be cordoned off by security agencies. Yes, indeed, they are here. The security officers are here, but they are not stopping the protesters from going to the Eagle Square.
And Dele, you know, we heard earlier from one of their leaders, Deji Adeyanju, that they were going to abide by the court ruling and remain in one place. But they seem to have changed course now. But as they change course and head to the Eagle Square, are you seeing them being accompanied by security operatives such that, you know, any form of unrest can be forestalled as they move?
Yes, 100%. Security agencies are following them. All the security agencies are following them. They are not stopping them at this time. I have one of the protesters with me. Well, earlier this morning, we just had a couple of people there in front of the MQ Abiola Stadium. But right now, there's a surge of people. What's going on right now?
First of all, I want to thank most of the protesters for coming out. So far, so good. It has been peaceful, despite the intimidations we've been receiving some days ago. People have decided to come out and make their voices heard. I mean, we can all see what's happening in the country. I mean, everybody is hungry. The policies of the government is just anti-people. People are not enjoying life. Everything is just unbearable, honestly. I mean, the other day, the First Lady was asking people to go back to their backyard and do some farmings. I mean, even we have a lot of states that were doing, they were into agriculture and all of that. Now they can't even go to farm. They can't even farm in their own backyard because of the insecurity issues. I mean, these are just some of the things we are asking the government to address. The insecurity in the country is just unbearable, and the policies are becoming anti-people policies.
Now, are the security agencies stopping you people from going to the Eagle Square?
So far, so good. I must give a big shout out to the police and the military guys. They've been very supportive. So far, the protest has been peaceful. They've been very cooperative, and I must give a big shout out to them. And even the press guys around covering the whole protest. So far, so good. It's been peaceful.
Thank you very much. All right, guys. No. Thank you very much. All right, guys. There you have it. Those are the protesters. Of course, right now they're making their way to the Eagle Square. Okay, so guys, I have a little update. Now, my cameraman can come this way, the protesters, it appears, are not allowed to go to the Eagle Square. As you can see, there's a lot of tear gas there, guys. So right now as we speak, they are not allowed to go to the Eagle Square. You can see the tear gas there. They've stopped them at the National Assembly junction. They're not allowing them to go further. Coyote, Geoffrey, Buki, they're not allowing them to go further. They've stopped them at the National Assembly junction. Nobody's allowed to go beyond the National Assembly junction. Guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you. And that update is indeed noted.
All right. So, what is happening there? What is happening there?
Okay, right now we are heading towards the Eagle Square where we will make our voice heard, but they are hindering us by shooting us tear gas, of which is unlawful. It happens that we find ourselves in a country where every man will come and do whatever he or she likes, and we want to change the whole narrative today. No going back, come rain, come shine.
Thank you very much. What do you want to see?
See, what I want to say is that no matter how the country is favoring you now, if the governance is not worked on, if it's not changed, if it's not good, no matter how flourishing your business is now, it will fail.
Thank you very much. Guys, so there you have it. There's a lot of tear gas behind me. Canisters are being fired, and of course, some of the protesters are running back towards the secretariats. Coyote, Geoffrey, Muki.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Dele. Our correspondent there, Dele Omoyeni, reporting from Abuja, where the protesters have moved from the MKO Abiola Stadium down, and they're moving down to the Eagle Square. But we understand that they have been prevented at that point from moving any further. From Abuja, now let's head to the south of the country, Port Harcourt, the River State capital to be precise, where our correspondent Charles Operum is set to bring us up to speed with what's happening there. Hello again, Charles. We saw just a few minutes ago that the protesters had begun a procession. Fill us in on where they were moving from and their destination, and perhaps what's happening right now.
Okay, hi. Buki, can you hear me clearly? All right. Right now, we are directly in front of the River State Government House, the seat of power here in River State. And it's raining. I'm literally drenched. Everybody here is drenched because it's actually raining. And of course, the protesters march all the way from Pleasure Park down to this particular place, which is a very considerable distance. You know, and by the way, it's important to note that they were escorted by security agents. In front of the procession was the NSCDC officials at the back. Policemen were in a van following them, and then by the sides we saw members of the DSS and other security agencies. They came around and they escorted the team, but they stopped along the way at different points, you know, where they stopped to make their grievances felt. Now they have congregated here, and they are demanding that the governor come out to address them. Now, if I turn the camera around again, you see this gentleman is carrying the list of demands which they are asking the government of course, to attend to, right? So these are some of the demands that we are asking the governor to come and attend to. So right here, the noise is a lot. You know, it's a lot of noise because we are chanting, singing while we wait for the governor to come out and address them. That's the right now.
While they wait for the governor to come out and address them, I wonder if you've been interacting with them to know what would happen from this point. Are they going to return to the protest venues tomorrow and the day after? What's their strategy for this protest? Unfortunately, we have lost connection through to Charles, but we'll return to Charles Opurum, our correspondent in Port Harcourt, to know how the protest is progressing. We understand that they have converged at the Government House, where they are waiting, in Charles's words, insisting that the governor, Similai Fubara, comes out to address them. And just before Charles, we were in the FCT with our correspondent Dele Omoyeni, where the protesters had moved from their initial location, and they were progressing to the Eagle Square, but they were stopped midway by security operatives. It would be interesting to know what would turn out, from that point, because there are quite a number of protesters there, and they were prevented from moving to the Eagle Square. That's what we got from Dele Omoyeni. How the security agents would manage that situation, would like to see. But we'll return to Dele Omoyeni shortly to know what's happening. We've had reports from different parts of the country. Before that, we also saw our correspondent Olu Phillips at the Ojota area of Lagos, where protesters are insisting that they are going to remain, and in fact, they want, an interaction with the government on the streets, that there's absolutely nothing wrong with an interaction with the government on the streets, where they can present their demands and an action from government in response to this End Bad Governance protest. Now let's return to Charles Opurum, our correspondent in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Hello again, Charles.
Hi, Vicky. It's good to be back again. It's very noisy here, so I'm usually struggling to hear what is happening and what you're saying in the studio. But yes, indeed, like you pointed out, we are waiting for an interaction with the governor. But I'm here with Mr. Halliday, who has with him the charter of demands which they want the governor to attend to. And Mr. Halliday is standing by to have an interaction with us. What exactly are these demands, and what are you guys asking the government of the day to attend to with these demands?
The demands are simple. We don't know the competitiveness of the city. We're saying we can't fly for 200 naira. We're saying prosecute all those involved in the process of this plan. We're saying fix all refineries in Nigeria, because if you fix all refineries in Nigeria, any other modular refineries in Nigeria. On the conservative of the field, two vehicles going from this threshold, the element section, you cannot count the deficit. You can't count it. They bury those people money.
What about number 6?
Yeah. Before the same police instructions of citizens and drivers.
Well, Charles, we're going to touch base with you yet again. So we're following up across the country: Abuja, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Bauchi. Everywhere is happening as far as this protest is concerned. But as soon as we get some feelers from some of these points, we'll bring you up to speed. But let's get to our guest in the Abuja studio. Let's get to Aliyu Audu, who is a presidential aide. Ms. Audu, I'm sure you've been seeing what's been playing out across the street. So what's your immediate reaction as quickly as possible? And sometimes the challenge is not as if sometimes people do not understand that some of these policies are well intended. It's just that the timing is open-ended.
I mean, whatever the problems we're faced with right now are not recent problems, and at some point we are going to have to do what the country must do to ensure we fix it once and for all and put ourselves on a path of continuous growth and development. And the only way to do that is to ensure that we get the foundations right. I mean, we can feel the pain. It's not election anymore. We are at a point where we are seeing people. There's no different market for different people in the country. And the president knows this. But if we truly intend for our country to be what we want it to be, the first thing we must do is to look at how other countries will look up to when we see real development, how they have done it, is to replicate the way they have done it and, improve on them. That's exactly what these policies have been about. Mr. President is aware of the impact, and that's why there have been a lot of initiatives, a lot of moves to cushion the effect of this. But it isn't going to go around within the shortest period of time as we would want to. If it was possible to do it that way, it would. But everything is being done to address this. We have inflation. Inflation doesn't just happen. I mean, we all know we are an import-dependent country, and we can't grow that way. We are going to have to increase productivity in the country, and to do this, we must have an enabling environment that will attract investment, that will make us competitive, create jobs, and create wealth. To do this, we have energy sector that has suffered for a long time.
All right, Ms. Ali, I understand.
For a long time.
My sincere apologies. We're totally out of time. We will have to thank you so much. Of course, we're not letting you go yet. So just hold your fire, hold your breath on your thought, and as well as Ms. Eneobi, and as well as Ms. Amuda Yusuf, we want to thank him for he was on the program at some point. So Ms. Eneobi as well as Ms. Aliyu, please, both of you, just stay with us as we continue the conversation. We're trying to touch base in as many places as possible, but we will be going for a break. At the top of the hour, we bring you a news track, and afterwards we'll continue with our continued coverage of the August the 1st nationwide protest themed End Bad Governance. Join us again.
Be a part of the 20th anniversary sales promo. Shop exquisite Swiss trade doors of all types and sizes, onyx stones and home interior furniture at the lowest prices ever. Don't miss out on top quality products at prices you only have to see to believe. Come, see what's available and make huge savings in the Swiss Trade 28th anniversary sales promo. Limited time offer only. Swiss Trade, a blend of beauty and security.
Hello and welcome to News Track as we update you on the nationwide protest against bad governance. I'm Olumide Macaulay. Thank you for joining us. The first day of the protest this morning, got off to a late start in many parts of the country. And when protesters started to gather, the numbers increased as more people joined. Organizers of the protest maintained their position against bad governance and corruption, as many Nigerians can no longer afford the bare necessities of life. Part of their demand is the return of the pump price of petrol to less than 200 naira per litre, slash in the price of electricity and the price of food. The court had restricted today's protest to designated venues across the country, and there's a heavy security presence to ensure compliance. Let's take you now to Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, the nation's capital, which happens to be one of the leading areas for the nationwide protest against bad governance. Following a court order restricting protesters to certain locations, the people gathered at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja as they continued calls for an end to bad governance. Amongst the Abuja protesters are members of the Enough is Enough group. There is a sizable deployment of security personnel at the stadium, comprising the police, the army, and officers of the NSC-DC. Meanwhile, some of the protesters left that stadium for some hours ago to head to the Eagle Square in Abuja. Despite the court order banning the street protests, they did that in spite of that court order. Meanwhile, a protest in Bauchi State has been disrupted as police fired tear gas at demonstrators. The protesters who had assembled in front of the Emir's palace to demand a meeting with the Emir were stopped by a police barricade. Fearing the crowd was becoming unruly, the police deployed tear gas. Currently, the youth are insisting that they be allowed to continue their protest. This is in Bauchi State. Now from Bauchi State, we'll bring you news of the protest that is happening in Borno State. In Borno State, who happen to be running from the deployment of security personnel there who've had to deploy tear gas to make sure things are done in order. It appears that on this particular street, you'll recall that we just mentioned that the protests have been restricted to certain designated locations. What we're seeing appears to be a street, maybe the protesters en route to a certain location had to contend with a disruption of their rally, as we've seen a number of them running away from the tear gas that was dispatched. Now, these protests, as you can see, mainly comprising the youth in Borno State, are part of the ongoing call for an end to bad governance across the country. That was Borno State we just showed you. We'll stay in the northern part of the country. In Gombe State, a swarm of protesters gathered at the government house premises and were trying to gain entry, according to reports. That protest saw some rowdiness all of a sudden, with security personnel wading in to keep things peaceful. From Gombe State to Kano State now, protesters are also out in their numbers against what they have maintained as a position against bad governance. The protesters commenced their action from within the city in places such as Gama, Tudun Wada, Tudun Murtala, and other similar neighborhoods. They came out en masse with their bodies painted in different colors for some of them, as you can see on some of the major streets in Kano State, with placards bearing all sorts of signs. There is a heavy presence of armed police officers and operatives of the NSCDC, as well as the DSS in strategic locations. Some other areas are bereft of any sort of presence of people, but you can see the crowd coming from down the street as they make their way towards their designated locations. For instance, on Amadu Bello Way, police officers responded swiftly to confiscate weapons from the protesting youth, some of whom happen to have weapons. And we can see that these protesters in Kano State are very vocal in their demands for an end to bad governance.
I'm not in support of protest because this process may endanger many aspects of our businesses and our economy. We as a civil servant, it can endanger us because we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. So that is why we are appealing to government to come out and reduce this hardship about what is been happening in our country, maybe by reducing the price of fuel or implementing policies that will ease the tension of the citizens. We are appealing the youths to come and show their anger in a peaceful manner. Don't ever endanger any business of our citizens.
I am 100% supporting this protest. And the government try to look at why the youth are going to do this protest. It's because of the economic situations of the country. Most of the people are suffering from hunger, starvation, insecurity, lack of job opportunity. This is what caused this protest. And if government is really doing democracy, as democracy being the policy or being a system of government for the people and by the people, so the government tried to listen to the citizens of the country.
That was in Kano State, where the protests continue. We've been showing you that northern part of the country. Now to the southwestern region in Lagos State. A group of protesters in Ikeja say they are not protesting but rallying against violent protests. The DPO of the police station in Alausa in Ikeja asked protesters to go to the Gani Fahimi Park. The protesters continue to demand for a reduction in the price of fuel, electricity, and food. Meanwhile, different reactions have trailed the protests, and the demands for the government to put forward, the demands that the protesters have put forward to the government. While the executive director of YAG Africa, Samson Itodo, believes that the demands are a true reflection of the minds of Nigerians at this point in time, the Director General of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, Adewale Smart Oyenude, believes that some of the demands might be unrealistic. Meanwhile, the Vice Chairman of the Oyo State Council of Obas and His Royal Majesty Oba Olushola Alawo is calling on citizens to embrace peaceful protest.
The issues and the demands that the protesters have put forward, and there are about 10 of them, and those demands are demands that, you know, if you speak to majority of Nigerians, they totally align with, and it's a reflection of some of the concerns that have been expressed, you know, by citizens. And if you look at the issue about hunger, it is obvious that Nigerians are hungry. If you are not hungry, I am hungry. My family and everyone that at least I know actually hungry, that there's really economic hardship. And this hunger, you know, protest symbolizes a lot of things. It symbolizes, you know, some actions that have been taken by state officials that does not portray that they have a sense of urgency with respect to the challenges that we're grappling with. The body language that, you know, citizens have seen on the part of the political leadership, and not just at the federal level, at the state level, is not one, you know, that really projects our political leaders as appreciating the depth of the challenges that people actually face.
There's a wide gap between desirability and whether they are visible within the context of now. But if those demands, if they kickstart or they bring us back to a retrospection point where we start asking ourselves, okay, do we really need this? I can't remember anywhere in the world, as I'm sitting here, where you have free education, you know, beyond probably the nursery, the primary, in some instances the secondary level. Education is not cheap, as it were. The 1999 Constitution, if you want to change it, it takes a bit of time, a bit of process before you do that. But maybe this will just bring us back to a point of introspection. That's okay, do we really need this? Or where we start questioning certain things that we've taken for granted over time. The bicameral legislation, there have been instances in time past where some have canvassed that we need the unicameral kind of legislation. Do we have to talk about it now? So those demands, you mentioned the issue of the minimum wage. The president have signed the new Minimum Wage Act magnanimously, and it seems to be, organized labor seems to be content and happy with it. And organized private sector also seems to be content and happy with it.
All these demands have been seen all over in social medias. To me, I do not know who are putting up the demands. The government do not even know who are putting up the demand. But we want peaceful protest. There's no doubt about it. Nobody says you shouldn't protest. But again, you must protest within the ambit of the law. It must be peaceful. Don't come up with, you know, violent tendencies that will lead to anarchy. That is what we are saying.
Now, in the nation's capital in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, some of the protesters left the stadium at that time to make their way to the Eagle Square in spite of the court order banning street protests.
It arrived with an escort vehicle in front of the buses. The escorts had some police officers, but not quite much of them. The more security is here with the protesters than the counter-protesters. So there was an escort vehicle in front of the buses. What I'm hearing right now is that there are quite a number of buses behind them as well, about 6-7 more buses. So in total, you're looking at about 10 buses that brought the counter-protesters to this place. And of course, yes, indeed, side, like I said just a moment ago, the security agencies have split into different segments. So you have the Security and Civil Defense Corps, who have acted as a buffer. Of course, you have military officers here as well. And then, of course, the police are staying with the main protesters. They're not going to the way of the counter-protesters. The counter-protesters have been cordoned off from the main protesters by the civil defense and the military. The anti-protesters are asking the protesters to go home. They're saying that they should give the president more time to implement his own policy agenda for the country. They are asking the protesters to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order in the FCT.
To the south part of the country, in Rivers State, the protesters first gathered at the popular Pleasure Park in Port Harcourt, state capital, where they sang the old national anthem. They marched along Abba Road en route to Government House to demand for a reversal of policies that was affecting the economy. Meanwhile, as the nationwide protests continue, the Nigerian Bar Association has established legal support services teams across the country to offer free legal services to protesters whose fundamental rights may be breached in any way during the nationwide protests which started this morning. The president of the NBA, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Yakubu Maikau, directed all chairpersons of the 130 branches of the association to ensure that their respective human rights committees take up observed or reported cases of breach of fundamental rights of any citizen, or harassment, or intimidation, or torture perpetrated by any law enforcement agents, the protesters themselves, or other identified members of the public in the course of the protest. Chairpersons of the NBA branches have also been directed to set up situation monitoring committees to monitor and report activities and interactions between law enforcement agents and protesters. Meanwhile, Amnesty International Nigeria is urging the federal government to ensure that security agencies respect and facilitate the right to peaceful protest as protected by the Constitution. Amnesty International's Nigeria Director, Issa Sanusi, says the authorities should avoid using propaganda to demonize protesters and discourage peaceful protests, insisting that freedom of peaceful protest must be freely exercised. He cautioned the government not to use the nationwide protests as a ploy to crack down on human rights, including the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. According to him, the escalating price of food is driving millions of people in Nigeria into poverty, while countless families are increasingly unable to afford the costs of healthcare and education. He advises the federal government to begin to seriously address the underlying issues driving the protest instead of ramping up repression and stifling peaceful dissent. That's it on News Track as we continue to cover the August protests nationwide. I'm Olumide Macaulay. Stay with Channels Television. Thank you for watching.
Nigeria Police Force acknowledges the citizens' alienable right to peaceful protest.
We acknowledge the constitutional right of Nigerian citizens to peaceful assembly and protest.
The IGP, as well as the officers and men of the Nigeria Police Force, are also Nigerians. So, we are all in it together. Fellow compatriots, at moments like this, we look before we leap, because Nigeria as a peculiar country has
We have our own history of violent protests in Nigeria. And I don't believe we have to look to other countries to know the dangers of unchecked demonstrations. From experience, violent protests of such magnitude always leads to violent crimes, because violent crimes will take over immediately after that violent protest. Insecurity is going to take over. We're already battling with so much insecurity.
Practically, all violent protests in Nigeria were proposed as peaceful. They include the 1965 Western Region protests that led to the first military coup of 1966. About 700 lives were allegedly lost and several properties were destroyed. Unforgettable was the effects of the Anti-Structural Adjustment Program SAP protests of 1989 that crippled the entire nation from 24th May to June 1989. The protest, which students of the University of Benin began peacefully, later got hijacked and it became violent. Lives were lost, properties destroyed, and 809 prisoners were freed from Benin prison. Also fresh in our memories is the June 12, 1993 protest and its heavy casualties. Then came the harsh EndSARS protests that led to the destruction of several police stations, several public facilities, financial institutions, and royal palaces. Many owners of private businesses looted and burnt are yet to recover from it. Police stations were attacked and personnel killed.
This is the experience that some people also want to happen. People have forgotten that those police stations that were burnt, the rifles, the guns in the armories of those police stations were also looted. And where are those arms now? We were able to recover some, but a lot of them got into the hands of criminals, making the criminals stronger. Who are they going to use those arms on? Innocent citizens of Nigeria.
Nigeria does not deserve a repeat of any incident that will put the life of anyone on the line, because the life of every Nigerian matters.
There are people that, if they don't work in a day, there is no food for them that day. You want to come and occupy the whole place and say, no, nobody should go to work. Those people who will not have food on their table, if they don't work in a day, what will happen to them?
While the Nigeria Police Force respects your right to peaceful protests, intelligence report confirms that it will be hijacked by hoodlums. It will then become violent, and there will be breakdown of law and order. Your clerics and traditional rulers cannot all be wrong when they told you that the timing is wrong. This protest poses security risk. It will endanger the lives of Nigerians and destroy businesses.
Any protest at this time is ill-timed. This is not the best time to say you want to stage a protest, whether peaceful or violent. This is not the best of time to stage protest. It will only set us back if we engage in, if the protest turns violent. It's just going to set us back, bring us backward, further backward, and that's not what we need now. We don't want to destroy our fragile economy.
Protests will cause more hardship in the land. The IGP and the entire Nigeria Police Force feel the pains of every Nigerian. We are, however, confident that with the local government autonomy, the new minimum wage, employment of youths by multinationals, and the 110 billion naira youth investment fund, among other government policies, the Nigeria economy will bounce back. You have been heard, so for the sake of Nigeria and Nigerians on whose behalf you are showing agitation, please shelve these protests and give peace and dialogue a chance.
That is why I will keep appealing that different groups who want to stage a peaceful protest Even peaceful protests, they should shelve it for now.
Nigeria will be great again. May the God of all creations help us to build our nation. This message is from the Force Public Relations Department.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the protest, the August protest, hashtag Endbadgovernance. That's what we call it here at Channels. But we already brought you images, visits to different parts of the country where these protests are going on. But at the moment, we also like to let you know that in Abuja, different scenarios are recorded in different parts of Abuja. Earlier, we did tell you about when you showed you buses of persons who were saying they didn't want to be part of the protest. And then there was another group who themselves were also joining the protest. But at the moment, protesters along the Nyanya-Karu Road axis of Abuja, which you see in the images here, have been, this is what lots of people say they didn't want to see. Unfortunately, damaging property of individuals, which should not be the case. But incidentally, I mean, it's somewhat ironic when we hear that they were accompanied by police who are joining the long list of Nigerians calling for an end to hardship in the country. So these persons who are carrying this out, this is not what the impression or what is supposed to be. You're not to destroy public property, because it's been said time and again, you have no business destroying people's personal property. So because we've heard several people, okay, let's listen just a bit to what's going on here.
Thank you. Jesus, this is serious. They are destroying our banner. Scattering everything. This is serious. Happening life in Yaya branch, oh. We have no sense. Happening life, oh. Look at our banner, they pick it. They removed the green here.
Well, so Nyanya happens to be one of the areas where we did tell you if you're entering Abuja, where the military, they said they were going to reintroduce a checkpoint at the time, but today we understand that they had doubled that checkpoint. So if you're coming into Abuja, you have to go through all of that.
From the Nasarawa end of Abuja.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, indeed, Chamberlain, it is unfortunate, but it's unclear where these protesters are going to, and if you also look through the visuals, you might have noticed 3 vehicles that look like security vehicles driving through the protesters. So there are questions as to, you know, what precisely could have sparked. Were they gathered somewhere? Are they going somewhere? And maybe some people are getting unruly along the road. But I think that word needs to be out there that, look, this is not supposed to be destructive in any way. Were they supposed to be gathered somewhere? And then also, what are the security agencies in that particular area doing? What are their plans when they begin to see people trooping to a particular area? Aren't there supposed to be security men along that way to ensure that, you know, people do not take or do not try to disrupt the protest through their own actions or through some people's misguided actions? But this is what we've seen now. We've also seen other developments across different parts of the country. Here in Abuja, we saw that protesters refused to be restricted to the Moshood Abiola Stadium, where we had earlier seen a court injunction trying to restrict them to that particular area. Protesters instead decided to move along the Independence Avenue all the way to Eagle Square, but when they got to the Secretariat, which is the area around the Eagle Square, they were turned back by police officers who used tear gas to disperse them. That particular situation is still a developing story, as our correspondent Dele Omoyeni says. He'll bring us up to speed because the last time he spoke to to us,
Yeah.
he did say that gunshots, they did hear, shots that sounded like gunshots in the air. So a big question around what exactly has happened with dispersing protesters who say they were not going to be restricted to the Moshood Abiola Stadium, but instead decided to march all the way to Eagle Square, which is very close to the 3am zone here in Abuja.
So we've had to tell him to move to a safe area so that he doesn't put himself and the crew in harm's way, because he said they had gunshots, they had dynamites, which I think the police authorities say they were used by protesters. We can't confirm that independently as of yet. But I think we do have the Force Public Relations Officer, Muyiwa Dijobi, who will talk to us about the current scenario, as you highlighted. But some persons, civil society groups, had gotten across to us saying that using tear gas to disperse the crowd earlier than now was unwarranted. But he joins us virtually. Good morning and good afternoon, pardon me. And thank you for joining us on our coverage for this protest, Mr. Dijobi. So from the police's, from your situation room now, what is your assessment of how this is panning out?
Well, from our situation room, I've been taken aback. Anyway, we prepared for every situation, but I don't expect to have it so early like this. In some areas, we have recorded certain incidences that are not so palatable for us. If we are having a protest that will last for 10 days and just 2 hours into the journey, and we have been having it so rough like this, is quite unfortunate and is a signal that is not going to be too palatable for this country at this crucial time. We have recorded certain incidences in Abuja where protesters have defied the agreement and even caught other, because right now I know there are very many at the Eagle Square, and there are not even supposed to be any protester in the Eagle Square. I know they were to be in the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja, but they have taken over the streets coming into town again. I know Maraba and Aziz, they are blocked, they have taken over the routes, and they are marching towards barracks. These are the military barracks along that route. These are not part of what we expect. These are not part of what we have planned for. So we are surprised to have seen it this way. However, we are not surprised again because we have gathered intelligence that those who actually mobilized for this were out for something else. They have caused unnecessary problem in Nigeria and possibly to hijack the government and run down the system. And this will not be allowed. We are promised, and the IDP has reiterated again, that the police will do the needful, it will be professional enough. We will engage every situation diplomatically, tactically, and professionally. Yeah, a soul of an average Nigerian or every Nigerian is so important to us. We are not going to do anything to lose anybody's soul or to be lost to this situation. Either on both sides, we don't want to lose any policemen, and we don't want to lose any Nigerian. We have been beaten once. The answers is still fresh in our memory. We have been beaten once. We will not be beaten again.
Let me ask you, Mr. Dijobi. So for those, we just played out some footage of some persons who were vandalizing people's property. Now, the way they appear different from those ones who were carrying placards. Now, some will assess, say, look, these ones are thugs. And then you could distinguish them from the quote-unquote genuine protesters. What is the assessment of police in terms of those particular people who are vandalizing people's homes?
We know those leaders. Some people mobilize Nigerians to come out. So I think they should be held responsible for this, because we want enough that this is not the right time to gather people together. This is not the right time to call for mass protests across 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Let us be reasonable enough. This is not the right time. Many people are out there, they just want something to trigger them to crisis. They want something to trigger them into violence. And this is what we have been saying. We had intelligence and we want enough. And we want that, okay, let's agree on designated places to have our assembly. They said no, they want street protests. You all know how difficult it is to manage street protests. Let them tell me now, if those in the street now are their members. Definitely no. So how would they want to control them? I think, as I speak with you now, I doubt if they will be able to have control over these individuals that have come out again. You can see the footage they have been playing. How many of them are so far so good that are comrades or are members of one civil society organization or the other? Definitely no. So they have mobilized people massively to come out, and this is the effect of what we are seeing. Innocent Nigerians are suffering now as I speak with you, because in Kubwa area, I was told, in fact, by a journalist, that they have vandalized people's vehicle, they have blocked the road, and they are even burning tires. So you can see how the shape the thing is taking. And I don't think we need this at this time around. We want enough. We have history of violent protests in Nigeria, and we have histories that are still very fresh in our memories. So the organizers who have come out, who have mobilized, they should be able to control these people. But the police and other agencies will not allow anarchy in any part of this country. The lesson we learned during answers is still enough. It's fresh in our memories. It's enough for us. I think that should be the end of violent protests in Nigeria.
You've talked about, the fact that you didn't want people on the streets. In Abuja, the controversy has been venue, because people have said that they would like to use the Eagle Square. There was a court injunction instead that said people should use Moshood Abiola Stadium. I mean, these places are venues. What exactly, we would not have had a situation of people moving along Independence Avenue if a venue had been agreed upon. Why is the government so insistent on people using Moshood Abiola Stadium instead of the Eagle Square?
Okay, I'll mute it right there.
But you need to understand one thing. When they wrote to the FCT minister, they copied the commissioner of police, I guess, it was clear enough that we cannot have such a protest at the Eagle Square. The Eagle Square is part of the 3-arm zone. It's very close. It's just opposite the 3-arm zone. The 3-arm zone is the heartbeat of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that is clear. Judiciary, legislative, and executive. That is the villa. Is there. Apart from that, we have the Federal Secretariat, all of them clustered together the same area. So that is not the right place to have a protest. And they have tagged the protest. Don't forget. Take it back now, call it 10 days of rage. So I don't know how English experts want to define rage for me in this context, but 10 days of rage, it should not have such a protest at the 3-arm zone of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I think the best place is the stadium that the governor, the FCT minister has agreed to use. And of course, there is a court order. We need to respect our laws in this country. We need to obey rule of law in this country. If there is a court order, I saw Deji Adeyanju this morning, who actually confirmed that there was a court order, and they went to the stadium to go and assemble. But the stadium is different from the highway to the airport that they have blocked and taken over all those places. So I think they should be able to call back these individuals, whether they are hired crowd or they are part of the struggle, they are part of their groups, identified groups or individuals. They should call them to order. So if they want to continue the protest, let them go to designated places to go and have their protest. After all, what they want is they want to see, they want the government to hear. And there's no media station in Nigeria that's not covering this either live or recorded. So the voices will be heard. There's no need for us to take over the streets and causing agonies, pains, sorrows to innocent Nigerians who are their business. You cannot afford to run down Nigeria at this crucial moment.
You made reference earlier to some unpalatable incidences that have already occurred. Does any one of them include the death of a police officer?
No, I'm not aware. I don't have that record. But I know they have been attacking officers, police officers, and other security agencies. Don't forget, this is a collective responsibility. All security agencies are how to make sure there's no breakdown of law and order. I know they have been attacking them in Borno. I know Kaduna. I know part of Abuja here, where they have been stoning security agencies. In fact, it got to a state they wanted to even burn a vehicle belonging to one of the security agencies before the CPFCT rushed down to that place. To me, so far so good. It is not what we planned for. Again, it's not what they painted the thing to be to us. This is a different scenario, and we need to nip it in the bud before it gets escalated and turns to anarchy.
So what is the next plan in terms of managing this scenario now for the police?
Well, the first thing we're going to do is to call the organizers, those who have shown, who have appeared to us who have been identified as leaders to see what is happening, let them assess and review their strategies, possibly to call their followers to order and to make some announcements. I think that's the first thing we need to do. For us in the security circle, we are assessing the situation, but I promise, like IGP has said, even this morning, he had telephone conversations with some senior officers across the country. He has told them, be professional. And
okay,
Nigeria's police force,
there's a footage we're showing right now for you to see. It's in Kaduna, which you spoke about, and the information appears to be that the policeman has been shot. So do you have any latest information
like I said, I've been on, I've been running commentaries on television stations live, so I have not checked my situation report desk. But if it is so, I'm sure we need to confirm, because don't forget too that this time around we need to battle and manage the spread of fake news. So don't let me confirm what I'm not sure of.
Just have a look at that.
Immediately, if I have anything like that, if I have anything like that, I'm going to make it known. I'm going to make statement to that effect. We continue to update Nigerians and the whole world back to back on this incident or this protest of a thing. Okay, you can see the footage. I think that's a policeman there. I can see it as well. But let me confirm from the commissioner of police in Kaduna State. But like I said, it is not what we are planning for. It is not what we expect to see. It's too early into this protest, if at all we want to go for 10 days.
Well, from our correspondents in Abuja here, one of them did tell us that he heard 2 loud explosions, which he said that some police authorities suggested that it might have been dynamite. And do you have any information as to what happened in that case?
No, I don't think so. There are some equipment, general equipment that can have a very big sound like that, like dynamite. But I don't think there's no occasion. In fact, no occasion so far in Abuja that's warranted to use live ammunition. All so far has been tear gas, because like I told you, we value the souls of Nigerians. A soul is important to us. We don't want to lose any soul. We are mindful of that. And we're going to engage every situation professionally, like I told you. If it's peaceful, we're ready to move with them. We have deployed our ambulances to even follow protesters where necessary. But where they want to be violent, we have what to do. Everybody will get, we are going to cut their clothes according to their sizes. We are going to give it back to them the way they want it. If they want to run down the government, we will not fold our arms to see this system being run down or Nigeria being run down. We want to appeal to them. This country belongs to all of us. Leaders should call their followers to order. And those who are not part of the struggle, they just want to capitalize on this and foment trouble, they are to be warned. For hoodlums who are coming out, we'll be able to identify them and they'll be dealt with decisively according to the provisions of the law. Section 40 of the Constitution has given us right to assembly, association, and the likes. All the provisions are there. But Section 45 has stated it clearly that on no account do we allow all these things to go. No fundamental human rights is absolute, and this is what we are saying. So we want to appeal to them. Let us be on the same page so that we are going to have a peaceful process. We are going to have our country having a better governance the way we all want in this country. Not by this. I think our voices have been heard. Let us go to where they have given to us to assemble, and let the media cover whatever you want to do. But for us to insist that we must see the president, we must see the Senate president, we must see the governor, it may not work that way. Let us all address the media where we gather. Let's have our placards, and let us have our banners shown, displayed, and of course the media will cover every activity. All media houses, they have deployed their men to all these places, and they are covering live from all these places, even free of charge. So it is important for us to know that their voices have been heard. We just need to sheath our sword so that we will not continue to have these 10 days of rage, the way they have tagged this process.
All right, so earlier we saw footage of tear gas being used on some protesters in Abuja. I think they were heading from the stadium to the Eagle Square. And then we also understand that they said they had gunshots. So what could have happened in that scenario if they had gunshots? Were they live ammunition or rubber bullets? What was the instruction that the police had?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think any policeman has fired any live ammunition. everything is tear gas. And you know, tear gas too is anything that you fire through a leather weapon that can have a sand that can be shot. So it's possible the sand is canister. We have various. If it's long range smoke burner, the sand is heavy as well. So I don't think it's live ammunition. I've not been told, and I'm sure no policeman for now will use that. So to manage any protest like this, there are stages to manage a protest. If it's becoming too riotous, they know how to do. But for now, I think the unruly attitude of certain hoodlums who have taken over the streets, they are still engaging them with tear gas, no live ammunition yet. But I think we'll be able to control this now.
Yeah.
So that it won't get out of hand. Because the law has permitted, to an extent too, when police can use their live ammunition to actually control riots. So I don't think we should allow this to generate to the state of anarchy or riots that will allow police to use their live ammunition. So let us manage it at this level, nip it in the bud. But now I think they're engaging them with tear smokes, which is still normal, and to disperse any unlawful assembly or before it gets riotous.
Well, maybe just for information purposes, does the police have instructions for this particular protest to use live ammunition at any point in time?
The police what?
Do they have instructions to use live ammunition for this protest at any point in time?
No. Who is going to give us instructions? The IGP is #1 policeman in Nigeria. And I know the leaders in Nigeria, they are Democrats. I'm very sure you know the president is a Democrat and is a comrade. Let me put it that way. The president couldn't have given such instruction. The NSA, who coordinates security architecture, couldn't have done that. He's a retired senior police officer, retired as an AIG, and he's a member of the National Institute. You know what it takes to be a member of the National Institute. So nobody's giving us instruction. And even the IGP, who I call an expert in security protest management, he has his PhD in this area. He has been managing this well. He has given instructions not to engage protesters anyhow, not to use live ammunition. So far, so good, and I don't think we have done that. But we has promised, and he has told senior officers to engage every situation professionally. If it's warranted to use live ammunition, to use and according to the provisions of the law, that could be still professional. So that's why we have said we are going to engage every situation professionally to make sure there is no total breakdown of law and order in Nigeria. There's no anarchy in this country. Chambele.
All right, so we did see, these are footages of the Eagle Square, which we spoke about, of police using tear gas to disperse the crowd at the time. So I'm sure that probably you might have also seen or heard or gotten some information about this usage. Of course, unfortunately, there might be some persons who the tear gas will affect differently when they do go out there. But also, the state governor of Rivers did address the crowd because, I mean, earlier you were speaking about them not insisting on seeing anybody. But in terms of all hands being on deck to manage the situation, would you advise probably state governors where they can to talk to the people physically to see how they could also calm frayed nerves to help if you could disperse the crowd?
Well, I believe we follow trends of this process. Many governors have been engaging their people. Many
no, I mean today.
You mean today?
To come out and address the crowd wherever they are today,
if governors come out, if governors come out to address protesters, there's nothing wrong about it. I think they are chief security officers of the various states, and they have many roles to play in conjunction with the commissioner of police and their heads of security agencies. There's nothing wrong about it. But you can only attend to a crowd that is peaceful, my brother. I was at the toll gate during NSAS when they were stoning Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. Do you know the popular saying during NSAS is Sorosoke Willie? That thing actually came when one of the boys threw something to the governor, telling the governor to speak loud. Sorosoke means speak loud, Willie. Sorosoke, madman. So you can only talk as a governor. You will not want to expose yourself to unnecessary danger. So you can only address a protest or a gathering that is peaceful. So that's the message again. If you want the governor to come and talk to you, you don't need to be unruly. You need to be organized. Let them come and address you and present your letter of request to the governor so that for onward relate to the office of the president or where you want the letter to go to. We need to be organized. If at all you want them to engage us and talk to us. Nobody will want to be exposed to where they were welding cutlasses, bottle stones, and water. It is not proper. So I think the governors can talk to them, but you can only talk to those people that are calm and peaceful. That is the truth.
All right, Mr. Muyiwa Adejobi, Force Public Relations Officer, thank you for your time here today.
Thank you, Jambele. And for you, anytime you want me, please call me. I'm here for you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, NOB Aliyu Alju, well, this scenario, it's one that is tricky to handle and manage because, I mean, I just slipped my mind. I was going to ask him about those quote-unquote protesters who came in buses, who came down there. How are they managing all of those? So it just slipped my mind. But let's see if we could just take a look at some more scenarios from Eagle Square, because we know how huge and how controversial the Eagle Square, I call it Eagle Square lexicon now, because there's been going back and forth. The FCT minister saying, no, I don't have any requirement. I don't have any approval. I have not approved anyone whatsoever to use or go ahead and use Eagle Square. But we also do know that this is a concerning scenario.
Seeing that from yeah, that's a protester on the floor there.
So it's another densely populated area, so you might expect some population. This is uncivil in terms of those who attacked policemen, those who are vandalizing people's property. These are difficult scenarios in terms of, have you ever thought about how do you manage those kind of areas when you tell people, look, this is supposed to be a civil, a peaceful protest, and you have those kind of scenarios? It causes headache for groups who want to go about their things peacefully.
Yeah, I think what is happening here was hearing they want the people from Nyanya, you know, angle. They say they are tearing down our signboard and things like that. They didn't actually talk about, you know, destruction of the property. It can lead to that because once there is a tear, anger can just expand. And so in organizing, there is a lot that you do when you're planning for a protest. But where you have a level of a multitude of Nigerians being angry, how much can you control? You know, and what they called, and the police, I would say,
which is what the authorities were saying in the first instance. That
yes, that you should not protest. Anger. But I cannot, you know, I cannot see where in any call for protest that you say people should not go out to protest because there will be hoodlums. Because if you knew of the hoodlums, you'll be able to start tackling it. If you have the intelligence, like the police, the first PRO said, you know, you start tackling it and you prepare for that. But where in a case of where you have the Moshood Abiola Stadium, you know, when you do make impossible laws and impossible pronouncements from the court, then you have problems to tackle. How do you ask, where in the world or where in Nigeria have you ever restricted protesters to go and stay in the stadium?
So for the police, so how do they handle that? Because
but you saw the counter.
The law.
You saw the counter. You saw the pro Tinubu government protesters that came in their buses and all of that, and they knew about it. Will they tell us that they don't have the intel? You know, because when you put them, but one thing I have to respect the police. Let me respect the police on this. The fact that they move, because I would have been surprised if the protesters do not move from the front of Moshood Abiola Stadium, you know, to the Eagle Square. The ground belongs to the people. The power belongs to the people. Yes, and they were orderly. The security people moved with them up towards the Eagle Square before they started saying, okay, you have to obey the court order. I think Nyesom Wike, you know, the FCT minister, needs to apologize to Nigerians because it's so degrading for you to say you are restricting Nigerians or protest to the National Stadium, you know, as if we're going there to play. I crave the indulgence of all those who are out. If you are genuinely, as a patriotic Nigerian, you don't destroy.
So the reason why I say this is a tricky scenario is
yes.
If people come down from that bus, assuming without considering that they were sponsored, then they come there on one hand. And then you have the other group of protesters who say, listen, hunger fuels our protest. So we are, quote unquote, genuinely out there to protest. The police, if both of them are there, what can the police do? They can't arrest anyone as of yet because whether you're sponsored or not, insofar as you're peaceful. So when you were talking about they saw those who came out from the bus, so one wonders, were you suggesting they do something about those people? Or what?
No, for me, when the procedure was going on and they are moving from the stadium to Eagle Square, I said all of them are Nigerians. They should even get down and get educated about why these people are protesting. Maybe they came from their homes, not even knowing the reason why they have been mobilized to come and join and say, we are law-abiding people, we don't protest and all that. I don't see how many Nigerians that right now that are not angry about what is happening. The thing is to guide your anger, even if you are there, to be law-abiding and be peaceful. Now they are pulling out all the volumes of tear gas that they have not thrown in a long time. People need to be peaceful, and that's the essence.
The thing is this, I mean, you've been a long-time mobilizer, you have participated in a number of protests in this country. I've even seen you at protests in front of the National Assembly, which is directly at the heart of the three-arm zone, and no one has restricted you. So I'm just a little curious, if indeed the police officers say this time around, we have intelligence that things could get out of hand, do you think that people should be listening to them?
The police officers, they say they have intelligence. When have they not had intelligence on any protest at all? We have been, it's strange for them to say that protesters cannot come to the three-arm zone. You don't want them to meet their leaders. The National Assembly has taken off. I think they have gone on leave or recess or something. I don't know how many times they go on leave or go on recess. And how many times, you know, if you're a worker in a federation, what's the length of your leave time? They have gone, they heard of what is going on in Nigeria. They had an emergency yesterday. One of the things that I said emerged from it is on how to try to tell the Tinubu administration to raise the printing of the revenue from, 7 to 15%. And that they gave a go-ahead.
From 5 to 10%.
Sorry?
From 5 to 10%.
It was 7 in the last administration, maybe. I don't know. But I know they're now taking it to 15%. So if they did that yesterday, was that all they came back from? I can say that the government tried by making calls. There is no, in many of the protests that we have had, we have always had the anti coming in from somewhere because the government would always mobilize some people from the other side, almost in most of the protests we have had. But we have never had this kind of restriction that say you cannot move. If the National Assembly were on ground, you go to the Assembly, you address us. Are you afraid of addressing people? Are you afraid of talking to people to let them know that this is where you are?
This is something that the National Assembly has always done, routinely done. I mean,
Exactly. We have gone to the National Assembly how many times? And now you say you can't go to the three-arm zone. Supposing they go to the front.
Do you think that there is something sinister about this one that could go wrong?
I think the person who is in the House is a former protester. He has been in the front of protests, protesting against subsidies. And today he doesn't accept that people should protest against subsidy. And they know how to plan, they know the planning, and so everybody, that's why they've been calling religious leaders. I'm really shocked because religious leaders, you have traditional rulers and all of them coming out as if they are providing food for their people. What we are saying is the political leadership, you need to take responsibility. It's not only the national government. We're not only looking at Tinubu or President Tinubu. There are 36 governors, and then you have the FCT. What is the level of governance to the people? The issue of corruption that is overtaking the land, what are they doing about it? And for EFCC, all of the governors that have looted the treasury, all those who are looting the treasury, billions are sitting in the bank somewhere. We have the national, the VIN number, or is it the VIN number or NIN number or so and so on that you have. Why we went, that every Nigerian that has an account now has an accountability issue. And now, and the billions that are in the bank, nobody is tracking them down, nobody is tracing them down, and those who are, who are responsible or who have been looting, sanctions are not there. And that's what we are saying.
Certainly a lot of issues to raise. I mean, why people should be angry. I mean, even this particular administration has unearthed that happened in a previous administration, and even attempts that have happened within this administration have been uncovered, and even questions that remain for even members of this administration to answer. Only recently we saw the dispute between the Dangote refinery and also the NNPCL, and we heard all the things that were emerging from that particular dispute. Some of them not verified, but they're in the air nonetheless, waiting for someone to clarify, clarify the issues around them. But Mr. Audu, this is where we are right now. People have come out. Initially, it seemed like it was a slow day, that protesters were taking their time or people were cautious. But we've seen that these protesters, they mean business. They've been out, in their numbers in different parts of the country, which is telling. Even in the north, which is usually quite conservative with issues around protests. We've seen protests in Borno, we've seen in Bauchi, we've seen in Gombe, Kaduna, Kano. These are places that, we have heard of protests happening. And also in the southern part of Nigeria. No part has been spared so far, maybe except for the southeast, which we're still, waiting to see what is happening, or maybe sit at home. Is their own type of protest. But this is what we have finally been shown happening in different parts of the country. For you, do you think that in the places where these things have turned violent, do you think that government stance in terms of its handling, in terms of the pleas and also in some places, maneuverings have provoked protesters, to go the way that they have gone?
I doubt that. We should always remember that for any society to exist, there's going to be an authority, there's going to be leadership. And I think as far as this is concerned, the government has shown, real leadership. The president has reaffirmed repeatedly the rights of citizens to assemble and protest peacefully. However, we have people who are in charge of our security, and they've come ahead of time to tell us that the intelligence reports that there are, unscrupulous elements, perhaps unknown to even the organizers of this protest, who are hoping to use this opportunity to cause chaos and, bring about anarchy. And they've done everything possible to not stop people. I mean, when we try to make it look as if the government was trying to stop people from protesting, it's not right. It's to ensure that we have a peaceful protest. And let's remember that the very essence.
You say it's not right. I mean, people. Mr. Aldo, I'd like us to, replay the events of, the past few days where traditional rulers have been pleading with people, religious leaders have been pleading, members of the National Assembly have been pleading. Isn't that all in an attempt to stop people from protesting? Because
they are concerned about things that could go wrong.
Yeah, so if you say, isn't it half-truth to now say, look, the government was not trying to stop people, when indeed they were trying to stop people?
What the government has done is to say, we understand that there's hardship in the country, but these are the steps that are being taken. This is why we are where we are, and these are the things we are doing to ensure that we fix this. But in the meantime, for all of these policies, all of these steps that are being taken to materialize, we need time and we need patience and we need understanding of the people. That's all the government has been doing, while emphasizing the right of people to express themselves.
Let me take you back to the visuals which we saw at the beginning, say when we were in Abuja. I mean, let's even take a look at the protesters in Abuja. Our correspondent, Dele Omoyeni, speaking with protesters. They were gathering peacefully. We saw them, and then later on telling us that no, they were not going to go into the stadium. They still seemed very calm at that point in time. And then we saw much later that another group of protesters who were saying no to protest joined, and it's not clear how that scenario was resolved. But then we now saw protesters along Independence Avenue saying they were going straight to Eagle Square, marching along the avenue. Even at that point, they still seemed very calm until they got to
Secretariat.
Yes, until they got to the Secretariat, and it would seem that the mood changed. Then we now began to see protesters who, who were tear gassed, and as a result of that, became quite angry. So, there is a cause and effect sort of relationship with what is happening. People will not just behave in a certain way unprovoked. So do you think that the manner in which some of these things are being handled, minus the rhetoric of the last few days, in some way could actually aggravate, what happens with the protest, whether it remains peaceful or it gets violent?
Let's get it that your reporter Daily was at the Moshood Abiola Stadium to cover the protest. He did cover the protest. The very essence of this is to bring their attention to the community, to the world, and they got that right. Then let's remember too that there's a court injunction or order restraining protest.
Obtained by who?
FCT minister.
A government official.
In any case.
Would you say that's not what they were? They're not trying to stop the people.
No, not stopping you from protest, stopping you from using a particular place.
Taking them to the studio, to the stadium to go and play football.
What was the intention of the protest to cripple the economic activities of the FCT? Was the intention to destroy administration? Was the intention to disrupt peace in the city? The intention was to bring your anger to the notice of government and the world, and you can achieve that peacefully from the Moshood Abiola Stadium.
Sitting in the stadium.
You don't have
That's
to.
never happened.
You see, I would like us to think that we want to build ourselves a peaceful and prosperous nation, and for that to happen, we have to be law-abiding, irrespective of the side of the divide you belong.
Yeah, but you heard the minister yesterday when he said, or in fact, several people had said they had they had applied to use the Eagle Square. So if their impression, if they wanted to use the Eagle Square, as they tell us, of which much later the minister says, well, I didn't grant any approvals, but I've detached security persons to go there and ensure that no destruction of property happens. What would have been wrong if that deployment could have still happened, and then go ahead, use the Eagle Square if you want, insofar as you just stay here? Because they won't have left stadium and go back to Eagle Square, which is where their heart is.
I think there are processes to using the Eagle Square. The question will now be, were those processes followed?
Does that then mean that if they applied, and even though he said he didn't see the application,
Eagle Square,
if he heard that some people are applying, can't somebody say, oh, okay, well, if that's the case, all right, well, I haven't seen it, but you can come in, but we'll provide security to make sure, don't leave here, stay here. Wouldn't that have helped in some way?
If I remember correctly, he's talked about, I mean, it's all been about not having people who are standing up to the protest and saying we are responsible for this. Can the people who applied for the use of Eagle Square come out to say we applied so date, if whether paid or not, so amount to use this Eagle Square?
Ali, enrollment of court order,
okay.
the one that was gotten yesterday. They got names, they sued people, including persons unknown, and they sued them and restricted them to an area. So if you could restrict them, you can go to Eagle Square.
My question, Chamberlain, is if you are going to give a facility like Eagle Square, you have to have someone you are giving it to. There's got to be someone that will be responsible for it.
So the persons that they got here, couldn't they have said, okay, you guys will be responsible for this? How did they get these people?
So for these people to be responsible for this, they must have approached the administration of the FCT for the use of Eagle Square. Is that what you're saying? Because you have, I mean, FCT minister won't come and tell you, okay, who is coming to take the Eagle Square. Someone has to apply. Has anyone applied? Who applied? All right. Those are the questions. I mean, as much as we know things are tough, as much as we know that there is anger in the land because of hunger, we equally need to know that there are processes to follow to fix our problem. We don't want anarchy. It solves no problem. It only complicates things for us.
All right, well, I have to thank both of you for coming on. Comrade Anobi, former convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, and also immediate past country director, Action Aid. Thank you for coming on. At least you got your voice heard, even though you wanted to go to the other. It's all getting your voice out there.
You guys just kept me here.
Your voice got heard. Ali Aldu, Special Assistant to the President on Public Affairs. Thank you also for your time here today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we do have this communication media release from
Mr. Olawale Okoni, who is the head coordinating secretariat of the United Action Front of Civil Society. They are responding to mayhem unleashed on peaceful protesters in Abuja, Lekki, Kaduna, and other protest centers by security agents. They say reports reaching them, that's the situation room of their group, that United Action Front of Civil Society, have it that peaceful protests in Abuja have been disrupted by both pro-government protesters and security agents who first forced citizens protesting hardship and sufferings in Nigeria out of the Moshood Abiola Stadium, which is the venue designated by government for the anti-hunger protests, when security agents led pro-government protesters in about 15 coaster buses to the Moshood Abiola Stadium to clash with citizens protesting against hunger. He says, the statement says that the anti-hunger protesters, sensing danger and possible violent clash, decided to quietly move to in a peaceful procession to the Eagle Square, where they had earlier designated to hold their peaceful protest. The statement concludes by saying, as leaders and conscience of their country, we condemn strongly this resort to violence by the police in Abuja, Lekki, Kaduna, and other centers in the country. Contrary to the assurances given to us by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, during a consultative meeting with him on Tuesday, we find this show of force and reckless use of force unacceptable and barbaric, and therefore are calling on the IGP to immediately call his men to order before the situation degenerates beyond control.
That's quite a mouthful. So we did bring you reports about an officer being shot in Kaduna, unfortunately. But now, have a look at this one as well. It involves protesters also in Kaduna.
Somebody Kazona, 1 year she gets on Akazona, the Shizona, somebody. Kushigana Potipodi. Sorry. Amen.
Sunje Veshko?
Sambo.
Okay.
Some people entered the park now.
Be a part of the Swiss Trade 28th Anniversary Sales Promo. Shop exquisite Swiss Trade doors of all types and sizes, onyx stones and home interior furniture at the lowest prices ever. Don't miss out on top quality products at prices you only have to see to believe. Come, see what's available and make huge savings in the Swiss Trade 28th Anniversary Sales Promo. Limited time offer only. Swiss Trade, a blend of beauty and security.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the August protest tagged End Bad Governance. And you've just seen images from the Lekki toll gate, that location that holds a lot of symbolism for Nigerians from the 2020 #EndSARS protest. And you also saw images from Nigeria's north where someone there was being treated following the event of being hit by a canister. We're continuing with our coverage in the studio now. This time around, we're looking at the economy, which is really where this protest derives its core from, the economic condition. And joining us to have this conversation is Mr. Roman Osegale, a business and economic intelligence analyst. Welcome to the morning.
Thank you.
I was going to say the morning brief, the August protest.
Thank you.
It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Now, we know the demands of the protesters. They want, the issue of hunger to be addressed, insecurity to be addressed. But help us understand how we got here in the first place with the macroeconomic indices. And this is important, particularly because, government has been saying the percentage points for the increase in headline inflation in the last few months has been minimal. And in fact, our ratings internationally have been going up, and it's not as bad as it is. From the economic perspective, the economic experts' perspective, help us understand what really the figures are.
Okay, so if we would project the slides and go to slide 1, I think the major challenge here is that we're putting the cart before the horse. We're all talking about the effects and what is going on, the protest and blah, blah, blah. But we have not really sat down to analyze the cost of how we got to where we're at. And then we now use the cause and effect approach to be able to solve these problems. Now, if we go to slide 1, you see that between 2014 and 2023, Nigeria has recorded a total combined trade deficit of $137.33 billion. This is catastrophic. Now, what are the effects of this? Budget deficits, more borrowing, the little you make goes into funding your debt, right? And then you have fewer dollars in the economy. And being an import-dependent economy, supply and demand comes in. As the dollar goes up, all the stuff you bring in becomes more expensive, and that drives up inflation. So basically, what we are facing today is the combined trade deficits from 2014 to 2023. And this is a major disaster. And if I have to be truthful with everyone, the problem has not yet started.
So why have the policies in between that period not been able to address this deficit?
Okay, so see, this is what I tell people. There are two things that determine the success of every government in Nigeria: price and quantities of crude oil. Now, if you look back, right, from 2013, or let us go back to the 70s, right, where we had a boom in the 70s. The boom ended in 1981. And after that boom of 1981, we recorded 3 years trade deficits, 81, 82, 83, combined $13.95 billion US, approximately 14. Now, we suffered those economic challenges for 23 years. And that was because our sole product that brings in dollars for us was no longer in high demand. So another oil boom started in the 2000s, which ended in 2013. But this time around, it's worse, because for straight 10 years, not even a break in between, we've been recording trade deficits. Just compare $137.33 billion US to $13.95 billion US in 1983. So it's a big catastrophe, and the impact is yet to come.
You know why I asked that question? It's important because, from past administrations, you could refer to the needs plan, you could refer to the economic recovery and growth plan under former President Muhammadu Buhari. You could refer also to the roadmap to economic transformation under former President Goodluck Jonathan. And we also have economic reconstruction and recovery plan. So what do you find to be in the management of these plans that do not translate into surplus and budget surplus?
Okay, so let me ask you one thing. We had Vision 1990, we had Vision 2000, we have Vision 2010, we have Vision 2020. Which one did we meet? None. Now, the major issue is this. We're an import-dependent economy, right? And governments along the line need to put policies in place to enable and promote local manufacturing. There are no countries in this world that just open their borders, open their markets to what is called free trade economy. About 2-3 months ago, President Biden actually rolled out some policies on how they're going to protect some of the industries in the U.S. by putting more taxes and tariffs on Chinese-made goods so that those industries can grow. But if you look through the trajectory of the president, none is able to enforce to say, let us protect these markets, let us develop these industries so that we can depend less on importation. Everything we're facing in this country today is as a result of our economic model and the deficits. And it's still going to continue.
Speaking of economic models, we've seen the floating of the naira. We've seen, a counter-intervention also in that space. So what has that got to do with the purchasing power of Nigerians vis-a-vis, the complaints by traders as well that, things are going up because of dollar? Some have wondered that there's a huge contrast in that space.
Okay, let's go to slide 6. I'll compare Singapore and Nigeria. Right? Now, you do not float a currency without proper measures in place. During the time of Lee Kuan Yew, right, scarce resources was only allocated for 3 things. 1, medicines and drugs, which is you and I are the human capital, so he's got to keep us alive and well, right? 2, raw materials. 3, machineries. So what was he doing? He was implanting in the minds of the people. Go and import raw materials, import the machines, come and turn them into finished goods and export to the world. Look at Singapore, 2022 rather. Exports, $925.95 billion US. Sub-Saharan Africa is a 1,300,000,000 people. Singapore is only 5.7 million people. Smaller than Lekki Peninsula. But yet they are able to export goods almost $1 trillion. Sub-Saharan Africa has about 46 or 47 countries, 23 million square kilometers. Yet we're only able to export $529 billion US worth of goods and services. So government, it's going to be a painful process. But the funny thing, or the good thing rather, we are going to be able to revive the companies here, create jobs. Even if we start with substandard goods, no matter the standard of goods you produce, there will be a market for it. We are 215 million people. We cannot even exhaust our own market. But government has got to put that policy and enforce it to a high degree so that the companies here can actually stand on their feet. And then there are also going to be tax incentives for companies so that at least for the first few years, they are able to stand on their feet, they are able to reinject their profits to make them grow.
So as we coast home now, what are the low-hanging fruits of the economic policies of this administration, i.e. the floating of the naira and the other interventions that we have seen, the economic reconstruction and recovery plan?
Okay, so one of the things I'm also going to talk about is, just imagine if we have like 10 to 15 Dangotes. We've got to put our differences aside. This is not a time to start bickering on one another. We are at a crossroad, and everybody needs to, or the government people need to support the various industries. Now, you know how much we normally spend to import fuel in the past, right? So one thing I'm going to commend the president for was the wedging into the Dangote crisis, right? And being able to say, okay, you know what, allocate crude to Dangote and let them pay in naira. You understand? That is going to put lesser pressure on the dollars, right? Second, government needs to cut down on their expenditure. You cannot tell me to tighten my belt. You're spending 15, another 20 million on renovation and building of the VP's residence, and then the excessive spending from the House, the lawmakers. we cannot continue that way. If government is able to reduce those expenditure, right, redirect them into investments. The 2024 budget, if you look at it critically, right, it is education, health, and critical infrastructures that actually build wealth in the economy. But of the 28.7 trillion that was budgeted for 2024 budget, only 3.9 trillion was allocated to the critical things that actually create wealth in the economy. And I have to be very blunt here. I pity the next generation because they are the ones that are going to pay all these loans that we're collecting, the debt, and obviously we've put them in what is called debt overhang.
And we wonder, how feasible and close that is, because some of these recommendations are not incorporated in the economic plan. But, it's an ongoing conversation, so we'll look at it in the near future. Let's continue now. This time around, we're going to be looking at, as we take our seats now, Mr. Segale, what's happening in other states of the Federation, Benin City to be precise. I believe that we have some actualities from Benin City. Jeffrey.
So those are the live pictures.
Nothing is done. What will
continue. Welcome back. And of course, live visuals from across the country as far as this protest is concerned. And the people are making one common demand, that they are hungry. They need the situation to be fixed at the end of the day, which is the core of all of this end bad governance protests. We're now being joined on the program by a development economist and a political analyst, Mr. Ayo Oyalo. He joins us via Zoom. Mr. Oyalo, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
Mr. Ayalo, I need you to help us reconcile what is going on. On one hand, you can't deny people from being witnesses of their own experiences, but government is saying we're doing something, it's going to be over soon. Help us reconcile that.
Yeah, I listened to the analyst that you have on air just now, Mr. Roman Osegali. Clearly, he has broken it down to figures, to graphs, and very, very understandably so. Yeah, nobody can deny that there are challenges. Nobody in Nigeria, except you are trying to lie to yourselves. However, I believe that with the challenge we are facing, probably some of the things I've identified as the problems include, but not limited to, poor communication and lack of engagement by the government. This government, since it came in, took some very bold steps and made some very difficult decisions. However, the challenge that they have that I've seen is that despite what they have done, which economists will say these are commendable things to do, the biggest problem has been their lack of engagement with Nigerians. Most people, if they are suffering the effect of your policies, at least explain it to them. Let them understand this is why we are where we are here. This is why we are doing this. This is the fruit we expect it to bear for this so and so long time. But clearly, nobody is communicating, or if they are doing it, they are not doing it well. So Nigerians just feel they are suffering. Like he talked about the 21 billion for building the house of the vice president or the residents. I think that communication was wrong. That was not exactly what happened. I'm not here to defend it, so I'm not going to explain it where I understood it. But those are part of the problems. The messages that have been coming out have not been good enough to assuage Nigerians. Therefore, Nigerians need to understand that, look, these are the problems. This is where we are here today, and this is what we are doing to move you to point so and so tomorrow. But nobody is doing that. Everybody seems busy. Nobody is talking to Nigerians. Nobody is engaging Nigerians. So Nigerians feel they are being taken for granted. This is why we are here today. However, there are positives. If you listen to what Mr. Roman Osegali said, a lot of positives to be taken, because you cannot run an economy with the kind of huge deficit you've been having. I listened to somebody in your studio earlier on, the woman with the big afro hair, talking about 450 naira to $1. Now, those are the messages that are wrong. We never had 450 naira to dollars. What we've had was dollars were being given at a discounted rate for specifics. However, it was abused. Friends, cronies, and others were getting it at that rate. That is why it looks like we were getting dollars. If you really wanted dollars then, you will get it at a higher rate, 750 and more. Now, these are I have sat down in your studios and I have said it times without numbers that, look, in terms of foreign exchange, we are not managing it well. The things we need to do, we are not doing it. So that is why we are having this foreign exchange issue. For instance, if people want to do genuine business, they should be able to walk into the bank and have their foreign exchange at the bank rate. But because the banks themselves are complicit, everybody now go to the malam under the tree to do foreign exchange, which should not be. So the government needs to communicate to Nigeria. And I will say this without equivocation. The biggest problem we've had with this government and where we are today has been communication. They have not communicated enough. They have not engaged with Nigerians enough. So Nigerians do not understand what the challenges are until they understand that we need to engage with Nigerians more. Now, in the last 1 week, you've been seeing all the run around traditional rulers, religious leaders. These are not just the issues. When this government was coming in, nobody made use of what you call town hall better than this president. Where are those town halls today? They have disappeared. Nobody is talking. Nobody is engaged. We don't need to engage with to send. Nobody is to international ruler anyway. They are just there. You need to engage with Nigerians, student youth group, business groups, so that when people are engaged and they understand why you are taking some of these decisions. I have not condemned any of the decisions the government have taken. These are necessary decisions. However, they are not engaging Nigerians, and Nigerians don't understand. So they think the government lacks empathy, which is not true. But the government itself need to prove Nigerians, that they have empathy and explain to them what the challenges are and where you are going to take them and what should be the fruit in the next, let's say, month, years. You need to explain this to Nigerians.
All right, Mr. Ayalo, we'll come back to you in just a moment, but let's speak to what we're seeing on our screen. Those are tear gas at the Lekki Toll area where protesters, I understand, are being dispersed. We've left Lekki. This is now Kaduna, where there were a bit of an incident where some persons invaded this particular building to destroy. You can see that's the POP at the roof at Kasela area in Kaduna State. So furniture, some of the windows, and all of that's being destroyed. So you can see the police and the rest trying to take stock of what happened.
Yes. Anything can happen here. Anything can happen here. Yes, yeah.
All right, so those are the pictures we're seeing from Lekki and as well as Kaduna as far as this protest is concerned. In some areas, it has even turned violent. Places like Borno and Kano, and we understand that, for instance, Borno State, we understand the curfew has been imposed in that state. But as soon as we get that clarity, we'll let you know. But there are other places where it has been quite peaceful. Mr. Ayalo, I wanted to come back to you on one thing before I throw it back to my colleagues in the studio, which is the fact that one of the challenges that this government is having is what has happened with successive governments. So we can talk about Vision 2010, Vision 2020, and how in each new administration there have been promises of a better fortune for them from Olusegun Obasanjo, God rest his soul, of Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, and then to Goodluck Jonathan, and then there was a lot of hope with former President Muhammadu Buhari, and this is where we found ourselves. So it looks like whatever President Bola Tinubu is now saying, nobody wants to listen because they've never had it better, despite the beauty or bold move of any policy of government.
Well, the truth is, it is one of the things that the you media house have to do. If we keep selling the story of hopelessness to people, they will become hopeless and they might get violent. Unfortunately, I remember I was also in your studio about a week ago saying that protests at this kind of time would be dangerous. Now we are seeing the pictures, we are seeing houses, businesses being looted. I said it clearly, small businesses that are trying to thrive, trying to help Nigerians in terms of job and building the economy will suffer this. And we have seen that in Kano, Kaduna, and some other places. So these are the problems. Yes, Nigerians are going through a lot of challenges, and there is no doubt about it. I will not sit here and pretend that things are not hard. But one thing I will never do is sell hopelessness to Nigerians, because when you give people a hopeless situation, what you are doing is simple. Just look beside us here in Sudan, look close to us here in Libya. When we get to this point, and then we allow this hopelessness to fester, it becomes a situation where we won't even have a country. So it's better to have a country and look for how to explain our problem, walk through this problem together and solve it, than get to the point where we don't even have a country. I for one, don't pray to get to the point where we are in a Sudan or Libya kind of situation. We need to speak to Nigerians, and I will still reiterate it. Government officials,
Mr. Ayalo, if I may butt in, my apologies. Nobody is selling hopelessness. Nigeria belongs to all of us, including you and I. We're just speaking facts. Exactly. You understand? There's a place of hope. There's a place of hope. There's a place of fact. So nobody is selling hopelessness. So I needed to correct that impression.
Okay, thank you. While we must speak fact, we must be responsible with our fact too. We need to let Nigerians know that, look, these are the problems. And I have not blamed you in person totally. I am speaking generally to the situation. And if you notice, I've even blamed the government more in terms of messaging. However, the media must also help to speak this fact with responsibility. Because if people are being told the negative and all the negatives and nobody is saying the positives, then it becomes a situation where we are selling negativity to Nigerians. Because I was sitting down there and I told Shehu right there, I was able to link to him how from the student loan to the to this minimum wage to the local government autonomy that was granted by the court recently, how these are going to spark development and help Nigeria. These are things that we need to sell to Nigerians. We need to let them see. These are the reality. If these things work the way it should work, then we will get there. Because this president came and he met whatever he met on ground. But what he has done, he has not sat down to complain about the problems. He's trying to walk through this problem. And like I tell people, the biggest problem we've had has been government have not cascaded to the south, to the grassroots, because everybody assumes somebody will do it. But this president has taken the bull by the horn. He has gone to the court. He has been able to get the courts to give more room to the local development authority or the local government. If these things begin to work, then development will cascade to south, because most of the challenges today is hunger. And who is better placed to deal with hunger than the local government and the state? Right. So if these things work, then it is a blessing to all of us.
Right. Mr. Yalawa, the facts are the facts. The facts are the facts. Inflation is inflation. Hunger is hunger. You know, the exchange rate is exchange rate. The price of petrol is what it is. So maybe you might be more specific if you're speaking to anybody that you think is selling hopelessness. But right here on Channels Television, we sell nothing but the facts, the truth. We're a station built on trust. So let's push that further. So it's not like you're deflecting, because you said earlier on that the government has not been communicating. So let's stick with that and not make it look like we're trying to deflect. And Mr. Osegale might just come in here to speak to the fact as well. So we just show that these are facts we're speaking to and not selling hopelessness. So Mr. Osegale, you might want to come in here. I know you wanted to speak to some of the things.
I want to thank Mr. Oyolowo. But one thing is certain, right? I tell people this, is either you see the cup half full or half empty. But it will be wickedness, deceitful, and lying to see a leaking cup and describe it as being half full. There are a lot of leakages in this economy. Second, I said something earlier, right? When we were looking at the data. And I want us to go to slide 7, please. Slide 7 and 8. The critical things that build wealth in an economy, we are not investing in them. How do you want to get, if you go read the book, it's called End of Poverty by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. I recommend that book for people to read. Now, if you read the book, he described the 5 or 6 factors that puts a nation into poverty trap. And I tell you, we are in a poverty trap. We're in that circle. Because to get out of poverty, you need money. And when you are unable to raise the money, you remain in perpetual poverty. Now, look at slide 7. Slide 7, I compared Nigeria to the 54 or 55 African countries. Nigeria invests the least as in percentage of GNI in education. 0.8% from 1990 to date. It has remained at that 0.8%. I took countries from North, West, East, Central, and South Africa. And then go to slide 9, please. Slide 8, rather. I now took Nigeria and compared to different regions of the world. If you go to CIA Facts book, CIA has profiles of every country in the world. Under the education profile of Nigeria, you will see 196 over 196. If you think I'm lying, go there. That is to tell you that Nigeria invests the least in education in the world. Your investment in education is a reflection of your society. You cannot grow beyond your investment in education. That's 1. 2, go to slide 2, please. Let's go to slide 2. The notion that Nigeria is a rich country is very wrong. Nigeria is a mineral resource rich country, but a fiscal poor country. If you look at slide 2, between 2014 and 2021, the average budget was 29 billion. For how many people? For comparison purposes, South Africa, 2022-2023 fiscal year, their education budget was 27 billion. Your budget in 2024 is 36, in billions of dollars is 36 billion. South Africa's budget 2022-2023 was 136.6 billion. Education alone got 27 billion. Health got 16.4 billion US dollars. Between education and health is $45 billion plus. So we don't have the money. But this is where it gets critical. If you know you want to get out of poverty, the little you aim, you would direct majority of it towards investment to create wealth. I was on telly here 2018 and 2019, and I analyzed the poverty trap of the country.
Right.
Look, I think you were on that show. Now, ask every Nigerian how much or the percentage of their salaries or their income that goes into paying school fees. So when you pay school fees, you are invariably incapacitated to invest in things that will create wealth for you. If you have one child, you have 20 years average to pay school fees. You have 2, 23 years. 3, 26 years. If you have 4 kids, you have an average of between 29 to 30 years to pay school fees. Right. If you marry at 30, that means you won't get out of the mess at almost 60. When is now the time to build wealth? Do you understand?
Naturally, this government will say, well, now they've introduced students' loan. But how much that will change anything is another case entirely, if that is factored into this conversation. But Mr. Oyalawo, just before you respond, there was a point you made, and it's vital. Since we're talking about speaking fact, you talked about the residence of the vice president, that the messaging that people have been going to town with is not the true narrative. So this presents an opportunity, as you talked about fact, to set the record straight. Is it that 22 billion naira was not budgeted for that project? Is it a lower figure? Or what exactly is wrong, from your perspective, with the narrative out there regarding the vice president's budget? Because this is at the heart of the anger that a lot of people have. They see that money and they're like, this is misplaced priority. So do you want to set the record straight?
I will just do what I need to do here. It's a rolling figure. It wasn't budgeted at once this time. It's a continuous figure from where they started. However, like I said, they've not been messaging, and I will not sit here and speak for them because I am not in government and I don't know exactly what they did. But the challenge about their messaging is what they are reaping today. When you don't explain things to Nigerians, people will fill the vacuum with the other narrative, and now Nigerians are angry, thinking Tinubu just came in and spent 21 billion on a building. No, he didn't spend 21 billion. The budget was originally, I think, 7 billion or thereabout. But when they did it, they abandoned it at the middle. Then somebody took it over, and then they abandoned it. So the total cost is around 21 billion from the original 7 billion. But Tinubu did not spend 21 billion on that. I don't know the exact figure that was spent, but it wasn't 21 billion. But like I keep saying, they do not explain their actions. They don't think they should engage people, or whoever should be engaging people don't think they should. I saw somebody celebrating 1 year in office among them yesterday instead of actually engaging in this kind of issue. So I will not sit here and do their job for them. It is their job. So, but I know they did not spend 21 billion on that building at a go. That's what
this is the Minister of the FCT, and I will quote him word for word, saying that the contract, talking about that, was later abandoned in 2015. And in its determination to complete the project, the current leadership of the FCT in January 2024 sought for and obtained approval for a review of the contract to 22 billion naira, leading to its completion 14 years after commencement. So those are the words of the FCT minister. Yeah. Just to put that in proper context for you, Jeff.
Exactly.
Just to add to that, Mr. Oyalawo, the administration has not come out to deny that that amount has been spent on the renovation of the.
Don't worry, I'm not here to defend anything you say about
what you have presented, has not been put out by any member of the administration. More questions for you, but that's the much that we can take at this point in time. There's more coming in from.
Just a moment, Mr. Oyalawo, if I can get like 30 seconds of your time to think that, do you think that this government understands that the people's anger stems from government profligacy?
Well, like I keep telling everyone, you keep asking me this question, but honestly, I can't answer. I don't know what their thinking is because I am not in government. So I don't know how they are thinking. I don't know why they are doing what they are doing. You have to get a government official to answer this kind of question. I am not a government official as I sit in my house. So they need to come and answer this question to tell Nigerians whether they do not appreciate the fact that the way they are behaving is why Nigerians think they are profligate.
All right. What a busy last 4 to 5 hours that we've had so far. But we want to thank you very much, Mr. Ayo Yalowo, for your time on the program. Mr. Ayo Yalowo is a development economist. Thank you for your time and your contributions on the program. We've also had Mr. Roman Osegale. He's a business and economic intelligence analyst. Thank you so much for your analysis on the program.
Thank you.
And from Abuja, we've had a lot of feedback as well from particularly the northern part of the country, particularly about, the response and the management of security agents to the protests. We have a specific feed from Kaduna. Let's take that now as we move towards, coasting home on the program.
What is this?
Line Biliamin Street, where everybody knows. Don't worry. Yes, sir. Don't worry. Investigation will prove. But the preliminary investigation reveals that he's an IMN member. Because we have, this is your phone.
This is my phone, sir.
Good.
But I'm not a member.
Hey, but why are we seeing their prescription in your phone?
It saves automatically in my phone from TikTok.
Don't worry.
Yes.
Give you a background to what you're watching right now. These are images from Kaduna State, where we understand, as I said earlier on, that some people, looted the office of a Kaduna State Traffic Management Agency. So the police have arrested 25 suspects in connection with the violent attacks on government agencies there. The command spokesperson, Mansir Hassan, said some of the arrested suspects are IMN members. Those are the allegations made, and said that one of the suspects is said to have been caught with AK-47 live ammunition, a jackknife, and police camouflage uniform. I think this is related to the attack on the Kaduna State Traffic Laws Enforcement Authority, that's Castilia, as reported earlier on. So we'll keep tabs with what is playing out in the country. It's August the 1st, the very first day of this End Bad Governance protest. We've been touching base with the protests across the country, but not to worry. We're still here to ensure that you do not miss any bit of what is happening. So stay with us right here on Channels Television for live coverage of this nationwide protest. But we've not been doing this alone, definitely. Chamberlain and Mountwell from Abuja have also been, of course, on the ground covering all of the protests. Guys.
And of course, the continuing coverage continues. You're going to see another set. You see Kayla and Terry. They will continue from Abuja and here, bringing you all the details, including from Borno State, where we understand the curfew has been declared as a result of some unfortunate incident that happened there. But they'll give you a lot more details. So from us here, we do thank you all for watching. I'm Chamberlain. So.
Well, thank you for watching. Do stay with us. As we've said, it's a developing story. It's a continuing coverage of what is happening in August, the unprecedented August protests, hashtag Endbadgovernance.
Yeah.
Well, this is all signing out for this shift. Thank you for watching. I'm Mountwell Yusuf.
Whatever you do, stay safe.
is not enough. Look, subsidy, all of us, I have been saying for 20 years, we need to get rid of these things because it's distorting the economy. The price systems is being distorted. The biggest source of this distortion is NNPC. What reforms have they carried out in NNPC since they got there? I thought the first thing would be to fire all the guys in NNPC and begin to rebuild it. People who have been paying people to run a refinery that does not exist for 12, 15 years. Are those managers? People who have said that we are consuming 6 times the level that any normal statistical projection will show you Nigeria can consume of petrol. They should all have been sacked a long time ago. Of course, one of the economic problems of Nigeria is that the cost of running the National Assembly is unreasonable. So if you cut out the National Assembly, you will have resources to use to help poor people live a better life.
Police Establishment Act of 2020, Section 83, subsection 4, that during protest, the police shall provide adequate security for the protesters. That is the law. So what should be done, or what is expected, if there's going to be a protest and there's an announcement, is to ask the protesters, where do you want to gather, so that the police can surround the place and ensure that hoodlums, so-called, or thugs, normally employed by politicians, deployed by politicians during election, will not take advantage of genuine protests in the country. And I think that is what the government should do now. Try and identify the organizer and collaborate with them to ensure that violence will not occur. How do you identify those who are issuing statements, those who are planning the protest, and then engage with them productively? And then the questions being raised, there are demands that are being made. The government should address this demand. And between now and the 1st of August, it's still a long way.
Requires that you get approval from the security forces, particularly the police. And somebody should take responsibility for getting that approval. So if you don't have the approval, then it will be against the law for you to go out on the street to protest. So my final word is that people should think about the implications of pouring out on the streets and restricting movement of other people and possibly inflicting harm and more hardship on the people. For people in Abia, my advice is that people should not pour out on the streets.
Good afternoon. Well, there's no reason to say welcome, right?
Yes, at this
we've been at this.
Yes, and it just seems there's not much to be cheery, about at this time, even though we know why this is happening, and at the end of the day, we want to see cool heads, at this point. But definitely, it's been quite an interesting day, and we've seen so much, happen so far. I don't know if anybody saw this coming on day one.
Eventually, yes, I think that's the challenge. Right. Eventually, I mean, given history, it's something that was going to happen. But whether or not it will happen this early, that's something that a good number of people are wondering, well.
Maybe some will think maybe sometime into day 5, maybe then we'll see some kind of
because, I mean, NSAS, for instance, didn't get to boiling point on the first day, not even on the second day, right? So there was a build-up.
Is this telling us maybe the level of hunger, at this point? Because we know an angry man, as they say.
Yeah. Well, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. And I think part of that perspective we're going to be giving to everyone who is working with us. Well, we've taken perspectives from all parts of Nigeria that these things are active. We've taken from Borno. We know what's happening in Kaduna. We know what's happening in Sokoto and a good number of places. And Abuja, of course, is no less a place where activities have already begun. And that's where we have Terry and Kayla.
Well, thank you very much, Ayo and Ladi. It's nice to be here. I know you started off asking if it is cool or not. It's interesting that you started off also by saying that nobody expected it to blow. Nobody expected it to blow out of proportion like this. But I think it's a very disturbing situation, especially because it started off as a day that it seemed like a quiet day.
Indeed. It did start off feeling. Well, we really can't act like we're surprised because we saw with everything that was going on, the fact that there was a lot of build-up to these protests. We did warn at the time that you're overheating the situation, and now we're looking at protesters who are the ones who actually genuinely came out to protest. I feel for a lot of them right now because for many of them, they probably didn't know how rough it was going to get. Well, it has become rough. We're seeing tear gas around the country. We're seeing people getting arrested. We're seeing people getting injured across the country. All for a protest that really should have been extremely peaceful, Terry. One that should have told the story of the Nigerian at this time. The need for good governance and the need for things to be done properly was something that, gingered a lot of people. But you see, with the things playing out right now, there's so much to discuss. How much of this will continue with almost every protest? With NSAS, we saw it turning out like this, and I heard Ladi and Ayo talking about how it took a few more days before it got here. So you see, things have escalated. So in what ways have our security agencies and our government been able to adjust to this new dynamic? I mean, there's so much that we're going to be talking about in the course of the next hours. But it's a pretty disappointing situation that we're seeing going on across the country right now.
It is really disappointing, and truth be told, questions must be asked. In the various areas where this escalation happened, what went wrong? What went wrong? I was trying to say that in the early hours of today, most of our correspondents reported ghost towns. It seemed quiet. It seemed like nothing was happening. On my way to work today, I had to go through certain parts of Abuja, and it was peaceful. It was quiet. And it seemed as though the protesters had been confined to a particular area.
I mean, that was even one of the
I was shocked to find that escalation, I'll be honest with you.
No, I wasn't, because, when you tell people you're confining them to a space, what you're doing is telling them, making them ask why.
So
and when you do that, they will do this.
The explanation from Friday, who covered the protest, was that some persons had gone to Eagle Square
earlier,
not knowing that it would be at the stadium.
So they probably didn't know about the ruling of yesterday.
Then the police tear-gassed them, and then the guys at Eagle Square at the stadium heard and had to go there. So the handling of the protest is something that must be asked.
And that communication, really.
Exactly.
And now I hear that, after this tear gassing that happened at Eagle Square, many of them are saying they're going to go back to the Moshood Abiola Stadium. I mean,
but not inside the stadium.
But not inside. They're going to be outside.
We saw that exchange between one of the leaders of the protest and the FCT police commissioner, where he was talking about trying to explain the court order to him, and he said the court order says that we're confined to the National Stadium. It doesn't say inside. We're outside the stadium, which is the National Stadium. And he's a lawyer as well, Deji Adeonju. So I'm really worried about the situation. I'm sure everybody is. Look at the curfew that has now been imposed.
Oh, yeah, so much has happened. In fact, I think we're supposed to do like a rundown of everything. Protesters in Bauchi Metropolis, for instance, have regrouped and are insisting on advancing to the government house. They said they're going to the government house after being dispersed by the police at the Emir's Palace. In Kaduna, the police has arrested 25 suspects in Kaduna in connection with violent attacks on government agencies. That's what they're reporting from there. In Lafia, in Nasarawa State, they've joined the protest. Heavy security presence to ensure this peaceful procession. And of course, I hear that the state police commissioner has said that there are 4,000 personnel on ground to monitor this protest and to keep them safe. And that is one of the conversations that we kept having. The security agencies were supposed to keep the protesters away from hoodlums. And we're going to have the hoodlum conversation at some point. Today. We're going to have that conversation.
You know, in Lagos, and I think some ways, or you were there about, you found security agencies escorting or guiding the protesters. So how is it different from the other occurrences outside? Now, here's the thing. The protesters insist on running through the number of days that they had proposed. If this is day one, something must be done to ensure that there is no escalation. Because this is very dangerous. It's all supposed to be a peaceful protest. Big questions. Has it now been infiltrated this early? Or is this a reaction from perhaps the security agencies? Now, you talked about going to visit the governors, which is normal with protests. You know, when you protest, you take your demands to the leader of the state at the time. I know in Port Harcourt they were going to the government house. I'm not sure if they've reached that place yet or all that. But, you know, we have a lot to talk about.
Ayo and Ladi, we have so much to say, Ayo and Ladi, in the next few hours. But, you know, what do you have for us going on right now?
I think you pointed it out the other time. A quick rundown of where we are, and none of them have actually come on before we started talking.
Yeah, so definitely we've gone pretty far, on day one, and the demands, remain the same.
We're still here at the Lekki toll gate. We're still here at the Lekki Toll Plaza, and nothing much has really changed from 12 a.m., 1 a.m. today up to this time, and earlier when we made a live transition into the studio today, speaking to our viewers locally and internationally. You can hear me. I mean, we're having a bit of network jam here, and you can expect that on a day like this where everybody is on their phone, trying to catch a glimpse of what's happening, trying to read up what's going on. But I can tell our viewers, Channels TV, our Channels website is where to be, Channels Television is where to be right now, because we'll bring you all the details. Talking about Lekki here, all day we've been here and not so much has happened. And a moment ago, some guys filtered in here and were dispersed quickly by the intervention of the security operatives here. And in a quiet mode, they told them this place is not a designated area where you can meet. And so far they have not returned, and they said they were going to return, and we're still hoping that that gathering may happen or not happen. That's just an expectation. We are here to keep you abreast with you, our viewers, home and international, to make sure that everything that happens around here in this axis of Lagos Island, we capture that and bring that to you. But so far, so good. The Lekki Plaza is as dry and as vacated as you can see on my camera.
Well, that's a quick update there, but let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Channels Television's continued coverage of the ongoing Endbadgovernance protest. This is the nation's capital, and we have our colleagues in Lagos. We're keeping you updated on the activities as they happen in the field. We have our correspondents in the field to give us updates. We're joined in the studio now by Professor Okeke Chukwu, who is the Executive Director, Development Specs Academy, to talk about what's happened so far with regard to the protest. Prof, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how you made it here, if it was easy for you, Prof. Because I ask this because it was easier for me initially, but you know, I'm wondering if it would be the same on my way out of this place. But let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Is this the outcome you expected?
In a situation like this, there's actually no fairly predictable outcome. Lagos is not Abuja, and we're in Abuja. If you're going to carry out a protest in Abuja, you should arrange for greater logistical support in terms of facility for movement. Lagos has a smaller land area. Within 5 kilometers, you have a massive population. In Abuja, within 5 kilometers, except in the outskirts, you don't have a large population. So assuming you plan to come from Lugbe, from all those places to protest in places like Metama, chances are that by the time you put an hour or two into it, you get very hungry. Unless there's a vehicle to take you back, you have a challenge. The location of the National Stadium, for instance, is very unattractive for rioters or for protesters because it's in an isolated area. So access to that place is a job on its own. So if you have a fleet of vehicles, take you there, make your point and go. But if you don't, there will be logistical problems.
Were you surprised that the protesters refused to be confined to the National Stadium? First off, they refused to go into the National Stadium as from the court order, Federal High Court order, and eventually moved to the Eagle Square, where it escalated.
Yeah, no, that is not surprising. Protesters are not protesting to make anybody, particularly the government, happy. They have the impressions they want to make. They have their choice of where they think that impression will be well spread. They will have preferred a free, unrestrained access to public spaces. That didn't happen. So they got to the National Stadium. The other thing is that the security agencies and the military are spread too thin. They are not enough to manage the space. So I'm not surprised that it went on the way it did. But even what happened at Eagle Square, in the last 2-3 hours, because we also have some other people who are out in town monitoring it, there's relatively, if you like, tolerable movement. That's why I could come, undisturbed and unchallenged. And in the places where there was activity, I think they've taken a break right now. In some of those places, they might come back. But on the face of it, I've not heard of casualties, which is a good thing. I've also not seen signs of high-handedness. But the point is this. Do Nigerians have reason to come out and protest? Yes. Do they have a right to protest? Yes. Is it possible that that opportunity of protesting could be taken over by hoodlums? The answer is yes. And therefore, it is the responsibility of government to ensure that there's no real damage to public peace. At the same time, the right to protest must be accommodated. That's different from riot.
I want to be able to talk about, you know, the dynamics that we're seeing play out. We're seeing a lot of people who are being described as hoodlums. You know, we're seeing people being described as those who are being paid to come and hijack protests. We're seeing anti-protesters against the protest. We're seeing all of this happen. And like you said, not surprising. This is normal. However, the security agencies' handling of this situation, it does feel like since EndSARS, the skills needed to cover this sort of situation, the skills needed to handle this sort of volatility. Would you say that they have upped their game since EndSARS, or are they still grappling as we saw them do years ago?
No, as a matter of fact, I see conspicuous improvement. The problem is not the skill, but personnel volume. They just don't have enough people. They are not so very well equipped. I'm not aware of any specialized training. But the good news is that in the places where I've seen, I saw them in about 11 distinct spaces on my way here because I left early in order to see that. They were in controlled positions at entries and exits from key settlement areas, and nobody was being harassed. You could see their vehicle, you could see them standing around, but you could drive past. You know, that's on one side. On the other side, and that's the question of any lessons from EndSARS. Yes, there has been lessons, but the most critical thing to note here is that those who are protesting against the protesters are giving the government a bad name and a bad image. Because look at those protesting. Don't they look hungry and frustrated and confused? Don't they look like people who will pick your pocket? So they can't be protesting against those who are saying we're suffering. The impression it creates is that they've been paid to do that. And that's not nice. This thing can be contained. You want to protest? Yes, do it here. We've seen protests where the police actually flanked and protected them. The concern is not, and there are two perspectives. Oh, the government doesn't want us to protest. The other perspective is we've seen protests in the past that led to complete breakdown of law and order. June 12th, I was on the Guardian editorial board. All of us were hell-bent on supporting that project. Nigerians voted. They didn't care it was a Muslim ticket, and the election is annulled. Now you're driving from your office home on Ikorodu Road. The fact that you have a car means you're one of those who ate Nigeria's money. Fellow journalists were attacked. If you looked dressed like him, you're in trouble. How can you wear this kind of suit if you're not looting money in Aso Rock? So the level of thinking in that spectrum of society is that anybody who looks healthy must be doing better than me. And all those who are doing better than me are those who are, quote unquote, eating government money. So that fact is there, the possibility of that hijack. But the mistake is to have anti-protest protesters. It's disgraceful.
I mean, you made a point right there about the total breakdown of law and order. This is day one. We're seeing a lot of people talking about this is just a few hours. This is just a few hours in day one. Does this have the potential to get a lot worse?
What I think is that it will give both the protesters and the law enforcement agencies something there's something on the table. They'll go back to recalibrate. A lot of people didn't go out today, individuals like you and I. Many businesses didn't open. Filling stations didn't, banks. And so they've looked at it today. There will also be that tentative watching of tomorrow. What I suspect is that the protesters will go and regroup, recalibrate and say, okay, this is how it happened yesterday, this is what I'm going to do tomorrow. I believe that they stand to gain a lot by structuring their protest better. You come out, you want to make your point, you have your placard, bring out distinct messages. We are protesting. Yes, we know they've written it, we know they've talked about it, but that expression of anger is a right. Destruction of public property is not a right. Molestation of other people who are expressing other rights is not a right. Therefore, some measure of control. The organizers should give themselves credibility by ensuring that their people are well organized.
So who should they present those demands to? Because on the other hand, you're supposed to have government officials receive those demands. It's a dialogue. A protest is not just to get in the streets and disrupt activities or, as you say, carry placards, is it?
It is. I am not aware that a protest is a dialogue, quite frankly.
But they're supposed to present demands at some point.
They've already made them. Remember they held meetings which broke down? And so apparently whatever they were saying in those meetings with IGP, government functionaries, didn't play out very well. Now they're out in the domain, placing that demand where, okay, this is what we're angry about. Allow them do that. because they are not armed, the spaces are defined, etc. And then even provide some genuine argument. I've seen those attempting to defend government. One person came, I think, was this on your channel a few hours ago, and was reeling off all the things the president had done, student loan. How would you come here and be talking about that sort of thing? Who says the president is not working? Imagine that somebody came out and said, look, the anger of Nigerians is justified because there's hunger, there's inflation. No question about that. We can't deny it. I have cousins, even though I'm in government, they're all suffering. But I also know that had there been no Boko Haram, what's going on there about food was predicted 3 years ago. People are not farming. Now, some measure of integrity gain emerges from it. But to do auto denial, it makes you look cheap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prof, let's, our colleagues in Lagos would like to join the conversation. Ayo.
Well, thank you, Terry. Part of the conversation, don't forget, is a very big one. It includes our colleagues also on the streets. And Chris Illems is somewhere at Ojota right now. Remember, we brought you a report about what's happening at Ojota with Olu Phillips earlier, speaking to some people who are holding their positions. So right now, Chris Illems is at Ojota as well. Chris, I know that you've also been to different other parts of Lagos. So where are you right now?
Thank you so very much. We're still here at Ojota, and of course, it started quite slow here today, but momentum has been growing over time. And if you look right behind me, you still see a lot of these protesters. They are still very much around, and they still have a lot of strength to continue with what they're doing, singing, dancing, and of course, making their demands heard. It will also be very, very important to note that the Commissioner of Police was here a while ago. He spent up to an hour here before he left, ensuring that there was no intimidation. Yeah, we got some skirmishes along the line when a few anti-protesters came into to infiltrate the rank. But then, after just a little talk here and there, they left. But right now, you just find that the protesters, they are still very much here. And they are making their demands, a lot of them making their demands. They want to see a reversal of the fuel price to 200 naira per litre. And remember that as of 2022, when fuel price was about 200 naira per litre, or even less than 200 naira per litre, that was the same time Nigeria was rated as the poverty capital of the world. You know, that was when the report of the multi-dimensional poverty level came up. And it actually said that about 63% of Nigerians, that is 133 million Nigerians, were in they were multi-dimensionally poor. But now compare that time to this time, it's something else, because anything you bought for 100 naira at that time is about 400% more today. Talk about your bag of rice. As a then bag of rice you could find for 20,000 naira or 30,000 naira. Today it's going for 80,000 naira, 85,000 naira. Talk about your beans, so the hunger in the land is what is driving the people. And of course they say they would continue to be here until the government accedes to the request. First of all is to take us back to where we're coming from. That is 200 naira per litre. That's what a lot of them have been saying. Well, they say they would still be here. And a few of them who actually came here since morning. Sharif is one of them. Sharif has been here since morning. And I'm quite sure, Sharif, you'll be able to tell us a bit about today. How has it really been for you?
As a matter of fact, I'm impressed. It is a success. For the turnout this morning, from morning till this minute, it is a success, and I'm happy that we're getting somewhere. No violence whatsoever. The security outfits have been so coordinated, and we have been so abiding as well. Even though we are restricted, which is an infringement to some area of venue. But no, it's been a success so far, and I'm still going to be here. We are still going to remain here until our demands are met.
And okay, you talked about your demands being met, one of them being fuel price. Of course. What are the other demands?
The other demands are just the cost of governance. Downsize the cost of governance. Let the senators apply, feel the heat of minimum wage as well. Yes. What are they doing there? That is there. Hunger, the major factor here, the bone of contention here. What has unified us today is hunger. No ethnicity, no religion playing out today, but hunger has unified us. So that food price must come down to normal. As at May 29 last year, I was buying rice for 24. I was buying 24. And today I can't buy rice for the same price. It is now almost 85. It varies. So these are the prices. These are the things we need to. It is imperative for them to address that as soon as possible, because hunger day, and an hungry man is an angry man. That's it. So there's nothing you can do about that. The government is killing us slowly, and we need to speak up. So that's why we are here today. So it's one of our demands: cost of governance, fuel price. The Senate should also receive the same amount as the minimum wage. These are the things we need to do. So we need to downside these people, all this minister, cabinet, and all that that are not even functioning at all, but are getting our money, our commonwealth. It is you and I that own the money. So take them out. Why will the president have that much cabinet? Over 42 in the history of the nation. That's not happened before. More than 42 people. Ministry. So what are we saying? So, and who is servicing this money? From where are they taking this money from? It's from our commonwealth. They are even taking loans to service debt they actually siphon. Debts that they actually siphon, they are taking loan to service it. So who's going to pay for this thing at the end of the day? It's our children. Me and you and your children. That's why we are here, to speak for the people and take it back. These are the things we want.
Thank you so very much. Okay. Well, Sharif, one of the many protesters here today, well, they've been here and they say they will continue to be here until their demands are met. And a lot of them, different placards. I saw someone who actually did like a calculation of basic items at home: your beans, your gari, your tomatoes, and every other thing. About 4 of them amounting to just 47,000 naira. And then talk about the minimum wage. That means the minimum wage cannot afford those items, and that is an issue they are looking at. Go back to 200 naira per liter, well, which is not a it wasn't a good point for us as Nigerians then. It wasn't a good point, but now they say just get back to that point, and then from there discussions will begin.
Well, it's quite a lot packed in there, Chris, and I know that activities are only just building up here and there. Thankfully, I mean, things are going in a particular way in Lagos that, well controlled so far, but I'm not sure we can say the same for Yobe State at this moment. Angry protesters in Potiskum, in the headquarters of the Potiskum local government area of Yobe State, have set ablaze about 7 grounded mass transit buses in the premises of the local government secretariat. An eyewitness told Channels Television correspondent in Yobe State that the protesters came in numbers to cause mayhem, but were prevented by the security personnel. The spokesman of the Yobe State Command, Nigeria Police Force, DSP Dongos Abdul Karim, has just confirmed the incident at Potiskum right now, and that, of course, is what's right there on your screen. What you are hearing right now, what's on your screen right now that you're listening to is from Ogun State. And essentially people are saying that gari is expensive, rice is costlier now, and the poor man is hungry, and they should be angry. That's essentially what is being said right there. And the police commissioner in the state has also lent his voice one way or another.
It is important to note that late yesterday evening, a court order was received restricting protesters to certain locations. For Abeokuta Metropolis, Moshood Abiola Stadium is the designated point, and that's why you see massive deployment here. We have to respect citizens' rights our reservation is we don't want miscreants to hijack this protest. But good enough, most of the organizers, they have seen reason in the untimely nature of conducting protests at this point in time in our country. And for that reason, most of them are voluntary backup from being part of the protest. As you can see, the whole atmosphere is calm. People are going about their legitimate businesses, but we will still maintain our position here.
And right there, what you're looking at right now is seeing Marina. You see that looking quite empty. Quite quiet at this point. And we're also going to be getting a situation report. We have our correspondents all over the place right now, giving us blow by blow what's happening wherever they are. And we're going to be hearing now, getting a situation report from our correspondent. We have Titi Bero, she's right there at the marina. Titi, it's good to have you. Can you give us a status update right now?
This is Lagos House Marina, precisely where Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu resides. Today, the governor is expected to receive some visitors. Aside from that, the environment is calm. Nothing is happening here. The security presence here is normal. No additional security officials deployed here. We haven't seen any form of convergence within this area. We've also gone around. We didn't see anybody gathering for the protest. We visited CMS, public transportation is visible. We see that some citizens are trying to get to their various destinations, though it's not so busy like the usual day, but some form of economic activities is ongoing there. Some traders are also along the road trying to make their daily living. The banking area, where it's usually busy, is also closed. No offices opened. We also spoke to some citizens about the protest, and this is what they have to say.
I have made a lot of openings to a lot of youth, making them know that I actually voted Tinubu because I saw him to be a mature-minded person with monies and with all he has. So, but I'm just surprised, honestly, I'm just surprised to see him acting the way he's acting. But I am believing that with time, he has done well, though. On my own part, he has done perfectly well. But however it is, I believe that with time, everything will get normal. The youth are just acting because of starvation. But he's trying. Tinubu is really trying. He's really, really trying.
Do you think coming out to protest is the right way to go about it?
No. It's not the right way. It's really not the right way to go about this protest. It's not the right way to go about this issue. I only believe that they should give Tinubu, from what I have seen in him, they should give him some time.
I don't know the next plan, but I'm trying to go my home first. I don't know whether people will still come out or whatever, but I'm thinking maybe they are just looking around first.
You know, there's been a lot of news about this protest.
Yes.
But now it seems everywhere is quiet, and we're yet to see them converge in a particular location.
I've not seen anybody for now. I don't know. Maybe they have plan B.
What do you expect from the government?
They should do the right thing, do the needful. People are suffering. Low salary, people are suffering. I'm working. What about people that are not working? What do you want them to do? So, anything that come out, fine. We'll take it like that.
That's it from me at Lagos House Marina. Titilayo Aberewo, Channels Television News.
Is right there in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. That's what's happening right this very moment. in the Federal Capital Territory. And it's all in the same in the same spirit of the nationwide protests. People are expressing their angst the best way they can. I don't know if there is anyone listening right now. So far, it would seem like the only person that people are listening to or can hear anything from is the police. The political leaders aren't saying anything yet.
Right.
Perhaps their bidding time or something.
And we did hear from Olu's report, we heard one of the protesters there saying that if there's going to be any roundtable discussion, they want to have that roundtable on the streets with the government, at this time. And definitely it would be nice, to, see one of the the leaders there, looking at the political leadership, actually showing some kind of empathy, at this time. Maybe, have some discussions, with the protest. But definitely, we also have to be careful. Escalation at the end of the day. So, it's a very tricky one. Very dicey.
Tricky and touchy one that we have to be very, very careful how we manage it. How government is taking this all in, I guess we are bidding time to see it. So far, we're thankful that at least the authorities, from what we are hearing, even from the protesters themselves, that the police is, measuring up so far. And let's hope that there is no serious casualty in good enough time.
Because at this time, we need more cool heads.
Absolutely.
So things don't get out of hand.
Well, as events unfold, we'll bring you more and more activities such as this from the various parts of the country. But we have a couple of guests, Laddie.
Yeah, we still have, definitely, it's rolling coverage we have right here, and we have great minds, from all over the country, giving us their own perspective, at this time, what to expect, how to go about this, and we have a couple of them via Zoom, even though I feel a little jittery about Zoom at this point because I've seen network from our service providers today. It's not been the best. So whatever we get, we'll definitely hope we can actually speak to our guests joining us virtually at this time. So we have Segun Wosoye as an institutional reforms advocate, founder, Social Intervention Advocacy Foundation. He's going to be joining us via Zoom. We also have Juliet Benite. She's a leadership coach, also joining us via Zoom. And definitely we're going to be talking about what to expect and where we are right now. But let me start with Mr. Segun Wosoye at this point. Definitely things are moving really fast at this time with this protests on hardship. But there's some people that say protests don't really work. I'd like to put that question to you first. Do protests work?
Thank you very much, distinguished. I believe that protests can work if the organizers are aware of the use to which they can put their protests, beginning from their understanding of the issues, beginning from the understanding of the motive and the definition of what they are trying to do. If you look at the NSTARS reform police NG advocacy, it was well designed. It was well researched. It took time. There were interventions. There were engagements. It wasn't an all-out protest. And it got what it wanted, its objective, and also its end goal in terms of kickstarting the reformation of the Nigerian police and also removing the poster child of the culture of impunity, which was SARS and the rest of the variants. So it did not happen overnight. Anything that would take governments to see or all arms of government to engage before you can get things done will take time. But when you get wired to believe that just gathering people, having incited them to come to the street, you're going to solve any problem, you probably you don't actually understand the problem, because it has been said, whether you look at from Carl Jung's perspective or any of the philosophers, you will know that when people gather together and crowd together to form a mob, the dynamism of the collective mind inside of each individual are let loose. Then you begin to see beasts, demons, and every other thing that have been dormant all over time being unleashed in that particular crowd. That's why people don't even believe what they do when they're in the midst of the crowd. And that's exactly what is happening. And in a heated polity, that's why people are saying, and authorities are saying, this is not the best time to protest. In a heated polity, when people gather, even if it is, okay, I'll give you an example. In Lagos, MTN blocked some lines, and they asked people to come and relink their lines to their name to their lines. And when they gathered there, it didn't take long before they started pulling down the fence of MTN. Take Federal Technical College, for instance. They've been having issues with their provost for a while. It had turned into a deadlock, and the external parties came in to solve the problem. They were all attacked. Their cars were vandalized. To some, these are peaceful protests, as far as they're concerned, and they will not take responsibility for the damage and vandalism. They will simply shift the post and say it is the authorities that are. And that's what's happening now. If you look at Kano, if you look at Borno, if you look at Gwagwalada, they are all burning now because the people were merely incited to come out because they are hungry. Hunger is the only thing uniting them. Emotion is the only thing they are expressing, and there's no strategy whatsoever. Nobody can claim to have control over anything right now.
All right, Mr. Awosoya, you did mention if this was the right time, for a protest. And I'm trying to, imagine in my head, when really is the right time for a protest? How do you define that right time?
Timing in protest, you have to look at if you must use protest, because again, we have been made to believe that protest is the only way you can engage government, which is not true. It's a fallacy. There are other means. I'm using advocacy, for example. This is media talk now. This is our own form of protest, to let the government know that you have not done well in communicating and carrying the youth along with your programs. It's not that you are doing nothing, but you should have seen this ahead and communicated better, such that people will not exploit the lack of communication and the gap between the government and the people to the point of inciting them against the government, telling them all sorts of things that will make them take to the street, believing it is when they get to the street that all their problems will go away. So when you say timing, already things are heated. And we have seen non-protest related events leading into violence, even before the date of the protest. So whatever that is happening now is no surprise to anybody who can observe the time, who have been around for quite a while, who have seen several protests in the country based on history, whether from the 1965, leading to the coup of 1966, and all the other protests from the South and the rest of them, and how it has led to violence. And nothing has changed right now, because people are, the organizers and the people who are benefiting from the chaos have not matured themselves enough to leave the military interregnum age. They are still stuck there, and they believe everything they did then can be repeated now to get what they want. But unfortunately, they are playing the script. They are not even the author of the script that they are playing. Because the idea here is to fight the government to the point where they are left no choice than to forsake the trajectory of progress and backtrack on all the policies that they have decided to do so that they can go back to the old ways. That's exactly the plan. And people are making themselves useful idiots.
I think, Dr. Awosoya, if you'll ask me, just a second, Dr. Awosoya, I think the challenge here is whether or not government is even aware of all of this intelligence, if I can use that word that you're giving to us, because if they knew that this was going to happen, I believe that there could have been some significant engagement that could have actually forestalled some of the mayhem that we see being unleashed. Because as we speak now, we're hearing that in Katsina State, for instance, there are some activities that are not very, very palatable. So if we could take a quick, trip to Katsina State to let you know the kind of vandalism that people are engaging right now, destruction of public property, pulling down this and that, and the kind of thing that the governor of Lagos State was saying we don't want to repeat of right now. It's what happened just 4 years ago. And the question we're asking is, have we learned any lessons? As a people and as a government, have we learned a lesson? So let's see what's happening in Katsina right now, because I don't know, what you make of it.
We need a justice. We need a better life. We need a justice. We need a better life. We need a justice. We need a better life. We need a justice.
Right, Ayo. So I guess
so that's a noise.
This is one of the risks of protests, vandalism. We're seeing that play out.
Absolutely. We can't get out of this without having a kind of mental picture of exactly what we want. So, Madam Benichi, we saw this coming in a way. It's not what we expected, but it is what it is right now. So where would you dock at this? You're a leadership coach, and there is no leadership without followership. Now, we don't want to find ourselves here, but here we are. What have we lost that brought us to this point? And is there a path back?
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians. There's so much that we have lost over the years that has brought us to where we are at this repeated issues. And when people say protest doesn't work, all over the world, non-violent protest has always worked, from the Gandhis of this world to Martin Luther King Jr. And because of Martin Luther King, we could have an Obama president. But of course, protests must be in context and make sure that it's non-violent. And the reason why we are here, especially as Africans, and we must remember that these issues happening in Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria is pouring up, and the international government and the world is asking, is this really an Africa uprising? And African leaders have done badly at leadership. Leadership, especially transformational leadership that we espouse, is a people that inspire their followers and inspire the society to greater heights, changing perception and values. In less than 1 year of this government, our lives have drastically changed. A few of us who have all the grammar and the Turinchi, who have a bit of money in our pockets, who are surviving and we're doing well. But it's irresponsible of any leader to ever think that the agitation of the people is forced or is not required. Leadership, number one responsibility is service, to serve the people they claim to want to lead. By the time a man or a woman wants to come into governance and wants to lead in a society, she should have known the attendant issues that are happening within that society. So we should stop pretending as the elite class of Nigeria. For the last 60 years, we have been irresponsible elite class. Nigerians, especially with a high level of education, we have not done well in leadership. And it's time for us to take responsibility. And the number one responsibility of leadership is listening to the people. We have enough talent, home and abroad, to run an excellent nation. So nobody should make us look as if we are stupid people all over the place and Africans who do not know what to do. What to do can be done. Number one on the list is to understand that as a society, we do not play to the gallery of any other nation. Nationhood is about interest. Everybody has their interest. Where is the Nigerian interest? Where is the African interest? I mean, I liked what one of your guests said, because I've been watching Mr. Romans, I can't remember the surname very well, the economist or the strategist in economy. He was speaking sense. That is the person who has made strategic sense. He's talking about the fact that economic development is even different from an economic increase. We're talking about the development of the average Nigeria that few years ago we were declared the poverty.
Madam, these are recent issues, and you are spot on. However, we're not having hardship protests for the first time. My colleagues in the morning...
No, not for the first time, of course.
Just a moment. My colleagues in the morning dated back to 1929 when the Aba women's riots, came up because of hardship. In this republic, I have listed that there are at least 13 protests that have taken place. A good chunk of them are about hardship. Fuel price hike, salaries not being paid, NLC came out, ASU came out, the people came out, and the rest of those things. So I'm wondering, and then, if we look back in time, you would see that these hardship issues, just 46 years ago, I've said that quite a number of times, there was a protest, a hardship protest, cost of living protest, that culminated in what was then called Ali Must Go protests. It was because of hardship, and the students were the one that took it up at the time. The people in government 46 years ago are not the ones that are in government now. So it leads me to ask you this question of leadership production. Do we have a leadership factory in this country? Do we have a leadership development system that in another 40 years, we're not talking about what we are talking about now, as we are talking about what happened 46 years ago today?
You are spot on your question. And I was in a meeting a few years ago in Washington, and former President Obasanjo was also one of the guests. And he said one of the crises is that where are the leadership schools? The truth is that two fundamentals are required for the development of the society to the highest height. One is leadership. Secondly is nationalism, patriotism. We do not have those two. Nigeria has lost the sense of patriotism over the years due to bad governance, because it's like the carrot and the stick. And the leaders have not been developed because what we have is still the feudal system. Every nation how to move away from this feudality. What we have in Nigeria is not really democracy, it's Marxism. It's socialism. We don't really have a democratic government where the people really make the choices because they are too poor to make choices. They are too uneducated to make choices. And those who are educated have become people who are only interested in themselves. For a nation to be cohesive, the leaders have to be nationalistic. They have to be patriotic. They have to think Nigeria. Today we have changed the national anthem to Nigeria We Hail Thee. Nigeria We Hail Thee means Nigeria is fundamental to everything we are doing. So if you're going to be a leader in Nigeria, you say you want to serve as governor. I've heard some of their comments, and I'm disappointed because you are talking to Nigerians as if they are foreigners. You are talking to these people as if they are outsiders. Where is the National Orientation Office that is in charge of this cohesiveness, communication to the people? If you're making policy changes that is going to change the lives of people, how do you communicate that? You just can't make decisions overnight and you want everybody to be hunky-dory and everybody to be happy. That's not leadership. There's something called change management system in leadership. You want to create change from A to B. The people who are going to be affected need to know. What cushions are you putting in place? What communication, whether it's through the ballets, through the pastors, through the imams, whatever system you want to use to cascade through the local government, which we still are, the jury is out there concerning local government in Nigeria that is lacking. There is no leadership understanding. That my leadership is not about what I want to do. My leadership is what the nation needs to grow. What does Nigeria need? Yes, if you're talking about removal of fuel subsidy, where is the presentation to the people publicly on the whole gamut of the finances of what we call the NNPC? Who is in charge? What money is being sent? Okay, they said we have our petroleum. We are not producing enough to cushion the economy. The dollar is coming only through petroleum. What other ways can we make sure the dollar happens? Like that Mr. Roman said, activate the economy. Have an agricultural emergency. People are no longer going to the farm. So the number of food brought in, Nigeria, its population is over 200 million. And the average population of that 200 million are youths. And youths eat more than adults. So there's no food. All of us are scrambling together. Okay, now they said they have removed tariff on the import of essential things. How quickly can that be augmented? What pathway are you showing? If you're not coming on television to speak all the time, communicate to the people through radio, through different languages, you are not leading. Leadership is not positional. The problem with the Africans and the Nigerian leadership is positional leadership. It's not transformational leadership. Leadership is hard work, functionality, looking at all indices, looking at data, looking at the issues of the demographic of your people. Why is it happening more in the North? The reaction in the North is not surprising to me because the North is it has been under tremendous pressure, from the issue of Boko Haram to the issue of hunger, insecurity, lack, poverty. The poverty level of the North is higher. Lack of education. Meanwhile, youth are coming out of homes. Babies are being born, and there is no measure being in place. So this whole reaction should not be surprising to somebody who understands leadership. Leadership will always have this reaction from the home gate to the city gate when things are not in place to cushion the economy. On the other side, you now hear the leader. Somebody is building a house, billion. Somebody has cleared our people's account by 700 billion. You hear all sorts of news. And these young ones are really watching on social media, watching channels, watching here, and they're hearing all sorts of things that are winding them up mentally. And you said you're leading? No, we need to put a stop. For me, I don't know whether the Tinubu government is ready. They can. I mean, for a man who has been a Democrat for a long time, he can. But there are decisions they need to make as a people. Bring down the cost of governance. Part one. The people must see that happening, and they will be endeared towards your decisions that you make next. There are many decisions to be made right now.
Okay, thank you so much for painting that picture of what leadership should look like. Benite, right there, join us via Zoom. It was great. Very interesting comments from you there, and definitely would really love to experience the kind of leadership that you just described there at some point. And definitely we know that in Africa we've had challenges, when it comes to leadership and handling, followership. But let's take it on to Abuja now. We have Professor Okeke-Chukwu there. And I want to come to you now, Prof. Definitely we know the protest is about bad governance at this point, and I'd like to hear from you now. Does bad governance automatically lead to negatives, for the macroeconomic indicators like inflation, debt, and all of that? Help us break that down.
Well, one of the major mistakes we make is to focus on the conventional notions of macroeconomics. Take a simple concept we're familiar with right from primary, secondary school, per capita income. It tells you the volume of wealth distributed across a population. So if you come to Abuja and you find out that Abuja is worth $13 trillion, you divide it by the population, you'll say that per capita income, each person in Abuja lives at the level of probably $1 million a year. Meanwhile, that money, all of it may belong to 3% of the population. So let's leave those official development economic terms and look at reality. Question number one, how much was a bag of rice X number of years ago? How much is it today? Is it the same people that are buying that rice? The answer is yes. Has their salary also increased within that period? The answer is no. So leave macroeconomics, go and look at your cousins in the village. Are they faring any better? The answer is no. The senator who has got a new SUV that's bulletproof, his village people, I hate to use that expression, which of them has improved economically in the last 12 years? Not one. Has the environment improved? No. Have schools improved? No. So that's the reality of it. That's the economics of visible evidence. That's what we need to deal with, and we have to locate it appropriately. It's not about Tinubu's government. The fact we keep ignoring is that the Nigerian state, as it exists today, is a very well-constructed criminal enterprise with a leadership crisis that cannot be blamed on any political party at all. Because if you look at the ruling party, is it true that more than 60% of them were not in that party before? So let's disaggregate it. Let's even take it away from government so that the criminality will be obvious. Just go and check the profits posted by corporate Nigeria. Dangote Cement, how much profit did he post in the last year? Bua Cement, banks. In an economy like this, a bank is posting 200 and something billion as profit. A cement company is posting between 100 and 230 billion as profit. And then a bag of cement is unaffordable, affecting housing. Now, assuming that company made 5 billion profit, which means what you've got after all you've done, Would it have done badly? No. It means that the pricing is dishonest. It means that the controls for consumer protection doesn't exist. It means that government thinking, including that of national planning, industries and job creation, they are not considering the fact that corporate Nigeria is part of a grand conspiracy. You have the political wing. That's why you can get a policy that suits those who are milking us. So putting it all together, what are we talking about? And Benitez spoke about patriotism. The average Nigerian does not see the Nigerian state in any positive light because for him or her, it doesn't exist. But there's some mischief in suggesting there is a problem that started today. So this government, you see, this government, no. You speak of national leadership because you ask yourself, what's the consensus position of traditional rulers on what is going on today? What's the position of corporate Nigeria? What is it that's happening at the level of government itself? What are the senators doing? Okay, they were given palliatives, I think 70 billion to share in the National Assembly, while states were given 5 million. Now, which of the lawmakers went to his state to go and say, okay, I got this extra 600 million for me as palliative. Since you sent me, I've come to drop 400. Let's decide what to do with it. It didn't happen. So we are looking at the presidency. We are not realizing that local government chairmen, ward chairmen and councillors and state governors exist. So what is this all leading up to? You have a situation where progressively the concept of community, not even state, is disappearing. Because when you have thieves operating in a community, it's not the man from Katsina who is commander, or the man from Bayelsa who is commander in Sokoto that will know the local people. There's a disintegration of the soul of the Nigerian state. There's the retreat of citizenship. In its place, you find people who just want to eat today. That's why somebody in Borno will be giving information to Boko Haram, who are bombing his cousins. That's why you will find IPOB active. Now, let's even look at it. Let's go to the southeast, for instance. Somebody, I think, has claimed responsibility for the shooting of 4 policemen because the government is a terrorist organization, wants to drive them out. Simple logic. If you say this is Biafra land, that means nobody should be in the forest and be coming out to kidnap people, isn't it? You go and shoot a policeman who is somebody's son, somebody's husband, or somebody's brother and uncle. And by doing that sporadically, so it's even at the level of public engagement, even at the level of engagement for quote-unquote revolution, the quality of thinking across the entire layers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, level of public consciousness, individual consciousness, has deteriorated so dramatically that holistic thinking no longer exists.
There was a sentence he made that you made the retreat of citizenship.
Yes.
And that is a very dangerous trend. And if we see a lot of that happening, then what are we left with as a people? But before we continue that conversation, I want to be able to give you an update on what's going on across northern Nigeria. And then, of course, here in Abuja, I think we're going to start with Abuja, just so we can have some of those visuals. You can see what's happening in different parts of the nation's capital as these protests continue. Worrying sights, some of them. We're going to start off with Gwagwalada, just so you can see what's happening there. Remember, these are eyewitness visuals, so bear with us on the quality. But then you're seeing a lot of security agents on the road right there in Gwagwalada. There's a smoke I'm seeing from a distance, and I think I know where this place is, not too far from where the school is.
And you know, those are soldiers, actually.
And those are soldiers.
It tells you how escalated the situation.
So what? And the smoke in the background also a bit worrying. I think we also have some visuals from Duse, I think, just so we can understand what's happening all across the nation's capital. And remember, our correspondents are actually everywhere in the nation's capital trying to get all the details. And of course, they'll be joining us shortly. But let's see if we can...
So I think the situation with looting is quite rampant.
Looting, yes.
And we've seen that happen in several places. I think this is this the Kano one? I don't think so. But there's a tweet from the Minister of Science and Tech, where he talked about the Digital Innovation Park in Kano State, which was supposed to be launched next week to support technical talent accelerators, has now been set ablaze and looted by protesters. This is a very terrible situation.
And we saw that visual from Yobe not too long ago with the buses getting burnt and things like that. What has that got to do?
There's a statement.
How does that help what we're trying to get done? What people are trying to do is ventilate their anger and say, look, we've had bad governance, but then we always see these situations crop up.
It's understandable?
It is understandable, perfectly understandable.
How so?
Very simple. When you have a crowd and not a group, when there's no understanding of the objective of a protest, anything that belongs to the state becomes a target. You can't get the governor, but you can get state government vehicle. You can get, okay, this is their boss, and that's where the disconnect occurs. Like somebody said, it has to, brief people.
I think we're seeing that right now. This looting is in Kano.
Yes.
There's looting going on right there in Kano.
This is the
same thing about
the minister.
Yes, but the point to note here is that who is to benefit from it? Not the state government.
But other people are aware.
How will they be aware when their leaders don't talk to them?
But you see, it's actions like this that make people in government say, don't come out to protest, so it's just going to be an avenue for looters. If this is actually happening, were they right?
The point is this. Who will go and destroy the bed on which you will sleep, except an ignorant person? You build this up. Who are those closer to the people? Local government chairmen. People, we need to understand the value of communication. You bring people at these various levels, explain what this is, provide for ward rally. In your ward, you're not likely to have so many youths. The ward chairman talks to them. There is thing government is doing. The local government chairman talks, the state government chairmans. Cohesion can only be built by communication. Now, this is, as good as it is handled as an elite engagement. We've built this hub. We've talked about it on TV. We are going to launch it. People are walking past it. They don't know what it is, even in the local government where it is. Political education of the people is the missing element. Ask yourself, we had an election 1 year ago. Which political party has had meetings, rallies, where the leaders meet? Imagine that the parties have meetings every quarter. In other words, you instruct your local government chairman, hold quarterly meetings, bring the people together, put them in a bus, give them a stipend, party membership develops with it. But there's no such contact until election. And then that's when you talk about patriotism, which they don't know what it means.
Prof, there's something related to that, which I think is a problem, and it's something that economists have always pointed out. It has to do with planning and knowing who you're planning for. And it directly speaks to census. When governments talk about planning, does it suggest to you that we haven't had a census in a while, but we hear the government is planning to do this, the government is planning to do that? For who? What number of persons?
The problem is at three levels. First, you're talking about planning. The idea about planning you have, is it correct? Question number one. Number two, do you have the statistics? And I'll cite an example. 2006, when the Federal Minister of Education, I was head of communications, and the information we got on arrival was that Nigeria had 9,600 secondary schools. Now, that's a lot. But it didn't look true. The minister said, I don't believe this. I said, it's unlikely, thinking of what we even have in our plate. Long story short, the ministry carried out a census and found out we had nearly 15,000 secondary schools. Your Minister of Education, who are you planning for? You don't have the statistics. Then we've also had the figure up till then, for 10 years, about 10 million Nigerian children out of school. That's a very large number. Now they say it's up to 13. Again, false information, because it's coming from what you call the international community. Simple fact, our last census figure gave us the number of children that ought to be in secondary school, if you use that figure, was supposed to be 47-point-something million. School census says there were 20-something million. So at the primary level, you had more than 23 million children not in school. At the secondary level, the number that ought to be in school from the population was 33.9 million. The number in school, 6.4. Now, those are the young men in the street. Now, what am I leading up to with all of this? The bulk of your population is not caught under any net in your planning. Now, let's assume all these things I'm saying is not true. Let's take facts. How many go to Nigeria Office of Statistics? Is it true that up to 3 million people are not in school, or at least poor and without skill in Kano, one state? Now, let's imagine that is only in some of the states, just 1 million around Nigeria. That's 36 million out of school. So back to the point, I'm leading up to the point you made about planning. The conceptual framework with which the leadership is talking about any kind of planning, does it make sense? The idea of planning is about infrastructure. Like a state says, we want to make massive investment in education. And I've said this on programs several times. The last Federal Executive Council meeting under Buhari before his second return, there was an investment of 4.2 billion to build 6 model secondary schools that would be the best in the country. It will take you 5 years, right? Within that time, you have introduced one single soul into the Nigerian human capital market. What do? You have 100 and something unity schools. Divide that money among them. So you find that investment in education infrastructure is being mistaken for investment in education. That's part of the crisis. So when you now think of planning, let's suppose I'm in charge of Niger Delta, NDDC. Okay, we are planning to develop the Niger Delta. We plan where to build roads. We plan where to give them town hall. This is a fishing community that the water has been so polluted that they can't fish. I can spend 3% of that money to give them a massive water reticulation system that could enable them become fishermen again in that environment. No. But I award contract to my friends where it's not a Niger Delta villager that will build the roads. Now, what am I leading up to? The conception of national public interest and public need is distorted. Therefore, policy is driving it, also driving these things, also service needs defined by those who are alien to the environment. Now, so when you see protests, you're not just talking about hunger or fuel price or whatever. It's a build-up of many variables that create discomfort, at the bottom of which you find that the leadership elite becomes a source of a demoralizing reference, because what you're going through is not reflected at that level. And that's why the position of a president is always a dangerous one. At the level of the presidents, you said, send these bags of rice. There was the video yesterday, 4 days ago. The group, an organization, I think either some association was given their own to share. It was not enough to have a bag of rice. So at the level of the presidents, you'll probably be telling yourself, these people are just being dishonest and stupid upon all the things you're doing. See, we sent 9 trucks to this place. Not one truck got there. And that's where the issue of monitoring and evaluation comes in. I mean, because the state has become so predatory that anybody given a responsibility is thinking of what to corner, not whom to serve.
I mean, we're looking at palliatives. One of the arguments against it is the fact that, look, you're talking palliatives, we're trying to get development to happen. Palliatives and development are not the same thing, but we'll get to that shortly. Mr. Segun Awosanya, is he still on? If you can hear us. Let's talk a little bit about the organization of a protest, because you mentioned that earlier. You talked about, the dynamic of the mob and protesting in a heated polity, and then the concept of hunger versus actual strategy. I don't know if he can hear me, if Segun Awosanya can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I want you to be able to talk to us a little bit about that. What dynamics for this protest do you think were not observed, in your view, as someone who, at least I remember you from the NSAS protest? So what dynamics do you think the organizers of this particular set of protests didn't observe?
I will take you back in history, because I always believe that wisdom remains profitable to direct. Because if you are misguided and we are virtuous and passionate about that virtuosity to the point where it drives that single idea that presents itself as a silver bullet to the problem at hand, we're going to miss the point. Right now, most of the states that are on fire right now, they're being set back. It has not solved any problem. And that's where I'm coming from. Nobody said government was right. Nobody said government is doing the right thing, because I mentioned communication problem as a word. And there have been a serious disconnect, not from this administration alone, but from series of administrations. The problem has not changed, because the mindset that created the problem has not changed. So people have commercialized protests to the point that we don't even feel the impact of the people caught in the middle. Now, there are innocent people out there who are citizens, who are young, who have, probably had fallen out with their parents, and governments that is supposed to fill the gap with orientation, with so many other things, they have failed to communicate and to carry along these people, and then the gap becomes wider now between the government and the people they lead. And we have 70% of these people. Now, the way it's working now, people can come and see that gap rather than educate the public to say, look, there are ways in which you can get what we want in terms of making them accountable to what they promised. Number one, security. Number two, human capital development. Number three, fixing of the economy of the nation. These were common grounds that were reached during the election that led to people voting for certain political parties. Now, protesters will look at it. People who are genuine or let me say advocates. Advocates will look at it and delve into the problem and say, where exactly is our common ground? They're not going to go to hunger. Going to hunger means your own purpose is to what you set out to achieve is to incite the people, draw them out, and let them do whatever it is, and then take no responsibility. Okay. We've seen this done before. But when we use other means, of galvanizing the people to make them understand the problem, the federal government is doing A, B, C, and D. The idea behind protests usually is in those years where we have military interregnum and there is no legislature. There is no government that is close to the people enough for us to say, let us engage the closest government to us. We just had federal government, local government autonomy, and we cannot say that dividends of that will start happening immediately. Secondly, what exactly have we done with, or what exactly has happened with our legislature? Are they representing us at the state level and at the federal level? That one too is not there. And also our state governors, how many of us have realized the fact that their allocation is now double what they used to get? How much responsibility do they have with the people? Now, if you look at it from the perspective of somebody who wants Nigeria to progress, you will not just say we're declaring 10 days of rage. When a single visit to the MTN office led to violence, we cannot promote such. We will look at it in a way of letting government understand precisely what they need to do and ask ourselves, what can I do to bridge this gap?
Mr. Awosanya,
what can I do to express? Yes, sir.
Mr. Awosanya, sorry to butt in. Prof here had talked about one thing, that this was inevitable. And you've also mentioned words like educate, strategize, and for those who don't know, you are one of the proponents of the NSAS protest, then you pulled out eventually. So
it wasn't a protest, it was an advocacy.
Fair enough.
It was an advocacy from 2017 to 2020.
Even Prof doesn't believe that, but let's continue. Now, a lot of people believe that you would understand the processes of a protest or an advocacy, as you say, to achieve a common goal. But in this case, with the level of hunger in the country, using the words educate and strategize that you've used, how do you do this or implement this with people who are really hungry to achieve the objectives of a protest such as this?
I don't organize protests, like I've mentioned before. You see, a lot of things are mixed up in this country. We just look at things on the surface and then we define them. I don't organize protests. I've never engaged using protests because I know it's a free-for-all declaration where you cannot separate anyone from anyone. Hoodlums are citizens too. Whatever it is that they understand is what they're going to practice, and you don't have control over them. That semblance of, or that idea of control is what will always fail men, especially on the field. The way this would have been done better would have been to find a proper common ground between the people and the government, which should have been achieved long before now. It is not when you have incited people and you have brought them out that you now begin to look for ways in which you can start building the bridge when you're already on it. And that's what we're saying. Anybody can be passionate and take offense and lash out at other people because they didn't hear what they want to hear. But the real issue here is pushing people out to say, we are hungry, we must come out, as if there is a solution in that already. Because there are other people who feel, oh, this is what everybody is doing. We live in social media era where everybody wants to be a part of something that is bigger than them because of lack of purpose. And we have a lot of people who are idle right now, who are willing to give themselves to anything that is politically correct. This is not to say that government has done right. Don't get me wrong. And the approach will have been different if we have not said, 10 days of rage is coming. So the proper means is to let the government know that, look, the people don't know what you're doing. You are winking in the dark. Your ministers don't communicate. Your aides, who are even youthful, They are not responsible even to their peers to say, these are what government is doing, so that they can get a buy-in from the public to say, we have not been reached as far as this is concerned. These are the gaps we are having on their end. And look at the number of aides that they have. How many of them are even owning to even claim responsibility for the things that
Can I just ask you a straightforward question? If you think that protests are not the way out, Zawoshik, can you hear me?
That's what he said.
Are you saying that protests achieve nothing?
Yes or no?
The tool, protest is the tool that you use to show discontent, to call the attention of government to the depth of a problem. Government is aware of the problem already.
I really want to get a clear, because I want to throw it to Juliet Benite. What do you think about protest? Does it achieve nothing?
Are you asking me now?
No, I wanted to get a yes or no from Mr. Awoshika, but I think...
Okay, yes.
What I'm saying, protest is a call to action. It's a way of calling the attention of government to what you're going through. It doesn't solve the problem. It's just like your doorbell.
All right.
And before you go all out protest, let me finish. Before you go all out protest, you must have exhausted all lawful means. And that has not been done here. If you look at all the demands against the justification of the protest, I don't think the right thing has been done here. We have simply incited people and pushed them to the streets.
Incitement. Juliet Benite, let me take it to you now as a leadership coach. I listened to your initial comments. I don't know if you agree with the word incitement and his position that a protest would not solve anything.
I'm quite concerned about that way of putting it. But also, I want to thank Prof. for such a brilliant analysis on what should be done. These are brilliant minds that should be put in a room and for us to have a trajectory in a direction we should go. And like we repeat, it's not just about this present government, and it's not personal. And for anybody to say that protest doesn't work, that's not true. And that protest is just the end, that's not also true. Throughout history, there are ways to, of course, do protests. And I agree with him that the strategy for this particular protest maybe was not as sound. But I watched the Zoom meeting with Falana and a whole lot of leaders talking about this protest, and many things have been said at the back door, and Nigerians have been agitated from the labor union that are threatening strikes many of the time over, and many other things that are happening. So we should not say that a lot of things have not been done. Yes, as advocates, we should strategically have an advocacy agenda. And as leaders, we should also know that there's already agitation because you're feeling the pulse. Like the great Churchill told one of his leaders, say, don't lie to me. Tell me what is happening in the nation. Sometimes leaders are so isolated, they don't know what is happening within the polity. It is not by magic within 1 year. The price differences, the inflation in the country is horrendous. Yes, unfortunately, the population of the youths in Nigeria are uneducated and uninformed properly. But who is responsible for that? Why do we have the Ministry of Information and Culture? Why do we have the National Orientation Office? What are they doing exactly? Like Professor said earlier on, and I think some other guests talked about the town hall meetings. Why are you not engaging the people? Change management, I repeat, requires communication to the people that will be affected by your leadership changes. You need to realize that society is not an imagination in your head or a desire of your heart. Societies have been built time and time over. We're talking about 500 years, 400 years, 300 years of great societies who have had this protest. They have had issues. They've gone through many things that we don't even need to begin to repeat our mistakes. But unfortunately, the way Africans are repeating mistakes is a disgrace in leadership.
We need to realize that prior to now, the moment we realize that hardship had begun, the price of yam is more expensive than the United States. It doesn't make sense. Yes, a few of us as elite class, we're surviving, we're overcoming, but we should not be irresponsible not to know the pain of our people. Professor talks about the village people. A young man said he used to ask for his parents to send him stuff. But he later realized that the difference between where he's coming from, Ondo to Lagos, is not 300. So what's the problem? The difference between Gary here in Lagos and in Uyo is like 300 or 200. It's ridiculous. What has suddenly happened to us that usually we take from the villagers to come into the city? The difference is not there. So the question of leadership cannot be negated. In short, leadership comes before strategy. I don't care what strategic imperatives you put in place. If there are no leaders who are concerned leaders of a nation, of its people, compassionate about the sufferings of the people, are we looking at Nigeria right now and say there's no solution? That is an insult.
The challenge is not whether or not there is a solution, if you ask me. The challenge is how we have encountered the issues over the years, just as you said. We're coming back to the issues because it got us to where we are today. All of these things that we ought to have done that we haven't done, the things that we did that we shouldn't have done, we have not. That's what brought us here today. This is where we are now. And, earlier we brought you a loop. By the way, we apologize that we brought it to you on that loop at the time. But now we have a longer version for you of lootings, in Kano State. And this is what we have right now, And it is not something that we want to see. This is what is happening. This has happened before. And this is what the fears that have been expressed. And is there any way we could have forestalled this? But this is what we have right now going on in Kano State, and God knows how long ago. Again, it's going to come. We have seen, as Terry mentioned earlier, some, the industrial park, the digital industrial park, that the Minister of Digital Economy talked about, that was built to be commissioned sometime next week. And, that is what we have right there in Kano State. And according to him, in that tweet, millions of naira down the drain. But then there's something that Professor Kekechuku said about it, that look, people see beautiful, wonderful, amazing, but was there any engagement to let them know, guys, this is for you? Right. That facility, for instance, is located in a particular local government, but is there a local government there to tell them that this is for you? And even if you're going to commission it and all of that. Same thing we can say for what's happening in Nasarawa State, perhaps, where a heavy security presence is said to ensure a peaceful procession. This is what we have right now in Nasarawa State. The Commissioner of Police, Usman Nadada, had announced the deployment of 4,000 personnel to monitor the protest in the state. Of course, as you can see, people are carrying placards, several inscriptions like "End Bad Governance," "We're hungry," and chants of "Bamoye" in Hausa, which means we are not interested. So that is happening right now.
said yesterday, I am one of you. I feel your pain. And in our own government here, we are doing everything to make life easy for our people. But you see, this particular protest that we are doing now, our only worry that we know that a lot of people are planning to take advantage of this protest. We will communicate your problems to the federal government. Like I said, it is not easy. It is not easy. But we know quite all right that very soon everything will be well. Starting from our own state. Starting from our own state, everything will be well. What we just need is to support the government. Support the government. Support the policy. In the beginning of the policy, it might be harsh, but at the end, everything will be fine. We are going to make sure that we make life easy for you. Our youth. Our youth. I know that you're hungry. I know that you're hungry. Okay. I agree with you, there is hunger. We agree. But because we preach good governance, hunger will disappear very soon. Please, like I said, we are going to support you. I am not against your protest, but we will not support any violent process. We will not support anything that will destroy our state. We will not join force with the enemy of progress. I will support you. I will support you. Before you leave here, I will give you small thing, at least to take by pure water and bread.
It's interesting. You know, earlier I mentioned that we haven't really heard from any government official.
Right.
Now we have heard.
There we have one.
No less than the governor of a state.
And we also have him there promising thank you for coming.
Oh,
yeah,
was it a visit? I don't know, but, you know, well, madam, you know, you were saying something the other day. Okay, let me take you to Prof, because he was saying something along the line of, you know, the leadership showing responsibility. You know, Prof, so you have seen some, you know, we've taken you across a number of states, at least 6 states so far. We've gone to Yobe, gone to Nasarawa, Zamfara, Kano. We've also taken you to Cross River and Rivers states so far. And of course, rounding that off is that conversation with the governor of Rivers State. That demonstration, what does it say to you? Do you think it achieves anything with the people? Do you think it is something that other, you know, governors can, you know, take a lead from?
Yes, it is something to emulate. It's commendable. The point is this: a crowd usually does not have a clear, straightforward consciousness. But anything that captures the attention very easily neutralizes more than 60% of the hostility in the air. The fact that they've been told that the governor wants to listen to us already, even those who are trying to destroy something on the road will say, let's go and see the governor. And now the governor starts by telling them, okay, he understands what's going on, etc. That's the sort of thing leaders should do. The average protester is a citizen. It's not a murderer. It's not a criminal. It's somebody who is living his life, or who finds himself or herself constrained by challenges of survival that makes him angry with everything and with nothing in particular. Now, the governor or local government chairman or ward chairman or councillor represents authority. And that's the kind of authority that could affect his or her life. And you say, look, I'm very angry with you. And I ask, okay, what is it about? I'm angry because you're not doing this, you're not doing that. I see, actually, some of those things are not being done. How do you suggest we go about it? Because for you to come out, really, this thing has gotten to you. Now, that kind of conversation, the energy that will go into screaming and throwing things goes into thinking of solutions, thinking of specific suggestions, leading to a situation where if you're asked, okay, sir or ma, name 3 most important things that you believe we should do. So the governor of Rivers State, which in fact is a state a lot of people to be the one that should already have burned down by now, the example from there is commendable. The other thing is for the protesters to think through some of their demands and ask themselves to what extent it's both pragmatic and realistic. Now, you talk about fuel. Remember that on each occasion we've had fuel price increase. We've always had more or less the same narrative. We're going to use it to build roads and hospitals, etc. I remember that when this one was withdrawn after the current president came in, it was in the news, and you can Google and confirm that in the first week they had saved $400 million from subsidy. So what led to the price increase? Was that a lie? Etc. And in all of this, 1 year has passed. Those bearing the brunt are not happy about it. So when people feel they are spoken to, it becomes exciting. We matter. But it will be unfortunate if all that talk is just in order for them to disperse, because the problem will still be there. I think it gives Fubara the opportunity to identify, isolate, and discuss with the leaders. What is it we need to do in the short term? Can you articulate these needs? Do you have record of all those who are with you in this protest? They will need to produce a register. The production of that register will also deplete the ranks of those. If you're writing, you can't be in this, you can't be protesting. So those are the things. Let them review it. How much of the demands are realistic? Okay, if you say you want it to come to 200, you want the government to come and discuss in the street, is that the best option? Etc. So let them streamline these things to what you might call feasible conversation nuggets, so that you don't celebrate the fact that you went and protested, you celebrate the fact that you were listened to, that there are specifics, and it shouldn't be enough that government has taken your record of how you feel. Get whoever you're speaking with to schedule with you the next meeting for a review. Because he won't implement it immediately. He'll consult. It's okay, well, I'll call you back, you guys back. So and so and so. You represent this area, you represent this organization. Let's meet again in 2 days. If you say 2 days, you've deflated everybody. They won't riot for 2 days. And in 2 days, actually, you come out. These are our suggestions. What do you think? Conversation begins. And that conversation shouldn't end when the protest ends. Use it to rebuild citizenship, which doesn't exist in this country anymore. You just have individuals out to make a kill in one way or another, sometimes at the expense of the state. And that has become the subsisting political culture and is not helped by the reflexes of the visible leaders at all levels. When we speak of leaders, we say politicians. Traditional rulers, are they really setting good examples? When the people see them giving titles to known criminals, when somebody is top banned, whereas he's leader of a Boko Haram faction, when church leaders make you the illustrious son of the church, when everybody knows that 2 years ago you couldn't repair your motorcycle, but now you're donating 50 million to the church because you're in public office, you know, and all of that. And when a politician, you win an election and a bank comes to you with an ATM card already in your name, and they tell you that on this card you have 200 million, we can work out the papers later, is a loan advance you're likely to need later. This other one, we have $20,000 in it. And that means they know your income, but they expect you're about to loot. And then when also the citizens make similar demands, okay, you're now in office, I need 12 million in order to start my business, expecting you to pick it from somewhere. So 3 things.
Well, Prof, if you can hear me, it sounds a little like Government 101, you know, and I hope that the aides to the governor, because I don't think I can ask the governor to be taking notes. All his aides are taking notes of some of these things, you know, so that at least it can be implemented. But and all 36 governors, if I dare say. Dr. Osanya, before I go to my colleague Kelly, who has some information for us, is this something you think might work, the suggestions from Prof?
The suggestion from Prof is not different from what I was saying, because protesters don't negotiate. That's where we have advocates. What advocates does, after defining the problem, rather than tell the people take to the street, they will engage them at various levels. We have custodians of societal behavior, and we must not present a situation where leadership is defined any other way other than responsibility. Whether we're talking about the people in political power or we're talking about those of us speaking here. Prof has been very balanced and very straightforward with what she was saying. He was saying void of emotion and void of tantrums. And I appreciate his intelligence and his connection with what is going on. I'm not just a bookworm. I am on the streets. We have organized engagement with ministers in the past 1 week. We have been having that on Twitter. But I know that doesn't impact what is on the street, because already they've told people by August 1st, you must take yourself to the street. The governors and the leaders, political leaders we have, they believe in knee-jerk reactions. They are reactionary. They are not. They don't preempt things. They don't believe in early warning signs. No matter how long you warn them about certain things, what is happening now is not new to them. They are aware of this. And we're also saying, why we're saying governors have missed it out, or leaders have missed it out at all levels in their communication. Dr.
Ansa, if you can hear me, we're not hearing this for the first time either. The fact that governments are generally knee-jerk in their reactions. Is that some kind of policy that governments only react to the issues and rather as opposed to being proactive? Because it will seem like that's the only way we do it over the years. I mean, I've been old enough for maybe just a few decades. Is that the policy of governments?
It's not. It's a problem of society. People in government don't fall from us. They are from our society. So what we're dealing with now is a problem of society. What the people are doing now is not different from what the people in government are doing. They're only doing it differently because they're in power. So that's what we're trying to address by saying we can all normalize or build a culture of dialogue where we can look at things pragmatically, not creating drama unnecessarily or trying to win an argument or leaving the problem and then fighting and tearing down ourselves. What we can do is ask ourselves a question: how will this current trajectory help the nation? Already, places where they are burning stuff now. I know what has happened with Treaty, with Bosun Tijani's innovations. They have set them back in Kano. So how will we continue to use that as a means of engaging or getting at people in power? And then we'll now establish somebody else who will do worse than they are doing.
Prof talked about communication, the absence of communication, Dr. Osanya. Well, we may say that it is not the business of the Minister of Digital Innovation that he should be the one to be engaging the people in the state. When we have a governor, we have ministers, we have a governor, we have commissioners, we have local government chairmen. However, he went to their states. And so if there is no system of communication, I believe that it's a serious problem with government generally. Communication. Now, there's a humongous, the videos are all over the place. Communication is a major problem. People have gone in there, just as he said in his tweet, and have destroyed everything and taken, you know, as you said, taken us back to ground zero. But then, before that project began, was there a communication mechanism, particularly from the state government and from the local government chairman, so that people can take ownership and say, no, we can destroy everything else, but not this one?
I'm not certain it was done, and even if it was done, it wasn't done robustly. If not, we'll all be talking about it now. And that was one of the problems confronted by them. Bosun Tijani was also engaged a few days ago with Nigerians who are asking typical questions, critical questions about what they are doing and why they are winking in the dark. I said this earlier on. You know, government, each time you don't carry people along, you don't know what you're doing, you don't have ownership in the things that you're doing, they are going to be readily available to destroy it because they don't know what advantage it is to them. So communication is a big thing. In fact, if you look at all the problems of major societies globally, it's all about communication. And government have not done well in this regard. And that's why people can take advantage of the populace because of the gap that have been created and use them for whatever. So we know that hunger is in the land. We know that there are certain problems, but protest and vandalization and the rest does not solve the problem. Fighting ourselves does not solve the problem. Pitching against people and trying to force them to say what we are saying does not solve the problem. The issues are there. Let's focus on the problem and be solution providers. That's exactly what we have been doing for years, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Thank you for that, Dr. Awosoya. Definitely, we need solutions, more solutions at this point. But we're gonna switch gear at this point. We know when there at times like these, there's a risk of actually going on social media and consuming fake news. So definitely we need to guard against that. But let's get a check on what's happening on the streets of social media. Now we have Kelly Giga to give us all of those details. Take it away, Kelly.
Absolutely, Ladi and Ayo. It's indeed a historic day for Nigerians, wherever you're watching from around the world. And that's because this protest, we understand, of course, has started today. But before the protests hit the streets of across the country, the conversation actually began a few days into August 1st. And of course, early hours of today, Nigerians have been speaking all around the world. And let's bring you up to speed with some of those trends. For instance, if we check out on X, or some refer to it as Twitter, let's start with the trends which has been topping the charts for quite some time now, all through today. And let's just see how we can go through those trends. Just before we get into the tweets, please run me through the trends. Let's walk Nigerians and our viewers all around the world as per what we have on the trends on X. Can we quickly have that, if possible, or we can just go quickly to the tweets? All right, fantastic. So there you go. These are the top 5 trends the past few hours, 5-6 hours today. Let's see. Number 1, hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria, and number 2, Happy New Month. Of course, brand new month, and of course, some network providers have been trending as well. Airtel emptying as well. 4, there you have hunger, and then 5, enough is enough. So there you go, your top 5 trends the past few hours we have been tracking for you. But let's quickly head now and see what Nigerians are saying, because there are 2 kinds of protesters: the ones on the streets across Nigeria and the ones on the streets or walls of social media, whether X, whether Instagram, whether Facebook. I must say those platforms have been agog. Even on the statuses of our WhatsApp, you know how Nigerians could be with those videos. But let's walk you through some of those tweets as we have them now coming in, and we've been tracking all of them for you. Greatest Ebuka is here. He says, I am in solidarity with Nigerians marching on the streets to hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria. He says the government and all security agencies must respect Nigerians' right to peaceful protests, thoroughly address their demands, and end massive corruption and government waste. At Greatest Ebuka there. The next one here, Helen is also here. Helen Oji, at Helen Oji, she says, we only want things to work. We only want Nigeria to work. Hashtag end bad governance. Let's move on very quickly. We have our sports doctor too here. This one is really very interesting because you can see a picture right under this particular tweet. It says, a woman takes an empty pot along to the hashtag end bad governance protest at the Kudirat Abiola Way here in Ikeja, Lagos. She says, "E don red." That's a common slang in this part of the world. And of course, you see that picture right there. George Babs is also here. It says, but why are the pastors silent at moments like this? This is also another conversation that has been on X for quite some time now. They have been expecting some top clerics, clergymen, to come say something about the state of the nation. And that's why George Babs is here. Let's cross over to Gombe State, where First Ladyship is here. She says, Gombe State is not joking. The people are saying, bring back petrol subsidy. I mean, we all know just barely a year ago what that has done to the average Nigerian home. And that's why she has that tweet there. More tweets for you now. Hunger brought me out to protest today in Abuja. We can't continue like this, and our voice must be heard. And then, of course, he goes there with the hashtag Endbadgovernance protests, Endbadgovernance in Nigeria. We actually have a video of this particular tweet on our social media platform on YouTube, so you can go check him out. Unwa Adaz, the very young Nigerian there, speaking about why he had to go out to join the nationwide protest. Let's get in more tweets very quickly, if we can. All right, so Trey is here at United Trey. He says, the people are tired. Enough is enough. And of course, the hashtag is also there as well. Thanks indeed for your tweets, Trey. All right, so something else has really been on the front burner. The locations for this protest. Remember, here in Lagos, barely 24 hours or 48 hours to today, the nationwide protest, the Lagos state government actually got a court order restricting protests in some areas. And that's why Lekki has been trending as well on X. And that's why this tweet is here from Hope. And Hope says, people should not protest at Lekki toll gate. That place carries symbols of fear, violence, horror, and tragedy. All right, great, we have that now. It says many don't feel comfortable seeing protesters there. All right, so there you go. More tweets. Let's see if we can get more tweets now. All right. Protesters are not bandits. Protesters are not criminals. Protesters are not your problems. I hope your job at the Lekki toll gate today is to protect them and their fundamental human rights. I must say that earlier our correspondent, Olu Phillips, he has been somewhere around the toll gate, and he had made some reports where some tear gas had been fired to put some pockets of protesters who had tried to gather at the Lekki toll gate. That is really a very significant place for protests. Remember the hashtag, the EndSARS protest 4 years ago. And in 2021 as well, there was that anniversary, which also took another dimension because there was some sort of police brutality. But let's not go there. Let's stay with this particular protest and bring in more tweets now. Francis Ebuka is here. He says, so after all the intimidation tactics, I wonder what this government strategy will be for the next 3 years. Place pro-government protesters on a monthly retainer, deploy police permanently to Lekki. Hunger is a real motivation, he says. All right, Mashoud Ozil is here from Lagos Lekki toll gate. We are the Nigerians, strong and peaceful. We protest. All right, so another location that has been really, has gotten the internet agog has been Ojota. Early hours of today, it was really a ghost city or town, or a ghost area. Some had described it. Our reporter Chris Lems, who had brought us up to speed with how it was early hours of today. But then again, some protesters gathered there at Ojota ground somehow as the hours built into the protest, and that's why. Remember, we also have a court order to restricting protesters not to gather at the Ojota ground, a very, very significant and historic ground. When you refer to protests here in Lagos, when you remember the Occupy Nigeria, for instance, Ojota ground speaks a lot to our memory. But here's Toti Pilsi. He says, we are here in Ojota. The hunger is too much. We full ground, he says in Pidgin. More tweets around that area to Computer Village now. Ibukun Aloko says, Computer Village people are out in their numbers, marching to Ojota, and their demands are clear. Nigerians are hungry and they want the government to do better. Something else has gotten the attention of many Nigerians, and that is looting. The government of the day at all levels, the federal and states, have feared that this would perhaps come to play. Remember the EndSARS protests as well, where businesses were shut down. Perhaps the conversation with Ladi and Ayo would speak to that and the economic impact of such nationwide protests. When you gather people after a few days, sometimes looting would, of course, it would nosedive or delve into all of that. But that has started already on day one of the protests. And that's why we have Miniko Gino here speaking on this particular incident which has been reported in Kano State. He says, this is not what we stand for. This is not what we support. This is not how to hashtag end bad governance. Stop the looting and vandalism now. Some other persons has also contributed, lends their voices to condemn this particular action. He's here, a human rights lawyer, an activist himself, a former senator, Senator Shehu Sani. He says, the images and clips of the looting in Kano is unfortunate and condemnable. All efforts must be in place to secure people's lives and properties. Favor Otubasi is also here. Let's quickly bring that in. She says, I thought we agreed that these protests should be peaceful. What are they now looting and hurting innocent citizens' businesses? So there you go. Those are the tweets on looting. Many Nigerians had expected Mr. President to perhaps speak to Nigerians 24 hours to the event or the nationwide protest or today, but he did not do that. But here someone is speaking, his spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga. He's been speaking, and he's also condemned the protest, the looting rather in Kano. He says protesters are also looting in Kano, stealing furniture, rice bags, mattresses, and so on. So there you go. The tweets, just before I leave, I understand I'm totally out of time, but some Nigerian celebrities have been speaking. We have just one of such celebrities because I have to run now. DJ Copy is here. If you're familiar with the Nigerian music space, DJ Copy is here, and she has also tweeted. And very interesting tweet, I must say, because it's actually a prayer. DJ Copy says, Dear Lord, please bless Nigeria with peace, unity, and prosperity. Guide our leaders and protect our people. Let your love and grace fill our nation. Amen. Hashtag in Jesus' name. Well, we never knew that DJ Copy could actually be transitioned from a DJ to a pastor. But there you go. These are your voices on social media. We have them for you, and we'll be tracking them. We'll bring more in the next few hours as the show goes on. Back to you, Ayo and Ladi.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Yeah, at least now we feel the pulse of the streets of social media at this time, and definitely we know that, yeah, there are two kinds of protests, as Kelly said. We have one right there on the streets, and we also have on social media. But we're going to be crossing over live now to Abuja. We have, we told you earlier, we have our correspondents all over Nigeria giving us blow-by-blow account of what's actually transpiring where they are. We'll go to Abuja now. We have Benny Ark, our correspondent, right there at the FCT, and he's going to be bringing us an update from what's playing out right there in Abuja.
Hi, Larry, can you hear me?
Hi, Benny. Yes, I can hear you clearly, Benny. And from the pictures we're seeing right there, we're seeing disturbing pictures there. But bring us up to speed. What's going on?
All right, just moments ago here, this is the Federal Secretariat in the nation's capital. There was a seal crowd protesters who were stopped by the police. And I think there was similarly an altercation between these protesters and the police because there were a series of tear gas that were fired. The whole place was up in smoke earlier on. And I did get my own dose of the tear gas, to last a lifetime. And so policemen were trying to stop the protesters who wanted to come through this way, as you can see, but they wouldn't allow them go through. We're asking them to go back to where probably they were supposed to be. And so in the process, they fired tear gas. People were brought in helter-skelter, and the police were asking that they can't go through as the protest is not allowed to take place here. And so the protesters from this place said they were going all the way to the Moshood MK Abiola Stadium, where we intend to go to from here to bring more updates. But it was a situation moments ago here with tear gas being fired, crowds running helter-skelter, and the police trying to control the whole situation.
All right, thank you so much for that, Benny. Definitely, and sorry you had to inhale some tear gas there. We know that these kind of issues actually happen. But let's move it along now to Kaduna. We know the protests are also happening right there in Kaduna. We'll get pictures now, and yeah, we see people carrying placards, singing solidarity songs, and we'll hear from the police there now.
That is why we are drawing the attention of the public, since that some bad elements are trying to hijack this protest. The Inspector General of Police clearly make some requests for those protesters that they should provide their details so that we can know their leaders, we can know the route that they will follow. But at the end of the day, we just start seeing them trying to hijack, trying to attack the government house. You have seen how they have destroyed our armor car. You have seen how, look at it, come, look at it. Look at it now, look at it. We have arrested some of them now. We have arrested some of them. Yes, and definitely we cannot allow anybody, any destruction, any violence protest, nobody will take it. That is why we are drawing the attention of the public, since that some bad elements are trying to hijack this protest. The Inspector General of Police clearly make...
Is Uyo, as you can see, residents of Uyo in Akwa Ibom State, the Akwa Ibom State capital, actually kept their earlier promise not to participate in the planned nationwide protest against bad governance, which commenced in most parts of the country, as we've been bringing to you all day. Although the streets were virtually empty in the early hours of the morning, no more businesses, as you see, have picked up in all parts of the city after the early morning rains, with no sign of protest whatsoever.
There is no need, because as it is now, this protest issue of a thing is always caused violence. I recall the last time when there was NSAS protest, people were running and some died, some, were having wounds and they were injured. So I don't see any need for protests.
We should support the government and go ahead with what is happening. We know there is hardship. If the present administration decided to remove subsidy from petroleum, I think it's a welcome development. So I think the government are also working on how they can subsidize on food, on transportation, and other areas in the country. So I think that is the best way for us to go. So there's no point of protesting. We will survive it. It's a very short time. We'll get there. It's our country, so we don't need to burn anything. We don't need to cause crisis because of maybe you are aggrieved.
Nigerians, we are not slaves. So if we have the need to say, Mr. President, please do this for us, or don't do this, I think as a leader, as a servant, he's a chief servant. The people are the one that gave him the mandate. So if the people say this is what they want, he should listen to them. What the people want is not too much that the president cannot offer. So I don't know why it has taken him so long, but I believe he can still change his mind. I think the whole issue came when Mr. President, immediately after his inauguration, in his speech says that the subsidy is gone. And this issue of subsidy, you know what happens when people, it is difficult for people to bring down prices of things, but it will be very easy for them to take it up. So that's the problem. The cost of living is becoming too much. If you look at the demand of labor in the area of minimum wage, Mr. President cannot convince me that among all his domestic staff, that there is any of them that is getting 70,000. So it's not good. Let's be fair, let's be sincere. Nigeria belongs to all of us. So whatever we see, yesterday we were shouting, yesterday we were protesting, but today we are in charge of power. The problem we are having in this country is attitude. Attitude. When we change our attitude, today we are protesting. Tomorrow when you have the opportunity, you'll be firing and fighting those who want to protest against your government. So I don't think there is any need for this. If you have seen that what
you used to do has come to play. All you need to do is to address the nation, address Nigerians.
My reason is that I'm okay the way I am now. I'm okay with whatever I have for now. I believe in the future it will be better than this. I believe the government are doing better things for the future for us. So I'm not in support of the protest.
The thing that I want to let you people know is that let everything be in peace to avoid any fight, because this fight, when this fight is coming, can be stopped. Those people that have 2, 3, 10 children, you understand me? Make no fight. I don't need fight. I don't need problem. Petrol, make petrol be calm down. Everything be okay. I don't need fight. I don't need problem. Let everything be okay.
Well, what you're seeing right now, of course, that's from Akwa Ibom. We go straight to Ojota, where we have a round-off of activities. It would seem that things tend to have tapered down a bit. This time right now is 4:13, going to 4:14 p.m., or 14 minutes past 4 p.m., and that's what we have right this moment.
This country is
Interesting scenes that we're seeing from around the country, different perspective we're seeing there from Uyo. Let's take a look around northern Nigeria and see what's going on. We are just hearing, of course, there is a curfew in place in Yobe, and of course we just saw now a visual from Kano. I think we're going to get that up for you soon, where a curfew has also been declared there. And earlier we got the imposition of a curfew in Borno State, and of course we saw that one there from ASP Nahum Kenneth Daso, ANIPR. So curfew in place in some parts of northern Nigeria. But let's listen to the Gombe state authorities. They had spoken earlier. Remember, Gombe is the first state to record violence, at least for the news. We were able to get violence recorded in Gombe. Let's listen to what they said earlier about the situation there.
We came to review the situation of the country, especially with regards to this so-called protest that some disgruntled elements want to embark upon and put Nigeria in trouble. We have resolved in Gombe State that we are not going to partake in that demonstration. We are peaceful people, we are law-abiding people, and we shall continue to follow the path of peace. And in that regard, none among these stakeholders is going to tolerate anybody that tries to bring any nonsense. And if you think it's a democratic right for you to go and embark on any protest or demonstration, we've asked you to go and register with the police so that they will give you protection. And you must give guarantees that you will protect the lives and properties of the people, so that at the end of it, everybody will be stable and peaceful, and there will be the result for the outcome of whatever protest you want to make. You never succeed without dialogue. It's dialogue that brings peace. It's dialogue that brings development. And we are going to go by dialogue in order to move Gombe State forward. That is the position.
And there you have it from the Gombe State Governor before. We're still trying to get confirmation as to whether a curfew has been imposed in Gombe, but very disturbing visuals that we're seeing from all across the country. If you're just tuning in, you've missed quite a bit, but there is so much that has happened on this very historic day in Nigeria's history. And of course, we're calling the August protest one where it was supposed to be peaceful. We thought it was going to be a situation where people come out and express themselves, get the space to express their anger towards governance and the economy and how they're living their lives. But of course, we're seeing now disappointing views from across the country on what has happened. And of course, Professor Ikechukwu is still here with us. So just in closing, I mean, we talked about this earlier as day one. this is day one, and it's this hot. What should we... You know, we heard Adam Shomaledi say something recently, Terry, where he said it's impossible for for a protest to go on for 10 days without violence. Yeah. And I know that's something I've heard you say as well. But just so we can understand what should be happening going forward to de-escalate things.
First of all, let us know that Borno State is the state of the vice president. That's a very disturbing index. That's also the state where, I think by yesterday's report, the governor announced the rehabilitation and reintegration of 200,000 repentant Boko Haram. And he's receiving these numbers. You see, the danger we are playing with is fundamental. If I'm the vice president and this is going on in Gombe State, quite frankly, the governor, the local government chairman, the ward chairman, the councillors, they will tell me how come my people don't know what I'm doing in Nigeria.
Well, he's not from Gombe, he's from Borno.
Sorry, no, I meant Borno. Yes. Why am I keep mixing them up.
Because you're referring to the curfew in Borno.
Precisely. So you see, the absence of a grip of your own terrain says a lot about the political illiteracy of people holding positions at that lower level. That's number one. Number two, and I'll cite an example. We had a situation in 2004 when a national event we organized was about to be disrupted by protesters. The first movie industry stakeholders consultative conference involving all movie makers. For the first time, the Arewa makers came together with Nollywood, venue Sheraton. The event was about to start, and we heard that some people were coming to picket the place and all of that. Very heavy going this thing. What did we do? I called up. There was a lot of hostility, so I called Charlie, my friend, Charlie boy. I said, Charles, are you at home? No. I drove down to this thing. I said, Charlie boy, are you at home? He said, okay, what is it? I said, listen, this is what's going to happen. They opened the gate. I went in. That was in Lagos back then. I said, this is it. He said, what do you want? I said, you're a custodian of authority in this industry. Just come and visit the event before it starts. That was all. Moves that deflate obvious centers of discord. It's not TV announcements. There are real people in every environment. If I want to get hold of Kano, it's not by sending flyers. There are respected imams. One place in this country where people visit at least 3 to 5 times every day is a mosque. It's all over Kano. Do those people understand? If they do and they talk to those who come to them, is it likely that less than 30% will go out? Yes. You see, we are ignoring the structures of community consciousness and thinking that talking to people who are elected is enough. It isn't. Because in many cases, it's not an election. They paid people. Why would somebody riot in a state? Protest in a state? Even if you're suffering from hunger, you understand that your brother is in Abuja suffering for Nigeria. You won't join. For a curfew to be imposed, it tells you a lot. But all of that aside, 3 issues on the table. Number one, Nigerians have reason to be angry and to protest because there's poverty, there's hunger. Number two, Nigeria must exist for you to continue protesting. Number 3, and most importantly, structure the issues you're angry about, present it, agree on a subsequent meeting, have definite agreements and outcomes and timelines. That's the way forward on this.
So I'm going to throw this question to all 3 of you just as to say goodbye, as your final statements. Curfews have been imposed in these 3 states, going to be likely will follow. But the big question is, what does this solve? And are there fears of possible escalation? What happens if the people defy the curfew? Does it get worse?
No, the first thing, what the curfew achieves is that it minimizes the possibility of total breakdown of law and order. So it's only those who are truly defiant and ready for the worst that will come out after a curfew. So it will de-escalate maybe the tension and to some extent the demographics of those who will come out. So it's a good move if there's complete degeneration. But the hope is that with that curfew, conversations will begin that will lead to people not wanting to come out after the curfew. But if it's just to keep them indoors, it doesn't solve the problem.
Okay, so let me throw it to Mr. Segun Awusanyo now.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that we all must recognize that true leadership and responsible citizenship are not just words, but actions. we must challenge ourselves to lead by example. Be the change you wish to see. And this is not just about citizenry alone, even the leaders, everybody involved. We must inspire others through our words and our deeds by embracing the principles of mutual understanding, respect, and shared commitment to the greater good, and aim towards building a society founded on unity and accountability. The best way to start also, just like as awareness, it's not just calling for curfew and ordering curfews. We must engage the custodians of societal behaviors. That's not just only the pastors, the imams, the leaders, the religious leaders, the influencers. We must bring them around and talk to them to reach out to people, because that's the easiest part. Government totally all over the world are not trusted by their people. I don't see any government that is smiling now anywhere in the world. So Nigerian governments must raise the bar. They must engage the people, meet them where they are, and bridge the gap between the people and themselves.
Thank you very much. Juliet Benitez, your closing comments, perhaps tied to the curfew.
I totally agree with Prof. and Dr. Shegun, and more importantly is that violence have never been the answer. And the issues of violence that you're seeing and the looting is all the issue of behavioral issues and the values within the society of a population that has youth. So there's youth restiveness, and government needs to address that beyond these issues that we are trying to talk about. And therefore, every Nigerian must realize that Nigeria is ours. And at the leadership level, we must begin to engage the people vigorously. You must communicate, you must engage. You can't be isolated. Leaders have been isolated in the past, never govern the people. And there are multifaceted way of addressing issues. And I totally agree with other guests. Apart from protest is not a silver bullet like Dr. Shegun has said. Protest should be part of an encompassing strategy to get the attention of leaders, whether at the legislative level, governorship, or the president. And this protest is not just a Tinubu factor. It is a government issue of Nigeria as a frame. We need to recognize that it's not just a Tinubu issue, and we should look into the roots of this cause of continuous wickedness in our society from leadership. And every one of us as elite class especially, and that's why we're here, we have more responsibility because we have much that has been given to us. We must begin to educate the people around us, encourage them to be engaged, and see what we can do beyond just governance. Government alone cannot solve all the problems. Every one of us must engage, as each one of us are raising leaders, engaging civil society, social issue, teaching and lectures. Everything must work for the interest of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Juliet Benitez is a leadership coach. Shegun Awosanya is an institutional reforms advocate and founder, Social Intervention Advocacy Foundation. And Professor Okey Kichuku is the executive director, Development Specs Academy. Thank you, gentlemen and lady, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will take a quick break now, but let's give you a quick update. For those who don't know, there are curfews imposed in Borno, Kano, and Yobe, and we do understand that the Gombe state government is contemplating imposing a curfew as well. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. This is the live coverage of the Endbadgovernance coverage. Protests across the country.
Well, as you can see, these are pictures from Maiduguri, of course, earlier. I mean, just to want to find out what's going on anywhere, you would have seen some occurrences that we've brought to you even earlier in the day as to what's happening in Maiduguri as well. And you can also see the activities of the military there. We also, all of these, is speaking to one thing and one thing only, that we have to be able to do better by our people. Glad to know that the security agencies, the security agents on duty have had their quite an eventful day. Military personnel, soldiers, police, and other paramilitary authorities themselves have been quite upfront on this, and it is cheering to know that they are responsible and responsive to the people. But then we have a responsibility as a people, don't we? The statement is out there, and the statement has been made today. There is hunger in the land. Something has to be done. It's just not just limited to one part of the country, not limited to one region of the country, not limited to one zone of the country. It is pervasive. It's absolutely everywhere. The picture on the front that you see just right there isn't very cheering.
And definitely, with what we're seeing so far, one would want to choose sides, at some point and say, okay, this and that.
Let's quickly see. This is Kano State. This is the governor of Kano making a statement. Let's listen.
It was collectively decided that 24-hour curfew should be put in place in order to prevent further looting and vandalization of shops, mosques, public buildings, as well as indiscriminate killing and maiming of innocent citizens. On this note, therefore, and based on the powers conferred on me by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chief Security Officer of the state, I have therefore declared 24 hours curfew in the state with immediate effect.
Yeah, definitely. Expected. Once the lootings come, then we need to get some kind of normalcy and order. And there we have the curfew there being declared by Governor Abba. And, we didn't want this to happen. We didn't want things to escalate, but we're seeing that play out right now. And definitely we still have more conversations going forward. And now we're going to be joined by a new set of guests. We do have Professors Emmanuel Ayade is a professor of political institutions, governance, and public policy. We also have Professor Demola Abbas, who's a professor of international law, global security expert, also joining us via Zoom. And definitely, looking at security at this point, we've heard from security agents that one of the major risks of protests is insecurity, and definitely we're seeing that play out with the lootings and all of that. But let me come to Professor Demola Abbas, a professor of international law and global security expert. Definitely, we did expect that there could be some kind of breakdown of law and order with the protests. But talk to me about how you're seeing handling at this time by security agents.
Good evening, Ayo and your colleague. Thank you very much for having me. Well, it's quite important that the response largely by the enforcement agencies, I think, should be quite commendable. And that is because probably they've really done a lot of good work compared to where we were coming from in what we have seen so far today. I think it's a bit of a misnomer for us to think anytime we talk about peaceful protest, we've got to have two things in mind. Number one, a peaceful protest does not mean that there will be no incident of violence at all. Even if angels come and protest, there will be some rancor here and there. What we are talking about is that violence should be completely minimal, should be at a very barest, minimum level. Not that there will be total absence of that. Look, in the most developed democracies in the world, UK, US, and this and that, people protest sometimes. They're going to have a kind of baton clash with police, some enforcement officers and stuff like that. Sometimes behind the water cannon to be able to, push back this thing. You can see, for instance, especially when you have a lot of environmental protests in Europe, as an example, you have a lot of pushback from police and this and that. Those are not actually classified as violent protests. So let's get that out of our mind. A peaceful protest does not mean that there will be no incident of violence whatsoever. We're talking about a very, very minimal level. That's number one. And number two, let's understand the etymology of the word protest in Nigeria. It is not cynical to actually say that protest actually is almost alien to us. What is actually in our DNA is rioting. Rioting is really different from protest, although we tend to jumble everything together in the sense that we are used to a policing system in Nigeria that is repressive. So anytime we are going out to do any form of demonstration or whatsoever, we already have at the back of our mind that the police is going to deal with us, is going to clash with us, the military is going to come out and repress us. So what I have in my mind when I'm going out is not a kind of civilized kind of protest, because I am already thinking that those who are going to engage me from the part of the state, they're not that civilized. So I'm already having at the back of my mind that I better prepare. When we're in the university, we'll go out on demonstrations with kerosene. Why? Because we already anticipated there will be tear gassing of people. We have our handkerchief and kerosene and this and that. So we have been trained from the pre-colonial and colonial days that those who are lording it over you, they did not understand the language of civility. So because of that, you wouldn't. So the word protest actually is somehow, I think it's a kind of deodorizing what we actually do in Nigeria, to be honest with you. We are more of mostly riot than protest. But by and large, I think the enforcement organs in Nigeria today have actually surprised me and most Nigerians a bit. They've been very restrained substantially, which is quite commendable, and they've actually engaged in some instances. It's not all about today. They've actually engaged protesters, which is fantastic, and that's what we've been, clamoring for. That our enforcement officers, our enforcement agencies, they are part of the civil society, even if they wear uniform. They are part of us. And what they've demonstrated today, and we hope it will continue like that for days to come, if this thing will continue like that, is that we should be able to maintain that tempo. I think by and large, we should be cautiously optimistic that things hopefully might not conflagrate anymore than they already did today.
Said Professor Abbas the other time when you said that, a peaceful protest doesn't mean that we don't have that we're not going to have any semblance of violence. Help me understand that.
What I mean is that when someone talks about peaceful protest, sometimes they're thinking it means there will be no incident of, use of force at all. No, that is not the implication, because normally when you tell protesters, as an example, there was a court order, whether you like it or not, saying rioters in Lagos should only be confined to Ojota, and if I'm sort of park in Ojota in Abuja to be confined to the National Stadium. But demonstrators violated that. They moved to towards Alausa in Lagos and towards Eagle Square in Abuja. Those were citizens violating the orders of their own court. Of course, we know the circumstances because there's a protest, but protest is not an excuse for also violating. When you do that, the truth is the enforcement officers who have been told that those who are demonstrating cannot go beyond this to be able to contain them, and then they decide to go beyond that, you are going to be able to respond to that. What I'm saying in essence is that we cannot completely outlaw the incidents of, not violence in terms of using guns and bullets and this and that, but incidents of, policing power, something like maybe you want to use water cannons to repress people who are surging, or you want to use batons sometimes to deter thugs that are going to infiltrate. Those ones will not actually be classified as a kind of violence we think. If you're talking about what happened in Kenya, for instance, that was a violent protest. but there was violence, there was killing, there was maiming of disabled populace. But I will not class where you have water cannon being a splash of people as violent.
Okay. Well, Professor Ayede, I mean, you've been listening to us for quite some time. I'm aware of that. The one question that I'd like to ask you is, was this avoidable?
Yeah, I think it's quite clearly avoidable. Nigerians have made their opinion, their sufferings, their dissatisfaction with certain government policies known. If you follow the debate, both in the social media and traditional media, you see all of these complaints rearing their head very strongly. But the president keeps telling Nigerians that he understands their situation without any activity that creates the kind of reassurance that would prevent this kind of demonstration. Because what the demonstrators are saying is that it seems that the government does not fully understand the kind of suffering they are going through. Perhaps a public reaction in the form of a demonstration would drive the points home to the government. If the government had, take for instance the whole idea of palliatives, the way people have complained that the palliatives are going in the wrong direction. Some of the people through which the president has routed some of these palliatives hijack the items. Some of them are since being sold in the open market, and we didn't have a word of intervention of concern by anybody from the presidency. So it's clearly avoidable if the president has been, and not only the president precisely, including those who hijacked the palliatives, including governors at the state level, who have very significant capacity to ameliorate the situation in the country, given the fact that the decision is national. We have not seen any governor opposing the policies of the federal government concerning subsidy or the floating of the naira, which are the major policies largely responsible for this, hyperinflation and the reduction in the purchasing power of the ordinary Nigerians, especially those who are on monthly salaries. So if major steps were taken, if they demonstrated concern, if they showed that they are sensitive to the plight of Nigeria, and then take concrete steps or measures to address it, probably this would not have happened. What is particularly very annoying is the debate around the minimum wage, the time it took for them to deal with it, compared with when they assumed office and they settled both the parliament and the judiciary with huge sums of money from the so-called palliative loan that they got from the World Bank. And then it comes to ordinary Nigerians and they are very laggard and very sluggish. They continue to debate it as if it doesn't really matter. And then, of course, when you put that side by side with the general awareness that a lot of money has been spent in the vice president's house, the president has raised a lot of money for the presidential jet, for the yacht, for the office of the first lady, vehicles being bought for members of. These things actually are largely responsible for provoking Nigerians into feeling that they can shout to us if they don't carry out a public demonstration, public display of their dissatisfaction or anger with the policy measures of the government. They think that nothing would get done. They will just keep shouting themselves to us, and the government will continue to do what they want to do. So clearly, I think this demonstration is avoidable. And then the appeal that the demonstration should not go out came extremely very late. This, as they say, is teaching time 9. This is very long in coming, and the handwriting has always been on the wall. I think the government could have avoided it with alternative measures than what they have done so far.
Right, thanks for that, Professor Ayede, and definitely did mention people wanting to be heard, at this time. I remember most guests have had on most of our business shows talking about, giving solutions to the government. I've heard some of them complain that, they keep giving the solutions, but it seems like, the government might not be, listening to most of the solutions. But definitely we did say we have a panel that's helping us discuss most of these issues. And joining us, we have Mr. Segun Sokutan, a good governance advocate, and he's joining us right here in the studio. Thank you so much for coming on today.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
So definitely, talking about ending, bad governance. I'm sure bad governance, has different definitions at this point. So I want you to talk to me about the different arms of government we have in this country. Do you see any arm that's actually working in the interest of Nigerians, in your view?
Well, I mean, that's it's a wide-ranging question that you ask. And I guess the first place to start would be to define what working means, especially for the average Nigerian. And I think it's really very simple. You find that Nigerians are relatively easy people to please. The expectations are pretty low. So when you say, is there any arm of the government, of Nigeria at this time that is working, we'll look at what the expectations of the people are. And to a very large extent, it's just the ability to go about their daily lives and businesses, and the opportunity to succeed and excel at whatever they're doing without hindrance or let from government. Nigerians are used to a large extent to catering for themselves, taking care of their own needs. The things and the services that ordinarily you would expect government or that governments in other parts of the world are known to provide, most Nigerians provide for themselves. So whether it's electricity, whether it's security, water, in some cases even roads. People would gather money together and build roads in their estates, on their streets. So the expectations are pretty low. All they want is to be left alone so that they can succeed, and even that, I'm afraid it appears as though Nigerians are not getting.
Let me. My apologies for putting in, and I know that we're going to get to our colleague Hajara in Bauchi shortly, but before we do that, let me just ask you. Sounds like a basic question. Now, this whole advocacy is about end bad governance. In other words, enthrone good governance. What is good governance? Mm-hmm. Does the Nigerian recognize what good governance is, if and when we see it?
And I'm wondering if there's any point in our existence we've actually...
No, let's invest. Maybe we have, maybe we don't know. Maybe.
I'd like to know.
Because it sounds so vague to a good number of people who are on the streets. I don't know whether they really even understand. So that when we see, we can recognize. So it's a basic question, but it's just for clarity. What is good governance?
There's a simple answer and there's a technical answer. The simple answer is kind of similar to what I was, when I was responding to him. It's good governance to the average Nigerian is having government policies help them live a good quality life.
Do the most Nigerians care about policy?
No. I mean, it's having government policies that enables them live a good quality life. So they don't really care about the policies. In fact, out of the 220 million Nigerians, maybe 150 million don't even understand exactly what you mean when you say policy. But they understand what it means to drive on a good road. They understand what it means to go to the market and buy and have money in their pockets that can get them the things that they need, the goods and services that they require. They understand that. It's very clear. So good governance is the effective functioning of government that enables citizens to live a good quality life. It's really as simple as that, So you can go technical and talk about the indices, the indicators of good governance, which is kind of tied to democracy. So you would have freedom of expression, ability to have a say in the running of their lives through elections, for example, and a number of other indicators along those lines of, with regards to democracy. But that's taking it unnecessarily making it unnecessarily complex. Like I said before, the expectations of the average Nigerian is not very high. So for them, it's just to be able to live a good life in peace. Now, it's important to know that right now, the reason that we are seeing what we're seeing now is that they have not only experienced the ability or to live a good quality life, their lives are now significantly harder in a relatively short period of time. So there is anger, about the fact that governance in the land is clearly, patently bad.
And especially coming at a time when it seemed like it happened on the people suddenly.
Exactly.
Without any preparation, no communication at all.
Exactly.
Let's take a quick trip to Bauchi State. Hajara Aliyu, our correspondent, is right there with some information for you. Hajara, please go ahead. All right, well, Hajara isn't ready. Okay, she's ready. Hajara, yes, please go ahead. We just want to know how far so far.
Okay, thank you very much. The situation in Bauchi is calm for now. In fact, all of the protesters have returned back to their homes. I'm here at the police headquarters in Bauchi, and I'm here with the Commissioner for Police, Bauchi State, CP Awal Mohammed. The police have made some arrests. More than 50 people have been arrested so far following today's incident. I'm here with him. Let's try to find out from him why the protesters were arrested. Just begin by letting us know the number that you have arrested, the number of people.
We haven't arrested about 20 protesters. The arrests come about when they decided very already and violent. In fact, we, as you have seen it, we expected the MS Palace. So that they go to the MS Palace, present their demands, and voice out whatever problem they have with the government and whatever. So all of a sudden,
well, we apologize for that. Well, indeed, my colleague here told us earlier.
I did mention, yeah.
This network is.
We have complaints of bad internet service, and that started, I think, yesterday, and we're already seeing that play. That's why I had my concerns, about virtualness and all.
But in these days of technology, we can't. This is part of the good governance we want, right?
Because why is the internet really bad? Is it because of we have too many people on the internet at this point? No, I'm not asking you. I'm just wondering.
It's a rhetorical question, I guess.
Okay. Let me take it back to Professor Abbas and. All of this conversation that we're having, perhaps the issue really is. Well, we've been conversing about this all day. In fact, most of this week, that's what we have been talking about on Channels Television, even from last week, preparing people and all of that for this. The challenge is whether or not people were prepared. But this is where we are now. This is the reality, on our hands now. This is what we are dealing with right now. What are the things that you can say, okay, number one, quick wins, and then sustainability initiatives, so that this doesn't spiral any more beyond how far it's already gone?
Well, thank you, Ayo, once again. Look, when you're looking at what should be quick wins from government today, I think we need to take a step back. When you talk about quick wins in government, more often than not, we talk about those programs that can quickly do that people will see the benefits of them in terms of some positive values and stuff like that. Yes, but they may not actually be projects that will give you some economic benefits immediately. Let me give you an example. One of the speakers said something earlier on. I think it's was talking about the provocation that people are responding to. One big quick win this government can do is to begin to address the provocation of Nigeria, watching every day, first of all, making incredible sacrifices to allow this government to birth its policies on the one hand, while on the other hand, they are looking at government representatives, senators, House of Reps, who are living large who are living large as if they are still in pre-1999 era. So what I'm saying is that there's a serious perception of problem here. People are thinking, look, you keep on asking the populace to continue to bear the pangs of suffering that are coming out of the policies. But make no mistake, the policies, as far as I'm concerned, need to be there. Subsidy needed to be removed. Whether we like it or not, the question is whether we had enough plan, whether we made enough, cushion effect, to be able to capture the consequences or the unwarranted consequences of that particular act. But subsidy had to go, there was no question about it. That we have to close our currency, there was no question about it. That we have to take there's no question about all those things. However, you cannot be calling on the citizens to tighten their belt and to try to understand why these policies have to bite them. Why, on the other hand, you have government functionaries, you buy SUVs, 170 million naira for them. Some of them are earning 15 million naira per month. Some are taking 30 million naira per month. And beyond that, you have government leaders, representatives who are supposed to be speaking on behalf of their people, who are elected by people coming to television and inundating people with crass insensitivities. And that has to stop. For me, you need a psychological quick win before you go to the economical one. That is it. The government will have to get on board of that quickly and say, look, what am I doing as a government that my people are not really happy with? When you have a government minister coming out and saying the FCT is not available to citizens, the FCT is nobody's property. It's a property of Nigerians. There is a way government must speak to the people, not talk at the people. Nigerian government talk at the people. You were asking the question the other time. It's not an academic question that what does good governance mean? If you ask me, I would have given a straightforward answer, which is go back to 1976. Ask anybody who saw Murtala's government. Go back to your grandfather or your grandmother and say, why did we think Murtala government? Forget it was a military regime. Why did our fathers and grandmothers think it was a good regime? They'll tell you, during that time we had money to spend, there was efficiency, nobody was late to work, there was transparency, and blah, blah, blah. They didn't need to go to school to reel out all those values to you.
Well, Prof, valid points that you have made, but there's a question on my mind, and I think I'd like to take this to Professor Aide. Most of the time, whenever we're talking about good governance, we're only looking to the federal government. Now, so far, only one governor came out to speak to the people, to the best of my knowledge. The other, time that we listened to a governor, it was the governor of Kano State declaring a curfew because of the unrest that we have seen in the state, and which is, of course, a valid point. But in the build-up to this, could it have been avoided was one of the questions, question I asked you the other time. And I asked that question against the backdrop of the fact that people live in states. Everyone in this nation lives in a local government, including the president's office, including every governor's office. Everyone is in a local government. So when I ask whether or not this could have been avoided, it's talking to whether or not the state governments, the local government administrations have been able to significantly engage their people to avoid this. So here we are now. What should the states themselves be doing? Because the federal government is so far away from Maiduguri, so far away from Sokoto, so far away from Akwa Ibom in Uyo in Akwa Ibom, so far away from Ikeja in Lagos. So what are the states able to do now to quell this anger of the people?
Yeah, first of all, I think it's important to recognize the moment in which we are practicing federalism. We must recognize that we are practicing federalism now in an age of technology, revolution in technology, where distance is not necessarily a matter of geography. Sometimes we say the local governments are close. It may turn out to be that the federal government is, in fact, it's even closer to the people than some states' government. So I think that's a very vital point that we must take note of. Yes, in terms of lower levels of government, and I also note that when I mentioned this, I remember to add that it is not only the federal government that is at issue here, that we didn't see the state governors, for instance, opposing the policies that the federal government has imposed on Nigerians. And we also did not see a lot of state government taking measures, to address or cushion some of these. But we know that these governors and local government benefited from the outcome of the policies. the subsidy money, the removal of subsidy increased the allocation that gets to these governors and also the local government. But recently, there's an issue around local governments, whether they actually exist and whether they are still able to function as expected by the Constitution, given the hijack of the state joint local government account money. And that's why that has become a major issue, and it's rightly so that we are addressing them now. But that's one of the vital reasons why I insisted that this demonstration is clearly avoidable. It is avoidable if governments have acted in concert and to show their concern about the plight of Nigerians. But you don't see that with governors, standard local government, even in a position to be able to deal with that. So I believe strongly that if we're able to strengthen local government with the new court judgment, and then, of course, we're able to address some of the accountability issues, probably poverty will not have been this aggravated. And I know that there are lots of movements going on to see how we can begin to address service delivery at the local government level, service delivery at the state government level. And I think August 5, there's a meeting in Abuja organized by a number of civil society organizations to address some of these issues, for which I will be present. So it's important for us to underline the fact that it is not just about geography, but it's about government performance. And that's why when we're discussing about good governance, my colleagues are completely right on point to say that Nigerians know when government works for them. And it is not just Nigerians only, but across the world, that everybody wants access to good quality health. Everybody wants to be out of poverty. Everybody wants to get employed productively and gainfully. I mean, these are the byproducts of good governance, which ordinary people are concerned about. That in terms of the more technical issues, those of us who are political scientists, members of the elite, who have the opportunity to the kind of knowledge and personal development that enables us to have the leisure and time to deal with these issues, can continue to talk about that. But these basic things are to be provided not essentially by the federal government, but also the states and local government. But the federal government determines the macro environment, the national macroeconomic environment in which some of these things happen. And that's why the rage is often, first of all, directed to the federal government. Also, in the federal system, the federal government provides leadership, to all other levels of government. And that is why sometimes you expect even the implementation of these things to be done at the lower level, even if the funds is even provided by the federal government. So you are right, it is not just a problem of the federal government, it's a problem of the state government. And what Prof. Abbas was also saying is that the wildlife, the extravagant demonstration of opulence that we see is also not confined to federal government officials alone. I mean, if you look at the way state governors have conducted themselves, even the way you see politicians carry on, whether they are members of parliament, state house of assembly, or national assembly, they provoke ordinary citizens who are really, really very hungry. And that's why if you look at the protest, simple things. One, we are hungry. Two, our hunger is created by bad governance. And I think the message is very clear. We don't have to understand how the parliament works. They also see that when you look outside Nigeria, you see countries that are doing well, what happens to their citizens. Nigerians are running elsewhere, remember, because they think that the things they expect from the government that is not coming is being provided by governments elsewhere. Bro. And they think if they have a chance, they want to relocate.
All right, thanks for that, Professor Mayede, and definitely from what you've said, I guess it's not that hard to feel good governance. Reminds me of local partners there that they know they tell blind man when rain to fall. So definitely so much has been said here, but we're going to hand things over to Kayla in Abuja, and we also have all our correspondents and Terry is right there. Also, let me hand things over to you guys now.
Well, thank you very much. We're still following up on how it's going so far. And in addition to state governors imposing curfew, I think it's a good thing that Prof there talked about the duties of state governors to addressing this. We've heard state governors talk about how they lack control of the security apparatus, but then for situations like this, it's expected that they would find a way around it beyond the security agencies to be able to sort of slow down on perhaps the possible escalation of this. So we've seen states like Borno, Kano, and Yobe impose curfew. And then we know about the arrests, 25 arrests in Kaduna State in connection with the violent attacks on government agencies. And we now have the spokesperson of the police in Kaduna State.
Have a lot of bad elements, criminals, armed robbers among them. You can see this one. We arrest him with a live ammunition. Live ammunition. What are you using it for?
This one is not. I'm not.
It's not ammunition.
It's ammunition. I'm not.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, no problem. You can see the reason why we receive intelligence information that some people are trying to dress like us and to join the protesters so that they can do whatsoever they want to. That is why you can see this one. We arrest him with this. You can see something you have never noticed in our arms, and that is the major reason why you see most of our policemen here, almost all those that are participating in the operation, you see them with a red this on their arms. That is why you can see him now with a police camouflage. You see another one with scissors, you see, and this one. Look at that knife.
I see it in the ground one line.
Okay, you saw it on the ground. Then you pick it. No problem. It's part of the protesters. Thank you.
In the prescription in his phone and the area where he lives, it shows he lives in Regasa. Which area in Regasa? Line Biliamin Street, where everybody knows. Don't worry. Yes, sir. Don't worry. Investigation will prove. But the preliminary investigation reveals that he's an IMN member. Because we have, this is your phone.
This is my phone, sir.
Good.
But I'm not a
Hey, but why are we seeing their prescription in your phone?
It saves automatically in my phone.
From TikTok. Don't worry.
Yes, from TikTok. It's automatically
investigation will be
secret, sir.
Secret, sir. No problem. Don't worry. And everybody knows that era. These people are violent. I have said this. I have said this several times. Without number. Don't worry. Come. We don't nobody, but nobody stop you from nobody stop. Why are you? Why
look like someone that will bump you? I don't look like someone that will bump you. It's okay. I'm well educated, sir. I'm well educated. I'm well educated, sir.
I mean, the police and other security agencies had said that they had intelligence that there were people who were going to try to foment violence and try to hijack the protests. And, you know, it seems like this, disappointing as they are, that is the job of the police, to pick out elements such as this. So kudos to them for doing that. Pretty disappointing visuals that we're seeing from around the country. Here in the nation's capital, I'm looking at a statement here from the police public relations officer for the Commissioner of Police in the FCT. And this is about that story about the Nyanya division of the police station there. So the update that they're giving is that it's not been burnt down. According to Josephine Ade, the police public relations officer. Contrary to the news making rounds about Nyanya division being burnt down by violent protesters, the FCT Police Command wishes to state that it wasn't the police division that was burnt, but rather the police container compartment at Nyanya checkpoint that was set ablaze, and the attempt to vandalize the Tipper Garage police post by 4 suspects, and they gave their names here, and now 4 of them have been arrested according to the FCT Police Command. But we do have a track from the Commissioner of Police for the FCT, Mr. Ben Igwe. Here's what he's saying about the protest so far.
The issue is that they are blocking the express road. And the order said they should go inside the stadium and protest. The boundary of the stadium is this barbed wire. If they are inside, no person is talking to them. They can go with their press. All of you should enter, join them. They have to do protest, publish it in every news media. We don't care. But not for you to block express. Look at them blocking express.
Nobody wants any bad thing to happen. Because if you want to do it on the streets and on the streets, it could be hijacked. And once it is hijacked, the effect will not be negative. So that's what I'm about, and I've equally advised my sister on what I'm going to do.
Protests in the sub-region. The Southeast have suffered a lot in the hands of miscreants and violence from non-state actors in the past. Banditry, kidnapping that remained the order of the day. But God intervened, and of late started witnessing relative peace and calm. Our people did not. But our people are very worried. The people of Southeast are very worried, particularly in Igbo, because in Kano, those shops being attacked belong to the Igbos. In Lagos, the shops being attacked belong to the Igbos. In Borno State, the shops being attacked belong to Igbos. Igbos are everywhere in Nigeria, doing their businesses. They are not even participating in the subnational governance of these states. At this time there is any kind of protest, who wants to take undue advantage and begin to loot their shops. That is why we have been able to canvass over the weeks that this protest is not necessary. It is very, very unnecessary, particularly given that those behind this protest have one time or the other been in government. Some of them were former speakers for 8 years, former ministers for 16 years, former this and former that. And now the trouble created by them is what put us to where we are. That is the origin of this hunger. Now, are you blaming this hunger that it has happened for the past 12 months? When did the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu become the president? 12 months ago. The cause of the hunger, did it start 12 months ago? So this is failure of both the past leadership, and all of us should take responsibility for that. So we should wear our thinking cap and collectively come out of this quagmire. The protest, what are you protesting for? Why can't we choose to dialogue? Let us conduct town hall meetings. Let us discuss the issue. Let us encourage the president. Let us encourage the reform policies of the president, so that by so doing, love of country will take preeminence. This is my own candid opinion, and there is a level to which Igbos will be patient. This is very important. The peace of this country is important to all of us. The peace of, and the government should be allowed to drive and implement their policies. Because a particular person or individuals are not opportune to be at the head of government does not mean that Nigeria should not know peace. We are not left with no alternative. So it is a very big warning. We of the Progressive Governors Forum, we want a peaceful environment. We are supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to succeed in leading Nigeria out of this poverty.
Well, Your Excellency, it's good to hear from you and to know that at least you are also as proactive as a number of people would expect. But, I mean, right now you are speaking for, the governance and saying that you are supporting the president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But there are those who would also say that the foundation for what Nigerians are going through right now was laid by the previous administration, which you also supported. Unfortunately, very minimal conversation, very minimal communication with the people happened, which some analysts believe could have allayed the situation that we have on our hands now. How would you respond to that? Can you hear me, Your Excellency? All right, well, Terry, Kayla?
A number of questions to ask the Imo State governor, especially in the light of these. One of the reasons why they said no protests in the southeast was because of the security situation in the place. And that security is one that we need to hear what they're doing about. Because bad governance isn't just about money in your pocket, it's also about the security of your state, of your region. And that is one question that we would have really loved. And if anyone can get that question across to the Imo State governor and to other governors of the southeast who have said, look, we don't want this protest because of the volatility of our area. This volatility has lasted a very long time, Terry.
A lot of persons bring in the politics of things into protests. You heard the governor there say that those who are pushing for this protest have lost election, they've done this and all that. And it's for some persons, it's almost commendable that the entire Southeast can be on the same page. It's really almost commendable because we know the agitations in the Southeast. And if for anything, the divisions, because it's not just one political party that is empowering all the Southeast states, but the entire Southeast. I wonder, going forward, how, the statements coming from there will sound at the end of this entire protest.
I mean, I was gonna mention something because you work closely with Mr. Benjamin Kanu.
Oh, yes, the speaker.
So when he made that statement yesterday, as someone who's been working with him, how did that come across?
Well, there's no doubt that he's from the Southeast. There's also no doubt that he's part of the government. The question is his opinion that of the people of the Southeast? And it almost answers itself because, look at what's happening. You understand that? And I think it's good. It's good to hear the Imo State governor come out to say why the Southeast isn't joining this protest. Remember, he had a series of engagement with Southern governors and to at least forestall this. So I wonder what engagement he had with the people and the governors had with their people for this not to happen. It's a good thing for some persons because if you look at the sit-at-home situation in the Southeast and how it's degenerated, this would have possibly gone even worse.
Well, let's see if we can engage Professor Emmanuel Ayede, if you can hear us right now. Prof, just so we can get your thoughts on some of the states. Right now, we've been talking a lot about the places where protests have been happening, but there are many states across the country where protests have not happened for one reason or the other. And we just listened to the Imo State governor talk about thanking really his people for adhering to his call for the protest not to happen. What happens to the voices of those who, experiencing bad governance in places like that? In places like that.
So you understand what I'm saying? The idea of blaming the president, we have information. The security agencies are advised against this protest. And I keep on hearing, what I hear is the police should protect. Police should protect. Nobody is interested to know the capacity of Nigerian police, the number of manpower they have, the population in the country, the ability to contain a violent protest or not. Some people are not interested, but police have advised that credible intelligence at their disposal is that this protest will be hijacked. And the simple thing we can do as obedient and law-obeying citizens is to follow the advice of the professionals and discourage our people from coming out on the street. Now they're out there now in Lagos, looting shops. They're out there in Kano, looting shops. They are in Maiduguri, killing and looting shops. And victims are members of people's family. Most of the shops that are being looted now belongs to Southeasterners, Ndibo. Why are we always the ones paying the price for any misunderstanding in Nigeria? I think we should be reasonable enough and allow wise counsel to prevail. Are you sure these people are hearing what them? Okay.
This is one of those normal challenges, so it's peculiar to the protest, but it would have been really good to hold a conversation with the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodimma. We know how much he has advocated for support for the president, and it would be nice to know the details of what exactly the Southeast hold dearly to have stayed away from this protest. But then some would say this is just day one. I mean, for those who follow the NSAS protest, day one wasn't anything. Day two probably wasn't anything. And as the days went by, the protests grew and other states began to join. So let's see how that goes. Let's go back to the conversation now. We still have Professor Emmanuel Ayede, who's a professor of political institutions, governance, and public policy. We also have Professor Ademola Abbas, who's a professor of international law, global security expert, and Segun Sopiton, who is chairman ACT Good Governance Advocate. So let me throw the question to Professor Ademola Abbas now as you're like the nexus between politics and security. So when we look at what's going on with regard to the protests and the escalations across the country, where do you fault the handling? Where do you fault the handling? There are arrests now. Some say they could have been prevented. For example, the situation in Maraba, we learned about it much earlier in the day, before it escalated to this point where they burned down the police post, not the station, based on the statement of the FCT police PRO. So what exactly do you think could have been done better to prevent this?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me because it's not clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Right, yeah. Look, people have expressed a lot of opinion whether this was entirely avoidable or not, and look, we can debate that. But in terms of handling, I think we are operating in the context of a government, and this is not peculiar to this particular government, that must make clear. But in the context of a government, in the context of a government being very, very reactive, they hardly proactive. Look, when you talk about security, securing Nigeria or securing this kind of environment that we find ourselves in, you're not talking about naked security, which is unfortunately what the Nigerian government, supportive government, have understood security to be. Security has less to do with bombs and bullets at the end of it. The United Kingdom, as an example, London as a city is the CCTV camera of the universe in terms of, being caught when you go. You don't really see, when you go to London, as an example, you only see policemen carrying baton, two, they're always in pair, and they'll be chit-chatting, just talking. You don't really see naked guns, in hand. But then, that is a society in which you guys have an act of terrorism, within a few minutes, somebody's caught. Security is felt, not necessarily seen. But in Nigeria, we have got ourselves locked into the system that when we see plenitude of guns and bullets, we are secure. Remember a few years ago, as an example, when we were hosting a beauty pageant in Nigeria during a particular crisis, and the center was awash with military, personnel carrying guns and this and that. That is what we understand as security. That is not security. In fact, the first symptoms of insecurity in any society that understands security is how many people are carrying guns and bullets in your environment. So as I'm saying, security is felt, not necessarily seen most times. So these will have been tackled. We will have identified the root causes of this protest. And as somebody has said, and it's been said over and over, Nigerians are very easy to please. What Nigerians want from their government is ever so literal. All Nigerians want today is the ability to be able to do their work go about their normal businesses without any fear of molestation, you'll be able to have money in their pocket. If they have kids who are going to school, be able to pay their school fees of their kids, which means have water, have light, and so on and so forth. But we don't give that to Nigerians. No. So we already have serious issue of human insecurity in the country. And then when we begin to make policies in Nigeria, we are not addressing the root causes of human insecurity. Nigeria today, only Indonesia in the whole world has a faster doubling rate than Nigeria demographically. Nigeria has the second highest doubling rate in the world. In other words, it's the second biggest country in terms of doubling its population. The only thing the world knew really seriously about China until about 1989 was the Tiananmen Square, when China was pretty a close country. But within 15 years, we saw China being able to move almost 500 million people from abject poverty to almost middle class. That is a feat. What are we doing with our youth? We have a youth bulge crisis in Nigeria. Nobody's addressing that. Nigeria is awash with talented and incredibly talented youth who is harnessing their resources, who is harnessing their abilities, who is harnessing their expertise. We have our youths living this country. Some of them are unable to complete their education. They go overseas and they perform miracles overseas academically. Technologically, they perform miracles. They are Nigerian youths, for goodness sake. So we have a government that has lost complete. I'm not talking again about this particular government. I'm talking about successive governments in Nigeria. They've not really understood what security means in the recent government. What they are doing is systemic security. That is the problem we are facing.
I think it's good that you talk about successive governments because some of the conversations I've had with analysts has always been that governments are supposed to plan for the future, not for the now. So governments are supposed to build for the future such that even if I'm not in power tomorrow, the next person coming after me has a basis to continue. Is that something that we have seen in this country? Or is it perhaps the biggest problem we have? Because if you take an example of the Buhari administration, which is the immediate past administration, and they talk about lifting 100 million people out of poverty, what do you see that was laid on ground that the Tinubu administration should have picked up from to at least continue that trend?
Well, it's a very interesting question. Look, and it will make a fantastic doctoral thesis to actually go into that in this country. Look, we're dealing with a system, we're dealing with a governance system in which you can say, I used to say that those who should be governing Nigeria are on the streets. Those who should be on the streets are governing Nigeria. That is a shame of this country. When we were in schools, the most brilliant students will sit in front of the class. Because you are the guardians of your teachers. They will call you when they want to ask questions. The less gifted ones will be at the back. But in our public life, what do we see? The less gifted ones are the ones in the front in Nigerian politics. And the gifted ones who used to be in the front of the class now, they take the back seat. I don't need to start mentioning it. We know the kind of system we find ourselves in. And that is the tragedy of Nigeria today as a country. Government does not plan for anything. Government only in Nigeria only plans for now. I was talking to somebody, so I was making a postulation that one of the solutions to my mind to Nigeria's crisis is when you begin to actually probably maybe at a microscopic level of governorship or whatsoever, make a law that a governor who comes from a local government who is going to spend 4 years in office should not develop that particular local government, should focus on other governments in that state. When you do that, you know whoever comes in another local government will develop your own system. But the problem we have in Nigeria is that I will feel, I'm from this particular local government. The government is there, it's not serving my interest. So I want to be in government. I want to be in government just so that I can go and pay my people. I can go and take care of my people. We have ghettoized governance in Nigeria in a very, very unpalatable manner. And that is part of our tragedy. So Nigeria, our governments do not have a comprehensive plan, successive plan that will look into the future. But hey, if you have any other lawyer, if you have any other lawyers in your panel, the first thing they teach you in law school in any faculty of law is you cannot give that which you do not have. It's not possible. So if you have people who dominate your governance space, who are clueless, who are severely unintelligent, who do not understand what governance is, who don't even understand the basic element of stability and governance in the country, and then they start with the stratosphere of your governance, then what do you expect? It's not possible. You cannot give that which you don't have, which is, let me say, nemo dat called non-habit. You can't do what you don't have. So it's high time we began in Nigeria to get people who actually understand governance, who understand security, who understand futurology of policies, who understand that we can sit down and say, we want to have Agenda 2050. How can I take any government to this seriously in Nigeria? Who's talking about Agenda 2030 when I am in this kind of problem already in Nigeria in 2024 and I don't know where it's going to end? When people are focusing on this particular government, I fault them. I said, look, whether you like it or not, whatever the present government is doing is a accumulation of almost 70 years of bad governance in Nigeria. It is cumulative to this particular point. I'm not making an excuse for any government. I'm not making an excuse for this government. After all, they knew what they were coming into. But I'm saying, if angels had come down in 2023 to govern Nigeria, the angels would face problem in Nigeria. No question about it.
Well, Professor Abbas, I mean, there isn't enough time in the day to have all the conversations we want to have. But I'm going to have to hand you over to our colleagues in Lagos, Ladi and Ayo, as we wrap up this segment.
Well, interesting conversations that we have had so far. Well, this is just, have to continue. Professor Ayede and Professor Abbas, we've had conversations with you before, and definitely this is not the last of it, but we have to let you go at this time. Thank you so much for your time today, Professor Emmanuel Ayede, as well as Professor Ademola Abbas. We appreciate your time with us today. Well, Mr. Shukutan, citizen engagement. People who are in government today were not in government 40 years ago. Now, here we are today. What's the assurance we have that in another 40 years from now, we're not going to be dealing with the same issues?
But, look, the way the Nigerian governance system is structured, and I've said this repeatedly over the years, in recent years in particular, that 25 years from today, 30 years from today, not wanting to be a naysayer or a prophet of doom, we will still be dealing with the same issues. And I say that because the fundamentals that deliver good governance to societies all over the world are simply not in place in this country. And one of those critical fundamentals is what you just spoke about now, which is having an actively engaged citizenry in the governance process. In Nigeria, it's missing. You might want to postulate as to why that is the case. For example, you might say, some would argue that because of our past of military interventions and the power distance problems that we have as a culture, in the African society, your authority figure, you are really not expected to question them or hold them into account. So, for example, in the Yoruba culture, you hear things like elders cannot lie, and those types of things. And that percolates down into the citizenry, such that when you add that to our military past, you just find that our people are subservient. You see it as a rebellion to ask questions.
You see that elders cannot lie. I find that comical because the elders were once kids.
Right? As you grow older, you assume...
Am I missing something here?
Yeah, as you grow older, you assume a toga of imperial wisdom that ensures that you can't lie.
And you assume that because you were beaten when you were younger, for lying, you will not lie over lying. Time. And it goes back to the same issue that we're talking about. So how do we ensure that this doesn't happen in the future? This has happened way too frequently.
Absolutely.
I cited, and please forgive me, one of the things that has been said about citizenship is that most of the time we don't learn from history, be it as a people or as government officials. We don't tend to learn from history. 1929 is just how many years ago? 46 or 48 when Ransom Kuti engaged, the monarchy and the colonial rule of her day. How many years are we talking about here? Just 46 years ago, we know what happened. Ali must go. Earlier, I think it was earlier in the day, the protest that led to the coup. It was something performed by ordinary Nigerians against their government of the day. So
how do we ensure this doesn't happen in another, number of years from now? We have to find a way to engage our people and get the people to be engaged, not just the federal government, but to engage the state governments significantly, engage the local governments significantly. I really wish we had been able to speak with Governor Uzodimma the other time.
Absolutely. So this, I think that there has to be a level of advocacy on the part of especially civil society and the media to get citizens to understand how critical engagement is to development and how that connects to the quality of their lives. A lot of times people tend to think that you are just making trouble when you talk about governance issues and all of that, forgetting that if you don't have those conversations, good governance will not come. And I like to say, just borrowing from the very controversial, comments from the current president during the elections, that good governance, is not served a la carte. I say that now with a sense of responsibility. You've got to fight for it. And let me stop it at that without the other parts of that statement. You have to fight for good governance as a people. If you go to the United States, if you go to the UK, the EU, I cite France as a fantastic example of a society where the citizens are so alive and vibrant that I always say that if President Macron sneezes in a way that the citizens do not like, the following morning the citizens are all over the place. Whether it's on social media or physically on the streets, they're going to call him to account.
But I'm hoping that we'll get to that point. Well, you were making some sense the other time before I interjected you. Could you please go ahead? What we need to do to have an actively engaged...
Absolutely. So what we need to have is a situation where civil society on the one hand and the media continues to drive the conversation and connect the dots with regards to the connect between good governance and our ability to engage across board, starting from the federal level, because, that's where the overall policy setting takes place. That's where the direction setting takes place. But then moving down to subnationals, such that even at the state, the local government, and then with the other arms of government, Nigerians simply don't engage enough, and we need to keep reminding ourselves that we need to. People do not go to court to test the laws enough. So you've got a landlord that is trying to eject you. He serves you a notice of 4 months, and then he brings some police guys or whatever to push you out of your house. Hello, you've got a right. Under the law, you are entitled to 6 months. And after that, it is only a court order that can push you out of that house. He must go to court to get that order, but that doesn't happen, and people just take it sitting down.
Just don't lose your train of thought. Yeah. Can I also sue the police for joining?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So we don't sue. People say you can't sue government, you can't sue the police, but it's not true. A lot of these things have been tested. People have sued the Road Safety Commission, people have sued the state governments in, Lagos, in Calabar. Policy changes have happened as a result of the outcomes of those lawsuits. People don't test the legislature. A lot of people don't know where the constituency offices of their legislators are, whether House of Reps or Senate or state houses of assembly. People don't know their local government chairman. All of these levels of engagement need to improve in Nigeria for us to get good governance. For us not to find ourselves 30 years from today still battling with 5,000 megawatts of power. Just think about it. It's shocking to think that in 1999, my son is 25 years old today. In 1999, we had 5,000 megawatts of power 25 years ago. And here we are. In fact, it's less. We're actually distributing between 3,000 to 4,005 at any point in time in the last 1 year. It's tragic to think that you look at the newspaper clippings and you find that the very same stories that we're battling against today were the ones that we battled against then.
Okay, sorry. Let me come in here because, talking about continuity, with governance and looking at this present administration, when it came into power, I think they inherited about 70 trillion or thereabout in debt. Yep. So one thing I've noticed is every government, one to the other, they keep passing on debt. And I'm wondering, is there a way we can actually put a check on this? Because when you look at the current level of debt now, about 121 trillion, we can't really marry that with the development we see so far. How do you think we can actually check that? So it's not just debt, these governments keep passing on.
There are two answers to that question. One is the accountability answer, where we say you've got to hold your governments to account to explain what they're doing with what essentially is your money. You know, the other side of it is to look at the governance process itself and ask questions. For example, why do we borrow so much? Why? It's simply because the revenues are not enough for the projects that we need to run. And in fact, it's gotten so bad now that we borrow to pay back our debts. You know, so at a point we were running at 110% revenue to debt service obligation. You know, that, in other words, the entire revenue of the federal government plus addition borrowing went into servicing debt obligations. You know, so how did we find ourselves there? Why is the revenue base so low? What's happening with the tax net? Why isn't it being widened deliberately and systematically over the years? Why, you know, there's so many whys with regards to the governance process, with regards to how the functioning of government. You know, so we've got to address that, and then we've got to tie our minds to the accountability part of things as well. If we're able to do that, then you find that over the years, the governance process will improve, and then you would have a situation where you can start talking about consistent, measurable improvement in all of these indicators. Debt is only one of them. You know, you've got so many others. You know, so I think that's it. You look at the oil theft issue, for example, it's still the same issue that we're dealing with. And guess what? We're losing roughly, just rough estimates, and this is figures confirmed by federal officers, Ministry of Finance and all of that. We're losing $20 billion every year to oil theft alone. And, you know, that's only one source of revenue leakage of this government, you know. So all of these issues are issues that we've been battling with for a long time, and we've just simply got to say no more. And I guess that's one of the reasons why, for me, protests like this are absolutely critical as a form of engagement with the government.
Right, and definitely we do hope that someone listens, you know, at this point, because at the end of the day, a protest is not just to destroy things, it's to try to, you know, be heard, you know. So thanks for that, Mr. Shokuto. Well, let's take the conversation now to, we have Dr. Shuaibu Idris, an economist and managing director and CEO, Timeline Consult Limited. He's joining us via Zoom from Ikoyi. Great to have you on the show.
Yeah, good evening, Ladia, and thank you for having me, and well done, the channel teams, for keeping us informed.
Thank you so much for coming on, and definitely it's still the same issue at this point, the protests, the hashtag, and bad governance. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about policy so far. We've seen, you know, different policies from this present administration, from subsidy removal to floating of the exchange rate. But if we...
Fundamentals, what do I mean by fundamentals? We've had, you know, from time immemorial, if you like, from the days of our independence, governance of our country has always been what we call a welfare economy, or a mixed economy, where a little to the left, a little to the right, towards the center. We are neither pure capitalists, nor are we pure, say, socialist or welfarist economy. So the system we have run over the years has always been that of a bit of government subsidy here and there, support from the government in certain areas, be it education, health, water, you know, other social services. Now, fast forward, population of Nigeria has increased, dynamics of the situations in the world has changed, and you know, revenues are dwindling, demands for social services has increased, and therefore government's inability to meet the teeming demands of the populace is an issue. And therefore, government then decided to have a rethink and say, what can we afford to do? How much should we subsidize, and which aspect should we even subsidize? And if we are to subsidize, why should we even do the subsidy? I think those are the fundamental questions that gave rise to debates from, let's say, the beginning of this dispensation, democratic dispensation, during Obasanjo's regime, down to Yar'Adua's regime. If you remember, the petroleum pricing issues that led to several riots and protests, and strikes by the labor union, name it. So this isn't issue of profiteering per se. It is issue of economic fundamentals. Where do we want to be? Are we socialists? Are we capitalists? Are we welfareists? And whichever side of the pendulum we choose to operate from, then we need to agree on the principles and the parameters within which we want to operate. And I think that those are the issues at play right now. But before I let you go, Ladi, let me quickly see if I can interject to make a correction. I think Governor Hope Uzodinma got it a little wrong when he alluded to the fact that only the Igbo shops are being looted either in Lagos, Kano, Maiduguri, or other parts of the nation. It is on record. Even the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy has issued a statement regarding the vandalization of a digital hub in Kano that was vandalized and looted. Government House, Audubako Secretariat was looted and cars were burnt. So let us not begin to introduce a bit of trial element along the lines of this protest.
You know, Mr. Idris, it's very cheering that you talked about the style of economy or form of economy we're running, whether it's capitalist or socialist, it's undefined. It's very interesting that you put that out now, and you're trying to. I'm wondering, how does it connect directly or indirectly with good governance?
Well, thank you very much. I think one or two of the guests have tried to define what good governance is, and one of them, I can't remember the name, alluded to the fact that good governance has indices that it dovetails to democracy. And I tend to ask, will we say, for example, Kuwait system of governance, which is not democratic, is it good governance or bad governance? Saudi Arabia, or let's even cast our minds back to Libya under, Muammar Gaddafi, if you like, the dictator, or even Saddam Hussein, the dictator in Iraq, were there good governance?
Interesting. Well, I'm pretty sure that we'll get back. That's good. Okay.
The best of services in the situation that they found themselves. I like to state the good governance we are talking about, and the challenge that we are having currently in Nigeria is not necessarily out of the entire collapse of the system. We have had a confused economy that we are running because sometimes we take decisions, we come out with policies that you tend to be confused. Are we socialists? Are we capitalists? Are we welfareists? So system of governance has been, if you like, a cocktail, not just one way. And when trying to correct a cocktail, it comes with pains, and these are some of the pains that we are experiencing currently.
Interesting, but I mean, if the doctor is going to tell me while giving me the injection, well, you might feel a slight pain, but we didn't get that information, did we? Let me ask Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, CEO of Finance with Mukhtar. Thanks for joining us this morning.
My pleasure, thank you.
Do you agree with him?
Well, I somehow agree with him, and I think I have that analogy anyway. I said, if you're supposed to do a surgery 15 years ago, and you delay the surgery, and you do it 15 years after, at 15 years after, you've add 15 years more to your life. So that energy, you maybe in 15 years ago, you could have just, after the surgery, you get up from the bed maybe a week after, but now it could take months. It could take a lot of time before you get up. I think that's what's happening to Nigeria. Some of the decisions that have been taken are decisions that would have been taken when not really that our economy was buoyant, but we're not in this kind of stage that we are now.
But we've always, I'm sorry for butting in, but we've always contested with government when they come with
anti-people policies. You remember SFEM, the first tier and second tier foreign exchange market under the Babangida government. You remember the structural adjustments program and how the people, the civil society, including economists and all of them came out at that time and said, these things are not good for Nigeria.
You see, the problem we have as a country, sometimes we do what we call copy and paste. So you see it work in the UK, it works in the US, you think it will work here. Let me give you a simple example of what we are grappling now, what's causing all the issues that we're having now. We've been copying and pasting for the past, from Emefiele to Cardoso, hike the rate. Cash. So when you bring a World Bank project of okay, the only way you can fight inflation is to reduce liquidity in the system, you are killing a business and you are killing an informal business. So it's not rocket science. It's things we know. But why we decide to do copy and paste? The World Bank is not in Damaturu. The World Bank does not know Damaturu. The World Bank does not know Potinsco. The World Bank have not been to Nguru.
Well, they will argue with you.
No, they've not been there.
You know, but I mean, I understand the point that you're making.
When you take a system, you look at the precarity of your economy.
But the reason I will try to jump in is there an economic direction for Nigeria from the very beginning? Because that's perhaps the basis of the issues being raised by Mr. Idris. Because if there is an economic direction, for instance, Dubai, everyone knows the oil of Dubai is tourism. I mean, a good number of people, okay, this is what the US stands for, this is what India stands for, this is what China stands for. So is there an economic direction to Nigeria where when someone says, Nigeria, this is the economy that comes to mind?
No. We don't have that. We don't have
How significant is that as a problem?
That's what's the best. Remember, we don't have a common vision. You remember Vision 2020, House for the year 2000. The former administration, they came up with I've forgotten that their own that they took. They said at a point the world richest man brigade came and said, how can you draw an economic policy without involving your people? Your people are the richest. They said, okay, that policy, they will take it back to the lab. That was during Buhari time. They never came back from the lab. And then the next time they came out, they saw that cash policies are good. When you do conditional cash transfer, they don't have data. They say, oh, it happened in Bangladesh. They didn't go to ask the Bangladeshian government whether they had data. They just came in there and said, okay, let's transfer cash. It was hijacked. So it's more or less like, was work in one place, we think it will work here.
All right.
It's not like that. But let me give you an example before you come like this. Yes. FX. How can you drive down inflation? How can you keep saying your reserve is? I heard the Minister for Finance telling to give us the state of nature. Say our reserve has gone up from when they came to 37. And I asked myself, when you came, what was the exchange rate? Your reserve have gone up. What is the exchange rate? The exchange rates have moved even from when your reserve was even at 32. The exchange rate was almost 1,300. Your reserve is 37. The exchange rate is 1,600. Inflation is driven by your exchange rate. So what are you saying about? It's more or less like a man say, I have so much money, and then my people are hungry. And keeping the money. What are you keeping the money for? The basic things everybody needs from government is prosperity, security and prosperity. Why are we saying bad governance? It's because there's no prosperity, there's no security. And unfortunately, the leadership have not even taken the bull by the horn. I listened to the Imo State government going back 8 years ago, and he has forgotten that he was also part of the system for the past 16 years. He has been he was in PDP before he came to APC. He was a serving senator under the PDP. He was even a man that was almost been arrested by EFCC over a contract agreement that was given to him by a good Lord Jonathan for the election process. He diverted to APC. Today
anyway, yeah, I was just going to talk about, definitely the whole issue of copying and pasting. You mentioned other countries that we all started raising rates, at the same time. We've seen their own inflation numbers, start to come down to the central bank target. But here, we're still seeing it moving farther away. So looking at the situation right now, I want to bring your attention to investors, local investors. We're seeing the market now, it has closed and it's down.
Yes.
So we're already seeing a reaction now from local investors to these protests.
Well, local investors there's no local investor again in Nigerian market. Retail investor or a local investor. What you see in Nigerian investors are high net investors. When you talk about local investor, you're talking about retail investors. It's only when you have food you can become a retail investor. Do you see the bank? They are struggling to meet up their recapitalization. Before now, a retail investor will say, okay, let me just buy 1,000 units of this because I think it's just 19,000. They don't even have 19,000. So what you are seeing in the market, the barometer of any economy is normally measured by what happened in the stock market of the economy. But Nigeria will tell you, oh, no, most of our giants are not listed in the stock market, so you cannot use that as a clue to say this is what is happening in our economy. What is going to happen is that because the economy stayed in Abuja, you see, when you have an economy that is largely driven by, you want foreigners to build your economy. You are not taking ownership of your economy. This is what you have. Now, let me give you an instance. How can you bring down cost of goods and services? We've been saying it. I think in your program we said it there. Government, take a bite of your revenue. How can I be importing milk and all those things? You're telling me today I'll bring it at 1,500 and you expect me to sell it low? You can't have a fixed rate on an importation of household item. Fix it. It's not Nigeria, it's comedy. You know why I say it's comedy? You keep crying that your naira is undervalued. And then you now overvalue your naira to your people also. You are not saying, okay, what is the true value of the naira? If you ask the Minister for Finance, he will tell you that the true value of the naira should be between 800 and 1,000. So why are you not telling me to bring in good at 1,700? Why are you not telling me, okay, this is the true value, let me put it fixed? Now they wanted to do it with Dangote. Now Dangote refinery, finally the president said, with Dangote, it will be fixed. Because he's going to buy in naira. But you've forgotten that Nigerians are also buying in naira. So you see, this country is, they come up with ban A, ban B. It's only in Nigeria that they come up with policy that you sit back and say, how did you people think?
And so
ban A will have life for 20 hours. Ban E or ban D does not even see life for 3 days. If you are in business, as a businessman, as a capitalist, who will you service? The man that pay you 66 naira or the man that pay you 226 naira? It's common arithmetic. Like he said, 25 years ago, 5,000 megawatt. Today, 4,000 something megawatt. Then tomorrow, we are going to get people from ban B, so that from ban B to ban A, so that we can reduce subsidy. So because subsidy is high. Tomorrow now, there's a subsidy that's gone to 150 billion. Saying that.
For you, what you are essentially saying is, there needs to be some harmonization.
Look, it's not just harmonization. I think the government, I'm sorry to use the word I want to use, I'm on national television, I think this is the most arrogant government we've ever had.
Now,
when I mean that, I need to explain why I'm saying that. The government doesn't think this is what the people want. This is what they want to do. And they go ahead and do it. Like you said in your introduction, you were trying to ask him, when they told us this policy, did you tell us that we'll go under through surgery? If you're going to a doctor, they'll tell you, okay, you say, well, what's the side effect of this surgery? They will tell you, okay, you sleep like this, you do like this, you do like this. But when they told us, they said, the Nigerian problem is subsidy. When we remove subsidy, our problem is gone. We remove subsidy, the problem has tripled. So what do we have a common economic goal to move Nigeria?
I know that there are some. I'm going to ask you about, subnationals, but I would gladly have some figures.
We have some data actually out today. PMI, that's the business, the one that tracks business activity in Nigeria, that came out already, and it's for July, and we're below that 50-point level, showing business activity tanked in July. We also have cost of healthy diet in Nigeria. That has increased in 6 months. It started about 800 naira per adult. That's for a healthy diet. It started at 800 naira in January this year. That has moved all the way to 1,200 naira. So we've seen about 45% increase. And that is the cheapest,
No, the cheapest food, I was telling people, the cheapest food those days, when we are talking, they said, if they send you to jail, you're just going to be eating beans. Do you know? Beans. Then if you go to a house, I remember when we were at home, we want to talk about how poor you are. They say, you people are eating beans. Today, beans is more expensive than rice. So it's the rich that are eating beans. So that's how far we've gone. We see that they want to intervene. They say there is bag of rice. They will buy. They calculate. They say that the president have intervened. Bag of rice, 50,000, 50 kg for 50,000 naira. Minimum wage is 70,000. So if I buy the bag of rice at 50,000, tomatoes they say it's 15,000. By the time I buy the tomatoes, well, how will I cook it?
Well, too many questions. I was going to ask you about subnationals, but let's take a trip to those subnationals now. Oyo State is our first port of call. Let's start with Osun State. We have some groups of young people in Osun State joined the planned nationwide protest, calling on President Bola Tinubu to review the fuel subsidy removal and to further take urgent steps in addressing protracted economic hardship facing the masses.
What we have come here to do is to exercise our rights according to the Constitution of Nigeria, that is written section 40. So we are here to establish what we are passing through. We are not demanding for our pockets. We are demanding that the hike in electricity must. Somebody will say that there is inflation in other countries. Nigeria as of today, inflation is over 40%. Food inflation is over 40%, while the inflation is over 34%. And you allow us to keep quiet. Are we going to keep quiet? No. There must be that one review of policy that is affecting people.
Security have been conducting themselves in a very professional ways, and I believe, and I want to charge them that they should keep conducting themselves in this professional way. If they do not attack any protester, no of us here, we are responsible citizens. As you can know, Osun is one of the peaceful states in Nigeria. We are here to conduct ourselves peacefully, and we are not to attack any police officer or any security personnel.
A lot of hardship is confronting Nigerian masses, and we are expecting the government to do something significant, cogent, to ameliorate all those suffering.
We are not after any cheap propaganda. We are here as a concerned Nigerians who are tired of this hardship, who are tired of this poverty, who are tired of this kidnapping, who are tired of this.
Well, this is Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, and it's obvious that everyone is interested in just one thing, that bad governance should end, good governance should resume. It's a good thing that these things are happening in the states so that the governments in the different states will know exactly what to do and how to engage their people.
Our protests have been peaceful. Our protests have been non-violent. We don't have guns. We don't have knives, we don't have anything. The only thing we have is our placards. The only thing we have is our banners. And that is why we are out, to tell the world that we are saying end to bad governance in Nigeria. We are saying end to hunger. We are saying end to poverty. We are saying end to mass ministry. That is why we are here. And we are equivocally demanding that this government, we voted them in. If they don't do anything on time, we will ask them to vacate their position for us. So we are coming out to say no to all these crises. That you cannot really continue. That we are not fighting for survival. We are not fighting not to be extinct. No, it's completely no. And we are saying that you cannot be telling us to tighten our belts when you continue to throw money as political office holder. You are facing a minimum wage of 70,000 naira. 10, 12 years ago, the minimum wage was 30,000 naira. And the equivalent of that was $90 10 years ago. In 2024, you are now facing a minimum wage of 7,000 naira. That is equivalent to $40. How do you decrease the minimum wage? And you are making us to believe that you are giving us a decent living wage. We are saying no, we cannot continue to cajole us. It's the same economy. When you are saying there's no money, that you have 160 million naira for our legislatures to buy Jeep. It is from the same economy that you have 500 million naira to the members of the National Assembly for constituency allowance. It is from the same money that, from the same economy, that you fix the salary. That is not as by anywhere in this world.
The children are out to protest bad governance. And we, as the older ones, owe it a duty to give them the support that they deserve. I have come out to sympathize with our children on this noble cause. We believe that by registering their protests, perhaps government will have a rethink, because so far it has been misgovernance all the way. So I am here in solidarity with the children. I want to commend the Nigerian government for what they have done in providing security for the protesters. In Oyo State here, we don't have the kind of scenario that is unfolding in Abuja. This morning, I saw that there were anti-protest protesters, those who are challenging the right of Nigerian youths to protest. But you can see that in Oyo State, it is only the protesters that are on the street, and they have conducted themselves so very well. They have limited themselves to what the government has allowed, so and also the judgment of the court that restricted protests to particular areas. The boys have conducted themselves very well without violence. The police officers have conducted themselves very well, guiding and protecting the protesters.
And from Ibadan, we bring it down here to Lagos, and where we have an update from our correspondent in Laos earlier. She did give us that update earlier. We have Titi Abero now.
Here at Alausa Secretariat to Ikeja, there is free vehicular movement for both commercial and private vehicles going about without any form of hindrance. However, there is some form of restriction. The road that leads to the State Assembly has been blocked to prevent vehicular movement to the seat of power. We also moved into the Secretariat, and it's obvious that civil servants resumed at their duty post today, disregarding the protest. As you can see, some of them are already getting ready to return back home. We also spoke to some citizens on the road, asking government to do more for them.
The only thing we want from the government is just for the government to hear what we're saying. So just to listen to our 10 demands and comply to them. That's all. We are not against the government, we're not fighting, but we just want our demands to be responded to.
What are your demands?
We have 10 demands. Part of the demands is a reversal of the subsidy, so which already all Nigerians will know that it's a scam. So another demand is the minimum wages. So we actually don't want increments in the minimum wages. If everything is fine, if Nigeria is working well, if the price, if there are no inflation, whatever we're earning should be enough.
We need a sustainable environment, a conducive environment that we can strive to succeed. Many of our parents, before now, they cannot do anything due to their old age. So we need government to give us a few conducive environment for us to thrive in order to make a living. And in terms of living, we just need something commensurable, just minimal, a minimal change. to make a better life.
There you have it from Alausa Ikeja, Titilayo Aberewo, Channels Television News.
Yeah, we did hear from the protesters earlier, right there in Alausa, making their demands known. But let's take it on to Asaba, Delta State. And definitely we see there are some protesters, and we see some of the security agents having conversations there. And definitely we see that there might have been some altercations earlier, and we see the security agents trying to douse tension there. And as usual, we have people with placards also trying to make their demands known to the government. And definitely still the same old demands: end bad governance. And let's see how we can actually make it better for the average Nigerian.
Have you ever capture? Why they go back? Mike, record will be recording, though. Go walk out from here, we'll go back. Since me they got talk for press. That foolish boy.
Well, quite a roundup, isn't it? But let's take a quick trip to Nasarawa State, Lafia to be precise. Same scenario. I mean, I've heard of the term we're going to have a nationwide protest. This is indeed nationwide, wouldn't you say? This is what's happened in Nasarawa State, Lafia to be precise, right now. Of course, we have brought you reports from virtually every part of the country: north, south, east, west, northwest, northeast, north central, everywhere, even in the south as well, as far as even the southeast, where a good number of people are saying there really weren't any protests. But let me quickly ask Mr. Idris, part of the issues that we have raised over time has been every time everyone is looking to the macroeconomic issues of the country, the exchange rate, the federal government policies and all, where expectedly the subnationals will take a cue and follow. But lining that with what Mr. Mohammed reminded us a little while ago, that we're a largely small business nation. Nigeria is largely run by small businesses. He said 90%. Global figures say on the average 60 to 70% of every economy has a very vibrant small and medium enterprise community. Now, lining the fact that we always look to the federal government, we always take on whoever is the president at any time, Buhari, Tinubu, Jonathan, whoever it is. So long as you're president, you're the one whose head hits the coconut. But the state government, we tend to not give them as much attention, not call them out as much as we should, not engage them as much as we ought to. Meanwhile, every Nigerian is from a state, lives in a state. How significant is that in the whole conversation around good governance or a lack of it?
Thank you very much for that question. Unfortunately, the bane of our society starts and ends with abdication of responsibilities. What do I mean? An average Hausa-man will tell you that we have a saying in Hausa that when I point a finger to you, my finger to you, one, the rest of the fingers are pointing at me. So let's start the discourse on good governance or ending bad governance what is government itself and who are those in government. Does government start and end, say, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu or the members of the National Assembly or ministers or even the federal civil servants? Does government start and end with the gentleman that is chairman or the gentle lady that is chair of a local government or the councillors or the state governors or these? Government is amorphous. Government is every one of us. And each one of us is not just a player, but a major stakeholder. But most of the time, we run away and we shy away from looking at what do I need to do in order that I make the system better. I tell you, my brother, average Nigerian does not care about who is the councillor representing his ward. Now, where does government start from? From that kindergarten level, if you like. So you need to get interested, you need to get involved as to who becomes your councillor, who becomes the chairman of the local government, who is representing you at the state assembly, who is representing you as governor, before you escalate it to, say, House of Reps or Senate or even the president. Now, as long as we all think that the problem starts and ends with Mr. President, we have missed the point. So the good thing should start first from with me as my humble self, before I demand from the larger community or the larger society. Every one of us thinks, oh, those in authority are thieves, those in authority are rogues. Meanwhile, you give that person a responsibility to even follow the simplest of rules, he or she will be the first to be a lawbreaker. Now, as long as we don't begin to correct ourselves, so long as we will continue to have bad governance and bad system. If I may ask, those in authority today, do they come from planet Moon? Were they not handpicked from our community? The population, that 215 or 220 million that we have, these guys come from us. So if they are bad and if they are running bad systems, it means we are the people who are bad and we need to start the corrections from ourselves. It is interesting that we demand for good governance, but also it is interesting that we demand for good citizenship, that people, Nigerians, should know what to do, when to do, how to do, and then when they do what is right, as espoused and as demanded by, the principles of living in an environment, then you will have the right to demand for good governance. Remember the great journalist Finney Jason's law on corruption. For want of time, I may not be able to give it in full, but his own analogy is an average Nigerian thought process of corruption is measured by the length of distance between him and the position of the corrupt practice.
All right, Mr. Idris, thank you very much for that analogy. I have a couple of questions for you with which we'll wrap up this segment. But let me quickly give a quick update. That 11 more arrests have been recorded in Niger State. And then we'll seize this opportunity to remind you that fake news is everywhere. Before you circulate any information, please verify it. If you're not sure about it, don't circulate it. Let's not add more fuel to the fire already burning. We expect a live briefing from the Minister of the FCT. He had earlier released a statement commending protesters for being peaceful. And then things seem to have gotten out of hand now in certain parts of the FCT, so we await that live briefing in a moment. Now, so let me throw a question to Mr. Shaibu quickly. We're talking about the demands of these protesters. One of them is reinstatement of a corruption-free subsidy regime. As an economist, let me ask you this. If the president obliges this and reintroduces fuel subsidy, corruption-free as they say, what are the economic implications of that, if any?
I think you will agree with me in general that the best allocator of resources are the market forces. We, fundamentally and sincerely believe that when and where market forces are allowed to interplay, chances are allocation of resources will be transparent, will be fair, and will be justifiable. As long as you keep, operating a bit of a rentier economy where a few who are connected or, strategically positioned or they are opportune, so long as you will continue to have a corrupt systems of allocation of resources. You're looking at fuel subsidy as just a minute portion of the corruption, rentier system that we run today. Go to the electricity, distribution and, the generation, the transmission and the distribution. Imagine the quantum of the so-called subsidy being given. Like, is it Mukhtar or the other, discussant alluded to the fact that how will you even have a mechanism where you tell your citizens that a certain part of the citizens are band A, another part are band B, another part are band E. Band A will get 20 hours electricity supply. Come on, this is apartheid. This in itself is slavery within the country. So we have inadvertently, created a bit of, if you like, the Indian caste system. Those who are in the Band E, area, what crime have they committed to Nigeria to be condemned to 4 hours electricity supply? Again, these allude to the kind of situation and the system that I discussed earlier. What kind of economic system do you want to run? Is it capitalist? Is it pure capitalist? Is it, welfare economy? Is it socialist? Which economy are we running? We are just running confused system. And as long as we are running confused system, so long we will continue to be so confused and we will be having policy somersault. Otherwise, how do you explain, for example, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the first day of his inauguration said, I have decided to remove subsidy. Is the fuel subsidy, has it really been removed? We hear that on the average, billions of naira daily is still being paid on subsidy. If we could remove, the controls in diesel importation and selling, why can't we remove the controls in PMS and other crude and other petroleum product pricing? Why can't we find a better way to give succo to the downtrodden? Why can't we have mass transit programs or systems that can help to reduce the burden? Why can't we improve in haulage? Why can't we improve in so many areas that can then help to lower the prices of goods and services arising from allowing the market forces to determine the allocation of these resources? Remember,
I'm gonna have to, sorry to cut in there, but we are running out of time, and I want you to engage Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed just a little bit about what should be going on right now in the minds of our leaders. We, of course, Mr. Ayo and Ladi, they've been talking a lot about subnationals and what these subnationals have done over the years to, hoodwink the people, so to speak, where everyone is focused on the federal government. Meanwhile, at local levels, at state levels, we're not seeing the impact of governance on the people. Now, with everything that's happened today, we're seeing imposition of curfews, we're seeing protests that have gone awry. With everything that's happened, what should the government, in your view, both at state and federal levels, be doing to ensure that the next days, the days ahead, do not cause more problems to the Nigerian people?
Okay, thank you. we have said some of the problem we are having now, I mean, in terms of the protests, I think were caused by utterances from most of the governors. They have been so militant in their utterances. Some of them say it is change of regime. I don't know, are we in military when you keep talking about change of regime? Since President Tinubu removed subsidy, federation allocation has tripled. It has tripled. The government have collected more than they have ever collected before. But the development is not commensurate. So for things to change, just like we are all protesting, we need to begin to ask them to be accountable. It's only in Nigeria that your house is burning in Onitsha, and the person is crying and will be calling, oh, Tinubu, Tinubu, Tinubu. So, but again, you won't blame them. Because even the federal legislators, the House, the ones in the state, the ones in the federal, I think somebody was saying, you don't even know your legislators will even go and report and say, look, this is what we are going through. If you are not in a personal local government or state, they classify you people based on your party. They answer you based on your party. I think what we need to see from those in government, especially state governors, is nationality. Where you go to Abuja for allocation of resources and then send your commissioners and then tie local government fund to governors. Thank God for the Supreme Court judgment. But I think government should take responsibility, a lot of governors. But because we have been so indoctrinated to military regime, a military whereby everything stopped, they say the buck stop at the commander-in-chief. So that is the mentality we have. That's why we don't question our governors, especially local government. They go away with a lot of things. It's only in local government you pay land use charge, whether through the state government. They are paying land use charge. Your house is not even tied, and you keep paying that land use charge. Nobody asking questions. The schools are not working. So I think state government need to up their game. If you look at the 36 states, if you look at foreign direct investment that have come in, one state alone, Lagos State, account for about 80% of foreign direct investment. And you cannot even attribute it because Lagos State is doing something so fantastic. You could just attribute it to the fact that most of the federal establishment, most of the business headquarters are in Lagos. It's not that Lagos State have done something to attract this investment. So when you have other states struggling for the remaining 20%, so I think a lot of government need to come up with policies that will impact the life of the people. Of all these demonstrations that have been happening, the only state governor, I stand to be corrected, that have responded to his people, especially the business community, is the governor of Jigawa State. That came out and said he's giving all SMEs about 150,000.
We have to be able to get Mr. Idris's thoughts. You said that government is everybody, so the blame is on all of us. So basically, if any government, in any government, there must be a head. There has to be a leader. Is it safe to say that in our case here in Nigeria, the buck stops at the president's table, and he is the one that has to handle everything, as regards the situations that we're in right now? Because if we're talking about subnationals, we'll continue talking about subnationals for the rest of the year. But do you think that the president should maybe spread himself across these subnationals? I don't know what he's going to do, but some way that the buck stops at his table, should he be taking more responsibility for what the Nigerian people are going through right now that have led to these protests?
For President Bola be everywhere for two reasons. Number one, as a human being, you can only be in one place at a time. Yes, you can say he can appoint vice-gerents or representatives. But remember, we are running a presidential system of government. I think about 1 or 2 weeks ago, President Bola Tinubu did come out to say, when you are demanding things from me, also demand from the governors. Like I did allude earlier on, Nigerians need to wake up. Every one of us is paying a price for bad governance. This bad governance did not start yesterday. It didn't start 5 years or 10 years ago. It's been there with us. An average Nigerian is a mini government. Your house, you either have to dig a well or if you are well-to-do, have a borehole, you have to have an inverter, you have to have a generator, you have to have a security man. So each and every one of us is a local government in a way in our own houses. But how much do we cry about even the roads that are just by our side, by the in front of our gates? You know, how many of us care about the gutters that are littered with so much debris that we drink sachet of water and throw on the street? How many of us care so much about this or that? If we want to ask for good governance, for heaven's sake, let us start first with ourselves. What are we doing? I keep asking, what is my own responsibility? Am I delivering that responsibility to the best of my knowledge and ability? Then when I do that, then I can demand from the other person or the other parties. I'm not saying that we shouldn't hold those in authority, our elected representatives, responsible or liable to some of the things that are happening. But let the truth be told, each and every one of us is guilty in one way or another of this bad governance. And before you begin to ask for good governance, ask yourself, what am I doing? He who comes to equity should come with clean hands. Your hands cannot be dirty and then you are coming to demand for this or that.
Yeah. Okay, but I think he's made that good closing point.
It's a good place to answer.
He who comes to equity must come with
clean hands.
Clean hands. You know, this whole idea of governance is everybody's responsibility, but a lot of people don't understand, and that's the point that Prof was making before he left, when he said that when you go destroy things that you should be using, not the people that you are fighting against, you should be using those things. How do you think that the funding to replace it will come? And then you come tomorrow and cry foul, oh, they're budgeting too much money. It's quite a crazy situation.
Well, me and you, we have quite a lot of debates about this, because the reason why you have people who can loot government property and loot these things and not treat them like debt is because of the trust deficit. They are distant from it. It's an elitist thing you do, and then they don't understand what's going on.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Well, this is where we will wrap up the Abuja end of this conversation to prepare for 7 o'clock. Well, thanks for your time. It's been a great time. We'll be back here tomorrow to give you more updates on what happens with the protest. Hopefully, tomorrow is better if the protest does continue. I'm Terry Ikomi.
Please stay safe. Don't vandalize anything. I'm Kayla Megwa.
Well, certainly you aren't really going anywhere, are you? You're still just going to prepare for the next one at 7 p.m. But we also need to take a short break now. We have to thank our guests who have been here. By the way, Mr. Shukpita, if you can just get your closing comments on this. You've spoken a lot about the economy, and we spared you because we don't want you to be answering economic questions, really. But, what would be your appeal both to the people and to government?
I think for the people, we need to insist on what we want. We're doing the right thing by protesting, but we must avoid violence. And, you can't be destructive in the process of your protests. And for the government, some of these demands are pretty easy to address. For example, the cost of governance, just a token, let me not call it tokenistic, a symbolic gesture from government to show good faith, so that would assuage the anger and reduce the temperature in the country. And then there are some, potentially controversial things that I think, in my opinion, we need to start looking at. We've got to think out of the box. So the government needs to move away from this neoliberal ideology that we seem to be pushing and look at other areas. For example, if you look to the East, China, India, and how did they develop in a 30-year framework to get them to where they are now? They were very organic and indigenous in their solutions. So, for example, talking about removal of subsidy, it's very neoliberal. But the irony is that the people that preach those solutions still subsidize things. So can we fix? I think we need to go back to price fixing. Well, fixing of the price of fuel and fixing of exchange rates. because this is what the other
I don't
people
think
that
you want the
developed.
economists to take your right now.
No, I know that they don't agree with me.
I don't think
they don't want to hear things
let's not even start another conversation right now, because I can see Mr. Mohammed already shaking that. What's this guy talking about?
No, and incidentally, I'm an economist as well. So I do know what I'm saying.
Okay, good. We'll open this chapter another day. Thank you so much, Mr. Shegun Shogbuto, for being here this morning, this evening, to talk to us about all of these issues. Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, CEO of Finance of Mukhtar. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We also had Mr. Shuaib Idris, who is Managing Director and CEO of Timeline Consult Limited. He's an economist. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Idris. So we take a short break, and when we return, it'll be our Coasting Home time.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. You're watching ShopX TV, home to some of the most popular international brands in Africa. We are now proud to introduce our biggest offer of the year, the ShopX Mid-Year Sales. Yes, from now until the end of July 2024, we will be offering our customers 20,000 Naira off this home fitness machine. SportX Digital Compact Treadmill. The compact foldable treadmill that makes being active and losing weight fast and easy. Just unfold it and walk, jog, or run. And when you're done, just fold it and store it away. You get the SportX Digital Compact Treadmill system complete with a rugged commercial-grade traction belt, large LCD multifunctional display that displays speed, time, distance, calories, and has 12 different exercise programs, as well as a magnetic safety key.
The SportX treadmill has really helped me get back in shape after childbirth.
You would normally pay up to 400,000 Naira for the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill. But call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill for just 380,000 Naira, saving you 20,000 Naira. Incredible! Call the number on your screen now to place your order. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching our rolling coverage of the Endbadgovernance protests right here. And we've had amazing minds help us unpack, most of the issues at this time and see how we can find a way forward. Because, as we've heard, protests are not bad, in themselves, but definitely they always come, with risk. But we're still going to be taking this conversation forward. At this time, we have Professor Anthony Killer, the Professor of Strategy and Development, joining us via Zoom. And we also have Mr. Tam George, a Communication and Public Policy expert, also joining us via Zoom. But I'm going to start with Mr. Tam George. Thank you for joining us. And definitely, we are where we are right now. The issues are still biting from inflation, food inflation, high price, high energy cost, and definitely we've heard from different quarters at this time that hunger, definitely, most people are hungry, and we know the issues at this point. But we are where we are now. What do you think is the way forward? What can be done? Damage control. We've seen, some protesters being arrested at this time. We've seen lootings on day one, and we have about 9 more days to go at this time. What do you think can be done at this point? Damage control, most especially.
Well, I don't think there is any kind of damage control that can be done other than to simply deliver service to the people. The truth is that there is a great deal of performance distance between the government and the people. The people simply want better service. They want better conditions of life, but they are not getting that. Democracy is not simply about people voting every 4 years. As soon as the elections are over, as soon as people are elected, they get into a social contract with the people. And part of the social contract, of course, is to deliver service on a sector-by-sector basis in a way that will directly impact the circumstances of our people. But so far, we haven't seen that. So the damage control has to be to return to the basics and make government meaningful and impactful to the lives of the people. For instance, we still have the highest number of children out of school in the world. There has to be a pointed government policy that can address this at the federal government and level and at the subnational levels. We haven't seen that kind of sense of urgency in addressing this kind of very important challenge. There is also the problem of food insecurity. As you probably know, just a few months ago, the federal government announced that Nigeria receives grains, from Ukraine. Ukraine is a war-embattled country, so it's a very strong indictment that Nigeria, which is not officially at war, should be receiving humanitarian food aid from a war-ravaged country like Ukraine. So what does this say? It means that we have a very serious food crisis. We have food insecurity, and then we also we do not have the corresponding leadership that responds to these problems. As you know, we also have very serious water scarcity across the country. Now, these are very serious developmental challenges you would expect government at all levels to meet. But you don't get, unfortunately, that sense of urgency. What I think is that government at all levels need to respond. I am speaking from Rivers State in Port Harcourt, and fortunately here the picture is slightly different. The governor here, from the budget that I've seen, has budgeted 128 billion naira for the fiscal year 2024 to address human investment challenges. What does social investment mean in Rivers State? It means that the governor appears to be committed, to respond to poverty, respond to human capital development challenges here. And so what that means is that only now are we seeing this in this state. For instance, in the past 8 years, here in Rivers State, the state received over 4 trillion naira since 2015 to 2023. 8 years. During these 8 years, no civil servants were promoted, no gratuities were paid, no pensions were paid, and then you have impoverishment, as a directive policy of state. It is only now that Governor Fubara is beginning to invest in human capital development. So the point I'm making, in a sense, is that we need to make sure that leadership responds to these problems. There is no shortcut because the government is in direct social contract with the people. And the only way that the people have done their part is to say, look, we voted you in following the manifestos that you read out to us. But as soon as the elections are over, there is no shortcut. The government at all levels must now respond to their own side of the social contract, which means to deliver service, to lift the people from poverty.
Mr. George, sometimes, yes. If you can hear me, when you engage someone on a job, when you employ somebody, and you give the person KPIs, and there is periodic monitoring and evaluation of the fellow's activities. We don't seem to have that in governance. So let me ask Professor Killer this question. Tailing what Mr. George just said about, we employed this fellow, we expect you to do what you were employed to do. But as I said, there is always that, in unemployment, there's always that mechanism that you say, okay, we're going to monitor your performance, we're going to evaluate you to see whether you deserve a promotion or it's time for you to either retain you where you are, put you in another department or something like that. Do you think we have that kind of mechanism in any political office in our country?
No, the short answer is we do not have it. And it is difficult to have it in presidential systems. One of the peculiarities of a political system, when juxtaposed with a corporate system, is the lack of temporary checks and immediate reward and punishment. I talk bonuses, I talk suspension, I talk promotion. That is not embedded in political system in general, and it is completely alien to the presidential system. The parliamentary system tries to do what you say, where you have a vote of confidence, where you have question time, where the prime minister is a primus inter pares, first among equals, and therefore they deal with him that way. The presidential system is the nearest thing to slavery and godlike system, and whether it's the president of the country or the governor of the state, the structure is inherently unaccountable. Even the American system are forcing it because, they've got politicians with gumption there. They've got men and women who truly represent their constituencies. And, they're nobody's boy. We have a system here where, by the way it's truly constructed, it is inherently dependent on the head. The leader of the party that becomes president or governor is truly the leader, if not the owner of the country and the state. And the politicians, all those around him are just boys acting like men. Very few of them can look up to their governor and their president and say, this is wrong.
So then, Prof, is that saying that, we have no other option? We have talked about the history of protests on this program, on, the entire coverage today, from the very beginning. My colleagues started by talking about what happened in 1929. In fact, history tells us that even before the 1900s, there have been one form of protests or the other in this country, in the different parts of the country, even though we weren't quite a nation at the time. Now, you've spoken to something that is inherent both culturally and traditionally in our country, which is now in our politics and in our governance, which is the headship being the know-all and be-all. The Yorubas call their kings the unquestionable one. And even in the North, we understand that it's whatever the leader says that everyone does. And the kind of things tends to happen in various parts of our country. So if we have, and someone has also even told us here today, that it's the same thing that we tend to have imported through the military because of the command and control structure of the military. Is there a way of winning ourselves away or cutting off those shackles that we put on ourselves for centuries?
Well, yes, there is a way, and the way is a leadership deficit that we have. The leadership cuts across those in power, those in opposition, and those in school. But it's the leadership thing. You know, I cringe when I hear people say, everybody's a leader, everybody should do their best. Allow me to say no, 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 no 7 times to that. The people who are leaders, elected to be leaders, they rose up their hand to say, I want to lead. So I'm sorry, no mercy, no sorry for them. They should deal with the problem. They saw the problem there. No doctor forced them to say, be a commissioner, be a minister, be a governor. They stood up to say, I want to be. So no mercy. We should insist that they act correctly. People did not choose to be citizens. They did not choose to be followers. So when you share the burden, it is very unfair to share the burden equally with them.
When you say share the burden, Prof, my apologies. When you say share the burden, with who are you talking about here?
I'm talking about between leaders and people and followers.
Okay, how about sharing the burdens among the various levels and cadres of leadership that we have in the country? Because
that
it would seem
I understand.
Okay.
The part of that, I understand that totally. Part of the problem we have, part of the reason why in this time of despair, for a lot of people, and they're finding themselves on the streets, I can object to some of their modalities, but overall, let me start by saying that you say there's a history of protest. Yes, protest is natural, is legitimate, and sad. It is something that we know is natural, we know is legitimate, but it's a sad outcome that one is forced to go into. It's like having a rotten teeth, and you have to take it out. If you're taking out your teeth very well, you won't get to the point of a rotten teeth. If you have done what the doctor and perhaps your parents said. That's the thing with the protest. But yes, we can share the burden. The reason why we have this is a leadership failure. We have a country where the opposition is sleeping, is divided, divisive, has no gumption, has no direction, has no clear alternative to show people. You have a parliament that does not represent the people. When you talk about people going to the local government and going to the parliament, you have a parliament that they speak in the Nigerian parliament, and you cannot tell the difference from who's a parliamentarian from a rural area and from an urban area. Because they do not know, they forget that they should be representing different interests. My name is Kira. I have people who come from Lagos, who come from Bauchi, who come from all parts of the Nigeria, and we share more in common. But because we reside in different places, we know that our interests conflict. That is what the parliament ought to be doing. They should be standing up and speaking for riverine issues if they're from rivers, for mountain issues if they're from the mountain areas, not in the name of parties.
Okay. All right.
There's a failure across board of leadership. Let's stop saying people. It is leaders we should start from. There are fewer. I heard you say people should talk to their governor. Let the president speak to the governors.
Doesn't that defeat the presidential system of government? Doesn't that defeat the whole idea of democracy?
No, it doesn't at all. It doesn't at all. It's burden of leadership. Let's be pragmatic.
You are saying essentially you are saying the same thing that you are telling us to go away from, which is the command and control structure. If we expect that the president, who was elected the same way the governor was elected, should be the one to talk to them, then where then is the separation of powers?
Talk to them, not control them. Talk to them. Talk to them. Say to them, gentlemen, we have been elected on this same day. Let us share a bigger vision for this country. What is your duty? Are you visiting your local government? Are you spending the money we gave you? Not indirectly telling people to do it. People should do it, but let it start from the top. It is easier if 36 plus 1 people sit down and talk than millions talking.
All right, Professor Kila, thanks for that. And definitely we're trying to find out where this addressing, should actually start from. But let's come to Mr. Tam George at this time. If we take it back to the UK, when we had Prime Minister Liz Truss, she did put forward some policies that didn't go down well, with the economy and with the people, and she resigned, immediately, just after a few days, in power. But, bringing it down here to Nigeria, we hardly have, resignations. And I'm wondering, at this time, who do you think should be resigning at this point with the issues that we have right here in the country?
Well, resignation from office is an individual choice. But what I think we should focus on is whether people take responsibility for the failures that my colleague, Professor Kila, was just alluding to. When there is a failure of leadership, the people suffer. That's exactly what we are saying. And I don't think that it is something that we should place a disproportionate focus on the federal government alone. I think Ayo, in one of his introductory statements, made it very clear that even state governors have a direct responsibility. I mean, the 210 million Nigerians, they are all disaggregated in the 36 states on Abuja. So each of the governors has a responsibility. But when there's a failure across the board, and this is the kind of mess that you see. So I don't think it's really a matter of an individual simply resigning from office. What I suggest is that there should be a renewed commitment, to deliver service to the people. And frankly, I've been in government before, and I can tell you, that this thing is not rocket science. Why shouldn't we be able to deliver service to our people? Why can't we drive development to the doorsteps of our people? Why can't people simply turn on the taps and see water flowing, supplied by the water board or the Ministry of Water Supply in their different states? We just don't have even basic services. Okay. So I think that what is needed is that the president, should set an example, and the state governors should recommit themselves to service delivery. It's as simple as that, frankly. Okay. I don't think this is rocket.
Can I ask that we close on these notes, gentlemen, and close on the note of communication? And I'll start with you, Dr. George. How difficult could it be, or can it be, for a government, federal, state, or local, to adequately communicate with the people?
Once you are in office, the best communication is service delivery. You can't propagandize your way out of it. You must deliver service. For instance, in my introduction, I said that Nigeria still has the highest number of children out of school. How do you communicate this?